Chapter 388. Tianyun then went on and narrated everything he knew that was currently happening inside the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Renlong's expression changed from excited into fuming as the story went on. Prime Minister Long, how dare he troubled my little sister like that? He couldn't become an emperor because he lacks the proper skill to be one. It seems that he's really confident that he will become the next emperor now. Renlong said angrily. Yes, now the empire has split, and I doubt that Jiru could handle the empire by herself. Tianyun said worriedly. Yes, I knew that Prime Minister Long would eventually take over whether Jiru was able to use the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure or not. Renlong said as he thought of a way to help his sister. Now, the only thing that I could think of is to go back to the empire and help her ourselves. It was naive of me to hope for Jiru's safety without us there. Tianyun said confidently. Yes, that would be for the best, but now I am not sure what to do to get out of this place. Renlong said, looking troubled. I knew for a fact that this Heavenly Dragon skeleton could absorb the spiritual energy from the cultivator who touched it, and so I have tried various things I could think of to no avail. Renlong said solemnly. Tianyun immediately nodded his head as he already saw it from the start that the Emperor's cultivation was already dropped due to the constant consumption of blood essence to feed the Heavenly Dragon skeleton. So, when you were being pursued to the Coiling Dragon Cave, you hid on the smallest door? Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, but I soon realized that I must also get out of that trial as soon as possible, and so, with some luck, I passed the trial and came here immediately. I thought that I would be able to escape and get myself a few good treasures, but I never expected that this place didn't have any exit. Renlong said while looking a little bit down. Tianyun thought over everything that he wanted to ask Great Emperor Renlong, and after a while, he immediately asked, You know, I found Jiru inside a sealed cave before, and the weirdest thing is that she was sleeping. Why is that? Tianyun asked Renlong curiously. You knew her while she was still asleep? Renlong asked, a little bit surprised. Yes, I was the one who accidentally wakes her up, but in my defense, she was going to die if she was left alone. Tianyun said casually. I didn't expect to have this kind of encounter with you, but I thank you for your kindness towards her. I knew it sounds and seems weird, but I am the one who put her to sleep like that. It was all because of our Heavenly Dragon bloodline that was forcing the lineage to be masculine, and therefore if a girl was born, she would be prone to danger. Due to the nature of the Heavenly Dragon bloodline, a girl like her tend to have a cultivation deviation. Renlong said solemnly. Tianyun was a little bit surprised. He doesn't know that Jiru had that kind of problems. If she wasn't careful, she could explode as the cultivation inside her body became unstable. Tianyun agreed that it was much safer for Jiru to be asleep so that the cultivation inside her body could synchronize better with her body. So, she just has to go back to sleep until she is stable. Tianyun asked curiously. Yeah, that's it, but I am afraid she wouldn't do that as she will feel obligated to keep the empire from collapsing. We have to be there for her, and that is the only solution. Renlong said optimistically. Perhaps I need to try to do something about this Heavenly Dragon skeleton myself. Tianyun said as he stood up and walked toward the Heavenly Dragon skeleton. That's dangerous. If you approach it recklessly, your blood essence would be forcefully absorbed. Renlong shouted worriedly. Trust me on this, I have my own way. Tianyun said as he smiled at Renlong. Renlong then nodded his head and silently stepped back and let Tianyun approach the Heavenly Dragon skeleton by himself. Successfully take a hidden quest, rescue Great Emperor Renlong. Reward on completion. 10.000.000 Express, 50.000 CPs, 100 Renlong's favorability. Tianyun smirked to himself as he obtained another quest. He became more fired up to finish this quest as he will get another 10 million Express from the completion, a step closer to breakthrough. Chapter 389. Tianyun immediately activated the Dark North Divine Art and Absorbing Star Great technique so that he could counter the Heavenly Dragon skeleton's absorption. After activating these two abilities, Tianyun immediately touched the skeleton, and to his surprise, the skeleton still absorbed a little of his spiritual energy. Equip Evil Dragon Suit. Tianyun said to equip the suit immediately. As soon as the Evil Dragon Suit was equipped, Tianyun was shocked as, for the first time, he didn't receive any express from the absorption. Received 500 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points, 800 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points, 700 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points. Yi Tianyun immediately looked over the required amount of mastery that he needed to level up the Dragon God bloodline, but as soon as he checked, he was a little bit disappointed as he saw that he still needed 1,000,000 mastery points to level it up. Meaning this small amount of mastery point won't do much. He wondered if the skeleton had enough mastery points for a level of Dragon God bloodline. If it did, there was no telling how powerful the Dragon God bloodline will be. Are you okay? Ren Long asked curiously as he saw Yi Tianyun's hands were emitting a dark light. I am fine, I can still absorb the energy from the skeleton, no problem. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled lightly toward Ren Long. Well, if that was really the case, I hope you can finish it. You are our only hope now. Ren Long said, feeling hopeful. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and continued to absorb the Dragon God bloodline mastery point from the skeleton. If this was really the treasure of Coiling Dragon Cave, then he will make sure that he would get the best of it. Yi Tianyun even thought of leveling up his Dark North Divine Art as he thought that the skill would allow him to absorb the Dragon God bloodline mastery points even faster. But after absorbing approximately 100.000 of Dragon God bloodline mastery points, the Heavenly Dragon skeleton moved, startling Ren Long. Did it just move on its own? Ren Long asked in disbelief. I think so, it clearly moved just now. Yi Tianyun said while observing the skeleton. But after a while, Yi Tianyun didn't think that the skeleton really moved, so he continued to absorb as much Dragon God bloodline mastery points as he could. But suddenly, the Heavenly Dragon skeleton slowly moved and talked, complete to Ren Long and Yi Tianyun's surprise. Stupid human, how dare you absorb my energy? The Heavenly Skeleton said while sounding a little bit pissed. Yi Tianyun immediately jumped back to avoid any unnecessary injuries if by any chance the skeleton started attacking. Am I dreaming right now? Ren Long said on the side as he was really surprised to see a talking skeleton. The Heavenly Dragon skeleton immediately slammed its tail toward Yi Tianyun and Ren Long, but fortunately, the two could avoid the skeleton dragon's attack. But the Heavenly Dragon skeleton attacked once more, but this time, Yi Tianyun responded a little too late and therefore couldn't evade the attack. But as he was about to get hit, Ren Long grabbed Yi Tianyun's shirt and immediately threw him out of the attack, but as a result, Ren Long was in the line of attack. Yi Tianyun immediately gritted his teeth and grabbed Ren Long's arm and immediately teleported them to the side. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dragon skeleton's attack still hit Ren Long somehow as Yi Tianyun saw that Ren Long's hands were shaking from the pain. Even though it's just a skeleton, it still has this much power. How could we defeat something like this? Ren Long said hopelessly, but Yi Tianyun didn't lose hope. He immediately scanned the skeleton for any information using his appraisal eye. Heavenly Dragon Skeleton. 4th level Void Spirit Stage. Description: extremely powerful when it was still alive. Equipment: equal to peak grade Sacred Tool. Combat Power: 31.000.000. Martial Arts: none. Reward on killing: Heavenly Dragon Soul, Heavenly Dragon Divine Bone, Dragon God Bloodline. After acquiring all the information that the Heavenly Dragon skeleton had, Yi Tianyun immediately shifted his attention back towards Ren Long. How could you sacrifice yourself like that, Brother Ren? Yi Tianyun said in disbelief. I can feel that you are the only one who could deal with this Heavenly Dragon skeleton, for I don't have the ability to do so anymore. But I am sure that I wouldn't be killed with only one hit from that thing. Ren Long said while smiling lightly towards Yi Tianyun. That is not the point. I am here to save you, not let you die to save me. Furthermore, that thing has gone crazy. Yi Tianyun said as he pointed over to the Heavenly Dragon skeleton that was rampaging and destroyed anything in its sight. Heavenly Dragon Ancestor, I am one of your descendants. I hope that you could let us pass peacefully as we never meant to do you any harm. We are sorry if our previous action pissed you off. Ren Long shouted as he tried to reason with the skeleton. A descendant? Don't make me laugh. You humans stole our bloodline and dared to call yourself a Heavenly Dragon descendant. How dare you? I will kill you, human. The Heavenly Dragon skeleton shouted as it got even more irritated. Chapter 390. Note: Holy Tool changed to Sacred Tool. Heavenly Dragon skeleton was completely out of control as it furiously slammed its tail toward Yi Tianyun and Ren Long. After separating Yi Tianyun and Ren Long, the Heavenly Dragon skeleton quickly opened its mouth and shot out a concentrated spiritual power toward Ren Long. Ren Long's complexion changed as he knew that the Heavenly Dragon skeleton was aiming for him, but he was saved by a cold arrow that hit the Heavenly Dragon skeleton's head. Thick ice immediately formed in the place that the arrow hit, freezing the heavenly dragon skeleton's head completely. But the freezing effect was not permanent. Soon enough, the ice completely shattered. I had a hunch that it wouldn't be enough for you, Tianyun said as he immediately transformed into the evil dragon. The evil dragon was far bigger than the heavenly dragon skeleton, while the heavenly dragon skeleton was only 60 meters long, and the evil dragon was 100 meters long. Ren Long on the side was shocked to see Tianyun's transformation, for he had the heavenly dragon bloodline in his blood, but even he couldn't transform into a dragon. Is he from the dragon clan? Ren Long said to himself in disbelief. Dragon. The dragon clan. Heavenly dragon skeleton said excitedly after seeing Tianyun's transformation. Tianyun ignored the heavenly dragon skeleton's excitement and immediately slammed his tail toward the heavenly dragon skeleton. Although Tianyun didn't destroy the skeletons in one hit, that attack was clearly causing heavy damage. This is how you treat your guest. I don't know a heavenly dragon could be so rude, Tianyun said as he pressed down the heavenly dragon skeleton so that it couldn't move. The heavenly dragon skeleton screeched and wriggled to break free, but it couldn't. Tianyun in his evil dragon form was far more powerful than the heavenly dragon skeleton. The heavenly dragon skeleton roared once more, and this time a phantom shadow appeared near the heavenly dragon skeleton while its combat power rose to almost reaching 70.000.000 points. Tianyun was immediately forced backward, and the heavenly dragon skeleton was free as a result. Even though it's already dead, it still has this much power in it. Tianyun said annoyedly. Crazy damage mode, activate. Dragon God bloodline, activate. Tianyun ordered the crazy leveling system. In an instant, Tianyun's combat power reached 63.000.000 points, but it was still weaker than the heavenly dragon skeleton. Level up the Dragon God bloodline. Tianyun ordered the system further. Successfully consumed 560.000 CPs to level up Dragon God bloodline to 5th grade. Successfully leveled up the Dragon God bloodline to 5th grade. Combat power increased 12 times upon activation. Next level requires 5.000.000 CPs. Immediately, Tianyun's combat power increased exponentially. Tianyun roared as he currently had 71.000.000 combat power. Tianyun quickly attacked the heavenly dragon skeleton using his own tail, and unfortunately for him, the heavenly dragon skeleton also attacked at the same time, hindering his attack from hitting directly. As the two collided, Tianyun immediately knew that his attack was undoubtedly stronger than the heavenly dragon skeleton's attack. But it was only by a small margin, meaning that he couldn't overpower the heavenly dragon skeleton easily with this much combat power. Tianyun immediately burned his blood essence to gain more advantage against the heavenly dragon skeleton. His combat power rose once again, and this time, it stopped at 81.000.000 points. He attacked the heavenly dragon skeleton once again using his tail, and this time, Tianyun successfully knocked the heavenly dragon skeleton down to the ground. Under Tianyun's heavy attack, heavenly dragon skeleton finally cracked. Even if it was treated as the same quality as a peak-grade sacred tool, it couldn't withstand Tianyun's attack. Tianyun didn't stop attacking and continued to smash the heavenly dragon skeleton that was already on the ground. Ren Long on the side was stunned to see Tianyun's performance. He was too powerful. Ren Long estimated Tianyun's power to be of the same level or higher than a 7th level Void Spirit stage cultivator. Chapter 391. Ren Long was stunned as he saw Tianyun kept beating the heavenly dragon skeleton with his powerful tail. The heavenly dragon skeleton couldn't even do anything except screamed in pain at this point. Tianyun immediately using his clone secret technique to settle this as quickly as possible. The next moment, 3 more evil dragon appeared. They had 30% of Tianyun's current power, which meant each of them had at least 25.000.000 combat power. Tianyun immediately ordered the 3 clones of himself to attack the heavenly dragon skeleton at the same time. What martial art is that? Ren Long said in disbelief as he has never seen such martial arts before. Ren Long was also shocked to see Tianyun was far more superior than himself in his peak condition. Tianyun ignored Ren Long and continued to attack the heavenly dragon skeleton as hard as he could. After a while, he finally broke the heavenly dragon skeleton into 2 sections, but Tianyun was still able to see its combat power, meaning that it was not over yet. But this time, he took it easy compared to before. Finally, after a little while later, Tianyun finally broke the heavenly dragon skeleton into 4 parts and transformed back into his human form. Tianyun looked pale as he was burning his own blood essence to create an advantage against the heavenly dragon skeleton. He quickly consumed a few medicinal pills that could regenerate his missing spiritual energy, and he also quickly pulled out the enhanced version blood jade that he got earlier and restored his blood essence quickly. His complexion returned to normal soon enough, and fortunately Tianyun didn't receive any backlash or permanent damage from burning his already tiny amount of blood essence. Damn you human, how could you be part of our dragon clan? Heavenly dragon skeleton said weakly on the ground. Now, you clearly don't need to know any of that, Tianyun said casually as he walked over and began absorbing the shattered heavenly dragon skeleton on the ground. However, the small fragment of dragon's bone didn't give much, as Tianyun absorbed only around 10.000 dragon god bloodline mastery points, and the small fragment immediately turned into powder. No, I refuse to die at the hands of a human, heavenly dragon skeleton said at his final breath. After speaking his last word, the flame on heavenly dragon skeleton's head was extinguished, and suddenly another voice could be heard in the room. Thank you very much for your help of freeing the heavenly dragon from this place. You can have my power in the future, for you have the heavenly dragon bloodline. I hope you can keep the heavenly dragon's power for peace and don't ruin yourself on a quest for power. The voice said towards Ren Long. Ren Long nodded, and a white light immediately left the heavenly dragon skeleton and disappeared without a trace. After the white light disappeared, the heavenly dragon skeleton gradually turned into powder while countless energy being released to the air and seeped into Tianyun and Ren Long's body. Successfully killed the heavenly dragon skeleton. Reward: 20.000.000 Express, 50.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, Heavenly Dragon Soul, Heavenly Dragon Skeleton, Dragon God Bloodline, 4th grade. Reward: 50.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, 1x Enhanced Lottery Ticket. Tianyun didn't have the time to check the reward he got for the defeating the heavenly dragon skeleton, for he had to meditate to absorb the countless energy that was being released from the heavenly dragon skeleton. Receiving: 100.000 Express, 150.000 Express, 225.000 Express. Receiving: 1.000 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points, 3.000 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points, 2.500 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points. The energy released from the heavenly dragon skeleton was unique as it also contained a trace of Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points. This situation lasted for a couple of days, and they both kept meditating on the room diligently. But after they finally absorbed all of it, Tianyun took a deep breath and finally felt satisfied with the reward he got this time. I don't know that there was such a tragedy here. I didn't expect any of this, Ren Long said while looking a little sad. Brother Ren, what did you think actually happened here? Isn't it your ancestor who drives out the heavenly dragon here? Tianyun asked curiously. No, when my ancestor arrived at this continent, this place was already abandoned. There was no heavenly dragon as far as I know. The ancestor built the heavenly dragon empire by using the dragon's bone that could be found in this place. I never expected to find a heavenly dragon in here. This means that the ancestor was lying when they said that this place was abandoned. Ren Long said a little bit irritated. Tianyun was a little bit surprised at Ren Long's story, but he was also surprised to know that Ren Long was really an honest man. Chapter 392. This site clearly belonged to the Ren family, but because Ren Long has never been here and wasn't aware of the history of the place, Tianyun suspected the heavenly dragon skeleton had something to do with it. Brother Ren, what did you feel when you come here? Tianyun asked curiously. When I came in, I felt something calling out to me, attracting me to this room. Ren Long said while trying to remember the feeling he felt that day. I knew it. It's all because of the heavenly dragon old ancestor earlier. I think he was trying to call out to the descendant of the heavenly dragon whether to sacrifice them to the skeleton or set it free. If you set it free, you get an incredible amount of dragon essence, but if you got sacrificed, you would die. Tianyun said, explaining his theory. As Tianyun explained, Ren Long's face was full of shock. He never thought something like that could happen until Tianyun explained his theory. This makes sense. but it's a pity we can't really know the truth, as the heavenly dragon old ancestor is the only one who knows of it. All we have to do now is to walk out from here safely. Ren Long said determinedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head while thinking that this place was truly beyond the danger that he firstly imagined. The Coiling Dragon Cave treasure map said that the danger level was at peak Spirit Core stage, while it was far more dangerous than that. He guessed that the danger level was at least at 7th level Void Spirit stage. Yi Tianyun and Ren Long immediately followed a passage that opened as soon as the skeleton fell. While on the way, Ren Long couldn't contain his happiness that he finally will be able to go out of that place. I can finally breathe the fresh air again. I am so excited to see what has changed outside. Ren Long said excitedly. Yi Tianyun only smiled and kept walking forward as he wanted to leave that place too. At the same time, many people have gathered outside of the cave, looking happy after successfully received the treasure from the Coiling Dragon Cave. But some of them looked sad as they didn't get anything. This was because either they came in a group or someone beat them to the treasure in the path they chose. I am excited to see Big Brother Yi again. This time I want to show him that I've already broken through to Spirit Core stage. Shu Fei said to himself excitedly. Wang Menglong also came out of the cave while looking pissed off. His expression told everything. It was clear that he didn't get any treasure from inside the cave. Shu Fei, you got a treasure, right? Now take it out and give it to me. Wang Menglong demanded rudely. What are you talking about? Shu Fei said, looking confused about Wang Menglong's demand. I am Wang Menglong. You hear me. If you don't give me the treasure that you got from this place, I will beat you up and bring you back to Shu family. Don't you know that Shu family offered a reward for bringing you back to them alive? Wang Menglong said coldly. Well, you sure can try if you want. Shu Fei said while taking his sword stance. He didn't feel afraid of fighting Wang Menglong at all. You dare to defy me? You sure don't value your own life. Wang Menglong said while also taking his stance. I think you are the one who doesn't value your own life here. A voice suddenly surprised Wang Menglong from behind. Wang Menglong immediately looked back and saw that the voice belonged to Yi Tianyun with Great Emperor Ren following behind him. However, no one knew Ren Long's identity. Big Brother Yi, I have been waiting for you. Shu Fei said excitedly. Now what do we have here? You got a treasure too, right? Now hurry up and give it to me. Wang Menglong cut into the conversation. What happens if I say no? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. If that's the case, then I will personally search the treasure from your body. Wang Menglong said as he transformed his arm into a dragon claw. Yi Tianyun didn't feel threatened by Wang Menglong's transformation, but he got to say that he was a little bit impressed by the Wang family, because it was clear for Yi Tianyun that Wang family had accumulated resources needed to collect the dragon essence of this continent. Wang Menglong immediately rushed toward Yi Tianyun with an intention to kill, but Yi Tianyun was clearly faster as he immediately dodged the attack and grabbed Wang Menglong's dragon claw and slammed him to the ground. Is this the hand that would search my body? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Bastard, don't you know who I am? Let me go now. Wang Menglong said furiously. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately twisted Wang Menglong's arm in a flash, and the sound of bone shattering and a painful scream immediately filled the air. Chapter 393. Yi Tianyun clearly didn't care about someone else's status. Anyone who dared to bother him or the people around him will be treated them as his enemy, and because of that, he wouldn't care whether that person disabled for life or even dead. My hand. You broke my hand. Wang Menglong screamed loud enough that anyone in that place could hear it. I swear that the Wang family won't let you go for this. I will personally make sure that Wang family would annihilate your entire family. Wang Menglong threatened Yi Tianyun. Wang family, did you mean the family of Army General Wang Tian? Ren Long asked curiously. It seems that your friend over there knows what I was talking about. Yes, Army General Wang Tian is my father. He is the Army General of Prime Minister Long. You will be dead soon. Wang Menglong said furiously. At the same time Yi Tianyun wondered if this Army General Wang Tian was the same Army General Wang that he killed earlier. Surely Wang's surname was common around these parts, but if the Army General Wang that he killed earlier was Wang Menglong's father, how come Wang Menglong didn't know about it? Well, you sure talk big, huh? I will talk to Army General Wang and see what he wants to do with his child. Ren Long said while sneering to Wang Menglong. You are the one talking big. Who do you think you are? The Great Emperor. I advise that you obediently walk away after leaving your treasure behind. You will die if you disobey me. Wang Menglong said furiously. After hearing Wang Menglong's word, Yi Tianyun couldn't help but laugh to his heart content. After all, the person in front of Wang Menglong was the great emperor himself. At the same time, Hua Xiying was surprised to see Yi Tianyun laughed so loud as she was just coming out of the cave herself. But as she looked at the situation in front of her, she was shocked to see the great emperor standing near Yi Tianyun, alive. Most people have never seen the great emperor Ren themselves, as the great emperor rarely showed himself and always devoted himself to the betterment of the empire. Of course, they could see the great emperor's portrait, but the great emperor's current condition made him look different than his portrait, as he became skinny due to the lack of nutrients while he was trapped inside the coiling dragon cave. But Hua Xiying was different. She has already met with the great emperor in person before. Therefore she knew immediately that the man standing beside Yi Tianyun was none other than the great emperor himself. Great Emperor Ren, Hua Xiying shouted as she was excited to see the great emperor was alive and well. Everyone in the vicinity was surprised after hearing Hua Xiying shouted the word, Great Emperor. They immediately took out the portrait of the great emperor that they brought with them as one of the clues Ren Jiru gave them. They began to compare the portrait with the real Ren Long and surprised to see the resemblance. No, is he really the great Emperor Ren? Wang Menglong said in disbelief. Let me ask you once again then, who did you want to annihilate before? This man is the noble guest of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Not even Army General Wang have the permission to mess with him. If I hear you talk rudely to Brother Yi again, I will personally make sure that you will get a proper punishment. Ren Long said coldly. Wang Menglong became speechless as he sweated nervously. This was truly disastrous. He never expected this kind of thing would happen, not to mention he sweared and threatened someone in the presence of the great emperor himself. Great Emperor Ren, are you okay? Hua Xiying asked Ren Long worriedly. You are the lady of the Hua family, right? I am sure that I have seen you several times before. Ren Long said while smiling lightly. Yes, I am the little girl from Hua family. My name is Hua Xiying. Long live the great emperor. Hua Xiying said as she bowed her head toward Ren Long. Raise your head. If you want, you can come with me to the capital. I want to see Jiru right away. Ren Long said toward Hua Xiying. Brother Yi, let's go. Jiru awaits our return. Ren Long said excitedly towards Yi Tianyun. Shu Fei, let's go. Yi Tianyun said towards Shu Fei, inviting him to come along. The rest of the cultivator at the scene was shocked to see the great emperor was alive and well, because all this time, Prime Minister Long told everyone that the great emperor was already dead. Big Brother Yi, I have listened to your instruction, and I found it. I found the treasure. Let me show it to you. Shu Fei said excitedly. No, don't take it out here. You will never know what people would do if you take out a precious item in public. Yi Tianyun said, preventing Shu Fei from taking out the treasure that he got from the coiling dragon cave. Oh yeah, you are right. I am sorry big brother, that wouldn't happen again. Shu Fei said firmly. Well, I am glad that you are happy with whatever you got there. It must be something satisfying, right? Well, if you want, you can come to join my faction. Someone like you is always welcomed. Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Yes brother, it was really a great treasure. But big brother Yi, I am sorry, I must settle the problem that I currently have with the Qin family first. But I swear once I'm done with that, I will immediately come to you. Shu Fei said while feeling determined. Well, since you've already made up your mind, I will not stop you, but I will wait for you to join my faction later. Yi Tianyun said while smiling lightly. Thank you very much big brother. I will solve this problem as fast as I could, and I will not disappoint you. Shu Fei said looking determined. Chapter 394. Shu Fei immediately left after saying bidding farewell to Yi Tianyun. Brother, you seem quite interested in that young man. Ren Long said curiously. Yes, he's a good man, and he seems to have a knack to be a commanding general, and that is why I want him to join my faction later. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Oh, I don't know that you have your own faction. What faction did you come from, Brother Yi? Ren Long asked curiously. It's a new faction, still a third-grade faction at that. I don't think there are that many people who know about us yet, so it was useless to tell anyone about it. Yi Tianyun said while smiling a little bit. A third-grade faction, with your skill, it should be fourth-grade faction, no? But sure, I could help you talk to Shu family later. With Long family's approval, I am sure Shu family will support him too. Join your faction, Ren Long said with a warm smile. It's okay, he will come to my aid soon. I believe he has the power to solve his own problems for now. Yi Tianyun said confidently. If you say so, just tell me if you need any help. Ren Long said confidently. Thank you, but I don't think I will. I didn't want to use an emperor's authority so casually like that. But we need to get to Jiru first. She must have waited for too long. Yi Tianyun said casually. Yes, we have a situation at our ends too. I couldn't wait to see the moment Prime Minister Long would pay the price. Ren Long said a little angry. Successfully completed the quest rescue Ren Long from the coiling dragon cave. Reward 10.000.000 Express, 50.000 CPs, 100 Ren Long's favorability. Yi Tianyun felt satisfied that he finished another side quest, and the two of them immediately flew towards the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Long has been waiting for a report from Feng Long, who hasn't come in a long while. What took Feng Long so long? Did he blow it? Prime Minister Long said while wondering. But not too long after, he snapped back to his senses as a frantic guards came in bringing some news. Report, sir. Great Emperor Ren Long has, the guards said, but he was immediately interrupted as an explosion was heard close by. Prime Minister Long immediately got out and checked for himself and felt shocked as soon as he saw that Ren Long, who riding a huge dragon, was alive and well. Damn it, what in hell's name did Feng Long do? How could he leave that treacherous place? Prime Minister Long said to himself, looking furious. Many generals rushed to check for Prime Minister Long's condition as the blast was close to the Prime Minister's room, but their complexion changed as soon as they saw that the Prime Minister was furious. We need to conquer the Imperial City as soon as possible. We couldn't let Ren Long take back his throne. Prime Minister Long said furiously. Wait, Prime Minister, don't you think we are rushing this? We can't lose the support from the influential family just because we don't plan things in advance. A general said confidently. Ren Long is still alive. Do you think I have a chance later after knowing that the great emperor's back? Prime Minister Long shouted as he got annoyed by the general's constant pleas for him to think things through. The general immediately fell silent as the Prime Minister was right. As soon as the great emperor took back his throne, no one would support Prime Minister Long. Relax, I have my own idea. I am thinking of inviting the Imperial Preceptor of the Netherworld Empire here. That way, the great emperor will focus mainly on dealing with the strongest army of the Netherworld Empire. Prime Minister Long said excitedly. Now, get ready, we will invade Imperial City soon. Prime Minister Long shouted to all his army. Ren Long, I will make sure you regret coming back. I will take the throne from under your corpse. Prime Minister said menacingly. Chapter 395. Yi Tianyun arrived at the Imperial City safely without any hindrance. He immediately arrived at the palace and met with Ren Jiru. Big brother, you are alive, Ren Jiru said happily while jumping into Ren Long's arm. Of course, I am alive. I will not abandon my beautiful little sister in this world, Ren Long said, reassuring Ren Jiru. Big brother Yi, thank you very much for helping my brother. Ren Jiru said to Yi Tianyun while grinning cheerfully. Anytime, Yi Tianyun said assuringly. Successfully completed a hidden quest, help the Empire's goddess. Reward, 50.000.000 Express, 1.000.000 CPs, 200 Ren Jiru's favorability, the title Empire's Protector God. Successfully accepted the next stage of the quest, help the Empire's goddess, assist the goddess to repel the Netherworld Empire. Reward on completion, 50.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 50 Heavenly Dragon's favorability points. Note: the reward will be doubled if the host successfully killed Prime Minister Long. Congratulations to the host for successfully breakthrough to 9th level core transformation. Yi Tianyun was excited that he could finally level up. Now he only had one more level to go, and then he could enter the infamous Void Spirit stage. Moreover, he was excited to see the next quest's reward will be doubled if he killed the infamous Prime Minister. We have to kill the Prime Minister, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Ren Jiru, who heard all of Yi Tianyun's words, curiously asked, Brother, did you mean what you said? Of course, but I don't think we have to go to him, he will come to us himself. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Impossible, I don't think he would risk his own safety by coming here to the Imperial City. Ren Jiru said surprisedly. It's possible, I'm positive that he sided with the Netherworld Empire, and if the Netherworld Empire also attacked the Imperial City at the same time, he will easily slip past our radar. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Netherworld Empire. Are you serious? Ren Long said surprisedly. Yes, the man who came and tried to kidnap Ren Jiru when I first arrived here was from the Netherworld Empire, I am sure of that. Yi Tianyun said confidently. If that is really the case, then we have trouble coming. The Imperial Preceptor of the Netherworld Empire was a tricky enemy. Ren Long said worriedly. But, I am sure that they could enforce their way inside as long as we have the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. Ren Long added, reassuring Ren Jiru. They all become silent as they began to think of a plan on their own. Is there any expert with higher cultivation in Heavenly Dragon Empire? Perhaps an old ancestor or two? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I am afraid they were gone. No one really knows where they go. They left on a quest to find the old ancestor. Ren Jiru said sadly. Yi Tianyun nodded in understanding. He knew that once the faction was stable, the old ancestor didn't have any reason to stay in the faction anymore, and therefore if they chose to leave, that was fine. Then, we only have ourselves to rely on. Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. Of course, the future of the empire lies in our hands. Ren Long said determinedly. But, Brother Yi, you don't have any obligation to help us. If you choose to leave, we will not hold it against you. Ren Jiru said worriedly. No, I will stay. After all, I am excited to bring an end to the Netherworld Empire myself. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. You are really kind, brother. You are like our empire's protection god. Ren Long said with a smile on his face. It is my pleasure to help. Yi Tianyun said with a smile too. Now, all that's left is for Big Brother Yi to join our family officially. Ren Jiru said excitedly. Don't worry, the process is simple. Ren Jiru added reassuringly. Ren Long immediately took out a jug of wine and poured it out into 2 cups and handed 1 cup to Yi Tianyun. Now, all we need to do is drink. I don't have much to say, but I really like the idea of officially welcoming you to our family. Ren Long said as he toasted with Yi Tianyun. Cheers to that, Yi Tianyun said as he also drank the wine. Chapter 396. The wine they shared indicated the bond that they would be sharing in the future, and therefore, Yi Tianyun would be considered part of the Ren family forever. From now on, you will become my little brother, for I am your big brother, and I hope that we could help each other in the future. Ren Long said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in agreement and suddenly Ren Jiru interrupted them. Are you two forgetting me already? She said in a jealous voice. But sure, I am happy for the both of you, she said as she smiled to both Ren Long and Yi Tianyun. Now, we have to think about what to do for Prime Minister Long. Ren Long said solemnly. We can just kill him. It would make everything easier. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yeah, I believe the 3 of us can solve this problem easily. Ren Jiru said cheerfully. I know that there is not much time, but is there any plan that you have to make sure we know first? Or some sort of countermeasure, maybe? Yi Tianyun asked Ren Long. No, I haven't thought of any countermeasure at all. The only thing that I have to do now is to summon all of the army general and exclude the Prime Minister. We will see who is really loyal to the Empire and who is not. Ren Long said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded his head, and Ren Long immediately left to execute what he planned. Jiru, what is the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure exactly? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Well, I can't describe it perfectly, but I can take you there to see it for yourself. Ren Jiru said casually. Is that okay for me to see? Yi Tianyun said worriedly. Why not? You are my brother now. The secret of our family is also your secret, no? Ren Jiru said with a smile on her face. Either way, so far, only I and Big Brother Ren, who could wield the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, so I don't think to let you know would make any difference for now. Ren Jiru added a little bit teasing Yi Tianyun. Well, you are right so far. I want to see this secret treasure as it intrigues me. Yi Tianyun said with a smile of his own. Ren Jiru nodded and took Yi Tianyun into an underground passage, but the weird thing was that this passage wasn't guarded like anyone could come and go as they pleased. However, he knew that the safety mechanism was already installed in the room that contained the secret treasure. As he went down, Yi Tianyun could feel the almost similar feeling as the Heavenly Dragon skeleton's aura, but it wasn't as strong as the skeleton. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun finally arrived in the treasure room, and he saw a floating orb that released a similar aura with the Heavenly Dragon skeleton. Yi Tianyun saw that the orb was connected to the ground by vein-like energy. Yi Tianyun speculated that this energy vein covered the entire imperial city, for Ren Jiru has already said that the secret treasure could protect the entire city. So, Yi Tianyun immediately looked at the secret treasure with his appraisal eye. Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure. Lower grade divine tool. Made with Heavenly Dragon Soul, Heavenly Dragon Skeleton, and Heavenly Dragon Blood Essence. Require a Grand Master rank blacksmith to forge. Effect. Heavenly Dragon Power Enhancer. Summoning a Void Spirit Stage rank Heavenly Dragon, Defensive Barrier. It seems like I almost have all materials necessary to forge it. All I need left is the Heavenly Dragon Blood Essence, but my blacksmith mastery is still low. I still have a long way before I can forge this thing. Yi Tianyun said to himself. This Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure is a divine tool, and that is why the Netherworld Empire was adamant about conquering our empire. Ren Jiru said to Yi Tianyun. No wonder that this thing can only be wielded by a certain individual. The divine rank tool can recognize its master, right? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, all you need is a drop of blood. If your blood is recognized by the divine tool, it would consider you its master. Ren Jiru said, explaining how the divine tool worked. In fact, Prime Minister Long has also done the same thing, but fortunately, he wasn't recognized by the secret treasure. Ren Jiru said in relief. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in understanding. It was a little bit like a test. Can I touch it? Yi Tianyun asked curiously as he walked toward the secret treasure. Yes, but be gentle. If it considers you as a threat, you will suffer a serious injury from the backlash. Ren Jiru warned Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and approached the orb gently, and the closest he got, the stronger the energy he felt. When he touched the orb, suddenly, the entire orb shone brightly. It was enveloping Yi Tianyun with its dazzling light. How is this possible? A new master to the secret treasure? Ren Jiru said in awe. Chapter 397. After a short while, the burst of light seeped into Yi Tianyun's body, and immediately Yi Tianyun felt connected to the Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure, and he felt like he could control the secret treasure in any way he wanted. What just happened? Yi Tianyun asked Ren Jiru curiously. Brother, I think you are recognized as the master of the Heavenly Dragon's Secret Treasure. What exactly did you do? Ren Jiru said while still in awe of what just happened. I don't know, I am just touching it. Yi Tianyun said helplessly. He didn't know whether his action was forbidden or not. Then, can you try controlling the secret treasure? Ren Jiru asked curiously. Yi Tianyun nodded and immediately touched the orb once more, and this time a barrier made by the lights surrounded Yi Tianyun's body. You really are able to control the secret treasure. Impressive, Ren Jiru said, looking even more surprised. Was this because of the Dragon God bloodline? Yi Tianyun asked to himself. He immediately thought of the possibility that the Dragon God bloodline would grant him any access to control anything related to a dragon. This is great. Now that the three of us could control the secret treasure, its power will be much stronger than before. Ren Jiru said, snapping Yi Tianyun back to his senses. This thing could be controlled by many people at the same time. Wouldn't that disperse the power? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, it wouldn't affect the power. In fact, it will increase the power. This Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure only shows a small portion of its power. In order to maximize its power, we need to have greater cultivation or a greater bloodline. Ren Jiru said a little bit discouraged. That is unexpected. I will see what I can do in the future. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Great. Now, I will inform Brother Ren. He will be excited to know that the three of us could control the secret treasure now. It will make everything easier. Ren Jiru said excitedly. She then excused herself and went to find Ren Long. In the meantime, Yi Tianyun immediately remembered that he still got a fourth grade Dragon God bloodline that he got from the Heavenly Dragon Skeleton. He knew that it could give him some mastery point for the Dragon God bloodline. Successfully fused fourth grade Dragon God bloodline. Received 1.000.000 Dragon God bloodline mastery point. Yi Tianyun was quite satisfied by the number, but he still needed 4.000.000 more mastery points to level up the Dragon God bloodline once again. He couldn't help but think of the crazy mode, for it was the best thing that he wanted to level up. But as he didn't have enough crazy points at the moment, he had to think about something else. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had the enhanced lottery roulette ticket. He immediately activated the luck aura and used the ticket. The roulette began to spin, and finally, the arrow stopped at consumables. With lucky aura active, it still gives me a consumable. Yi Tianyun sighed annoyedly. The box dropped immediately, and the system immediately informed Yi Tianyun of what was inside. Congratulations to the host for getting a 30x express card. This is not bad, this could be useful later. Tianyun said while feeling a little bit content of the prize. After opening the enhanced lottery ticket, he didn't have anything else to do, so he decided to go to the auction house to see what he could buy there. He decided to leave Ren Long and Ren Jiru for the time being, as he didn't want to interrupt their political meeting. So, Tianyun flew directly into the market and finally saw an auction house by the name of Heavenly Dragon. He entered the place immediately and greeted by a salesgirl. "Can I help you find anything you want, kind sir?" The girl said politely. "Yes, I am here to buy soul-accumulating grass, did you have any?" Tianyun asked casually. "I am sorry, sir, but we don't have any soul-accumulating grass as of late." The girl said apologetically. "I see, well that's too bad." Tianyun said while shaking his head, "It seems that in this continent, the soul-accumulating grass is still rare." But as soon as Tianyun wanted to leave, a middle-aged man stopped him and whispered that he had soul-accumulating grass for sale. Tianyun was a little bit startled, but he didn't think this man was lying. Chapter 398. You have soul-accumulating grass? Tianyun asked curiously. "Yes, I do, but I only have one. Follow me," the middle-aged man said solemnly. Although Tianyun had his own doubt, he followed the man regardless. He was confident that he could survive through any situation in case this middle-aged man was up to no good. At the corner of some alleyway, the man immediately took out a soul-accumulating grass and gave it to Tianyun. But there was also a small red crystal that was taken with the soul-accumulating grass. "Sorry, that crystal wasn't meant to be there. But maybe you are also interested in buying this crystal?" The man asked hopefully. "No, I am only here to buy the soul-accumulating grass," Tianyun said as he gave the red crystal back to the man's hand. The man seemed to be a little bit disappointed that Tianyun didn't take any interest in the red crystal, but he immediately brushed it off. "Is that so? Then I will sell this soul-accumulating grass for 1,000,000 spirit stone." "How about it?" the man said excitedly. 500,000 spirit stone. I believe that the market price for the soul-accumulating grass is 300,000 spirit stone, and I am willing to give you an extra 200,000 for information regarding where you got the soul-accumulating grass. Tianyun said confidently. Soul-accumulating grass is very rare in the market, but that didn't mean it didn't have a fixed price on the market. It seems that you know your stuff. Well, I accept the price, I will sell it to you for 500,000 spirit stone. The man said while gritting his teeth. "Great, here is your spirit stone," Tianyun said as he handed the 500,000 spirit stone to the man. "Thanks, here is your soul-accumulating grass, and follow me. I will lead you to the whereabouts of the soul-accumulating grass." The man said satisfied. "Where are we going, and how long will it take to get there?" Tianyun asked curiously. He didn't have much time as he knew that Ren Long or Ren Jiru would need him soon. "We have to go to the river banks, around half a day trip to the south," the man said casually. Tianyun immediately grabbed the man's shoulder and lifted him up to fly towards the destination that he has mentioned. The man was startled as he never thought that a young man like Tianyun was a core transformation expert. "Don't worry, I won't drop you. But if you are dishonest to me, I might change my mind," Tianyun said casually. "Of course, I won't lie," the man said nervously. Under the man's guidance, Tianyun finally arrived at the river banks. "I found the soul-accumulating grass in this place along with this red crystal, and you may find the soul-accumulating grass again around here," the man said while handing Tianyun the red crystal from earlier. "Okay, you may go now," Tianyun said casually. "Thank you for your patronage," the man said with a smile on his face and then left Tianyun alone. After the man left, Tianyun checked the red crystal, and his guess was right. This crystal was phoenix crystal, which meant that a phoenix egg was nearby, or a baby phoenix. Tianyun was excited to find the phoenix because it was a divine beast. Which meant if Tianyun was able to tame it as a pet, it would become extremely powerful later. So, Tianyun immediately walked along the river to find the soul-accumulating grass and any hint about this phoenix. He was confident that a living phoenix would be found around here. Chapter 399. Tianyun searched the place excitedly. He knew that there was a chance that the phoenix has left the place already, but the probability it was still here was not zero. He knew that he must look carefully for it. Not long after, Yi Tianyun found a hole on the river that wasn't big but enough for a person to enter. He immediately used his spiritual energy to explore the hole as he didn't want to be trapped underwater. But unfortunately, the hole was too deep, and his spiritual energy couldn't cover it all, but he got the feeling that the hole was connected to the mountain nearby, and he also understood that the phoenix crystal must be coming from this hole. So, without any more hesitation, Yi Tianyun jumped down to the hole and quickly swam inside to find out what was in the other end of the hole. After going down for a while, Yi Tianyun finally felt the water around him changing direction upward, meaning that the end of the hole was near. Sure enough, he could see a faint light coming from the top. He became excited and immediately sped up to arrive quicker. After he got out of the cave, he immediately felt a strong heat that could be compared with the prison that trapped Yi Xianxia. Yi Tianyun looked around, and suddenly he became excited. He saw a big fire parasol tree that swayed in flame while a small phoenix was resting below. Yi Tianyun could see many red crystals scattered around the phoenix, proving his theory that this crystal was once part of the phoenix's egg. But the place was a little bit weird, as he saw a divine rune around the room that prevented escaping outside. The only place left that could serve as an entrance was the small underground cave. Fortunately, the man Yi Tianyun met earlier didn't know about the rarity of the red crystal. Otherwise, he wouldn't let anyone know about this place. Yi Tianyun immediately walked forward, but as soon as he walked closer to the fire parasol tree, its leaves began to sway wildly and suddenly turned into flames and were hurled at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised and immediately activated his absorbing star grade technique. Successfully added 50 immortal flame mastery points, 100 immortal flame mastery points. Hey, this thing increased immortal flame mastery. This is great, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He was struggling to add a mastery for this immortal flame as he didn't really feel the need to level it up. He was focused on improving his combat power, so increasing his martial arts, ability, and crazy mode come first. Although he did increase the immortal flame's mastery from constantly using it, it was still far from leveling up. But he surely didn't expect that tree would attack him like this. He immediately used the appraisal eye to see what he was up against this time. Fire Phoenix, Tree, 8th level Spirit Core Stage. A tree born after the death of a phoenix had a trace of the soul memory of a phoenix. Automatically attack any outsider with Phoenix Fire. Reward on kill, Phoenix Soul and Immortal Flame. Yi Tianyun was mistaken, it wasn't a fire parasol tree, but a fire phoenix tree. Although he always heard that a phoenix would never die, he never expected to have one transformed into a tree before. A couple more fire leaves shot out from the tree, and Yi Tianyun kept absorbing all its chi without any problem. The attack became more intense as he got closer and closer towards the tree, but as the leaf began to dwindle, the intensity of the attack dropped. It seems that this tree could attack as much as the amount of leaf it had. Yi Tianyun immediately assumed that the fire phoenix tree was only attacking him in order to protect the small phoenix below it. Yi Tianyun thought that maybe the tree was originally the mother of this small phoenix and wanted to protect it for the last time. Yi Tianyun didn't know whether the tree could communicate, but he surely wanted to. Yi Tianyun wanted to reassure the fire phoenix tree that he will protect the small phoenix, for he knew that the small phoenix couldn't leave this place, and this place didn't have any food to sustain the small phoenix's life. Chapter 400. The closer he was to the fire phoenix tree, the faster its shot. Yi Tianyun knew that the tree would be dead soon, as its spiritual energy was drained from constantly attacking. Stop, I am not here to cause any harm. I saw a small phoenix crystal outside and it piqued my curiosity, that's all. Yi Tianyun shouted to the tree, but the tree continues to shoot him with the flame leaf. Stop, look at the little phoenix over there. It was clear that it had malnutrition. At this rate, it will die soon. Yi Tianyun shouted again, trying to reason with the tree. After hearing Yi Tianyun's word, the tree stopped attacking for a while but attacked again hesitantly not long after. Hear me out, I will make an oath to protect it as long as I can. I will never hurt it, and I will treat it right. I can even send it to any phoenix nest you want. Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Many cultivators thought of a divine beast as a treasure that could be seen with the dragon from the Netherworld Empire. The dragon soldiers were one of the highest-ranked military group in that empire. This applied to Phoenix as well. There was no way the Netherworld Empire would disregard any Phoenix. If they ever found any Phoenix, they would immediately send many representatives to try to get the Phoenix for themselves. At the same time, the fire Phoenix tree stopped attacking and seemed to calm down after hearing Yi Tianyun's oath, an oath was a sacred thing, so it knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to break the oath. Yi Tianyun also knew that he had to take the oath right away to appease the fire phoenix tree. I, Yi Tianyun, will do my best to protect the little phoenix and find a way to send it home. Otherwise, I would be condemned, Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Suddenly the sky turned dark, and a divine rune immediately fell towards Yi Tianyun, signing the oath has been made. This meant that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to do anything that went against his oath, and he must finish it in order to be relieved from this oath. After the oath has been made, Yi Tianyun approached the fire phoenix tree, and as he thought, it didn't attack anymore. Once he was under the tree, the fire phoenix tree began to sway again, making the leaf fall on Yi Tianyun, but this time, the fire on the leaves was different, it was soothing in a way, and the flame itself turned into Immortal Flame's mastery point. Successfully received 500 Immortal Flame mastery points, 789. Immortal Flame mastery points. The mastery of the Immortal Flames increased rapidly. Along with the falling leaves, a phantom shadow emerged beside the tree, condensing itself to be a huge phoenix, instead of a human. You are different than any other human I have seen so far. I have entrusted my remaining phoenix fire inside your body so that you can use it in the future. The stronger your cultivation is, the more it could help you out. The phoenix said towards Yi Tianyun exhaustedly. What did you need me to do? Yi Tianyun asked sincerely. Please help me send Yunur back to the phoenix nest. After you send her back, our phoenix clan will reward you fairly. The phoenix said solemnly. Once again, Yi Tianyun received a bunch of Immortal Flame mastery points received. He knew that the Immortal Flame would be upgraded soon. Congratulations on leveling up the Immortal Flame to middle grade earth level. Flame power increases 3 times, blacksmith and pill refining success rate increased. Next level requires 500.000 mastery. Yi Tianyun was excited to see his Immortal Flame leveled up. With this, he was quite sure that he could increase the quality of the items he crafted or refined. Successfully accepted a side quest, escort a small phoenix back to its nest, a phoenix's wish. Reward on completion, 200.000.000 express, 1.000.000 CPs, 300 PPs, 100 Phoenix Clan's favorability. A new quest popped up and successfully startling Yi Tianyun as he saw the amount of express was the biggest among his other quests. Chapter 401, I will leave my child in your care. Please, take care of her. The phoenix said as she gradually disappeared. The fire phoenix tree was slowly disintegrating along with the disappearance of the phantom shadow. The little phoenix was immediately awoken as she sensed that the tree that held her body was disintegrating. She quickly stood, but she wobbled and almost fell to the ground due to her current condition. She chirped to the tree, and her eyes were filled with tears. Yi Tianyun understood as the fire phoenix tree has been a mother figure to this little phoenix. Goodbye, my child, the phoenix phantom shadow said to the little phoenix. Yi Tianyun immediately sighed and tried to comfort the little phoenix by. But the little phoenix immediately pecked Yi Tianyun's hands and turned hostile. But Yi Tianyun wasn't mad about the little phoenix's rude behavior, it just lost its mother. So, Yi Tianyun immediately pulled out the immortal flames and let the little phoenix bask in its aura. Look, I will do you no harm. Your mother has told me everything I need to know about you, and she also told me to take care of you. This is what your mother left me. Yi Tianyun said with a warm smile on his face. The little phoenix immediately calmed down after feeling the aura from the immortal flame, and Yi Tianyun immediately used this opportunity to hug the little phoenix and stroke her feather. Yi Tianyun immediately noticed that the little phoenix enjoyed his gentle approach, as it may have been lonely this whole time. Yi Tianyun also took out some medicinal pills to strengthen spiritual power and gave it to the little phoenix. Smelling the medicinal fragrance from the pill, the little phoenix chowed down the pills without a fuzz. Your cultivation is too low. I will refine an advanced level body refinement pill for you next time. Yi Tianyun said as he petted the little phoenix a little. Yi Tianyun couldn't give anything else to the little phoenix at the moment as the phoenix's cultivation level was indeed a bit too low. If he forced the phoenix to eat more medicinal pills, the phoenix might get sick. The little phoenix happily bounced to Yi Tianyun's arm as its favorability increased after seeing the immortal flame aura. And being fed by Yi Tianyun. Now, little one, you have to enter my pet bar for a while, I am afraid that you might get injured outside. Yi Tianyun said affectionately. The little phoenix didn't seem to mind, and therefore, Yi Tianyun immediately put the phoenix inside his pet bar. Great, now it is time to leave, Tianyun said as he walked toward the hole once again. But as he got close to the hole, an explosion suddenly happened in the back of the room. I finally destroyed the great array that protected this place. I swear there must be treasure here. A voice shouted excitedly. Yeah, I found a phoenix crystal nearby, there must be a phoenix here. Another voice was heard among the rubble. A few figures immediately entered the cave with curiosity on their face, but they soon saw Tianyun standing in the opposite direction as them, surprising them completely. Tianyun noticed that one of them was Shu Jian, one of the people he met inside the coiling dragon cave. You again, Shu Jian said angrily. Tianyun on the side was relieved that he got to the little phoenix first. Otherwise, the little phoenix would be taken away and probably sold to an auction. Long time no see, how are you doing? You are from the coiling dragon cave, right? Tianyun said casually. Tianyun noticed that the two other people who came with Shu Jian had pretty high cultivation, while the highest was at the 6th level core transformation stage. Do you know this guy? Liao Yongguang asked Shu Jian curiously. He is the guy that beat Big Brother Liao inside the coiling dragon cave earlier. He was the bastard that beat up your younger brother, Shu Jian said towards Liao Yongguang. So, he was the guy who was brave enough to stand against Liao family. Liao Yongguang said coldly. Tianyun just shrugged his shoulder indifferently as he didn't even consider these guys as a threat. Chapter 402. Shu Jian was with core transformation expert, but they weren't a challenge to Tianyun. Because of that, Tianyun couldn't take them seriously. So, what would you do? If you ask me, I suggest that you leave and just forget about everything. Tianyun said indifferently. Everything will come with a price, and I am afraid you wouldn't like any of it. Tianyun said, adding his threat even more. I agree, everything surely comes with a price. And it's due time for you to pay back what you have done. Liao Yongguang said coldly. Big words for a small person, no. Tianyun said tauntingly. How dare you, I will break your leg myself. Liao Yongguang said while releasing his aura. Big brother Liao, please wait. We should ask about the treasure inside this place first. We still don't know what is in this place. Shu Jian said with a whisper. Liao Yongguang immediately realized that their goal was none other than finding a treasure from this place, and they must know about it first. Tianyun heard them whispering and immediately sighed. Treasure? Did you believe this place would have a treasure? You can look around. This place was barren, Tianyun said toward Shu Jian. Look around all you want, but I have to go now. Tianyun said indifferently. As he walked toward the exit, the three of them immediately surrounded Tianyun. Not so fast. If you want to leave, you must hand over the treasure first. You will not be able to fool us. There is no way a place hidden inside a great array would be barren. Shu Jian said while sneering towards Tianyun. A great array surely makes it seem like this place had some treasure in it, but if you don't believe me, you could search this place for any trace of treasure. Tianyun said indifferently. We don't believe you. You better hand the treasure you found to us right now, or your life will end today. Shu Jian said coldly. He was confident as he thought that Liao Yongguang could deal with Tianyun. Otherwise, he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with Tianyun alone. Tianyun felt annoyed as he really wasn't in the mood to deal with these guys. You're really pulling my leg over here. If you don't leave me alone, don't regret what happened to you later. Tianyun said coldly. Stop boasting, you don't hold a candle to Big Brother Liao here. Shu Jian said to Tianyun. Big Brother, it seems that he doesn't want to cooperate, maybe we have to force him a little. Shu Jian said with a smirk to Liao Yongguang. It's boring if I'm the one doing it, he'll die instantly. Let's play a little. Ji Long, you go first. Liao Yongguang said to the other guy on their group. Yes, Big Brother, Ji Long said excitedly. Ji Long was at the 2nd level core transformation stage, which was too far from Tianyun's cultivation. Ji Long immediately pulled out a tiger claw and immediately grabbed Tianyun and threw him to the air. He immediately jumped to the air and turned into a real tiger while aiming his claw to Tianyun's head. His intimidating aura filled the air. Tianyun sighed again in the air, as he couldn't seem to solve anything in peace. He immediately kicked Ji Long in the air, and the force from his kick immediately sent Ji Long flying to the wall. After Ji Long fell to the ground, his body was completely still, dead. Now, who's next? Tianyun asked indifferently. Tianyun was calm, he emitted no aura nor his killing intent, but Shu Jian started to realize that Yi Tianyun was more than they could chew. Shu Jian immediately ran toward Ji Long to check his condition, and immediately shocked to see that Ji Long was dead. How could he die just after one hit? A sense of fear and danger immediately enveloped him. Big brother Liao, big brother Ji is dead. Shu Jian shouted nervously. You really want to die, you brat? Liao Yongguang shouted at Yi Tianyun in a fury. I already warned you not to provoke me, didn't I? Yi Tianyun said while shrugging his shoulder. Chapter 403. Now, you have done it. I will kill you for what you have done. Liao Yongguang said coldly. Well, it's good if you have the power to do so. But sadly, you lack power. Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. You will see power when I am done with you. Liao Yongguang said furiously. Shu Jian, let's attack him together. Liao Yongguang said confidently. 2 against 1, not fair, Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Liao Yongguang and Shu Jian immediately released their aura simultaneously. There is nothing fair in the battlefield, brat. You better learn about it in the afterlife. Liao Yongguang said as he pulled out his weapon for himself. Then I better get a helper for myself too. Yi Tianyun said playfully as he summoned the red and black dragon at the same time. The dragons immediately filled the room with their powerful aura, shocking both Liao Yongguang and Shu Jian. These two dragons were a level higher than Liao Yongguang and thus made both of Yi Tianyun's current opponent trembled in fear. Divine beasts, Shu Jian said in shock. His feeling was correct. Yi Tianyun wasn't someone they could fight. Now, there are 2 of you and 2 of my dragons. The battle becomes fair in a sense, no? Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Liao Yongguang was left speechless as he didn't know what to do, and so he immediately ran away, followed by Shu Jian right behind him. But Yi Tianyun wouldn't let this stand, and therefore ordered the dragons to bring the 2 of them back. The dragons immediately obeyed and flew toward the retreating Liao Yongguang and Shu Jian. The dragons then coiled their tail like a snake to capture Liao Yongguang and Shu Jian, but the strong tail also broke some of their bones, injuring them to the point that they couldn't move freely any longer. The dragons then released them in front of Yi Tianyun. Where did you want to go? Our games were just about to start, no? Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. I am sorry, please let me go big brother. I swear I will make sure my younger brother reflects on his rude behavior toward you later. Liao Yongguang said nervously. He didn't want to die, at least not now, and because of such a trivial mistake. Why would I do that? Didn't you say that you will kill me earlier? Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Knowing that he couldn't escape Yi Tianyun's grip without a fight, Liao Yongguang immediately descended into rage. Then I will kill you as you wanted. He said as he released all of his aura, but Yi Tianyun only smirked at Liao Yongguang as he was amused at Liao Yongguang's struggle. Yi Tianyun raised his hand towards Liao Yongguang and immediately interfered Liao Yongguang's power release, making Liao Yongguang feel the strong feedback of spiritual energy failure. Yi Tianyun also tossed a small immortal flame towards Liao Yongguang's hands. Although the flame was small, the effect immediately showed itself. Liao Yongguang screamed as the fire immediately burned his arm, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish the flame. He rolled on the ground, extinguished it with sand, even tapped it off with his shirt, but nothing worked. He immediately remembered the water hole inside the cave and jumped into the water to put it off. But after a while, he floated completely out of life. Successfully killed Liao Yongguang. Reward: 390.000 Express, 4.600 CPs, 150 SPs, Rupture Palm Martial Art, Sweep Divine Leg Technique, Recovery Medicinal Pill, 10.000 Express Pill, 5x Express Card. Yi Tianyun was satisfied with the flame's power after it was leveled up. The immortal flame could even burn a 6th level core transformation expert with ease. On the side, Shu Jian trembled on the ground, while looking at Yi Tianyun frightenedly. Don't kill me please, I will do anything you want. I will never betray you. Shu Jian said while kneeling in front of Yi Tianyun. And why would I do that? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. I know, I found a phoenix crystal nearby, there must be a phoenix around here. Shu Jian said nervously. You mean this beauty? I already found it, I don't need your help with that. Yi Tianyun said as he summoned the small baby phoenix. How could this be? Shu Jian said in disbelief. Not only Yi Tianyun had 2 dragons with him, he also had a phoenix. That was simply enchanting. Chapter 404. Shu Jian was left speechless. He didn't have anything to offer as he thought that information about a phoenix would be enough to set him free. Please, I beg you. Please spare me, I will never cause trouble for you again. Shu Jian said pleadingly. Do you really think that I would believe anything you said? Yi Tianyun said coldly. You know, I can't let anyone know about this phoenix, and the best person to keep a secret is a dead one. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun then summoned all his tamed beasts and immediately burned Shu Jian to ashes with his immortal flame. After killing Shu Jian, Yi Tianyun sighed in relief and immediately searched for the storage ring left behind by the three idiots. Well, today was a great haul. I will definitely raise this phoenix for Ant later. Yi Tianyun said excitedly as he flew back toward the imperial city. Quote, Brother, where have you been? I can't find you anywhere. Ren Jiru said worriedly. But well, I see that you are safe and sound, so save the story for later. You need to go to Brother Long's location, he has something for you. Ren Jiru said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and immediately followed Ren Jiru to the hall inside the palace. Yi Tianyun noticed that many people have gathered in the hall, and it seemed that these people were those who supported Ren Long as their emperor. These people were of high nobility, and therefore they had some sort of power within the empire. Yi Tianyun noticed that Hua Xiying was one of these people, but as she was surprised to see Yi Tianyun, the rest of the general, family representatives and ministers of the Heavenly Dragon that gathered in the hall were looking at Yi Tianyun in annoyance. What is this brat doing here? A man said, stating his annoyance. A murmur was immediately heard throughout the hall, as so many of the people gathered here didn't like the idea of Yi Tianyun attending the announcement. Brother Ren, what is going on? Why am I here? Yi Tianyun asked Ren Long curiously. Where have you been? Jiru couldn't seem to find you anywhere. Ren Long said with a smile. Let's save it for another time, brother, but I didn't expect to be here, so do others. Yi Tianyun said with a slight embarrassment on his face. I want you all to see this young man in front of you. I want you to respect him like you respected my family and me. He is officially my brother now, and therefore he was the prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Ren Long said excitedly. The entire hall fell silent as the announcement really surprised everyone inside. What are you talking about, Great Emperor? You couldn't decide something like that on a whim. A minister said, stating his objection. The entire place began to get noisy, as everyone also stated their objection. Great Emperor, we wouldn't object your decision to make him your brother, but we couldn't agree with your decision to make him the prince. As you may know, we don't know him yet, we can't entrust a total stranger to control the imperial city to his liking. Minister Shu said worriedly. Minister Shu was the father of Shu Fei, and therefore Yi Tianyun could see the similarity between the two. Then what would you suggest? Ren Long asked curiously. He should start by earning our trust. Let him build his own reputation worthy of the title Prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire. Furthermore, he must have the necessary strength and power to be the prince. Minister Shu said wisely. Almost everyone agreed with Minister Shu's word. Isn't it enough that he saved me when I was trapped inside Coiling Dragon Cave? Ren Long asked curiously. I am sorry, Great Emperor, but that is not enough. A guard also saved Princess Jiru on several occasions, but we don't see them become the princess's consort for that. Another minister said confidently. However, everyone was a little bit surprised to hear that Yi Tianyun was the one who saved Ren Long from the dangerous area. Brother, show them the power you got earlier. Ren Jiru said after sighing a little bit. Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulder and reluctantly stepped forward. He immediately created a shield around himself, stunning everyone once more. This shield was part of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure's power, which means, if Yi Tianyun could control it, it was the same as being a great emperor or being the next heir. On the side, Ren Jiru chuckled to see Ren Long, and the rest of the people inside the hall were shocked beyond belief. Chapter 405. You can control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. Ren Long said in disbelief. Well, I thought Jiru already told you that. I am sorry to surprise you like this. Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Sister, you really are, Ren Long said while sighing. I am sorry, big brother, I don't expect to reveal big brother Yi's power like this either, but I was a little bit annoyed that they questioned big brother Yi. Ren Jiru said while puffing her cheek cutely to her brother. But Ren Jiru was smart. She knew that if Yi Tianyun's capability to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure was announced, there would be no problem for him to be the new prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire. So, little brother Yi, would you like to become the prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire? Ren Long asked Yi Tianyun with a big smile on his face. That would be an honor, big brother Ren. Yi Tianyun said as he bowed his head a little to show respect to Ren Long. From today onward, little brother Yi would become the prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire. See to it that a new palace will be built for little brother Yi's residence in the north of Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. Ren Long said commandingly. Right away, Emperor. Long live Prince Yi, everyone in the room said as they began to chant Yi Tianyun's name. Now that we have Prince Yi to help control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, we don't have to worry about Prime Minister Long's attack. With the three of us controlling the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, the Imperial City would be invincible. Ren Long said confidently. Are you sure the Prime Minister would attack? Why would he do this? Isn't he the Emperor's uncle? One of the ministers asked as he couldn't comprehend Prime Minister Long's goal. Yeah, there is no way he would collude with Netherworld Empire too, right? He has already killed so many Netherworld Empire's soldiers. Another minister said, stating his concern. You all know that Feng Long brothers were under the direct supervision of Prime Minister Long, and they are the one who entrapped me inside the coiling dragon cave. This knowledge is enough to give him a death penalty. The law can't be broken only because he is my uncle. If he betrayed the Heavenly Dragon Empire, then death is the only thing that he deserved. Ren Long said confidently. When everyone still had so many questions, a guard suddenly rushed inside the hall. I am sorry to interrupt, my Emperor. Prime Minister Long and Netherworld Imperial Preceptor is already on their way toward the Imperial City. The guard reported. Everyone was surprised to hear that the Netherworld Imperial Preceptor was also in the mix to attack the Imperial City. The Imperial Preceptor, are you sure about this? Ren Long asked for confirmation. There is no mistake, my lord. The flag of the Preceptor and the Netherworld Empire's flag was there between Prime Minister Long's flag. The guard said confidently. That is all we need to know. Prepare for battle, Ren Long said commandingly. Right away, Emperor Ren. All the people gathered in the hall shouted simultaneously. They were exasperated to find out that Prime Minister Long really betrayed them. At first, they hoped that all the accusations directed to the Prime Minister were all just a false accusation. We will intercept them at the city gate, Ren Long said as he commanded his troop to wait for the enemy at the city gate. Yi Tianyun and Ren Jiru flew toward the city gate together, and they saw the enemy from afar. They saw that the enemy was like a group of black ants, swarming toward the city. Activate the Heavenly Dragon Great Array, Ren Long shouted as he used the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure and covered the entire city with a shield. Little brother Yi, I will deal with these rebels. I sure hope it won't turn out like this, but if it okay with you, I would like your help one more time. Ren Long said sincerely. Big brother, have you forgotten about me? Ren Jiru said, interrupting their conversation. Of course not, but little brother Yi is new to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and he was forced to deal with this nonsense. I just hope we don't disappoint him too much. And furthermore, if the Imperial City was taken over, I want you to escape with little brother Yi. Ren Long said to Ren Jiru. Don't you think it's a tad too early to say anything about losing? Yi Tianyun said excitedly, for all that he saw in front of him was a large amount of express. Chapter 406. Even though the enemy was far more superior in term of power than the army of Heavenly Dragon, Yi Tianyun didn't show any fear, for he could control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, and if he got a ton of express after killing those enemies, even Imperial Preceptor would be no match for him. You are right, it's too early to talk about losing. We should let them know that our Heavenly Dragon Empire is not to be taken lightly. Ren Long said as he gained new confidence. Yi Tianyun knew that Ren Long's cultivation had dropped severely, but he couldn't help him at the moment, as he knew that even if he gave the blood jade to Ren Long, he wouldn't be able to constitute his cultivation now. So, Yi Tianyun immediately checked the enemy ranks with his appraisal eye, but he didn't see any void spirit expert beside the three enemy leaders. That was a little bit disappointing as he didn't get the chance to fight that many strong opponents, but surely 3 void spirit expert were enough. The first one was, of course, Prime Minister Long, and the second one was Divine General Long Tian, and the last one and the strongest of those 3 was the Imperial Preceptor himself, which already gave a chilling aura to the Heavenly Dragon Empire's ranks. Prime Minister Long, 4th level Void Spirit Stage. Equipment: high-grade Sacred Tool Battle Armor. Combat Power: 21.000.000, Normal State. Martial Art: Heavenly Dragon Battle Roar, Heavenly Dragon Battle Secret Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art. Drop on Kill: Heavenly Dragon Battle Roar, Heavenly Dragon Battle Secret Art, Dragon God Bloodline, 30x Express Card. Imperial Preceptor. 6th level Void Spirit Stage. Equipment, high-grade Sacred Tool Battle Armor, high-grade Sacred Tool Treasure Descending Dragon Banner. Combat Power. 32.000.000, Normal State. Martial Art. Breaking Divine Secret Art, Netherworld Divine Palm. Drop on Kill. Netherworld Divine Palm, Breaking Divine Secret Art, Tyrant Rune Paper. Divine General Long Tien. 2nd level Void Spirit Stage. Equipment, high-grade Sacred Tool Battle Armor, high-grade Sacred Tool Divine Sword. Combat Power. 18.000.000, Normal State. Martial Art. Descending Demon Sword Secret Art, by GN. Drop on Kill. Descending Demon Sword Secret Art, Dragon God Bloodline, Dragon Divine Sword. The enemy's cultivation was fairly strong, especially the Imperial Preceptor, but Tianyun was sure that he could deal with them at some point. The Minister and General's cultivation wasn't bad either. They were at Core Transformation rank expert, and the lowest soldier was at Spirit Refinement rank. Although the soldiers had low cultivation, they made up for it with their large number. But, as soon as Prime Minister Long had closed into the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City Gate, he stopped. "Long time no see, nephew. I thought you were dead," Prime Minister Long said tauntingly. "Relax, uncle, I will not die just from something that trivial." Ren Long said taunting back. "But, my first decree after I took the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Emperor seat back was to remove you from your position as Prime Minister of Heavenly Dragon Empire, and you will be given death penalty right away for your betrayal towards the Empire and collusion with the Netherworld Empire." Ren Long said commandingly. "I am sorry, should I care? I would become the new Heavenly Dragon Emperor after I killed you." Prime Minister Long said coldly. "I should have become the Emperor when your dad left, but because of that stupid Heavenly Dragon secret treasure, I couldn't become the new Emperor." "What a joke," Prime Minister Long said coldly. "I'm well aware that it's a bit unfair for you, but becoming the Prime Minister should have already compensated for that. But you still choose to betray us and collude with the Netherworld Empire of all people." Ren Long said furiously. "Prime Minister is not the same as an emperor. I am much stronger than you. This is all because I didn't absorb much of that dragon essence. I will kill you and absorb your dragon essence so that I would be able to control that damned secret treasure too." Prime Minister Long said angrily. "You know, the problem isn't because you didn't have enough dragon essence in you, but your corrupted heart. Heavenly Dragon secret treasure is a divine tool grade item, and therefore it's quite sensible on choosing its master. I believe if you were to become the Emperor at that time, maybe you've already sold Heavenly Dragon Empire to Netherworld Empire, right?" Tianyun said as he interrupted Prime Minister Long and Ren Long's conversation. Everyone was shocked by Tianyun's word. If that was true, then it meant Prime Minister Long had long become the spy for the Netherworld Empire. Chapter 407. Tianyun's voice wasn't loud, but as he spoke, everyone couldn't help but listen. As everyone was surprised by his words, some of them began to wonder if there was some sort of magic inside the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure to recognize a traitor. But in fact, this was all just Tianyun's nonsense. He said all this because he has already noticed the Netherworld Divine Palm and Netherworld Divine Art were listed on Prime Minister Long's data when he looked at him using Appraisal Eye earlier. There was no way he could master them both in such a short amount of time. He must have been colluding with Netherworld Empire for a long time ago. "And who are you again, brat?" Prime Minister Long asked coldly. "My identity is not important to you, for you are just a lowlife spy from the Netherworld Empire. From the beginning, letting you stay inside the Heavenly Dragon Empire was a mistake." Tianyun said coldly. Prime Minister Long showed some fear after hearing Tianyun's word. He knew that everyone on the Imperial City side would condemn him as they heard it. Even if he was able to seize the Imperial City, he wouldn't be able to keep it for long, as he knew that there would be resistance later. "It's not the truth. Ren family has always treated me unfairly. I just had enough. They're always selected by that stupid secret treasure, not because of their capabilities but because of their stupid bloodline," Prime Minister Long said, trying to diffuse the anger towards him. So many eyes from each side brightened as they heard Prime Minister Long's word. They knew that the Ren family has always been in power, but was it something bad? "You are the one who talks nonsense. I admit that my ability is still below you, but that is because I am still young. You've already experienced a lot of things and cultivated much longer than I did, but in the end, there's not that much gap between us despite your years of cultivation, which meant I have better innate ability than you do. And just in case you may ask the minister who stands beside me, did Ren family treat them unfairly? Ren Long said furiously. Hua family lord nodded his head as he didn't remember ever being treated badly by the Ren family. In fact, all he remembered was the good times when he served Ren family. Of course, there was punishment, but it was clearly in accordance with the law. There'd be no punishment for those who were innocent. As for the great emperor position, it is not for us to decide. It is all decided by the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure because no one in this country wants to be governed by someone who can't control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, doesn't it? The ancestor had already thought about this, so it is not out of our stubbornness. In fact, the former emperor, my father, had already said that your ambition was too big. Ren Long said while looking at Prime Minister Long with pity. So, if I never did any of this, you will give the throne to me. Prime Minister Long said with a sneer. Of course, I would never want to be a great emperor, knowing that the empire was better off in some else's hand. I didn't even want the Netherworld Empire fisherman points profit. Ren Long said confidently. Ren Long's word shocked everyone. They didn't expect the great emperor to willingly give up his position if a peaceful way was an option. The general and minister serving Prime Minister Long were also surprised to hear Ren Long's word. Prime Minister Long complexion changed because of Ren Long's word. He only wanted to steer public opinion against Ren Long, but now it was biting him back. Brother Long, why bother talking with them? Just get this over with already. Imperial Preceptor said coldly. Yeah, you are right. It seems that I have been here for too long. I must have become soft because of that. Let us end Ren family once and for all. Prime Minister Long said with a sneer. But suddenly an extremely cold light shoot throughout the field towards Prime Minister Long and Imperial Preceptor's rank. It was so fast that Prime Minister Long was reacting to it a little bit too late, but fortunately, Imperial Preceptor was quick on his feet. He immediately waved his flag, and a great defensive array was instantly created. The great defensive array exploded as it was hit by the cold light. Everyone on their ranks was too late to respond, resulting in the death of several generals near Prime Minister Long. They were all frozen to death. Chapter 408. While everyone was immersed in listening to Ren Long and Prime Minister Long's conversation, Tianyun has had enough, so he began to attack the enemy immediately. What is this? Who the hell is that brat? Imperial Preceptor said annoyedly. He never expected that Heavenly Dragon Empire had an expert of that caliber. He even released the defensive power of the flag on his hands, but couldn't fully contain that attack. I don't know, this is also the first time that I saw him. Prime Minister Long said curiously. I think we better start with him first. Prime Minister said as he pointed his finger toward Tianyun. With that, the soldiers of Prime Minister Long and Netherworld Empire began to scream and rush toward Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. Archer group, prepare your arrow. Be ready to shoot them down. Ren Long shouted to the marksmen. The groups of archers immediately shouted in agreement and began to shoot the enemy from afar. The sky was immediately covered with a barrage of arrows, raining down on the enemy. But the enemy didn't cower. They began to block the incoming arrow, but many of them couldn't block it and fell victim to the raining arrow. The battlefield was immediately covered with blood as the enemies fell one after another. Jiru, let's go. Ren Long said to Ren Jiru to join the battle. He began to attack as he activated the power of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure and summoned a 30 meters tall Heavenly Dragon. The dragon began to rush toward the enemy and attacked. Ren Jiru also activated the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure at the same time, but her cultivation was a little lower than her brother. Thus her dragon was a tad smaller than her brother's. But nonetheless, it was still deadly. The two dragons began to attack the enemy units and killed many of them who got close. These two dragons were quite powerful, as Ren Long's dragon was at 7th level core transformation stage, while Ren Jiru is at 3rd level core transformation stage. That was the power of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. Once a person was recognized as its master, they would be able to use its power, although another master was using its power too. The enemy soldier began to scatter as they tried to avoid the two dragons. These dragons summoned by the power of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure were a little bit unique as they couldn't die or even take any damage as long as the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure wasn't destroyed or the person who summoned the dragon wasn't killed. Did they think these two bugs would halt our progress? How impudent! Imperial Preceptor said as he immediately threw his flag to the sky, and suddenly it split into 6 parts and separated into 2 groups and headed towards Ren Long and Ren Jiru's dragon. The flags immediately surrounded each dragon, and a circle of light immediately appeared and trapped the dragons inside. While they will not be destroyed easily, that didn't mean that they couldn't be trapped. Furthermore, if these dragons weren't destroyed, Ren Long and Ren Jiru couldn't summon another one. You two thought that you could do anything you want as long as you had these two dragons, didn't you? But sadly, your time is up. I will be the one to control those dragons as soon as I absorb your dragon essence. Prime Minister Long said with a sneer. This is bad. The Imperial Preceptor was fully prepared himself to fight against our dragons. He came with the Descending Dragon's banner. Ren Long said worriedly, relax, let's see what he would do if another dragon comes attacking their ranks. Yi Tianyun said as he activated the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure himself. A huge dragon immediately appeared, and this one gave off a powerful aura of the first-level Void Spirit stage, surprising everyone on the battlefield. Chapter 409. Everyone was shocked to see the appearance of another dragon, and the most shocking thing was the fact that this dragon was far more powerful than the previous two. The dragon immediately rushed towards enemy ranks and started to kill them with his breath attack. The terrifying blast successfully killed many enemies, especially the lower cultivation of the enemy. Successfully killed Spirit Core General. Reward: 230.000 Express, 93.000 CPs, 150 SPs, Violent Dragon Chop Martial Art, Flying to the Heavens Technique, Recovery Medicinal Pill, Spirit Breakthrough Pill. The Heavenly Dragon that Yi Tianyun had summoned was killing the enemy like a child throwing a tantrum. But fortunately, Yi Tianyun had activated all the Express card that he had beforehand, maximizing the Express he earned. He had activated a 30x Express card, 20x Express card, 10x Express card, and 5x Express card, making his Express reward 65 times more than normal, and that was still excluding Crazy Mode. He also activated the 3x CP card and 2x SP card, so that he also got more Crazy points and Sin points than normal. How could this happen? Where did this dragon come from? Imperial Preceptor said with shock still fresh on his face. He then looked over to Ren Long, Ren Jiru, and Yi Tianyun, and he immediately thought that Yi Tianyun must be the one summoning this dragon. At the same time, Ren Long was still in awe of the dragon that Yi Tianyun had summoned. It was far stronger than his own dragon. In fact, all soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Empire looked at the dragon in such awe that they began to see Yi Tianyun with even more respect. The soldiers' morale began to rise as they saw that the new prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire was so strong. They began to fight more valiantly and thus making them look stronger. The enemy was startled by this change and failed to react in time when the Heavenly Dragon Empire's soldiers charged. At the same time, Divine General Long Tian screamed and attacked Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon with his strongest attack, successfully splitting the dragon in half. But this attack was a vain as the dragon immediately recovered itself and began to attack once more. Imperial Preceptor, we need your help with this. Divine General Long Tian shouted desperately. Imperial Preceptor gritted his teeth as his flag could only suppress 2 dragons at a time, but he knew that Yi Tianyun's dragon was far more aggressive than the other 2 and therefore needed to be restrained the most. Fine, I will take care of that one. You guys deal with this other 2 dragons. Imperial Preceptor said as he released the 2 dragons that he previously captured and moved toward Yi Tianyun's dragon. He immediately used the whole flag to restrain Yi Tianyun's dragon. He knew that only half of the flag wouldn't be enough to restrain such a powerful dragon. Unfortunately, after the other 2 dragons were free, they were held at bay by some strong cultivators as they weren't as powerful than Yi Tianyun's dragon. Prince Yi, it seems we have to join the war ourselves now. Ren Long said with confidence. Not yet, I still have something else for them. Yi Tianyun said as he leapt forward and summoned a bunch of earth dragons, the red dragon, and the black dragon at the same time. He is a beast tamer. The enemy shouted as they began to panic after seeing a large number of dragons. It was such a terrifying sight for them as they've never seen this many dragons in one place before. Chapter 410. Imperial Preceptor was shocked as he saw the General Long's Dragon Legion was in the enemy's hand. And furthermore, how could a beast tamer control so many dragons at the same time? This was supposed to be impossible. In the meantime, the dragons kept killing the enemy one after another as there were only 3 people who could deal with those dragons because they were in the Void Spirit stage. Brother Yi, are you a beast tamer? Ren Jiru asked in awe. Yeah, but I can't keep them up that long, we need to help. Yi Tianyun said as he began to advance toward the enemy. The other soldier who was staying behind also began to advance, following Yi Tianyun's lead. How can this be? Not only was he strong enough to fight against me, he's also a beast tamer who can control so many dragons at the same time. Where is this child hiding this entire time? Did Ren family hide him? Prime Minister Long said annoyedly. Yi Tianyun smirked and began to bombard the enemy's rank with his ice-cold divine bow, forcing the enemy to retreat for a while. The Heavenly Dragon's Empire's soldiers' morale rose once again. They began to rally toward the enemy. You are really pissing me off. I will make sure you are dead today, Prime Minister Long yelled irritatedly. He immediately summoned a Heavenly Dragon Phantom Shadow and immediately attacked Yi Tianyun with his full power. Heavenly Dragon Battle Roar, Prime Minister Long shouted as he rushed toward Yi Tianyun with his sword pointed towards Yi Tianyun. At the same time, Divine General Long Tian was also attacking Yi Tianyun with all his might, but this time he chose to sneak attack Yi Tianyun. Ren Long and Ren Jiru were surprised by Divine General Long Tian's attack. They wanted to help Yi Tianyun, but they were too late. Divine General Long Tian's attack was too sudden for them to react. Die, brat, Divine General Long Tian shouted as he got close to Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun could react to his attack in time and quickly grabbed Divine General Long Tian's sword with his bare hand and smirked toward Divine General Long Tian tauntingly. You are too weak, not even Army General Feng can injure me, you know, Yi Tianyun said, tauntingly. Yi Tianyun then quickly pulled the sword and grabbed Divine General Long Tian's shoulder, startling Divine General Long Tian completely and threw him towards Prime Minister Long's attack that was aimed toward Yi Tianyun. Divine General Long Tian immediately fell to the ground, covered with blood, but it was not over just yet. Yi Tianyun immediately flew toward Divine General Long Tian's position and quickly stabbed Divine General Long Tian's heart with a long sword that he took from Divine General Long Tian earlier. You are too weak, practice some more in your next life, you traitor, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He then proceeded to burn Divine General Long Tian with his immortal flame, burning him to cinders. Successfully killed Divine General Long Tian. Reward: 36.000.000 Express, 15.000 CPs, 1.000 SPs, Descending Demon Sword Secret Art, Dragon God Bloodline, 4th Grade Dragon Divine Sword. The explosion of experience that Yi Tianyun has gotten was much appreciated. He now only needed a little bit more to level up. He wanted to kill stronger enemies as not to waste the time limit of his express card. 1 down, 2 to go, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked towards Prime Minister Long. Chapter 411, was he fighting against 2 people at once? It wasn't fair, but there was hardly anything fair in a battlefield. With his evil dragon suit, Yi Tianyun has confidence that he would be able to block any of the Void Spirit's attack, as it increased his defensive power by 20 times. While the soldiers from both sides were shocked to see Yi Tianyun's explosive power, the battle still ensued. Even though Prime Minister Long had lost his general, he still pushed through relentlessly. Yi Tianyun's dragon army kept killing the enemy's soldier everywhere, which made the Heavenly Dragon's side have a much easier time on the war. Yi Tianyun felt satisfied as he got so many express CPs, and the most important thing to have new overpowered equipment, the Sin Points. Ren Long on the side also felt motivated and quickly joined the battle as well. Even though he couldn't fight against Prime Minister Long or the Imperial Preceptor, he could still fight against the soldiers up to the core transformation 1. Wow, 2v1 seems unfair. But it's okay with me. Yi Tianyun sneered at Prime Minister Long while holding the Dragon Divine Sword on his hands. How dare you, I will kill you, bastard, Prime Minister Long said as he gritted his teeth in irritation. He still couldn't believe that Divine General Long Tian was killed easily like that. He was a Void Spirit expert. At the same time, the Imperial Preceptor summoned several divine runes on the sky, and a big great array appeared on top of Yi Tianyun. Divine Thunder, Imperial Preceptor shouted coldly. Yi Tianyun smirked as he knew that a thunder-attributed attack wouldn't work on him. He immediately pulled out the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl that he got from old ancestor Heavenly Thunder of Divine Runes Mansion and absorbed the thunder that the Imperial Preceptor's great array has summoned. What? Where did the thunder go? What did you do? Imperial Preceptor said, baffled by the scene in front of him. Well, I will not take what is not mine. So, here you go, you can have it back, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl toward Imperial Preceptor and released the stored thunder. Prime Minister Long was startled as he happened to stand near Imperial Preceptor, but he wasn't as fast as the Imperial Preceptor, and now he was in the direct path of the thunder. Heavenly Dragon Battle Secret Art, Prime Minister Long shouted, and his body was immediately covered with a thick dragon scale. He immediately screamed, and suddenly a netherworld divine palm immediately appeared to block the incoming thunder. Everyone was shocked once again, as what Tianyun had said earlier was true. Prime Minister Long was part of the Netherworld Empire for quite a long time. There was no way that he could master the Netherworld Divine Palm, which was the Netherworld Empire's martial art, if he hasn't joined the Netherworld Empire that long. As the Divine Palm collided the thunder, loud noise and dazzling light burst on the skies, turning everyone's attention towards Prime Minister Long and Tianyun. That's a Netherworld Divine Palm. You really are a spy from Netherworld Empire. Ren Long said furiously. He let Prime Minister Long stay inside the Empire for a long time, he even treated him like a father figure on the past. But he was a traitor all along, and now all Ren Long felt was just anger. The soldiers from Heavenly Dragon also felt angry toward Prime Minister Long, as they didn't want to believe that he was from the Netherworld Empire all along. Even some of the soldiers on the Prime Minister Long's side also showed anger and disappointment toward Prime Minister Long. Chapter 412. Tianyun smirked, as his goal was to expose Prime Minister Long in front of everyone. They surely have known that Prime Minister Long had some kind of relationship with the Netherworld Emperor, but they didn't know how deep his relationship was, so that Prime Minister Long's move completely exposed his identity. The effect was as clear as day. Tianyun could see that some of Prime Minister Long's generals and soldiers were having a second thought of this battle. Some generals even shouted to Prime Minister Long that he was a liar and that they didn't sign up to help the Netherworld Empire. Some of them began to surrender to Ren Long, saying that they didn't want to fight anymore. But Prime Minister Long had a completely different thought. He immediately killed those that surrendered immediately. You are all idiots. Did you think the Heavenly Dragon Empire would accept you back just because you surrendered? You will be killed or imprisoned there. You're better off fighting for me, or else I would be the one killing you myself. Prime Minister Long said confidently. The rest of his army looked at him in fear, as they didn't want to die, but they also didn't want to fight this battle anymore. They looked over to Ren Long in hopes that he would help them out. Ren Long noticed this and immediately stepped forward. Put down your weapons and surrender back to your empire. I promise you that I will not kill or imprison you, for you are tempted by a man that you have trusted for a long time. Ren Long said charismatically. Ren Long seized this opportunity to weaken the enemy's morale and reduce their fighting power, but he will keep his word. He will let the enemy surrender, but he will not allow them to serve the empire again. He couldn't accept a traitor to work under him ever again. Ren Long's word worked like a charm. Many general and soldier from Prime Minister Long's rank surrendered to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and stopped fighting altogether. Prime Minister Long began to panic, as he knew that he was losing the battle. Stop. If you surrender, I will kill you right now with my own hands. Prime Minister Long said nervously. How will you plan to do that, if you're going to die right here, right now? Tianyun said coldly, as he used the ice-cold fury towards Prime Minister Long. As he released the powerful arrow, worth as much as 60 million combat power towards Prime Minister Long, the ice-cold bow cracked. It seemed the bow was no longer able to contain Tianyun's tremendous power. Prime Minister Long immediately released his aura in full power and immediately used the Netherworld Divine Palm once more, but this time, the powerful arrow shot through the Divine Palm like it was nothing and hit Prime Minister Long directly. Prime Minister Long immediately tried to shake off the large ice that was formed outside of his body, but he immediately realized that the freezing arrow wasn't all there was to it. Murdering dragon poison, shit. How dare you do this to me, brat? Prime Minister Long said as his face became paler. Tianyun knew that the ice-cold fury wouldn't be able to hold Prime Minister Long down for long, so he used the poison that he got from killing the assassin in the forest earlier. He covered the tip of his arrow with the poison so that once it landed, Prime Minister Long wouldn't be able to regenerate fast enough to join the battle. But suddenly, Imperial Preceptor appeared behind Tianyun and already prepared to attack. But Tianyun wasn't one that could be killed sneakily like this. He instantly teleported to the back of the Imperial Preceptor and immediately impaled the Imperial Preceptor with the Red Dragon Divine Spear. You better learn again how to sneak attack on people. Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 413. Imperial Preceptor was attacked. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack by Tianyun. All of the soldiers from both sides were shocked by this fact. Tianyun continued to drive the Ren Dragon Spear further inside the Imperial Preceptor's body, killing him on the spot. But unfortunately for Tianyun, This was not the Imperial Preceptor's real body, as the body that Yi Tianyun stabbed turned into a log. Yi Tianyun was quite surprised as he didn't expect to kill a fake. This is why I couldn't detect him properly before. I didn't expect he could use this kind of technique earlier, Yi Tianyun said as he felt a little bit annoyed by the Imperial Preceptor. At the same time, Imperial Preceptor was taken aback by Yi Tianyun's technique. He saw that Yi Tianyun was using teleportation. Now all of his strategies have gone in the drain as he knew that none of them would work as long as Yi Tianyun had the power to teleport away anywhere he wanted. But the most unexpected thing was that Yi Tianyun successfully destroyed his clone. He made the clone with so much preparation that once it was destroyed, he felt a tremendous backlash. Yi Tianyun then turned into the evil dragon in order to end things with Prime Minister long before the Imperial Preceptor could intervene again. Everyone except for Ren Long was all shocked as they saw a tremendous dragon appeared in the sky, blocking the sun from their sight. Yi Tianyun then roared and immediately attacked Prime Minister Long with his dragon claw. He was ready to kill Prime Minister Long in one fell swoop. Prime Minister Long was frightened and immediately tried to escape, but the murdering dragon poison in his system prevented him from moving as fast as normal. Imperial Preceptor, save me, Prime Minister Long shouted. The next moment, Imperial Preceptor quickly intercepted Yi Tianyun's attack with a divine rune that created a shield on the air. But Yi Tianyun immediately forced the shield down, crushing it in one go. With his dragon form, Yi Tianyun's combat power had reached 78 million points. There was no way anyone there could stop him. Yi Tianyun didn't want the battle to drag on any further, so he intended to end it quickly. Imperial Preceptor's complexion changed considerably, his defensive divine rune was useless, and now, with Prime Minister Long on his back, he wasn't sure that he could block Yi Tianyun's attack anymore. So, Imperial Preceptor immediately activated his last resort divine rune. His body began to glow while his clothes were shredded, revealing a divine rune that was also glowing brightly. His body began to enlarge to 3 meters tall, exerting a powerful aura in all directions. Imperial Preceptor also pulled out a long sword that was also 3 meters long, with many divine runes engraved on it. He quickly looked over to Yi Tianyun and immediately swung the sword towards Yi Tianyun. With his swing, a phantom shadow appeared, also attacking Yi Tianyun with the long sword. The attack was devastating. It could destroy anyone who was weaker than the Imperial Preceptor for sure, as the power of the attack reached 84 million points. This attack itself has already surpassed Yi Tianyun's power, but then again, Yi Tianyun smirked as he saw the Imperial Preceptor's attack. Chapter 414. The powerful attack was Imperial Preceptor's last resort. This was the best that he could do without burning his blood essence, but on the other hand, he used all his divine rune. However, Yi Tianyun didn't try to dodge Imperial Preceptor's attack, and therefore he extended his hands to counter the powerful attack with his own attack. As his claw collided with Imperial Preceptor's attack, a tingling sensation ran through Yi Tianyun's body, indicating that he was starting to lose the power struggle. But as he was about to burn his blood essence, a system notification suddenly beeped. Congratulations to host for successfully breakthrough to core transformation peak stage. His combat power immediately increased to 85 million points. Yi Tianyun smirked and immediately repelled the attack, breaking it into countless light dust. But unfortunately for Yi Tianyun, Imperial Preceptor used this opportunity to escape with Prime Minister Long on his arm. They both witnessed Yi Tianyun destroyed Imperial Preceptor's attack and getting shivers from the raw power that Yi Tianyun had exerted. But Yi Tianyun also knew that this was all because of the evil dragon suit that he wore. Without it, he wouldn't have the confidence to take Imperial Preceptor's attack head-on. But that wasn't all, it was also because of his upgraded dragon god bloodline that further enhanced his defensive power. Yi Tianyun was also surprised to see that Imperial Preceptor was also capable of increasing his power beyond the power that his cultivation should have, as Yi Tianyun knew that the attack that Imperial Preceptor just launched was at least comparable to the 8th level Void Spirit stage, while the Imperial Preceptor himself was still at 6th level Void Spirit stage. But this was common in the higher level as equipment, and other items could possibly increase their power beyond their own cultivation level. Yi Tianyun believed that the attack Imperial Preceptor just launched earlier was exceptionally powerful because he used all his divine runes at the same time. At the same time, the Imperial Preceptor was trying his best to carry Prime Minister Long to escape from Yi Tianyun. That brat freaks me out. How could a teenager like that had that kind of power? Imperial Preceptor said nervously. Yeah, I didn't expect a strong backer like that in the Heavenly Dragon Empire myself. Prime Minister Long said while still showing a painful expression. Imperial Preceptor had no choice but to withdraw from the battle as he had no other means to win against Yi Tianyun at the moment. Prime Minister Long was also poisoned and therefore couldn't continue fighting. Imperial Preceptor also issued the order to retreat for his troop as they would be massacred if they stayed in the battlefield any longer. Drop your weapon. If you surrender, you will live, but if you choose to run, you will be chased and killed. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He would never let any enemy escape ever. To further prove his point, he ordered the Black Dragon to burn the soldiers who tried to run from the battlefield. The troops from both the Imperial Preceptor's rank and Prime Minister Long's rank immediately dropped their weapons and got down to their knees. They really didn't want to become cinders just yet. Yi Tianyun was satisfied for now and immediately chased after Imperial Preceptor. With the effect of the Phoenix Wings, he could catch up with the Imperial Preceptor in a short amount of time. Where did you want to go? Our fight is not yet done, Yi Tianyun said as he got close to Imperial Preceptor. Imperial Preceptor and Prime Minister Long were shocked to see Yi Tianyun already got so close to them, even though they were sure that they were far enough from him before. Damn you, meddling brat, Imperial Preceptor said as he used the Netherworld Divine Palm to attack Yi Tianyun and prevent him from getting any closer. But Yi Tianyun was much stronger now. Even though this Divine Palm was stronger than the one Prime Minister Long used earlier, it wasn't as strong as Yi Tianyun right now. So, without any further effort, Yi Tianyun broke the Divine Palm attack and slammed both Prime Minister Long and Imperial Preceptor down to the ground. But as Imperial Preceptor hit the ground, the Divine Talisman on his neck shone, and he quickly flew away quickly, faster than Yi Tianyun right now. Chapter 415, Tisk, a Heavenly Speed Divine Talisman, huh? Yi Tianyun said. He was annoyed as he wouldn't be able to catch Imperial Preceptor like he intended to. Brother Long, I will avenge you, Imperial Preceptor shouted as he got away from the battlefield. As Imperial Preceptor left the battlefield, the banner that he used to trap Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon dropped to the ground, releasing Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon. The banner itself was a treasure. The Imperial Preceptor was so nervous about fighting Yi Tianyun that he had to leave his treasure behind. At the same time, Prime Minister Long was lying weakly on the ground. His body was receiving the full effect of the murdering dragon poison, and that rendered him unable to move. He could only watch as Yi Tianyun descended in his dragon form and walked towards him. Yi Tianyun then transformed back to his human form as he got closer to Prime Minister Long. Now, I would be happy if I can kill you, but it wasn't my place to do that. I will turn you to Brother Ren as he was the only one that you betrayed the most. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Ren Long and Ren Jiru arrived at the scene and immediately walked toward Prime Minister Long. We treat you like family, and instead, you pay us back by spying on us. Furthermore, you caused so much damage to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Ren Long said coldly, ha ha ha, that is because you are too stupid to see what is in front of your own eyes. Just kill me now, but for your information, the Netherworld Empire would never let you live peacefully. Prime Minister Long said while smirking tauntingly. You won this time because of him. You are lucky to have such a strong aide at the right time. Prime Minister Long said as he pointed his finger towards Yi Tianyun angrily. Yi Tianyun only looked at the dying man indifferently, as he didn't care about what he thought. Rest assured, if the Netherworld Empire didn't attack us, we would be the one coming after them. Ren Long said confidently. You are delusional, you don't even know how much power that the Netherworld Empire has. Prime Minister Long said while laughing painfully. Yi Tianyun has had enough and immediately drove his sword right in the Prime Minister's heart. It's okay, even if they have the power beyond our imagination, we just have to keep trying. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Successfully killed Prime Minister Long. Reward: 64.000.000 Express, 50.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Dragon God Bloodline, 4th grade, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword, Heavenly Dragon Battle Boots, Netherworld Heavenly Book, Netherworld Passage Chart. Yi Tianyun also got a lot of express from the dragon army that he sent to deal with the escaping enemies. But there was no particular reward that piqued his interest. He was a little disappointed too because he thought that Prime Minister Long had to be an elite enemy, but the system didn't think so. In the meantime, Ren Long ordered the army to kill all the remaining Netherworld Empire's soldiers on the battlefield, and because of that, the Netherworld Empire's soldiers immediately ran away, trying to save their life. The scream was heard throughout the battlefield as soldiers obeyed Ren Long's command. But it didn't take long to finish off all the remaining Netherworld Empire's soldiers. Successfully complete her, assist the Imperial Goddess to resist Prime Minister Long's invasion. Reward: 50.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 50 Heavenly Dragon Empire's favorability. Successfully killed Prime Minister Long, doubling the quest reward. Reward: 100.000.000 Express, 200.000 CPs, 100 Heavenly Dragon Empire's favorability. All the reward was immediately doubled from the initial amount. Tianyun immediately was at least satisfied after seeing the amount of reward that he got. He was excited to level up to the Void Spirit stage. Chapter 416, Heavenly Dragon Empire has won the battle. The news spread across the continent that Netherworld Empire finally was no longer undefeated. Furthermore, it was an army led by none other than the Imperial Preceptor himself. The news didn't stop there. Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure could be controlled by 3 people was also a hot topic by almost every faction across the continent. That meant the Heavenly Dragon Empire has become so much stronger. The news about the defeat of the Netherworld Empire's army and the death of Prime Minister Long also reached Netherworld Emperor's ear. He could no longer contain his anger as Prime Minister Long was his brother. Imperial Preceptor cowered in fear. This was the first time after a long while that he felt this carnal fear from the Netherworld Emperor, as this was his mistake too. I am sorry, Great Emperor. The power of the one that helped the Heavenly Dragon Empire was beyond my expectation. I was caught off guard. Imperial Preceptor said apologetically, can't you fight with all your power? Aren't you the number 2 person inside this empire? Netherworld Emperor said angrily, I can, but I got there underprepared, my lord. There is little I can do to defend against his tremendous power over there. Imperial Preceptor said as he tried to make an excuse. Now that it has come to this, I have to be the one to face that man myself. Netherworld Emperor said angrily, Great Emperor, you can't leave yet. Think about your hard-earned cultivation. If you leave the palace now, it will all be for naught. Imperial Preceptor said worriedly, Brother Long is my younger brother. Did you expect me to set his revenge aside? Netherworld Emperor said coldly, No, Great Emperor, that's not what I mean. You are already at the final step. If you got the Dark Dragon power, Heavenly Dragon Empire wouldn't stand a chance. You could exact Brother Long's vengeance at that time. Imperial Preceptor said as he tried to reason with Netherworld Emperor. Damn it, you are right, Brother Long, I will avenge you. Just you wait, Netherworld Emperor said as he gritted his teeth and sat at his throne again, finally calmed down. Originally Prime Minister Long was to sneak into Heavenly Dragon Empire and create a chance for Netherworld Empire to attack and occupy the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but it would result in the destruction of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and that was not the goal of the Netherworld Empire. But now, Heavenly Dragon Empire could fight back because of just one guy. One person completely foiled years of planning. This is our negligence. I will make sure it wouldn't happen again. If the Great Emperor gets the Dark Dragon strength, Netherworld Emperor could ascend into the Divine Nation status. Imperial Preceptor said confidently, You are right, we will destroy all of them when the time comes. Netherworld Emperor said coldly, at the same time, Tianyun has just finished helping the Heavenly Dragon Empire getting rid of the corpses in front of the Imperial City as the battle ended. He was a little bit disappointed that the quest he had didn't have any follow-up quest, even though Ren Jiru wasn't a goddess just yet. Brother Yi, what are you doing here? Ren Long said as he saw Tianyun stood in the lobby alone. Nothing, I am just checking the situation outside, and I notice everything has calmed down once again. Tianyun said casually, Yeah, but I still don't know what the Netherworld Empire planned next. I think the Netherworld Emperor himself will lead his army to attack Heavenly Dragon Empire next. Ren Long said as he tilted his head, wondering what the Netherworld Empire would do next. Brother Ren, you don't have to think about it so hard. Is there something else bothering you? I am here if you need to talk about something, you know. Tianyun said as he saw that Ren Long was thinking too hard. I am still not sure. You are far more powerful and competent to be the next emperor than myself. The truth is, I don't really want this position as the emperor myself. I prefer to go on an adventure without any worry, you know. Ren Long said sincerely. Yi Tianyun was a little bit startled by Ren Long's honesty. He didn't know what to say to Ren Long at this point. Chapter 417. I am honored that you spoke highly of me like that, but I am not sure about becoming the emperor myself. Isn't it better to let Jiru become the new empress? She could become the goddess in the future. Yi Tianyun said sincerely. That little girl, I almost forget about her. You are right, but she still needs a few more guidance, but I believe she could become the goddess in the future. Ren Long said as he smiled happily to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun shook his head at Ren Long with amusement. You know, if she heard that you forgot about her, I believe she will make you suffer. Yi Tianyun said as he laughed a little bit. Yeah, just don't let her know. I will make an excuse later, but I am sure she would catch on that I really want to travel the world. Ren Long said casually. Poor little Jiru, she has no other choice but to accept her brother's weird demand later. Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Well, I wouldn't force her. If she doesn't want to do it, then I will stay. But maybe I will travel quite a lot to another continent. Ren Long said while smirking to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun laughed as he knew that Ren Long would do whatever he wanted regardless of his position. Well, I will meet Jiru now, better ask her now than later. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, your little Shu Fei was rushing towards Qin family mansion earlier. I am afraid that he might be avoiding you. Ren Long said casually. Is that so? I will check on him later. Yi Tianyun said a little bit disappointed. Hey, don't read into it too much, it may just be because of your new status was far too high for him to be comfortable to brazenly meet you. I suggest you meet him yourself. Ren Long said as he turned and searched for Ren Jiru. Yi Tianyun fell silent for a while and immediately made up his mind before he went back to Heavenly Cloud's mansion. He had to meet with Shu Fei first. Yi Tianyun then immediately rushed towards the Qin family mansion without any more hesitation. At the same time, at Qin family mansion, Shu Fei was shouting for Qin Shui to meet him outside her door. The door was finally opened, revealing many people from the Qin family who were annoyed by Shu Fei's persistence. Why are you still here? Just give it up. Our family has decided to marry Qin Shui to Fu family. We couldn't marry her to you while you don't even have the blessing of your own family. Elder of Qin family said coldly. Qin Shui, I am here to pick you up. Shu Fei shouted as he ignored the elder of Qin family. You brat, I will personally throw you out the gate myself. Elder of Qin family said annoyedly. Second elder, please stop. A beautiful woman quickly stopped elder of Qin family. Little Shui, you finally came out. Shu Fei said happily as he saw that Qin Shui came out of the door. This time, I have come to bargain for your hand to marriage. Shu Fei said confidently. You talk big, brat. What can you give for us to change our minds? The elder of Qin family said condescendingly. I will exchange this treasure for that. Shu Fei said as he took out a pearl from his pocket. This is a lower grade sacred tool heavenly spirit treasure bead. If you use this to cultivate, you can increase your cultivation speed by several levels. At first, I wanted to use it myself, but on second thought, I'd better give it up as a betrothal gift for little Shui. Shu Fei said confidently. Interesting, I never expected a brat like you would have a treasure like that. A new figure appeared from the mansion door. He was a representative of the Fu family. He didn't want to show up at first, as he didn't want to associate with Shu Fei, but as he saw the treasure that Shu Fei held, he just couldn't hold themselves. Chapter 418. The Heavenly Spirit Treasure Bead is a betrothal gift. There was no family in their right mind would reject that offer. No wonder Shu Fei was confident that he would get what he wanted with this. Yes, this is definitely a sacred tool rank. The second elder said curiously. Yes, it is a sacred tool treasure. I intended to use it for my own, but as soon as I heard that little Shui would be married to Fu family, I guess it is better to use this item as a betrothal gift. Shu Fei said confidently. Qin Shui wiped a tear that streamed down her face as all she really wanted was to be with Shu Fei, but she couldn't disobey her family too. But a man came out from the house, interrupting Shu Fei to make another demand. That is not enough at this point. The man said commandingly. This man was none other than Qin Long, the head of the Qin family. Your treasure is definitely valuable, but did you know what makes a family prosper? That is a connection with other families. If a family has many good connections with other families, they'll receive help from so many directions. With that in mind, what would you offer to my family? Could you protect us in time of need? If you have the support of your Shu family, maybe I could consider your betrothal with Qin Shui. Qin Long said confidently. Qin Long's word left Xu Fei speechless because it all made sense. A treasure could do so much while a connection could take the family to a completely different level. Give me a little time, I will definitely protect Qin family in the future. Xu Fei said desperately. Time? How many years would it take for you to be powerful enough to protect us? 5 years, 10 years, now, stop your delusion, boy. Unless Xu family backs you up, I will not let Qin Shui marry you. Qin Long said wisely. Stop it, father. Big brother Xu had saved me. If it is not because of him, I would have died. Qin Shui shouted to his father. Enough, child. I will give him money for his help, but I will not allow him to marry you. No waste would become the groom of Qin family. Qin Long said coldly to Qin Shui. But suddenly another group of people arrived at Qin's family house. Xu Fei, you are really here. Xu Ji, Xu family lord said casually. Oh, look at that. You have a sacred tool in your possession. Xu Ji said sarcastically as he saw the heavenly spirit treasure bead in Xu Fei's hands. Father, this is my betrothal gift to Qin family. Xu Fei said to Xu Ji desperately. Are you a fool? Why would you use a sacred treasure as a betrothal gift? This sacred treasure was way better in your brother's hands. Xu Ji said coldly. Are you saying that my daughter wasn't worth the sacred treasure, Xu family lord? Qin Long said coldly. Hey, I didn't mean it that way, but Qin family wouldn't have any need of the sacred treasure, right? After all, you never have any. Xu Ji said tauntingly. The two family lord kept exchanging banter to one-up another while Xu Fei was feeling sorrowful on the side. He didn't expect his father would come, and on top of that, his father wanted him to relinquish his sacred tool to his brother. Now, give me that sacred treasure, and let's leave this place. Xu Ji said as he reached for the heavenly spirit treasure bead from Xu Fei's hands, but Xu Fei evaded Xu Ji's hands and immediately put it back inside his storage ring. You dare to defy me, boy? Xu Ji said coldly. This is my treasure. I work hard to get it without you or the family's help. I don't have any obligation to give it to you. Xu Fei said confidently. Even if you didn't receive any of our help, your treasure is still family treasure. Xu Ji said as he walked closer towards Xu Fei. And why is that? Why does his treasure become a family treasure when he doesn't have his family's support? A new voice joins in. Chapter 419. The new figure was very domineering, drawing everyone's attention towards him. But once they saw who it was, they immediately kneeled in respect and fear. Hail Prince Yi, almost all of them said at the same time. After the war, no one inside the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't know of the terrifying power that Yi Tianyun possess. But Xu Fei was the only one who showed a shocked expression above anyone else. So, why did I get the feeling that you are avoiding me? Yi Tianyun asked Xu Fei as he walked closer towards him. I am sorry, big brother Yi, but I was startled of the big gap between us, and therefore afraid that you will not need anything from me anymore. Xu Fei said sincerely. Have confidence, Xu Fei. You are stronger than you thought. Yi Tianyun said casually. Did you really mean it? Xu Fei asked curiously. Of course, why wouldn't I? So, this is the root of your problem. Not getting support from your family? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, I am afraid that is the real problem for me, brother. Xu Fei said a little bit embarrassedly. Well then, Qin family lord, I am now his backing. Is it enough to make him your daughter's husband? Yi Tianyun asked Qin Long commandingly. It is enough, my lord. Qin Long said as he bowed his head lower for Yi Tianyun. He immediately ordered his wife to prepare a tea to welcome Prince Yi into his house. At this time, Xu family was aghast when they found out that Xu Fei knew Prince Yi well. They couldn't voice anything to Xu Fei, afraid that they would somehow offend Prince Yi. After all, with the power that Yi Tianyun had shown in the war earlier, everyone knew that destroying a family was easy. You don't have to kneel in front of me, now get up and embrace your future husband. Yi Tianyun said to Qin Shui warmly. Qin Shui obeyed and immediately ran toward Xu Fei with a smile on her face. Seeing Yi Tianyun so easily dealt with his problem, Xu Fei knows that he must get stronger fast. I will talk with the great emperor later. I will make a personal request that to treat Qin family better in the future. Yi Tianyun said to Qin Long with a smile on his face. Qin Long was speechless as he got more than he bargained for, so he bowed his head more and expressed his gratitude excessively towards Yi Tianyun. Now, you will stay safe inside Heavenly Dragon Empire if you don't show any disobedience toward your emperor and commit any crime inside the empire. I guess it was a reasonable request from me, so keep cultivating as best as you can. With that said, I will take my leave, and I will also take Xu Fei and Qin Shui with me. Yi Tianyun said towards Qin Long politely. Yes, my prince. Of course, and thank you once again, my prince. Qin Long said with his head still bowed respectfully. Now, you two can come with me, you don't have to stay here. Yi Tianyun said while smiling toward Xu Fei and Qin Shui. Yes, of course, big brother Yi. Xu Fei said while nodding his head excitedly. But as soon as they were about to leave the place, Xu Ji spoke with Xu Fei for a moment. Please come back whenever you want, Xu family's door will always open for you. Xu Ji said to Xu Fei sincerely. No, I wouldn't be back to Xu family in my life again. Xu Fei said confidently. Xu Ji's face was enveloped in sorrow. He regretted ever isolating Xu Fei, for no one ever expected that Xu Fei would be close to the powerful prince. Are you sure about your decision to leave your family behind? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I am sure. I've hated him since he killed my mother. Xu Fei said coldly. Okay, I will respect your decision. Yi Tianyun said casually, but the next thing startled him tremendously. Big brother Yi, I, Xu Fei, swear to follow you forever. No matter what order you gave, even if it was killing my closest person, I will follow you to no end. Xu Fei said as he kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun, taking his vow. Qin Shui also kneeled, even though she didn't have the same feeling towards Yi Tianyun as Xu Fei, but she will marry Xu Fei soon, and a wife always followed her husband's decision. Successfully achieved an absolute loyal general. Reward: 100 command points, shared express, SPs, CPs, with the loyal general. Yi Tianyun was surprised. This meant that the loyal general was another form of pet that he already had because the pet system also shared the same trait. However, this was much better than a pet as a general had a mind of their own. Chapter 420. Yi Tianyun checked Xu Fei's status, and he saw that Xu Fei's favorability indicated an infinity sign, meaning that favorability wasn't part of the equation anymore. This was the first time for Yi Tianyun to see this kind of symbol inside someone's status. Even though Shi Shuiyan also believed in him wholeheartedly, it was still different from the loyalty that Xu Fei would be showcasing his entire life. I will help you cultivate as efficiently as I can think of. Yi Tianyun said excitedly as he wanted to see the level up reward that he would get as soon as Xu Fei leveled up. Now, if you don't mind, I have a place for both of you in my faction. It is called Heavenly Cloud's Mansion. That is if you don't mind joining my faction. Yi Tianyun said politely. Heavenly Cloud's Mansion? We have never heard of it before. Xu Fei and Qin Shui said at the same time. Yes, it is a new faction, the name itself comes from my real name. Yi Tianyun said as he explained the Heavenly Cloud's Mansion and showed Xu Fei and Qin Shui his real face by taking off the mask that he always wore. Is this really you, big brother Yi? You look way younger than me. Xu Fei said as he was shocked to see Yi Tianyun's real face. Well, my true face is rarely known by the public, but in front of you, I don't see any needs to cover my face. Yi Tianyun said, with a smile on his face. After that, Yi Tianyun wore his mask once again and led them both to return to the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. Yi Tianyun still needed to talk with Ren Long about the next plan against Netherworld Empire. Once Yi Tianyun met with Ren Long, they both immediately talked and prepared a foolproof plan to take down the Netherworld Empire once and for all. Originally Ren Long intended to take down Netherworld Empire by the power of Heavenly Dragon Empire, but as soon as he heard Yi Tianyun's plan, he immediately agreed as there was no harm on adding more assurance to the plan. After their discussion was over, Yi Tianyun immediately summoned the Black Dragon and left toward Heavenly Cloud's Mansion with Xu Fei and Qin Shui while Ren Long prepared his elite soldier to rendezvous with Yi Tianyun later. If their plan worked smoothly, there was no need for Heavenly Dragon Empire to bring a huge army to attack the Netherworld Empire. After Yi Tianyun arrived at Heavenly Cloud's Mansion, he took off his mask once again and walked toward the gate leisurely with Xu Fei and Qin Shui followed behind him. "Aunt, I am back," Yi Tianyun shouted as he walked inside the gate. He saw that everyone was already accustomed to his dragon, and therefore he didn't see anyone that surprised anymore. "Welcome back. This time you only brought a man and a woman with you. I almost thought that you would bring more than last time," Shi Shuiyan said as he greeted Yi Tianyun. "Ha ha ha, there are not that many people who want to join me this time. But let me introduce them to you, Aunt. He is Xu Fei. In the future, he will become the first general of Heavenly Cloud's Mansion, and this is Qin Shui, his future wife." Yi Tianyun said as he introduced Xu Fei and Qin Shui to Shi Shuiyan. Xu Fei looked over to Yi Tianyun gratefully and immediately showed a determined expression. He couldn't disappoint Yi Tianyun, and thus he needed to get stronger faster. Welcome to the Heavenly Clouds Mansion to the both of you. I hope that you will get along well with the rest of the people here. Shi Shuiyan said with a smile toward Xu Fei and Qin Shui. So, what will you do next? Shi Shuiyan asked Yi Tianyun as she didn't know what Yi Tianyun's next plan was. We're finally ready to control Heaven's immersing ancient ruins and move it to Heavenly Border Continent. And we would merge with Heaven's top mansion as soon as we get there, completing the Heavenly Clouds Mansion as we originally intended. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Are you sure? You will completely expose us by doing that? Shi Shuiyan asked worriedly. Don't worry, I've already made a few preparations for that. Everything is under control, Yi Tianyun said while smiling at Shi Shuiyan. Spirit race old ancestor, ready to launch the great array of flight, Yi Tianyun said as he finally saw the spirit race old ancestor walk towards him. It's all ready when you are, the old ancestor said while smiling at Yi Tianyun. Soon after that, the old ancestor activated the great array of flight, and the whole mountain was shining brightly while a rumbling sound like an earthquake was heard all over the place. After the bright light dissipated from the mountain, the huge temple was immediately catapulted to the sky, successfully floating in the air. Great, it seems we don't have any problem with the great array now. Let's fly toward Heavenly Border Continent, Yi Tianyun commanded excitedly. The whole temple shone brightly once again and began to move towards the Heavenly Border Continent. Its speed wasn't that fast, but it wasn't slow either. Yi Tianyun expected them to arrive at the Heaven's top mansion location in a few days with their current speed. The flying palace immediately surprised everyone who saw it as it was very rare and almost never did they saw a scene like this ever happened in the earthly border continent. It was rare for even a 4th grade faction to have this flying fortress, and so many people began to wonder what faction did it came from. Yi Tianyun knew that he was completely exposed now, but he didn't really care. As soon as he arrived at the Heaven's top mansion, his main quest would be completed, and the reward from it would level him up to Void Spirit stage, and who could stop him then? Chapter 421. Many people discussed the flying palace as it crossed the earthly border continent towards the heavenly border continent. However, the Netherworld Empire that has heard of the report stating that there was a huge palace flying toward the heavenly border continent was having a tough time deciding whether to check on it or not. It was all because they still needed to figure out what to do with the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But the Netherworld Empire has thought of collaborating with this new Heavenly Clouds Mansion. If they could destroy Prince Yi of Heavenly Dragon Empire, then it would be all worth it. But sadly, they didn't know that Yi Tianyun himself was the one who led the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. This information regarding Yi Tianyun as the Mansion Lord of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion was still confidential. That was thanks to everyone's loyalty to Yi Tianyun. Heaven's immersing ancient ruins was finally closing in on the Heaven's top mansion's location. Once it was close enough, Yi Tianyun then commanded that they must immediately land on the open spot. The sound of the huge palace landing on the ground surprised everyone on Heaven's top mansion, and they immediately got out to check what just happened, and they were shocked once more as they saw a huge palace appeared near theirs. However, the Great Elder has not come out as he was reported dead in the Dragon City incident. But Yi Tianyun didn't care about any of that anymore and came out from the Heaven's immersing ancient ruins confidently. Everyone from Heaven's top mansion was shocked to see that Yi Tianyun was fine. Yi Tianyun was even more confused as she didn't know whether to call him Mansion Lord or not. Everyone began to relax as they thought that they were under attack at first, but as they saw Yi Tianyun's familiar face, the thought suddenly disappeared. Yi Tianyun looked at Yi Tianyun and nodded at her, signaling that it was okay now and that the Great Elder should come out of hiding. Yi Tianyun bowed and immediately returned to the main building to call the Great Elder. Yi Tianyun turned his attention towards Shi Shuiyan and said to her that this place would be the base of Heavenly Clouds Mansion starting that day. As this Heaven's top mansion used to be the old ancestor sect? Shi Shuiyan asked curiously as she looked around in wonder. But as Yi Tianyun was about to answer, he was interrupted by the Great Elder and Mu Shaner, who finally came out of hiding. The arrival of Great Elder and Mu Shaner shocked the disciple and some deacons of Heaven's top mansion because their survival was strictly confidential. I am very sorry for ever deceiving you, but the truth we are never really in danger, but after the Dragon City incident, we have to hide for the safety of the sect. The Mansion Lord himself was the one giving this order and also the one who dealt with the Netherworld Empire all along. Great Elder said as he bowed to Yi Tianyun. Mansion Lord, wasn't he sick after the second Elder's betrayal? Some disciples asked the great elder. No, in fact, the Mansion Lord has changed to Lord Yi. The previous Mansion Lord was still helping Lord Yi as he dealt with the Netherworld Empire. The great elder said with a smile on his face. Yes, I am the new Mansion Lord. I earned this position as the previous Mansion Lord gave it to me to improve the heaven's top mansion. Yi Tianyun said as he stepped forward with a warm smile on his face. But before we go too far, I have an announcement to make. Heaven's top mansion will officially merge with Heavenly Cloud's mansion, and because of that, Heaven's top mansion would now become Heaven's top sect, along with the Heavenly Jade Sect and Spirit Sect. The three sects will work side by side in the future, and I hope everyone will get along well. Yi Tianyun said commandingly. Heaven's top mansion finally noticed the spirit race that was standing near the flying palace. After they noticed the spirit race's presence, they couldn't help but feel in awe. Now, everyone might be too surprised to understand what Lord Yi just said, and I would gladly explain to you how it gets to this. The great elder said enthusiastically. He began to tell Yi Tianyun's story until the point of Yi Tianyun saving the spirit race from Army General Feng of the Netherworld Empire. They still didn't know about how Yi Tianyun's relationship with the Heavenly Dragon Empire, so the great elder didn't tell the story to the disciple of Heaven's top sect. Ding! Successfully completed the main quest, Strong Sect, by promoting Heavenly Jade Sect to Heavenly Jade Mansion and moved to Heavenly Border Continent. Reward: 100.000.000 Express, 1.000.000 CPs, 100.000 Mastery Value, could be assigned accordingly, 100.000 SPs, and 1 life up. Doubling the reward for successfully completed the main quest with the hidden objective. Reward: 200.000.000 Express, 2.000.000 CPs, 200.000 Mastery Point, could be assigned accordingly, 200.000 SPs, and 2 life up. The reward from the main quest was exceeding Yi Tianyun's expectation. Chapter 422. The rewards were doubled. This was not something that he ever expected, but nevertheless, he was very satisfied with the 2 million express that he just got from the reward. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to first layer Void Spirit stage. Successfully took a new main quest for the Heavenly Path, destroy the Netherworld Empire and kill the Netherworld Emperor. Reward for succession: 500.000.000 Express, 5.000.000 CPs, 500.000 Mastery Point, can be assigned 500.000 SPs, title Punish the Wicked and Eliminate the Evil. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised to see that his next main quest would be eliminating the Netherworld Empire itself. Not only that, but the reward was also huge. It was 5 times the amount of reward he just got from completing the main quest earlier. It seems even the system agreed that Netherworld Empire should be eradicated from this world. Yi Tianyun said as he nodded in satisfaction. This main quest was in line with what he would do next anyway, so he felt happy that he could finish it sooner than he expected. The people of Heaven's top mansion were still in shock after learning the truth about their mansion lord and their sect, but among them, the person who was surprised the most was Yu, because he had a good relationship with Yi Tianyun before. Knowing that Yi Tianyun was in fact the mansion lord really was unexpected. After the rest of the people finally snapped back to their senses, they began to discuss about the merge that Yi Tianyun had announced. At first there was some kind of rejection from the disciples, but eventually the great elder successfully diffused the situation and made everyone accept the new mansion lord's decision. Yi Tianyun handed the management work over to Shi Shuiyan because she was currently the best person for managing affairs in the sect. She also had Yi Yue to help her in this matter. After settling that matter, Yi Tianyun headed inside the Heaven's top mansion building and found an empty cultivation room. He immediately walked in and closed the door as he wanted to be alone for the moment. He began to sort his inventory and immediately thought of leveling up the crazy mode. No need to think twice about this, level up the crazy mode. Yi Tianyun said to himself. Successfully level up the crazy mode, deducting 10.000.000 CPs. Active effect increases to X16. Passive effect: X4 Mastery Point, X2 Sin Point, X2 Medicinal Pill Effect. Yi Tianyun has expected this kind of effect, but he also suspected that the next level would give him X32 effect. But he needed 50.000.000 CPs for that, which he didn't have yet at this moment. However, X16 was already strong enough to get through right now. Great, everything seems good, Tianyun said excitedly. He also can't wait to find some more soul-accumulating grass to make a few soul-accumulating pills. Because of the crazy mode effect, pills would give him double the normal amount. As for the sin points, he was happy that it would be doubled, but he didn't know how good it would be as the amount of sin points that he got from killing Cultivator was relatively small. He then opened his status to check if there was another thing that he thought was necessary to level up and affordable. He thought over for a moment and immediately decided to level up the teleportation and lucky aura. Successfully level up teleportation to level 2. Effect: instantly teleport anywhere within 10 miles radius of the player. Cooldown time: 5 minutes. Successfully level up lucky aura to level 3. Effect: increase the player luck x15, consumes 5.000 CPs per second. Tianyun nodded his head as he found that the effect wasn't bad. He looked at the amount of crazy points left and felt that there was nothing else he could level up with only 1,000,000 CPs, so he immediately decided to look for the level 50 gift pack. Successfully opened level 50 gift pack. Get 1x Super Enhanced Version Lottery Ticket, 1x Enhanced Version Lottery Ticket, 50% discount coupon, limited time X50 Express Card, level 60 gift pack. What is this Super Enhanced Lottery Ticket? Is it better than the previous one? Tianyun said curiously as he got the Super Enhanced Version Lottery Ticket. Chapter 423. Let's just try it out. Tianyun said without hesitation as he immediately activated the Super Enhanced Version Lottery Ticket. Suddenly, a huge roulette appeared in front of him and quickly spun on its own. However, Tianyun decided not to use his lucky aura now, as he thought that the lucky aura wouldn't influence this roulette. Sure enough, the roulette stopped at Cultivation technique. A wooden box immediately popped out of the roulette, and Tianyun eagerly took it to check what he got. Swallowing Heaven's Divine Arts. Lower grade Heaven's level martial art. A powerful absorption technique that could devour all types of energy and turn it into express. The effect did not stack with the Dark North Divine Art. Leveling up cost 1.000.000 mastery point. Tianyun checked his Dark North Divine Art and noticed that it also required 1.000.000 mastery points to level it up to lower heaven grade, but this new Divine Art cost 1.000.000 mastery point to level it up to middle heaven grade. He began to wonder which one was better between the two, but he immediately decided to try swallowing Heaven's Divine Art first before making his decision. Tianyun then reached out his arm forward and activated the Swallowing Heaven's Divine Art, and suddenly he absorbed so much spiritual energy inside the room in an instant. Received 300 Express, 320 Express. This absorption rate was much faster than Dark North Divine Art. Furthermore, this Swallowing Heaven's Divine Art also absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy from the object around him, which the Dark North Divine Art couldn't do. It seems that this one was better. I will use this Swallowing Heaven's Divine Art from now on, Tianyun said excitedly. He was also happy that the item that he got from his gift pack wasn't bad at all. The X50 Express card would be used effectively. He took a look at the Super Enhanced Version Lottery Roulette and found out that he had to use 2.000.000 CPs for one draw without a ticket, which was too much for him at the moment. He then checked his inventory and status and found out there was nothing more that he could do at the moment. He also noticed that he didn't need that much Express to level up to second level Void Spirit Stage 2. Because of the amount of Express that he got from his main quest earlier, he was halfway to leveling up. He only needed 150.000.000 Express now. That amount of Express was a lot, but with the X50 Express card, he knew that it would be a walk in the park. After that, Tianyun immediately walked out of the cultivation room and looked at the situation outside. He noticed that there was not much change since they arrived there. The mansion was still divided into two parts. One was Heaven's top mansion, and the other was Heaven's immersing ancient ruins, which was still used by the Spirit Sect and Heavenly Jade Sect. This was nothing strange, as they just met each other and still not familiar enough to do anything together. Although the change inside the Heavenly Clouds mansion wasn't much, the outside world begged to differ. The news of the merge was spread throughout the Heavenly Border continent, including the Netherworld Empire. They began to wonder why a mysterious sect like that wanted to merge with Heaven's top mansion of all sects. But the next news really shocked everyone, especially the Netherworld Empire. because the news said that the spirit race was found among the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's disciple. Everyone was surprised because they knew that the Netherworld Empire was chasing the spirit race, but they come out of their hiding with a bang like this was basically seeking death. On the other hand, the Netherworld Empire was distraught by this news. That despicable spirit race, how dare they make a move like this? Did they think that the Netherworld Empire couldn't afford to chase them down again? Imperial Preceptor said furiously. The Netherworld Emperor also took the news with anger as everyone knew that the spirit race has taken out 2 of Netherworld Empire's main generals. The Emperor immediately ordered the Imperial Preceptor to plan an attack to eradicate them once and for all. But while they were still planning an attack, Tianyun had already made his decision. He would be attacking the Netherworld Empire actively. The people from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion thought that Tianyun had gone insane, but Tianyun only showed them his smirk as he already received a report from the spirit race's spy from the Netherworld Empire's border. He could attack the Netherworld Empire right now. Chapter 424. The spirit race's spies were quick on their foot. It didn't take long for them to inquire about the news that Tianyun could attack the Netherworld Empire at any time. The report from the spy also included the amount of void spirit stage experts currently within the Netherworld Empire's territory, which was only 4. That expert consisted of Netherworld Emperor, Imperial Preceptor, and 2 other army generals. As for the core transformation expert, there were still quite many of them, at least 20 to 30 people, but that was not a concern for Tianyun. But Tianyun still didn't tell the rest of the sect any of this as he wanted to catch the Netherworld Empire off guard. The people inside Heavenly Clouds Mansion all thought that Tianyun was making a bad decision because spirit race always relied on concealment for their safety. Exposing them to the world to see like this wouldn't be good for the spirit race. In fact, in Tianyun's mind right now was focused at the reward that he would get from finishing the main quest after destroying the Netherworld Empire. He knew that he would succeed. He was confident that there would be no casualties on his side. He based it all with his previous confrontation with the Imperial Preceptor. With X8 Crazy Mode effect, he could win against Imperial Preceptor, meaning that since he has already upgraded Crazy Mode to X16, Imperial Preceptor wouldn't be a problem anymore. Not only that, but the Heavenly Dragon Empire, under Ren Long would also help him out to destroy the Netherworld Empire. All he had to do was just wait for them to arrive here. Well, I am sure when the Heavenly Dragon Empire's forces arrive here, we will immediately march toward Netherworld Empire's imperial city. Tianyun said confidently. Many people looked at him in horror. They were not sure that they could win against a strong nation like the Netherworld Empire, even with the Heavenly Dragon Empire's help. Mansion Lord, that decision isn't wise. It is dangerous to take action against the Netherworld Empire like that. We could be destroyed if you didn't plan it thoroughly. An elder from the Heaven's Top Mansion said. Other disciples from Heaven's Top Mansion also nodded. They agreed that Netherworld Empire wouldn't be easily defeated. Tianyun understood that he had the shortest time with the Heaven's Top Mansion's people. As a result, their loyalty towards Tianyun wasn't as high as the 2 other sects. Tianyun couldn't blame them as it was his own fault for not sparing any time to increase Heaven's Top Mansion's loyalty before. I didn't make an empty notion. I've already made plans to attack them. Did you think that I didn't think about the future of this mansion? I already chipped off Netherworld Empire's strength before I arrived here. Tianyun said casually. Furthermore, the spirit race's spy also reported that the Netherworld Empire is preparing something big. You know they can sense the turbulence on spiritual energy, and they said that whatever that is that Netherworld Empire had prepared this time would be huge. Tianyun said indifferently. We've been on defense this entire time. Now we have to take the initiative to launch an attack of our own. I believe in our power. Together we could destroy the Netherworld Empire once and for all. Tianyun said commandingly. I am sorry, Mansion Lord Yi. But I don't know, I still don't understand where does this confidence of yours come from. I still didn't believe that we can win against the Netherworld Empire. An elder from Heaven's Top Mansion said nervously. That is simple. His confidence comes from the support of the people around him. Xuan said confidently as she showed her support for Tianyun's decision to attack the Netherworld Empire. From the beginning of the discussion, Xuan and Heavenly Jade Sect never once questioned Tianyun for his decision. It may seem ridiculous for the people who only know Tianyun for a short time, but all Tianyun needed was the support from the people that he cared for. With his power alone, he could defeat his enemy, but still, he needed reassurance that the people he cared for wouldn't betray his trust. Suddenly, a guard came barging in to give a report to Yi Tianyun. Mansion Lord Yi, experts from Heavenly Dragon Empire was waiting outside for you. The guard reported politely. Bring them in, Yi Tianyun said as he dismissed the guard. Yi Tianyun was excited as finally, Ren Long has come. A moment later, Ren Long's familiar figure appeared, followed by a group of experts from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yi Tianyun noticed that Ren Jiru wasn't among them, which meant that she was left behind to defend the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City in case the Netherworld Empire decided to attack again. Big brother Ren, you are finally here, Yi Tianyun welcomed Ren Long excitedly. Well, you told me to come to yourself, didn't you? Ren Long said teasingly with a smile on his face. Well, are you ready to destroy the Netherworld Empire? Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Chapter 425. As the people from Heavenly Dragon Empire came, Yi Tianyun had nothing left to wait for. Yi Tianyun then prepared for their departure towards the Netherworld Empire immediately. Are you ready to destroy the Netherworld Empire? Yi Tianyun asked Heavenly Dragon Empire's army. Yes, my prince, the soldier all said at the same time. The people from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion was surprised at their answer. They never knew Yi Tianyun was a prince before, on top of that Heavenly Dragon Empire's prince. But even if he noticed the confused look on his people's face, Yi Tianyun didn't explain why he was called a prince to them. Furthermore, the people from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion began to notice that the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's army was the Heavenly Dragon Emperor himself. This revelation made some of them felt chill as Yi Tianyun's progress was far too quick for their understanding. Did you really become the Heavenly Dragon Empire's prince? You sure didn't take your time, did you? Shi Shuiyan said teasingly. Well, I always tried my best for the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's betterment. Yi Tianyun said confidently to Shi Shuiyan. After a small briefing of what they would do on the battle, Yi Tianyun immediately announced their departure towards the Netherworld Empire. Yi Qingshan nodded and immediately activated the Great Array of Flight to transport all the people that would join the battle. But even though they were up in the air, the Netherworld Empire still had many cultivators at core transformation stage or higher, so they could intercept the flying palace anytime. Brother Yi, why are you so confident that we need to attack this fast? Ren Long asked Yi Tianyun curiously. We need to do this quick. We can catch them off guard if we attack now. After all, we are always on the defensive side against them. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Well said, I will trust your judgment. I know that you did this with our victory in mind. Ren Long said honestly. Heavenly Dragon Empire had never attacked Netherworld Imperial City before, as they have always been in the losing side of the battle. If it wasn't because of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City would have fallen to Netherworld Empire a long time ago. I can't wait to destroy the Netherworld Empire, for this would be a big feat for us. Yi Tianyun said confidently. That is true, other empires would hold our name in respect after all this. Ren Long said confidently. The heavens immersing ancient ruins, which was called Heavenly Cloud's Palace at the moment, was flying towards the Netherworld Empire's Imperial City steadily. The people inside were preparing themselves for the battle in excitement. The Heavenly Cloud's Palace's speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either, thus making the news of the flying palace advancing towards Netherworld Empire was heard by the Imperial Preceptor and the Netherworld Emperor. The Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor were undoubtedly shocked to hear this news, as they never expected the other side to take the initiative. This act was very different than the usual situation. This Heavenly Clouds Mansion sure was bold to attack Netherworld Empire like this. Is this Heavenly Clouds Mansion for real? Why are they attacking us this soon? I am sure the decision maker inside the spirit race was an idiot. Imperial Preceptor said annoyedly. Send the Flying Hawk Army. You will personally lead them. I don't want to hear your failure once more. Netherworld Emperor said toward Imperial Preceptor coldly. Take the rest of the army general with you, but remember, no more failure. Netherworld Emperor added coldly. Yes, Your Majesty, I will not fail again. Imperial Preceptor said solemnly. Imperial Preceptor immediately walked out of the palace to prepare the Flying Hawk Army to intercept the Flying Palace. He was determined to redeem himself this time, but unfortunately for him, he lacked the critical information regarding the enemy's power. He didn't know that the Heavenly Clouds Mansion was led by Yi Tianyun himself. Not long after, as many as thousands Flying Hawk assembled. This was a massive army. With the Flying Hawk's speed and flexibility, they were an absolute powerhouse in the air. Mansion Lord, I received news that the Imperial Preceptor would personally intercept us soon. He comes with 1,000 Flying Hawk army and 2 other army generals. A guard said toward Yi Tianyun. Nice, our plan works sooner than expected. Yi Tianyun said as he smirked to himself. He couldn't wait to finally beat the Imperial Preceptor to a pulp. Chapter 426. The Netherworld Empire was cautious, and this time the Netherworld Emperor mustered all the Empire's strength to defend against this new enemy. He ordered the Imperial Preceptor and 2 army generals to fend off the new enemy with the Flying Hawk army at their disposal. It was no wonder that no enemy could ever reach the Netherworld Imperial City. Mansion Lord, what would we do now? An elder asked Yi Tianyun worriedly. But Yi Tianyun only smiled and stood from his chair. It's okay, it is time for me to make my move as well. Yi Tianyun said confidently. The people who heard Yi Tianyun's word just now were startled as if they heard it wrong. Yi Tianyun wanted to deal with 1,000 enemies alone. However, as it was Yi Tianyun's decision, they chose to remain silent and did not question Yi Tianyun's decision. They had faith that Yi Tianyun would actually pull it off somehow. Yi Tianyun walked toward the palace's door and looked over to the incoming enemies coldly. He then opened the Sin shop and quickly bought the Sword Master suit. Sword Master suit. Required level 30 to wear. Effect. The wearer could use and control the sword array. All swords within the high-grade spirit tool rank in 10 miles radius could be controlled by the wearer. Can control up to 10.000 swords at a time. Price. 100.000 Sin points. Exchange the Sword Master suit. Yi Tianyun said casually. Successfully bought the Sword Master suit, deducting 100.000 Sin points. Equip the Sword Master suit. Yi Tianyun said casually. In an instant, his clothes have changed into a thin white coat. The coat fluttered as the wind blew. Yi Tianyun looked super elegant. The people standing near him couldn't take their eyes off from Yi Tianyun's figure that suddenly became much more confident. Yi Tianyun then raised his hands and closed his eyes. He could feel a large amount of weapon in the city below the palace. He immediately tried to control all of them to fly towards the palace as his weapons. At the same time, Imperial Preceptor and his army were closing in. The people inside the Heavenly Clouds Palace became anxious as they didn't see Yi Tianyun did anything to defend the palace. They were sitting duck there, as there was no place to escape if the Imperial Preceptor arrived and started to attack them. We are close enough. Shoot them down from the air. Imperial Preceptor commanded the Flying Hawk soldier to attack. Sir. Yes sir. The soldiers said at the same time. The Flying Hawk army began to bombard the Heavenly Clouds Palace with their longbow from afar relentlessly. There was no doubt that they were the best army that the Netherworld Empire had. Furthermore, the huge palace in the sky was a foolish move in the soldiers' eye. Everyone knew that the bigger the target was, the easier for them to aim and shoot. So, the Flying Hawk army was more than happy to attack Heavenly Clouds Palace while they thought that there would be no consequence for them to attack the palace. At the same time, Yi Tianyun has connected with almost 10.000 spirit tool rank swords from 10 miles radius. He also got the weapons from the Flying Hawk army in front of him. He immediately controlled the 10.000 spirit tool rank swords in front of the Heavenly Clouds Palace, shocking everyone who saw the scene enveloping in front of their eyes. 10,000 sword barrage, Yi Tianyun shouted as the swords began to fly toward the Flying Hawk army at a great speed. Yi Tianyun opened his eyes, and his eyes glowed brightly as he controlled the swords precisely. The Sword Master suit, unfortunately, didn't enhance any of his statuses, but it was not a problem as the sword was thrown from a Void Spirit stage expert. So, the swords under Yi Tianyun's control traveled with a speed that most cultivators couldn't see, making them too late to react. Fall back, Imperial Preceptor shouted as he watched in horror that his army was being annihilated. The soldiers began to fall from the sky as their hawks died from the swords barrage that Yi Tianyun hurled. In a short time, Yi Tianyun had successfully killed half of the Flying Hawk army. Yi Tianyun smirked as he received quite a lot of express, but those cultivators were too weak for him, so the amount of express that he got failed to satisfy him. The rest of the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion stared at Yi Tianyun in awe. This technique was too powerful. Chapter 427.10.000 Swords of Spirit grades were low in terms of power, but it could swarm the enemy and pierce through their defense consistently. It was only because of the 2 army generals and Imperial Preceptor that some of the Flying Hawk army could survive Yi Tianyun's attack. But even though they could defend against Yi Tianyun's attack, it was still proven difficult for the 3 of them to consistently defend against 10.000 swords at the same time. They began to destroy the swords within their attack range because that was the only way to stop it from attacking again. This has no end. This martial art does not make any sense, Imperial Preceptor said while panting from fatigue. Damn it, at this rate, the Flying Hawk army would be annihilated. One of the army generals said nervously. They began to lose the Flying Hawk army that was under their protection as the swords were too much for them to handle. Yeah, they are fragile, but they are preventing us from saving the army. The other army general said annoyedly. This is the reason that Tianyun didn't use the Sword Master's suit up until this moment. It didn't work against a small amount of enemy, it was better to use it against a massive amount of enemies with low cultivation like this. Tianyun believed that a more advanced suit that was better than Sword Master's suit would appear in his sin points later, but he guessed that probably he wouldn't have enough sin points to buy it. Fortunately for Tianyun, Sword Master's suit doesn't require him to use his own weapons. The current 10.000 swords that he controlled belonged to the enemies and the city nearby. Unless the swords were destroyed completely, it could still be controlled by the suit's effect. Tianyun then equipped the ice-cold divine bow and quickly used ice-cold fury while aiming his attack at the army general, who was located the farthest from Imperial Preceptor. Once he was sure that his shot would hit, Tianyun smirked and released his attack. This ice-cold fury held 60 million combat power in it. If the opponent did not see this attack coming, they surely would suffer a grievous injury. But as he shot the powerful arrow, the ice-cold divine bow cracked once again. This was the sign that the bow was reaching its limit. Tianyun must upgrade it in order to fix it. After all, the ice-cold divine bow's level was already too far behind his own level. The ice-cold fury traveled through the air towards the unsuspecting army general, but as it got close, the army general sensed incoming danger, and once he looked around, he finally noticed a powerful ice-cold arrow was aimed towards him. He quickly blocked the incoming arrow with his big hammer, but it was too late. It wasn't an attack that he could block. As the ice-cold fury hit the hammer, the cold immediately spread in the air, freezing the army general, dozens of Flying Hawk army, and the swords that Tianyun controlled. Every single thing that was frozen on the air immediately fell to the ground and broke into million pieces as soon as it hit the ground. Tianyun successfully killed one of Netherworld Empire's army generals effortlessly. In the distance, Imperial Preceptor instantly turned pale. He recognized the attack that killed the army general just now. It was the same kind of attack that he blocked while fighting against the Heavenly Dragon Empire recently. Prince Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It's him. Why was he here? Imperial Preceptor immediately realized that he would have no chance of winning if it was truly Prince Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He tried to look at the person in the doorway of the Flying Palace, but the man he saw wasn't the same as Prince Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but he felt the same kind of aura and the same kind of attack bothered him. Imperial Preceptor immediately suspected that Prince Yi must be the one behind all this, and thus he immediately shouted for all the Flying Hawk army to retreat to the Imperial City. Imperial Preceptor didn't have any intention to wait and save the Flying Hawk army, and so he burned his blood essence and flew away as fast as he could, escaping from the powerful enemy. The army general, who saw that the Imperial Preceptor has already fled the battle, decided to quickly flee as well. Although the Flying Hawk army was the strongest army that the Netherworld Empire had, he didn't have any intention to save them either. As soon as the two highest cultivators left the Flying Hawk army, Tianyun easily killed the Flying Hawk army, who has lost their leader. Tianyun completely annihilated 1.000 Flying Hawk army ruthlessly, not leaving even one of them alive. Chapter 428. Seeing that the Imperial Preceptor and the last army general was running away, Tianyun put away his ice-cold divine bow and let them get away for the moment. After all, he was going to destroy the Imperial City of Netherworld Empire. Let them run for now. We will get them at their own base next time, Tianyun said coldly. Everyone inside Heavenly Cloud's palace was shocked to see the scene developed outside. They didn't know that Tianyun was this strong, killing 1,000 soldiers all by himself. Even some of the Heaven's top sects elders began to wonder whether Tianyun really was the prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire. Tianyun didn't say anything to confirm their wonderment, as he found nothing good in bragging. But one thing for sure was that all people inside the Heavenly Cloud's palace were convinced that they would win this war. However, Renlong wanted to brag a little. I am the current emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, here to announce that Tianyun was indeed the one and only prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, he said excitedly. With Renlong's confirmation, the look of shock in everyone's face returned. they never expected to have a mansion lord who could shake an empire like this. All of a sudden, the prestige point for Heavenly Cloud's mansion exploded. This was all because they finally believed that Tianyun was truly powerful. They began to look at Tianyun in awe and utmost respect. After all, their mansion lord has repelled the Netherworld Empire's army twice in a row. This is truly the time for the young to shine. I believe Spirit King would certainly bring us to glory and destroy the Netherworld Empire once and for all. Spirit Race Old Ancestor said confidently. Yes, long live Spirit King Tianyun. The rest of the Spirit Race people started to chant Tianyun's name in excitement. They all knew that the first step to glory has already been fulfilled. With every chant of his name, Tianyun also noticed that his prestige point kept increasing. Shi Shuiyan, who was standing near Tianyun, showed a slight hint of a smile at Tianyun's achievement. She looked at Tianyun with eyes full of praise. Tianyun, who was once a boy without any blood chi, yet now Tianyun has transformed into an expert that she couldn't even fathom how powerful he was. Thank you very much for everyone's trust in me, but we must not be blinded by confidence and negligence. This time, we wouldn't fight them within our own comfort zone. This time, we will attack them within their own territory. It means that there would be many things that could not fall within our plan. Our first plan was to disable as many great arrays as we can as soon as we enter the Imperial City, so keep your heads up. Don't fall for their trap, Tianyun said commandingly. Even though Tianyun had the power, he wasn't someone who would get something like this over his head. He knew that a lot of things could go wrong if he underestimated the enemy, so he couldn't relax while he was within enemy border like this. Everyone nodded and quickly calmed down and became serious, but they still struggled to hold their own excitement. There was no wonder left in their heart about why Tianyun was so bold as to wage war against the Netherworld Empire. It was all because he had the power to do so. When the morale inside Heavenly Cloud's mansion increased, the situation inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City was the opposite of Tianyun's current situation. The people inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City have heard the news about the Imperial Preceptors lost, and they were shocked to hear that the enemy had destroyed all Flying Hawk army without leaving any. The prestige of the Netherworld Empire has fallen to the lowest point. Many citizens and cultivators had decided to leave the Imperial City and evacuate as they knew that they would be killed if they stayed inside the Imperial City. There was no doubt on their mind that the Heavenly Dragon Empire would take the Heavenly Border continent, and there was also no doubt on their mind that the Heavenly Dragon Empire would cleanse the continent from any Netherworld Empire's follower. In the meantime, Imperial Preceptor rushed back to the Netherworld Imperial City, but he didn't dare to face the Netherworld Emperor. There was no doubt on his mind that the Netherworld Emperor would kill him if he showed up without any result once again. I know now that the enemy could control thousands of swords, that martial art is definitely out of this world. I have never seen any martial arts like that before. Such nonsense makes things harder for me, Imperial Preceptor said furiously. At the same time, Netherworld Emperor had heard the news of Imperial Preceptor's defeat, and now he was watching the Imperial Preceptor in anger. I never expected the Imperial Preceptor would actually lose the prior battle, but now as I heard it twice, I want to face this enemy myself. They have achieved what none could achieve in a long time. I can't wait to see what they will do once they arrived at this Imperial City. Netherworld Emperor said coldly. Imperial Preceptor began to activate many great arrays that the Netherworld Imperial City had. He was a divine rune Grand Master, making it easy for him to activate and control many great array at once. Now, come, let us see what you can do against these many traps, Imperial Preceptor said with a smirk on his face. Chapter 429. After the Flying Hawk army was annihilated, Heavenly Cloud's palace continued to fly towards the Netherworld Empire Imperial City without having any blockade. No one dared to block Tianyun's path after seeing him destroying 1.000 unit Flying Hawk army single-handedly. Tianyun then called back all the spirit sword that he controlled and sighed in relief. The sword master suit was indeed powerful, but he needed to conserve his crazy points. Tianyun then looked at the pile of spirit swords in the hall and couldn't help but think to upgrade all of them later. He didn't care that the weapons were in fact stolen weapons, as it was from the enemy's territory. But it was a shame that the suit was only capable of controlling swords, but it was understandable since the suit was called Sword Master Suit. He quickly checked his sin points, and as he predicted, on top of the Sword Master Suit, there was another suit that was correlated with the Sword Master Suit. Sword Saint Suit. Level 50 equipment. Can use the Sword Saint array. Controlling all the long sword within high-grade sacred tool rank in 10 miles radius. Can control up to 10.000 long sword. Sword Saint Array consume 100.000 CPs. Price: 1.000.000 Sin points. His guess was correct. The new suit in Sin shop will only appear after buying the available one. With that in mind, Tianyun wondered how strong the equipment after buying the Evil God suit and the Sword Saint suit would be. It seems the reason for buying out this suit keeps appearing. Tianyun said excitedly. Prince Yi, how did you control that many spirit swords? Ren Long asked as he came closer towards Tianyun. Ren Long's question attracted many curious eyes from the Heavenly Clouds mansion side. I couldn't really explain it myself, but it requires a large amount of spiritual energy. It also requires a certain martial arts. Tianyun said as he rubbed his chin awkwardly. He couldn't say that it was all because of the suit that he wore. Can you teach the disciple this martial art? If you can, they would become so much stronger. Ren Long said in anticipation. Other people in the vicinity also nodded their heads as they agree with Ren Long's words. I hate to say this, but I can't teach this martial art. In fact, I think I am the only one who can use this martial art. Tianyun said with a slight smile. What he said was the truth. If it was not because of the Sword Master suit, he wouldn't be able to use the Sword Master array either. Ren Long nodded and smiled at Tianyun. He didn't pester Tianyun to share his knowledge. After all, people have their own secrets. But some people didn't believe what Tianyun had said, but they didn't voice their disbelief as it wasn't their place to say anything. After all, the people inside the Heavenly Clouds Palace right now has the utmost loyalty toward Tianyun. But no matter what happened, they knew that Tianyun was overwhelmingly strong. They felt that if Tianyun was here with them, they wouldn't lose any battle. Even if the Netherworld Empire was strong enough to hold Tianyun's attack, they knew that at the end of the day, the Netherworld Empire would lose something greatly. Tianyun then quickly commanded them to get ready as the Flying Palace was nearly reaching Netherworld Empire Imperial City, a place that was being said to be unbreachable. Sure enough, after all of them prepared for battle, they looked outside, and there it was, the Netherworld Empire Imperial City in all its glory. The people inside Heavenly Cloud's Palace could sense that the city was intimidating, even though it was no different from all other cities. Ready for battle in Netherworld Empire Imperial City? Tianyun asked loudly. He was excited about this battle, for he hoped to level up once or twice. But Tianyun received many nods as his answer, as the people on his side were too unnerved to speak. The people on Tianyun's side knew that they weren't as powerful as Tianyun, and so they knew that one little careless move could cost them their lives. On the other side of the battle, the Imperial Preceptor was holding onto a demon staff. He was staring at the Flying Palace with a smirk on his face. Come to the city if you dare. If you could deal with all of my traps, then I really would kill myself. He said evilly. The next moment, he slammed the ground, and the Netherworld Empire Imperial City's wall began to rumble, and suddenly, a huge black great array appeared with a bang. A dark column of light rose through the skies and slammed the underside of the Heavenly Clouds Palace. Chapter 430. A dark great array suddenly emerged from the ground beneath the Flying Palace, bombarding the Heavenly Clouds Palace from below with a black energy ball. The huge Flying Palace was easily hit. The dark great array kept following the Flying Palace movement, and eventually stopped the Heavenly Clouds Palace's advance. You are too reckless. How could you think that big palace could enter the city without any resistance? I will shoot you down myself. Imperial Preceptor said to himself, with his evil smirk became more apparent as he saw that his plan was working. The Imperial Preceptor constantly controlled the great array around the city and relentlessly shot the Flying Palace in order to knock it down. At the same time, Tianyun understood that he was trapped in the vicinity of the Imperial City to a T. Tianyun also realized that if he forced his way in stubbornly like this, the palace wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The Imperial Preceptor really is cunning. He escaped earlier just to prepare a trap like this. Tianyun said as he looked at the Netherworld Imperial City in annoyance. Spirit King, I know that these attacks that the Netherworld Empire has thrown towards us are not that powerful, but I am afraid it already chipped away 50% of our defensive walls. Old Ancestor said nervously. This time it wasn't the Jade Spirit Stone that became the problem, but the Great Array itself. It couldn't withstand the constant attack from the Netherworld Empire. Tianyun also knew that if the Great Array was broken, then it would be hard to fix. Everyone looked at Tianyun in anticipation. they hoped Yi Tianyun would have a way to overcome the current situation. Rest assured, I have already expected this outcome. Otherwise, the Imperial Preceptor will not choose to escape considering he was humiliated in the previous battle. Yi Tianyun said confidently. He then raised his hands, and a huge stone tablet releasing a circle of light suddenly appeared. At the same time, the circle of light suppressed the dark greater ray. As a result, it could no longer shoot dark energy ball to the flying palace. This is the Tyrant Stone Tablet that he got from the Spirit Sanctuary. Everyone looked at the Tyrant Stone Tablet in awe, especially the Spirit Race. The Spirit Race knew that the Tyrant Stone Tablet was able to nullify the effect of any great array within Master-level Divine Rune grade. Even though the Imperial Preceptor was a Divine Rune Grand Master, that didn't mean that every great array that he made would be of the Grand Master grade. Grand Master grade great array was hard to make, and the risk was too high if he somehow messed the Divine Rune up. I almost forgot that the Tyrant Stone Tablet was in the Spirit King's possession. No wonder you look so calm, Spirit Race Old Ancestor said with a smile on his face. Well, they were well prepared, but so was I. Yi Tianyun said confidently. I will not let you guys die under my watch. Yi Tianyun added warmly. Everyone became excited as they heard Yi Tianyun's words. They began to exert confidence as they knew that Yi Tianyun would always have their back. What the hell? This is the Tyrant Stone Tablet's effect. Don't tell me someone among them can control it. Imperial Preceptor said confusedly. He was surprised to see all his dark great array was suddenly nullified by a circle of light that came from the flying palace. He gritted his teeth as the Tyrant Stone Tablet was the only thing that he wanted from the Spirit Race. When he was inside their sanctuary, he wasted a full day just to search for the stone, but he couldn't find it. He never expected that it has fallen into someone else's hands. Imperial Preceptor, what should we do now? Did we have to order the archer squad to shoot them down? The last army general said curiously. Did you really think that we could win against them if they already got that close to us? Imperial Preceptor said annoyedly. The last army general began to think of other options. He knew that he couldn't mobilize the remaining army because the enemy could control 10,000 spirit swords earlier. He knew that it would only be a waste of manpower. Did you have any other idea, Imperial Preceptor? We couldn't just sit idly as they get closer. The last army general said nervously. The Tyrant Stone Tablet only affects the great array within the Master Grade great array. If we use a Grand Master Grade great array, it wouldn't be a problem. Let them be for now. I will activate the Grand Master Grade great array as they got close enough to it. Imperial Preceptor said calculatedly. Heavenly Cloud's palace continued flying towards the Netherworld Empire Imperial City while nullifying the rest of the traps that the Imperial Preceptor has laid out for them. When they got close enough to the Imperial City, Imperial Preceptor smirked, but he was suddenly confused as he saw that the flying palace began to descend and land right in front of the Imperial City's front gate. Yi Tianyun raised his hands, and 10,000 spirit swords suddenly floated in the air, and with his hand sign, Yi Tianyun immediately sent the swords towards the soldiers on the city wall. Because the distance he was in, the soldier was immediately massacred by the huge amount of spirit swords that was coming towards them in a great speed. This is not good, Imperial Preceptor said. He then released a black light, and he slammed it to the ground, and suddenly, a huge great array and a black aura appeared in the city limit. Suddenly, the aura from the great array began to condense and form a giant dragon. Yi Tianyun immediately tried to attack the dragon with his spirit swords, but the scale was too tough. The spirit swords began to shatter one after another as it hit the hard scale of the dragon. Yi Tianyun immediately recalled the spirit sword, only claiming the life of the city guards within the wall area. This is a great array on a Grand Master level. The famous Dark Dragon Great Array. Yi Tianyun said as he observed the Dark Dragon. He suddenly remembered something, and he got an idea on how to block this Dark Dragon. Chapter 431. The rumor that the Netherworld Empire had the Dark Dragon Great Array has been heard before, but nobody has ever seen it. But surely, everyone could see for themselves that the Great Array indeed existed, and it was as powerful as the rumor told. Dark Dragon Great Array. Grand Master Grade Great Array. Exude a dark smoke from the ground and turn it into a Dark Dragon Phantom Shadow. The Dark Dragon Phantom Shadow could spray Netherworld fire as its breath attack. Has the same amount of power as second layer Void Spirit Stage Expert. Combat Power. 37.000.000. Weakness. Destroy the Great Array, and the dragon would vanish or use a strong, gentle fire to burn it down. This dark dragon summoned by the dark dragon Great Array was far more powerful than the one that Tianyun summoned with Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. But in his defense, he hasn't leveled up to Void Spirit stage yet at that time, and the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure was also capable of protecting the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City, while this dark dragon Great Array couldn't do that. We are surely fighting the enemy with their full advantages on. No wonder the Imperial Preceptor escaped towards the city once he learned that he would be losing the previous battle. Ren Long said with a dignified look on his face. Spirit King, let me break the array for you. If the array is broken, the dragon would be no more. If we don't do that, the dark dragon would soon go on rampage, and I'm afraid that we would receive so many casualties. The old ancestor said confidently. This is like the dragon summoned from the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. It will always attack the enemies in its surrounding, as it would always regenerate once it was destroyed. No, I have another plan for this dragon. Breaking the array would take too long. Tianyun said confidently with a smile on his face. Everyone was confused about Tianyun's words. Everyone began to wonder what Tianyun would do in the next moment. Will he transform into the evil dragon? But everyone was once again surprised that Tianyun didn't do anything except waiting for the dark dragon to get close. Let me give you the taste of what your heavenly dragon has caused me. Let me see you fight against an immortal enemy. Imperial Preceptor said while smirking evilly. He thought that he wouldn't need to partake in the battle himself, for he already had the dark dragon on his side. Everyone was ready to stand up against the dark dragon, but Tianyun quickly told them to hold their ground. Stand back, I will defeat it myself. Tianyun said casually. Tianyun then moved forward and raised his hands. The next moment, a fire in the shape of a small flower shot out from Tianyun's hands with a slow speed. The fire was very beautiful, but everyone only vaguely felt the heat from it, making everyone a little bit worried that the fire wouldn't be enough. The soldiers from the Netherworld Empire started to laugh at Tianyun as the small fire was too insignificant, it wouldn't do anything to the huge dark dragon. They were confident that the dark dragon would be invincible as it was immortal. Ha ha ha, he has already given up. What is he thinking, attacking the dark dragon with a puny little fire like that? Imperial Preceptor said while laughing profusely. The dark dragon then swallowed the fire, but nothing happened, but instead, it was still moving towards Tianyun steadily. The old ancestor and Ren Long hesitated for a little bit, but they quickly moved forward to save Tianyun. Even though they were considerably weaker than Tianyun, they must try to save him out of loyalty. But the next scene that happened in front of them clearly surprised not only both of them but also everyone else in the vicinity. The dark dragon was suddenly burned. The whole body of the dark dragon started to catch on fire. After squirming and roaring for a while, the dark dragon suddenly stopped moving, and soon after, the fire died, and the dark dragon was left as ashes. The ashes of the dark dragon began to scatter by the wind, and soon, it also caused the fire as the ashes caught onto trees, building, and even people. The imperial city soon turned into a sea of fire. The immortal fire was the cause of this. Immortal fire was a strong, gentle fire, the exact weakness of the dark dragon. The immortal fire, as its name suggested, was nearly impossible to extinguish. Even if it was just a cinder, it had the power to burn anything that came into contact with to ashes. See, I don't need help against that weak dragon. Tianyun said as he smiled and walked forward. Everyone on the scene was still too stunned to say anything or do anything for that matter, as Tianyun's power was really mind-blowing. How is this possible? The netherworld fire was supposed to burn anything. How can it lose to a puny fire like that? Imperial Preceptor said as he looked at Tianyun in disbelief. The immortal fire and the netherworld fire were two kinds of fires completely opposite of each other, meaning that the immortal fire would always win against the netherworld fire. Tianyun was too lazy to explain how his small fire could burn down a huge dragon to ashes, but Tianyun immediately used his heavenly eyes instead. He saw the dark dragon Great Array in front of him. He studied the divine rune that made the dark dragon Great Array and found it not as hard as he firstly thought to fix it. But the only thing that he had to do was to destroy the Great Array, which was the only remaining line of defense Netherworld Empire had. Chapter 432. Although the dark dragon was easily burned, the dark dragon Great Array was still standing, but sadly, it has already reached its limit. The dark dragon Great Array was far weaker than the heavenly dragon's secret treasure, as it was only able to control one dragon at a time, and so at this moment, the Imperial Preceptor was completely screwed. Damn it, this is all just because of a small fire. The Imperial Preceptor said furiously. He didn't expect his favorite dark dragon Great Array would be destroyed that easily. Imperial Preceptor then tried once again to create another dark dragon, but he noticed that the dark aura that was generated from the dark dragon Great Array wasn't as thick as the previous one, resulting in slower condensation to create another dark dragon. At the same time, Tianyun already activated his heavenly eyes, actively searching for the array core of the dark dragon Great Array. If he finds this array core, the Great Array would be destroyed simply by destroying the core. One of the cores on your left-hand side. Xianxia's voice was heard from afar. Tianyun immediately moved towards the direction that Xianxia has shouted. He knows that Xianxia must have activated her own heavenly eyes to search for the array core. The old ancestor was also doing the same. He also found one of the cores by himself and began to break it. Although he wasn't as strong as he used to be, at his peak, but he was still a divine rune grand master. He could break an array core of a fragile great array like this easily. Tianyun was satisfied that the people around him doing their part as efficient as they can be. Because of Xianxia and the old ancestor's help, Tianyun could find almost all the array core in a short amount of time. But the dark clouds began to form again, and this time, the dark dragon that was created by the dark dragon Great Array wasn't as strong as the previous one, only at first level void spirit stage. The combat power also dropped dramatically. This is one of the disadvantages of a great array like this. Once it was broken, the effect would also drastically drop. But this is not the case for Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. It wouldn't affect its performance by only break it down unless it was destroyed. But the problem is, a divine tool was impossible to destroy. Tianyun threw the immortal fires once again, burning the new dark dragon to ashes immediately. The death of the second dark dragon caused another series of cracks on the dark dragon Great Array integrity, reducing its effect once again. Imperial Preceptor was getting more impatient. He was completely furious as the dark dragon Great Array that he held dear was easily defeated like this. It couldn't even kill anyone from the enemy's side. He thought that he would be battling Prince Yi with advantages inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City, but it turns out he didn't have any advantages at all. Imperial Preceptor, what should we do now? We could no longer rely on the dark dragon Great Array, it would be destroyed at this rate. The last army general said nervously. After all, he has already promised their victory to the Great Emperor. If they lost this battle, the Great Emperor would certainly kill them both. The only option left is to enter the battle ourselves. Imperial Preceptor said solemnly. He immediately activated all the divine rune on his body and released all his spiritual energy. He was ready to fight Tianyun head-on. This fighting technique of the Imperial Preceptor was the same technique that the old ancestor of the Divine Rune Mansion once used. They portrayed the divine rune on their own body, resulting in complete burst of power. This also meant that Imperial Preceptor was at his wit's end. There was nothing else he could do to win the battle against Tianyun without using this technique. After all, if he lost here, the Great Emperor would kill him personally. The last army general was also prepared to fight. He burned his blood chi, and together with Imperial Preceptor, both consumed a blood divine pill. This pill would greatly reduce their cultivation after the battle in exchange of a power burst. They risk it all. After all, it was still better than dying. The next moment, Imperial Preceptor immediately rushed toward Tianyun with his demon staff, and he also absorbed the essence of the dark dragon Great Array as he flew and suddenly turned into a dark dragon himself and clashed with Tianyun. The sky was immediately filled with dark clouds and menacing aura. Compared to the previous dark dragon, this one was the strongest. With Imperial Preceptor's base combat power amplified, plus the dark dragon transformation, he reached 98.000.000 combat power. This was far exceeding the limits he once showed against Tianyun. Spirit Race Old Ancestor and the rest were unnerved before this dark dragon, but Tianyun smiled and laughed as he looked over to the dark dragon. Dragon God Fist. Tianyun shouted as he punched the dark dragon right on its head. A huge fist appeared out of nowhere and smashed the dark dragon down to the ground. The dark dragon was slowly dissipating as it lay on the ground unmoved. Instant kill. Tianyun killed the Imperial Dragon over the dark dragon enchantment with one hit. Tianyun immediately looked at his status window and saw that his combat power had increased exponentially. He was currently at 176.000.000 combat power. Chapter 433. Imperial Preceptor was smashed hard against the ground, stunning him with his bones all broken. This was all the result of Yi Tianyun's 176 million combat power. With his crazy mode multiplying his combat power by 16, and he also recently leveled up to first level Void Spirit stage, he achieved 176 million combat power while not using his full power. The Imperial Preceptor was dying, and he didn't know what to say after receiving this overpowered attack from Yi Tianyun. Everyone felt the same way. They didn't know what to say after seeing the scene enveloping in front of them. The number 2 person in the Netherworld Empire was defeated with one punch. People started to think that Yi Tianyun could be this powerful, suggesting that Yi Tianyun's cultivation technique must be some overpowered technique too. People wondered, has Yi Tianyun already achieved Spirit King stage, as he could defeat a 6th level Void Spirit stage Imperial Preceptor so easily? Ren Long looked at Yi Tianyun in disbelief. He knew that earlier, Yi Tianyun only could compete with Imperial Preceptor after transforming into a dragon, but this time he could defeat Imperial Preceptor with only one punch. He wondered how Yi Tianyun could cultivate that quickly. How can he easily cultivate like this? I am sure that it was a tie between Yi Tianyun and Imperial Preceptor earlier, but this time he could one-shot him. I would make sure to ask for his advice about cultivating later for sure. Ren Long said as he got envious of Yi Tianyun's cultivation speed. Shi Shuiyan was already used to Yi Tianyun's overwhelming cultivation speed and therefore didn't question him much about it, and she also let him deal with the enemy until he said otherwise. The next moment, Yi Tianyun walked towards the Imperial Preceptor and coldly stared at him. Now, I win. Quite easy, I'd say. Yi Tianyun said coldly, and he immediately stabbed Imperial Preceptor's chest with the long sword that he took lying around his feet. Successfully killed Imperial Preceptor. Reward: 133.000.000 Express, 60.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 10.000 Divine Rune Mastery Points, Netherworld Divine Palm Technique, Netherworld Divine Art, Divine Rune Golden Body Secret Art, Descending Dragon Banner, Dark Dragon Great Array, Netherworld Demon Staff High Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Divine Armor, Netherworld Boots, Netherworld Soul Rare, Netherworld Bone Rare. The total express that Yi Tianyun got was completely off the chart. But that was expected, as Yi Tianyun used all his express card, multiplying his express gain by 116. It was the effect of X50 express card, X30 express card, X20 express card, and plus the X16 from the crazy modes effect. He also wanted to buy the X10 express card and X5 express card, but because he has already bought a bunch of it before, the price was not worth it anymore. Yi Tianyun smiled happily as he got a bunch of express. The possibility that he could level up here made it more exciting for him. Imperial Preceptor is dead. People from Yi Tianyun's side shouted excitedly. They cheered as they know that Yi Tianyun defeated the number 2 person in the Netherworld Empire quite easily. While at the same time, people from the Netherworld Empire was still shocked. Some of them quickly reported back to Netherworld Emperor about the defeat of the Imperial Preceptor, as there was no way that they could win without the Emperor joining the battle himself. Great Emperor, the Imperial Preceptor is dead, and the Dark Dragon Great Array was destroyed along with his defeat. I believe that you are the only one capable of facing the enemy. The soldier said as he reported back to the Netherworld Emperor. Netherworld Emperor sighed as he knew that everything was a mess now. The death of the Imperial Preceptor would cause a negative impact on the soldiers outside, and he was sure that his soldiers were in chaos too. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was already confident that the destruction of the Netherworld Empire was already at hand. Let's go, people, to the Netherworld Empire, Imperial City. Yi Tianyun shouted to everyone from his side. Everyone from Heavenly Cloud's mansion rushed out of the palace and quickly walked behind Yi Tianyun towards the center of Imperial City. At the same time, Yi Tianyun quickly activated the Dark Dragon Great Array that he got from Imperial Preceptor earlier and summoned the Dark Dragon to defend his people from any Netherworld Empire's attack. The soldier from the Netherworld Empire was overjoyed as they thought that someone from their side was controlling the Dark Dragon Great Array, but as they cheered, the realization quickly hit them. The Dark Dragon was attacking the soldier of the Netherworld Empire. The soldier began to scream as they were burned by the Netherworld fire that the Dark Dragon spewed, while many of them were trying to get out of the city, abandoning the Imperial City that they were supposed to guard. Chapter 434. Successfully killed Netherworld General. Reward: 53.000.000 Express, 18.000 CPs, 1.500 SPs, Bursting Flame First Martial Art, Cloud's Power Sword Secret Art, Heavenly Vertical Jump, 100.000 Express Pill, Heavenly Doom Sword, Heavenly Silk Worm Armor. Successfully killed the Netherworld Empire's soldier. Reward: 5.100.000 Express, 16.000 CPs, 1.300 SPs. Yi Tianyun was attacking the Netherworld Imperial City all out, not only using the Dark Dragon Great Array, but he also summoned all the dragons that he had tamed. The Red Dragon, Black Dragon, and a bunch of Earth Dragons. They all rushed to the Imperial City's guards and killed them as soon as they saw the guards. The two giant dragons that he controlled almost broke through to the Void Spirit stage. If there was no Void Spirit expert blocking their path, Yi Tianyun believed that the dragons would be unstoppable. Both sides looked at Yi Tianyun, bewildered. The number of dragons that Yi Tianyun had was too much to be considered normal. The enemy quickly scattered as they wanted to find an escape route out of the city, but this time, their enemy wasn't only Yi Tianyun. Shi Shuiyan and the other members of Heavenly Cloud's palace also scattered and started killing the Imperial City guards one by one. Netherworld Empire Imperial City quickly fell as the screams filled the city. But no one gave any mercy towards the soldiers. All the Heavenly Cloud's mansion member and Ren Long with his Heavenly Dragon soldier had a dark past against the Netherworld Empire, and this time, they got the opportunity to exact their revenge. They also knew that everyone inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City was also a soldier. People knew that the Emperor forbade anyone without any military skill to live inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City, and that was also one of the reasons that the Netherworld Empire Imperial City was always safe from battle. At the same time, Xu Fei led a group of cultivators and quickly rushed towards the enemy to also participate in destroying the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun was very happy that Xu Fei also participated here, which meant Yi Tianyun would receive a ton of passive income from Xu Fei's kill. Xu Fei used his ability to detect danger efficiently. He kept directing his group to defeat the enemy that they could defeat. If Xu Fei sensed danger ahead, he quickly changed his group's route so that they could avoid getting unnecessary death. Yi Tianyun quickly took over the path that Xu Fei left. He easily cleared the path that was too dangerous for his Heavenly Cloud's mansions. People, Yi Tianyun was satisfied as his prediction was correct. Xu Fei's ability to detect danger was strong. If Xu Fei cultivated vigorously and became stronger in the future, Yi Tianyun knew that Xu Fei would achieve victory in any battle. Like Xu Fei, the female disciples who were led by Yi Qingshan and Shi Shuiyan were also killing the Netherworld Empire's soldiers ruthlessly. After all, they weren't just any delicate woman, they were also a fighter. They all fought bravely and quickly pushed forward, clearing all sector of the Imperial City from any Netherworld Empire soldier. The team that Yi Tianyun deemed to be the bravest was the one that was led by Shi Shuiyan. She was like a butterfly, dancing on the field of red. She was so beautiful in the battlefield that Yi Tianyun even forgot that she was ruthlessly killing the enemies. After all this time that Yi Tianyun wasn't in the Heavenly Jade Mansion, Shi Shuiyan's cultivation base has leapt several stages. Now, she was at Spirit Core Peak Stage, and about to break through to Core Transformation Stage 2. Although she was nowhere near Yi Tianyun's cultivation speed, it was already the fastest that any normal people would gain. She was also very young, meaning that she still had many years ahead of her to cultivate stronger. No one on the battlefield was even close to Shi Shuiyan's cultivation speed, let alone Yi Tianyun's. While Shi Shuiyan was dealing with any opponent within the Spirit Core stage, the rest of Core Transformation experts was handed over to Ren Long. They both quickly joined hands on the battlefield, killing an opponent after opponent efficiently. Meanwhile, Netherworld Great Emperor stayed inside the palace while the rest of his soldiers were being massacred outside. Yi Tianyun felt something was off. After all, no emperor wanted to see his own empire crumbled like this, yet why was the emperor not here yet? Yi Tianyun began to think that the emperor has evacuated himself from the imperial city long ago. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but become curious about the whereabouts of Netherworld Emperor, and so, he walked towards the Netherworld Empire Imperial Palace casually. But as he arrived at the front of the palace's door, a booming sound and a huge palm came from above. That was the Netherworld Divine Palm, and it was 10 times stronger than the one that Imperial Preceptor used. Yi Tianyun thought that this might be the real Netherworld Divine Palm. Chapter 435. This Netherworld Divine Palm was very huge. It was also very powerful as its pressure terrified everyone near the Netherworld Empire's palace. Everyone, except for Yi Tianyun immediately retreated as they know that they would die as soon as they got close to the palace's door. The power isn't bad. Netherworld Emperor surely reached the power of 90 million easily. This power is way more powerful than any enemy that I have been fighting with all this time. Yi Tianyun said, impressed by Netherworld Emperor's power. This huge power was also the reason that the cultivators from Yi Tianyun's side decided to back down. They could sense the overwhelming power in the air. But Yi Tianyun's power has already surpassed the power that Netherworld Emperor's Netherworld Divine Palm had shown. Yi Tianyun quickly punched the Divine Palm with the same technique that he used against Imperial Preceptor, and the Divine Palm was immediately shattered into pieces. But as the Divine Palm broke, the power within it turned into the Netherworld's fire, covering a large area in front of the Imperial Palace. This fire offset Yi Tianyun's attack that should have broken the palace's door. Netherworld's fire. Middle-grade earth-level fire. This fire is extremely cold. Yi Tianyun knew that immortal fire was far stronger than this. Netherworld's fire, but the amount of Netherworld's fire on this place was far too absurd. The immortal fire was an extremely hot fire, meaning that this fire could be neutralized by the immortal fire, but it would be exhausting. Now we know that the Netherworld Emperor is still inside the palace. Yi Tianyun said as he tried to look inside the palace from the opened windows. With his 100 million combat power right now, Yi Tianyun knew that this fire wouldn't become a problem for him. So, he immediately flew directly towards the palace's door, not even considering the effect of the Netherworld's fire on him. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to second layer Void Spirit stage. On the way towards the Netherworld Imperial Palace, the system notification told him that he was successfully breaking through to second layer Void Spirit stage. He immediately knew that was all thanks to Xu Fei, who has been killing the enemy, giving him a hefty amount of express. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at his status to see the amount of express that he needed in order to level up once again, and once he did see it, he was shocked. Now he needed to accumulate 400 million of express in order to level up to third layer Void Spirit stage. How could he accumulate this amount of express? He needed at least 4 to 5 Void Spirit expert to kill in order to get this amount of express, but where could he find that many enemies? But he knew that the Emperor was at least at the Void Spirit peak stage, so he closed his status screen and immediately focused on finding the Emperor. He also knew that he would have to think about getting express later. He could search for a bunch of spirit accumulating grass too. There was also a possibility to complete another quest that he had. Now, Yi Tianyun's face was bright from excitement. He was excited to see what will await him after he got the peak level of cultivation. As he approached the palace, the Netherworld's fire around him immediately condensed and turned into a dark dragon that was way bigger than the previous dark dragon that was summoned by the Imperial Preceptor. It was almost as big as the heavenly dragon's bone that he fought while trying to save Ren long earlier. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at the dark dragon's status and saw that it was at Void Spirit peak stage. As the dark dragon roared, the rest of Yi Tianyun's army fell back further as to not get caught by the dark dragon. Yi Tianyun. Shi Shuiyan shouted in worry as she saw that Yi Tianyun kept flying towards the Imperial Palace, not caring the dragon's position at all. She really wants to help Yi Tianyun, but she knew with her current power level, she wouldn't be able to do anything. The dark dragon immediately stood between Yi Tianyun and the palace and started to spew its Netherworld's fire, trying to burn Yi Tianyun with it. But Yi Tianyun immediately put his hands forwards and started to absorb the Netherworld's fire. He knew that the Netherworld's fire was just a spiritual energy attack, and therefore the heavens devouring secret art will be able to absorb all of it. This secret art was different than the heaven swallowing divine secret art that he was using earlier. Heaven's devouring divine secret art was to strengthen the user while absorbing the spiritual power from the user's surrounding, while the heaven swallowing divine secret art was to absorb the spiritual energy without doing anything else to the user. But this two secret art could be stacked with each other, creating a stronger and more powerful absorption. Chapter 436. Successfully absorbed the Netherworld's fire. Conversing to Express. 8.300.000 Express. 8.400.000 Express. 8.500.000 Express. Yi Tianyun absorbed so much Express at once. This was all thanks to the Express card that was still in effect. Yi Tianyun knew that normally he would only get around 70.000 to 100.000 Express for this fire. He knew that he must make sure to get the best as much Express as possible if the Express card was still active. Because of Yi Tianyun's powerful absorption, he did not only absorb the netherworld's fire, but also absorb the dark dragon. After all, the dark dragon was only a phantom shadow, not a living creature. The people from the Heavens Clouds Mansion and Heavenly Dragon Empire was shocked to see the scene enveloping before their eyes. They knew that Yi Tianyun was truly powerful, but they never expected he'd be able to absorb the dark dragon like this. In the meantime, Yi Tianyun didn't stop absorbing the dark dragon. He knew that something as big as the dark dragon couldn't be absorbed in an instant. I will absorb it all, I will take my time for this one, no pressure. Yi Tianyun said casually. He was constantly getting a ton of express for absorbing the dark dragon. After he was done, he quickly checked the total amount of express that he got and noticed that he almost reached 100 million express. Yi Tianyun once again felt grateful for the express card, for if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be able to get this much express. After feeling satisfied enough, Yi Tianyun looked at his surrounding and saw that the netherworld's fire that was once burning the imperial city down, now looked like a weak fire. Yi Tianyun smirked as he accomplished another feat to weaken the netherworld emperor. He knew that the emperor must be watching somewhere. No wonder that you can kill the imperial preceptor. You have a strong martial art to back you up. I will make a proposition for you. How about you join the netherworld empire? I will give you the position of divine envoy, second only to my status as the emperor. If you work for me, you will be able to control the entire netherworld empire. I'm also willing to share half of the empire's resources with you. So, what do you say? Netherworld Emperor's voice was heard from inside the palace, further proving to Yi Tianyun that the emperor was indeed watching the fight. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyun after the emperor's voice subsided. The netherworld soldiers were looking at Yi Tianyun in hope that Yi Tianyun agreed to the temptation, while the army from Yi Tianyun's side was looking at him in horror of Yi Tianyun becoming their enemy. The temptation from Netherworld Emperor was hard to reject. At least that was what everyone thought. Everyone believed that Netherworld Empire would absolutely achieve the divine nation status if Yi Tianyun joined forces with them. The Heavenly Dragon Empire wouldn't become a challenge anymore. What is this? Is this how you sound your surrender? Yi Tianyun said while smirking towards the imperial palace. No, this is not me stating my surrender. I simply admit that you are strong. If we work together, the Netherworld Empire's power would increase dramatically. We will be able to achieve the divine nation status. Netherworld Emperor said confidently. Okay, but I have one condition. Yi Tianyun said casually. Condition? State it. I will try to meet your condition. Netherworld Emperor said curiously. He was eager to make Yi Tianyun join the Netherworld Empire, since he has long the divine nation status for a long time. Ren Long and the others looked at Yi Tianyun in horror. They began to wonder whether Yi Tianyun really wanted to join with the Netherworld Empire. Mansion Lord, I don't think it was wise to join forces with Netherworld Empire. An elder from Heavenly Jade Sect said to Yi Tianyun worriedly as she came with Xuan. It's okay, elder. If he chooses to join Netherworld Empire, then I would gladly follow. Xuan said with a smile on her face. Xuan's word worried them even more. They knew that all Yi Tianyun needed was approval from Xuan as his aunt. He would choose the option he wanted after hearing what Xuan had to say. However, Ren Long remained silent while looking at Yi Tianyun with an unreadable expression. My condition is very simple. I will join the Netherworld Empire as long as you are not in it. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Are you mad? Did you take me as a fool? Netherworld Emperor's voice was heard after Yi Tianyun finished speaking for a while. Netherworld Emperor sounded angry from the tone that he used to answer Yi Tianyun's condition. Everyone started to smile as they immediately realized that Yi Tianyun had no intention to betray their own goal. Xuan laughed beside Yi Tianyun as she already knew from the start that Yi Tianyun had no intention to accept Netherworld Emperor's offer. Your Netherworld Empire has killed so many innocent people, you've already done lots of things that are completely sick. I will never join forces with you, a sick psycho like you would be better off dead. Yi Tianyun said, sneering to the Netherworld Emperor. Chapter 437. Yi Tianyun's demand was like a slap in the face for the Netherworld Emperor. The Emperor lamented on how stupid Yi Tianyun was as he rejected a big offer like that. It seems that you have confidence on your power. Did you think that you really can stop me? Netherworld Emperor said coldly. Huge phantom shadow of the Netherworld Emperor immediately appeared in front of the palace's door and immediately rushed over to Yi Tianyun. Everyone could feel a terrifying pressure coming out of the Emperor's phantom shadow. This was far more powerful than the dark dragon earlier. This was the enhanced version of the Netherworld Talisman that Tianyun encountered while fighting with the Minister of Netherworld Empire earlier. This was Netherworld Emperor's own divine ability, making it far more powerful than any other fake versions from the Netherworld Talisman. The Emperor's phantom shadow immediately waved his hands at Tianyun and a condensed Netherworld's fire was immediately shot out from the palm of its hand. This was the true power of Netherworld Divine Palm, a palm attack with Netherworld's fire enhancing the attack. The power from the Phantom Shadow's Netherworld Divine Palm reached 120 million combat power. Much more powerful than anything Tianyun has ever encountered. There was no doubt that the Netherworld Emperor was at Void Spirit Peak stage. You are strong, I will give you that, but it's unfortunate that you will die today. Tianyun said as his body began to be covered by the thick scale from his upgraded Dragon God bloodline. He began to channel his power into his fist and then prepared to hit the Netherworld Emperor's Phantom Shadow with it. Dragon God Fist. Tianyun shouted as he punched the Phantom Shadow. He also covered his fist with the Immortal Fire as he knew that the Netherworld's fire was weak to extremely hot fire like the Immortal Fire. Tianyun smashed the Phantom Shadow down and immediately rushed towards the palace. Tianyun punched the door with the Dragon God Fist and the door was busted open, while the Immortal Fire quickly burned the door and the wall of the palace, illuminating the entire area. Tianyun's combat power has reached 180 million, reaching new height and overpowered the Phantom Shadow by quite a lot. Knowing that the enemy would soon reach his location, Netherworld Emperor became uneasy. He was sitting on his throne while a huge array beneath the throne was providing a Netherworld's fire for him to cultivate. Damn it, who is that boy? How can he be so powerful despite being so young? Netherworld Emperor said with horror and anxiety in his eyes. He must get Tianyun out of the palace. At least he had to save the great array that constantly provided him with the Netherworld's fire that he direly needed to cultivate. But unbeknown to the Netherworld Emperor, Tianyun has already done his analysis on him. Netherworld Great Emperor. Void Spirit Peak Stage Cultivation. Equipment. High-grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld's Fire. Martial Art. Netherworld Divine Art. Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Weakness. Extremely Hot Fire. Combat Power. 120.000.000. Drop on Kill. Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Netherworld Great Array. Grandmaster Level Divine Rune Great Array, can absorb Netherworld's fire in the underground to enhance its power for cultivation or for attacking. Ellipsis 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 dot. Tianyun has already seen it all. He knew that the Emperor was drawing his strength from the Netherworld Great Array, otherwise, the Emperor wouldn't be able to achieve this kind of power. I am very lucky that I managed to level up before reaching the Emperor, otherwise, I would definitely have a hard time against him. Tianyun said as he walked towards the throne room. Tianyun also realized that this was also why the Emperor never left the palace as his source of power was there. In front of the throne room's door, Tianyun once again swung his hands and attacked the door with the Dragon God Fist, smashing down the door with one punch. The great Emperor's complexion suddenly changed as he knew that he had to buy more time to break through. Old ancestors, help me, Netherworld Emperor shouted nervously. Immediately, 2 coffins popped out from the ground and blood was spilling from every little crevice of the coffins. The coffins slowly opened, revealing 2 old skinny men covered in blood. I didn't expect this world still have such a genius cultivator in store, he is still so young. An elderly voice from one of the old ancestors said. They both immediately raised their hands and suddenly a tremendous power could be felt from them both. They quickly clapped their hands and with their power combined, a huge Netherworld Divine Palm erupted with 150 million combat power. Chapter 438. This 150 million combat power was the proof that both of them were at Spirit King stage in their peak. But unfortunately for them, their combat power still fell short against Tianyun. With 190 million combat power, Tianyun still had the upper hand. Tianyun smirked and immediately used the Dragon God Fist to smash the Netherworld Divine Palm once again. The 2 ancestors were startled and immediately jumped out of their coffin to dodge Tianyun's attack that went straight through the Netherworld Divine Palm. The old ancestors' complexion immediately paled. They have used their resources to stay alive, but this time, they had to face against an enemy that they couldn't easily beat. This power, is he the messenger of a divine nation? The old ancestors said as they looked at Tianyun. Meanwhile, The Netherworld Emperor was frowning as he realizes the old ancestors couldn't stop Yi Tianyun's attack. At the same time, Yi Tianyun looked at the two old ancestors' status to see what he should do against them both. Heavenly Netherworld Old Ancestor. Void Spirit Peak Stage, Master of Netherworld's Fire. Martial Art. Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Weakness. Extremely Hot Fire. Combat Power. 100.000.000, under the effect of Netherworld Great Array. Drop on Kill. Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art. Old Ancestor of Netherworld Empire. Void Spirit Peak Stage, Master of Netherworld's Fire. Combat Power. 111.000.000, under the effect of Netherworld Great Array. Drop on Kill. Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Ellipsis 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 dot. Yi Tianyun noticed that both old ancestors' data was quite similar, the only different was the combat power that the two possessed. They both managed to stay alive, all because of the Netherworld Great Array's effect. If it was not for that, there was no chance for both of this old ancestor to stay alive. Yi Tianyun also noticed that the blood from the coffins wasn't any normal bloods at all, it was mixed with some form of blood essence, but he didn't know what kind of blood essence was being used except for one, the Spirit Race's blood essence. Spirit Race's blood essence was very special, they had strong life essence and therefore if someone absorbed the blood, they would gain an extended life. It is time to end your life, Yi Tianyun said as he covered his body with the immortal fire. The old ancestors looked at Yi Tianyun and once again felt threatened as they could feel the heat from the immortal fire, and on top of that, the Netherworld's fire couldn't stand Yi Tianyun's fire. Seeing the young man in front of them was ready to attack, the old ancestor quickly connected their spiritual power with each other. Like a fusion, they increased their combat power instantaneously. At the same time, Netherworld Great Emperor had enough and immediately walked behind the throne and disappeared from everyone's sight. He chose to hide underground instead of participate in the fight. Yi Tianyun ignored the Great Emperor for now and focused on dealing with the two old ancestors in front of him. Netherworld Divine Palm. The old ancestors said simultaneously, releasing the huge palm once again. Yi Tianyun was already bored of this attack, he began to wonder if the Netherworld Empire's higher-ups could only do this trick as he smashed the Netherworld Divine Palm once again. Is this trick all you can do? Yi Tianyun said annoyedly, as he saw that the old ancestors were once again blown away by his attack. Yi Tianyun immediately pulled out the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword and immediately rushed towards the Heavenly Netherworld Old Ancestor and stabbed him in the head. Successfully killed the Heavenly Netherworld Old Ancestor. Reward: 162.000.000 Express, 43.000 CPs, 15.000 SPs, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Netherworld Great Array, Netherworld's Fire, Rare, Netherworld Heart, Rare. Yi Tianyun was a little disappointed that he didn't get rewarded of killing an enemy far above his own level, but he knew that the system deemed the old ancestor to be weak as Yi Tianyun easily surpassed their combat power. Although his current cultivation level was still at second layer Void Spirit stage, but his combat power was already beyond Void Spirit Peak stage level. Heavenly Netherworld. Old Ancestor of Netherworld Empire shouted as he saw that Yi Tianyun has killed the Heavenly Netherworld Old Ancestor. He quickly pulled a bloody bone sword and swung it in attempt to attack Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun saw the Old Ancestor's action and quickly swung his Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword in order to attack with an energy wave. The Old Ancestor failed to react and too late to dodge Yi Tianyun's attack. The energy wave hit the Old Ancestor directly and he was blown to the ground. There was so much blood coming out from the wound that Yi Tianyun's sword wave created, killing the old ancestor with only one hit. Chapter 439. What is this power? Old Ancestor said without his lower body intact. It was clear that he was done for. There would be no medicinal pill or any cultivation skill that could save his life at this point. My power. Dead man doesn't need to know about that. After all, your Netherworld Empire would crumble today. Yi Tianyun said, coldly. You are right. After all, the story is written by the winner, does it not? Old Ancestor said while laughing silently. That is true, but at the very least, I don't use the blood of the innocents to cultivate, I just use yours. Yi Tianyun said as he smirked evilly, and then stabbed the Old Ancestor of Netherworld Empire right in his head. The Old Ancestor stared at Yi Tianyun wide-eyed before he died. clearly still had something to say, but Tianyun didn't give him any chance. Successfully killed old ancestor of Netherworld Empire. Reward: 162.000.000 Express, 43.000 CPs, 15.000 SPs, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Netherworld Great Array, Netherworld's Fire, Netherworld Soul Rare, Netherworld Passage Key Rare. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 3rd layer Void Spirit stage. Tianyun has leveled up once more. The accumulation that he got from killing the 2 old ancestors and absorbing the Netherworld's fire were enough for him to level up. But there was still no level up reward from the system nor the reward from an elite enemy kill. It seemed that he had to kill some cultivator in Spirit King stage in order to get that kind of reward now. X50 Express card times up. X30 Express card times up. The X150 Express card has expired. Tianyun felt a little bit disappointed as he didn't kill the Netherworld Emperor just yet. He couldn't buy any more of this card now, as he thought that it would be very wasteful for only killing one enemy. Old ancestor of the spirit race immediately flew over towards Tianyun with Ren Long and Shi Shuiyan followed suit. They knew that the enemy whom was fighting against Tianyun has been killed, and that was why they were no longer had to be cautious to come close. Spirit King, you are really amazing. I didn't expect you to kill the old ancestor of Netherworld Empire and Heavenly Netherworld old ancestor simultaneously. Old ancestor of the spirit race said in awe. Now is not the time to talk about that, old ancestor. Can you and the other elders of the spirit sect destroy this Netherworld Great Array for me? I still need to find the Netherworld Emperor. Tianyun asked the old ancestor of the spirit race. This Great Array is a little bit hard, but I can do it. If no enemy interrupts me, I will destroy this Great Array soon. Old ancestor of the spirit race say confidently. Okay, then I will count on you on this one. This Great Array constantly provides the Netherworld Emperor his power. I need this down to beat that guy. Tianyun said commandingly. He has seen the extent of Netherworld Emperor's power. With this Great Array active, he would be able to hold Tianyun down, but without it, Tianyun was confident that he would be able to kill the Netherworld Empire quickly. Okay, I will destroy it right away. But are you sure to follow the Netherworld Emperor? Aren't there going to be traps as you follow? Old ancestor of the spirit race said worriedly. That may be the true, but if I don't kill that guy, he can build another Netherworld Empire in another day. Tianyun said optimistically. I believe that he wasn't going down there to escape. I believe he would be plotting something down there. At the very least, he would be planning to break through down there. Tianyun said confidently. Everyone's face suddenly changed after hearing that the Emperor could be breaking through down there. They knew that a Spirit King stage was very powerful. In fact, a Spirit King stage cultivator was only a legend there on Earthly Border Continent and Heavenly Border Continent. If he really manages breaking through to Spirit King stage, why do you still choose to go? Old ancestor of the Spirit King asked Tianyun worriedly. That is the sole reason that I have to go down there. If he really successfully breaks through, there would be no place for us to run. Tianyun said solemnly. Everyone on the room agreed on Tianyun's logic. If they let the Netherworld Emperor broke through to Spirit King stage, what would they do then? Chapter 440. Tianyun didn't really care whether Netherworld Emperor successfully broke through to Spirit King stage or not. He would kill Netherworld Emperor regardless. But his words showed his concern for the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people was real. Tianyun felt responsible for the lives of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people. He would not let any of them die on his watch. This battle, Tianyun was on the front line, minimizing the casualties on his side. He knew that a death in battle was inevitable, but he successfully minimizing casualties on his side. But if he let the Netherworld Emperor go, he knew that the Heavenly Clouds Mansion wouldn't be safe. Mansion Lord, we all know that you need to go down there, but please be careful. An elder from Spirit Sect said worriedly. They all nodded their heads in agreement of the elder's word. But Shi Shuiyan suddenly stood up and told everyone to shut up. Now go, you can decide whatever you want to do. Look at us, we have accomplished so much all thanks to you. I believe that you will succeed on your mission and return to us safely. Shi Shuiyan said with a seer confident on her eyes. Surely my aunt is the only one who knows me the most. Tianyun smiled warmly. After all, Tianyun never really felt any parental love except for what he felt from Shi Shuiyan. He knew that it wasn't the same, but he didn't really need anything else. Everyone on the scene immediately backed off after they heard Shi Shuiyan talk to Yi Tianyun. They know that Yi Tianyun regarded Shi Shuiyan's word the most, and therefore they had to respect Yi Tianyun's decision. Since Spirit King has made up his mind, I will also focus on my task to destroy this netherworld great array. We will wait for your return, Spirit King. Old ancestor of Spirit race said confidently. The crowds immediately shouted that they will wait for Yi Tianyun's return and that they would not leave the imperial city before the Mansion Lord return. Yeah, if the Mansion Lord doesn't return after a day, we will send people to investigate down there. Heavenly Jade Sect disciple shouted confidently. This was all because they were very loyal to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun felt really motivated after hearing the support from everyone. Don't worry, I will kill the Netherworld Emperor and come back safely. Yi Tianyun said confidently with a smile on his face. They started to chant Yi Tianyun's name as he descended the stairs behind the throne to chase after the Netherworld Emperor. Yi Tianyun felt the cold atmosphere as he went down the stairs that made him a little bit uncomfortable. As he went down further, he noticed that the amount of Netherworld's fire on the wall increased. He believed that anyone below core transformation stage wouldn't be able to come down there. But for Yi Tianyun, this Netherworld's fire was only a mild inconvenience, nothing more. Yi Tianyun immediately reached out his hands toward the Netherworld's fire on the wall and activated his heaven-swallowing divine secret art to absorb the Netherworld's fire as he went down. It was better to boost his express gain while he could. Gaining 7.000 express, 8.000 express, 7.800 express. The amount of express that he got was far too small, but he couldn't complain now as he didn't have any express card active. The deeper he went toward the tunnel, the more express he got as the Netherworld's fire was stronger. Soon, he arrived at the end of the tunnel, which was blocked by a thick door with dense divine rune on the door. Yi Tianyun noticed that the divine rune that was used to fortify the door was at Grand Master level, which meant that he couldn't force his way to open the door. But Yi Tianyun knew with his heavenly eyes, destroying this door wouldn't be a problem. Yi Tianyun immediately activated the heavenly eyes, and as he saw the divine rune's array core, he punched it with the God Dragon Fist. Successfully broke a Grandmaster level divine rune. Reward: 800.000 express, 2.000 divine rune mastery points. Yi Tianyun felt satisfied that he got a large amount of express for an easy job. After that he quickly kicked the door, and the door was busted open with a little amount of resistance. Without the divine rune holding it down, this stone door was not a problem at all. Yi Tianyun immediately walked inside and he saw that the room was full of Netherworld's fire that came from a big hole on the center of the room. Yi Tianyun also saw that the Netherworld Emperor was sitting on the side, meditating while absorbing the Netherworld's fire madly. Now Yi Tianyun knew for sure that the Netherworld Emperor really came down here to break through to Spirit King stage. Chapter 441. Spirit Race Old Ancestor was still in the middle of disabling the Netherworld Great Array. Yi Tianyun knew that it was an absolute necessity as he felt the immense pressure on this place. The Netherworld Emperor would surely break through to Spirit King stage, and he would surely become more powerful than he was previously. I have to stop him quickly, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately rushed towards the Netherworld Emperor. Yi Tianyun believed that even if the Netherworld Emperor successfully broke through to Spirit King stage, he would still be able to deal with him, but Yi Tianyun didn't want that extra trouble right now. Yi Tianyun quickly activated his heavenly eyes and equipped the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. This sword allowed Yi Tianyun to summon a heavenly dragon every time he attacked with it. Yi Tianyun realized that the Netherworld Empire was protected by a defense great array after he activated his heavenly eyes. So, Yi Tianyun quickly searched for the defense great array's core to break it. Found it, Yi Tianyun said while smirking pleasantly, and he immediately slammed his Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword directly to the great array's core. The sword immediately shone in light blue color and Heavenly Dragon was instantly summoned, assisting Yi Tianyun's attack. With a bang, the entire defense great array was destroyed. But the Netherworld Emperor wasn't injured. Complete to Yi Tianyun's annoyance, the Netherworld's fire from around the room was drawn towards the Netherworld Emperor and started to cover him up like it was trying to protect him. Is this Netherworld's fire your last defense? This would be easy, Yi Tianyun said as he once again swung his sword to attack the Netherworld's fire along with the Netherworld Emperor. He also covered the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword with his immortal fire, since both the Netherworld Emperor and the Netherworld's fire had a weakness against scorching fire. But Yi Tianyun's sword never reached Netherworld Emperor. As Yi Tianyun took a swing, Netherworld Emperor quickly opened his eyes and immediately summoned several dark dragons from his surrounding Netherworld's fire, pushing Tianyun back several feet. From the amount of dark dragon summoned, the Netherworld's fire intensity grew stronger, defeating the immortal fire as Tianyun only used a small bit of fire. Tianyun immediately swung his sword that was covered with immortal's fire to burn off the incoming dark dragon. His attempt showed results as Tianyun kept slashing and burning the dark dragon. That came his way. Tianyun quickly used his appraisal eye and checked the Netherworld Emperor's status. Tianyun knew that this was not the original power of the Emperor, which meant that the Emperor has successfully broken through to Spirit King stage. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Netherworld Emperor's status has changed. Netherworld Emperor was a first-layer Spirit King stage cultivator right now. Beside that fact, Netherworld Emperor's combat power has also increased from 120 million to 170 million. But Tianyun also knew that this much combat power was attained from the help of Netherworld Great Array. Which meant that after the Netherworld Great Array was successfully broken, the Emperor's combat power would be greatly reduced. From the information he got from Appraisal Eye, Tianyun knew that at least one would attain 30 million combat power once successfully breaking through to Spirit King stage. This amount was too high, as it usually increased around 5 to 10 million points in the Void Spirit stage. But Tianyun also knew that the Netherworld Emperor didn't have the time to stabilize his own cultivation, and without stabilizing it, the Netherworld Emperor wouldn't be able to use his newly obtained combat power efficiently. This realization was a much appreciated situation for Tianyun, as he knew that fighting against a Spirit King cultivator could be troublesome. I finally did it. I finally attained the Spirit King status. I have to thank you for this. If it was not for your pressure, I wouldn't be able to push myself to this realm. Netherworld Emperor said as he laughed happily. Tianyun wasn't bothered by Netherworld Emperor's word. In fact, the fact that Netherworld Emperor successfully broke through was not bad either. Now, Tianyun would be able to get his elite kill bonus after killing Netherworld Emperor. Well, if you want to thank me that much, you could always give me some reward for it. Tianyun said indifferently. He never feared any enemies before, and now was not an exception. My reward for you is complete annihilation of your faction. Probably that at least would be necessary to teach you a lesson. Netherworld Emperor said happily. Netherworld Emperor immediately absorbed the Netherworld's fire from his surrounding to further enhance his power. The Netherworld Emperor's body was immediately covered by the Netherworld's fire-like armor, and every time he took a step, the Netherworld's fire burst out from his feet. Chapter 442. Netherworld Emperor looked at Tianyun with contempt. This young man has culled his Netherworld Empire's power significantly, and now, he even dared to attack the Netherworld Imperial City. It was true that the Netherworld Emperor also thought of inviting this young man to join the Netherworld Empire, but now he couldn't let Tianyun live. Is that it? If that's the only thing you can offer, then I will have to pass. Tianyun said indifferently. It seems that you still didn't realize the situation that you are in. It was a shame that you would have to die in such ignorance. Netherworld Emperor said as his palm started to glow bright blue. Netherworld Emperor immediately raised his hands, and the Netherworld's fire from his surroundings started to condense in his palm and a huge palm was formed, covering from corner to corner, which meant that there is no place to run from this attack. This was the Netherworld Divine Palm that has been enhanced by the Netherworld's fire. The Netherworld's fire could burn everything in this attack as it was powered up by the Emperor's spiritual energy. Tianyun looked at the Divine Palm with his appraisal eye and noticed that this attack was at 180 million combat power. It seemed that the Emperor was eager to attack. Tianyun with everything he got. Equip Heavenly Dragon Set. Tianyun said to the system. Successfully equipped a Heavenly Dragon Armor. Successfully equipped a Heavenly Dragon Boots. Successfully equipped Heavenly Dragon Set, adding X15 defensive power, X15 combat power, X5 speed. After equipping the full set of Heavenly Dragon Set, Tianyun's power increased exponentially. This was far better than the effect of the Evil Dragon Suit, as the Evil Dragon Suit was only a level 30 equipment. Tianyun held the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword tightly, and his body started to glow in a golden light, and a Heavenly Dragon Phantom Shadow also started to appear behind him. Heavenly Dragon Slash, Tianyun said as he swung his sword towards the Netherworld Divine Palm. A sword wave appeared from the tip of Tianyun's sword that also glowed in brilliance aura that looked so beautiful. Yi Tianyun's attack cut the netherworld divine palm into two pieces and destroyed it immediately into countless sparkles, and still headed straight toward the netherworld emperor as it has overpowered the netherworld divine palm at 200 million combat power. Netherworld emperor was shocked, and at the same time amazed by Yi Tianyun's brilliant attack, leading to him failing to react in time to defend himself properly. He quickly gathered the netherworld's fire in front of him, and thus the netherworld's fire acted as his shield. But Yi Tianyun's attack was too powerful. The netherworld emperor was still hit, despite the netherworld's fire was shielding him. Netherworld emperor was immediately slammed into a wall after being pushed hard by the sword wave. The emperor coughed some blood as the attack has severely injured him. Netherworld emperor immediately looked at Yi Tianyun with horror in his eyes. He used his most powerful attack, plus his power was amplified thanks to the netherworld great array. He began to wonder whether Yi Tianyun was also at Spirit King stage. How is this possible? Are you also at Spirit King stage? Netherworld emperor asked curiously, as this question would be any use for someone who's about to die. Yi Tianyun said as he stepped forward toward the netherworld emperor and smirked with a satisfied look on his face. Now, you will answer for all the innocents that you have killed up until now in the underworld. Yi Tianyun said solemnly, killing innocent? Did I hear it right? Aren't you also covered with blood yourself? What is this bullshit? The netherworld emperor said annoyedly. I don't deny that my hand was also covered with blood, but I only kill people who have already fallen in grace. People who no longer could receive any repentance. I will never kill an innocent person, for I know that I would receive nothing from it. Yi Tianyun said as he started to rush forwards, swinging his heavenly dragon divine sword. The people that I killed were all weak. The weak should cower on my feet, and I should be using them as my stepping stone. Netherworld emperor said as he equipped a high-grade sacred tool long sword. The netherworld's fire immediately shrouded the blade, and the power of the netherworld emperor rose once again. Netherworld emperor immediately tried to parry Yi Tianyun's sword to no avail. The heavenly dragon divine sword was much more powerful compared to the sacred tool long sword that he pulled out in the last moment. Besides, Yi Tianyun's combat power has far surpassed Netherworld Emperor's combat power. Yi Tianyun's sword pierced Netherworld Emperor's body, making him stiffen as the pain was unbearable. Netherworld Emperor never believed anyone if they told him that he would be losing a fight against a teenager, and now, he couldn't believe his eyes that he loses to a teenager. Yi Tianyun smirked as he realized that he has successfully killed the Netherworld Emperor. With the heavenly dragon set, plus his cultivation technique in the crazy mode, his power has exploded to 200 million. A value that he never thought was possible before, at least not at this level. Chapter 443. How can you? Netherworld Emperor stammered as the light in his eyes became dimmer by the second. Yi Tianyun knew that the Netherworld Emperor's life wouldn't be long anymore. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the sword that was penetrating the heart of Netherworld Emperor to quicken the Netherworld Emperor's death. The Netherworld Emperor couldn't believe that he would be dying in a teenager's hand right after obtaining the Spirit King status. Now that the Netherworld Empire would die out as his life left his body, he certainly came to regret every choice that he had done until now, for he knew that he wouldn't be dying like this if he was more compassionate. Now, I have to cut your head as a totem that your wrongdoings were finally over. Yi Tianyun said as he held his sword above the Netherworld Emperor's neck. As Yi Tianyun swung his sword down, a light blue color suddenly blinded his eyes and Yi Tianyun was suddenly pushed back by a Netherworld dragon that suddenly appeared from within the Netherworld Emperor's body. Yi Tianyun's body was covered by the Netherworld's fire, but he immediately burned it with his immortal fire. But Yi Tianyun still felt the burn during the Netherworld's fire was sticking to him. What is this power? Who are you? Yi Tianyun said as he felt a new power circulating in the room. This new power was different than Netherworld Emperor's power. This one was much more powerful. I didn't expect for the Netherworld Emperor would die like this. But it happens and now, I have to possess this body. Netherworld Emperor said, but Yi Tianyun noticed that the Netherworld Emperor's eyes were dark, like a body without its soul. The blue light that blinded Yi Tianyun earlier started to cover the wound on Netherworld Emperor's chest that was a result of Yi Tianyun's attack earlier. The blue light was healing the wound up at an amazing speed. Yi Tianyun began to wonder if Netherworld Emperor hid another soul on his body so that if he died, he could come back to life again once again. Yi Tianyun quickly used the appraisal eye to check on this reborn Netherworld Emperor, but all he could see was the status of the former Netherworld Emperor. Still, Yi Tianyun was certain that this reborn Netherworld Emperor was more powerful than the status that he was currently seeing. What is happening right now? Yi Tianyun said to himself as he was confused about the current situation. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed forward and tried to slash the Netherworld Emperor once more. But the Netherworld Emperor immediately reacted to Yi Tianyun's attack. A thick dragon scale immediately covered Netherworld Emperor's arm, and he used it to block Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. Netherworld Emperor was still being pushed back from the impact of Yi Tianyun's attack. However, no injuries could be seen from it, clearly different from the previous Netherworld Emperor that Yi Tianyun easily overpowered. But even so, Yi Tianyun noticed that the dragon scale from Netherworld Emperor's arm was shattered by his attack, meaning that Yi Tianyun's attack was better than Netherworld Emperor's defense. Die already, old man, Yi Tianyun said as he put more strength to his arm power and attacked the Netherworld Emperor once more. However, Netherworld Emperor quickly reached for Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword's blade and held it down so that Yi Tianyun couldn't attack. Yi Tianyun was surprised that his 200 million combat power could be held down by the Netherworld Emperor like this. After Yi Tianyun shook the blades from Netherworld Emperor's hold, he noticed that Netherworld Emperor's hand that held the swords was bleeding. However, the Netherworld Emperor was still showing no expression at all. The blue light appeared once again, and this time, it healed the arm that was injured while holding Yi Tianyun's blade. Even after I finally take over his body completely, it appears that he was still weak. I have carefully trained him, but he was still losing against a teenager. Forget it, at least he was already at Spirit King stage, but it's all thanks to you, isn't it? Netherworld Emperor smiled at Yi Tianyun, and his expression was sincere, but his eyes were utterly evil. Yi Tianyun's appraisal eye was finally showing some change. Unknown soul. Third layer Spirit King stage, powerful soul can occupy any human bodies as its own. Martial art. Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Dark Dragon Secret Art. Weakness. Extremely hot fire. Combat power. 250.000.000 points. Netherworld Great Erase Effect. Drops on kill. Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Dark Dragon Possession, Netherworld Treasure Pearl, Rare Lower Grade Divine Tool. Ellipsis 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 dot. Netherworld Treasure Pearl. Lower grade divine tool that can control the Netherworld's fire and allow the user to store a large amount of Netherworld's fire for later use. Perfect divine tool for Netherworld's fire cultivation technique. This pearl can also store the soul of the user, so that the user can live as long as the pearl still exists. The Netherworld Emperor was possessed by some unknown soul, and he had the Netherworld Treasure Pearl all along. This pearl was the same category as Heavenly Dragon's Secret Treasure, but clearly, the effect of the Heavenly Dragon's Secret Treasure was far above this Netherworld Treasure Pearl. Yi Tianyun noticed that the soul that was controlling the Netherworld Emperor's body was cheerfully gathering the Netherworld's fire around his body. He also summoned a dark dragon phantom shadow behind him that looked even more powerful than any dark dragon that he has fought until now. Chapter 444. Yi Tianyun never expected to find a situation where his opponent held another soul in their body, and worst of all, the unknown soul was far more powerful than the original enemy, and he also held a strong divine tool in his possession. Furthermore, this unknown soul also benefited by the Netherworld Great Array, and now its combat power has reached 250 million power. Yi Tianyun realized that he was way weaker than his opponent now. Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth after knowing that the real boss of the Netherworld Empire was none other than this unknown soul, while the Netherworld Emperor was only a host. Nobody ever had this kind of information regarding this unknown soul. Yi Tianyun would even bet that the real Netherworld Emperor didn't even know this unknown soul would take his body. Who are you? Yi Tianyun asked as he stared at the possessed Netherworld Emperor. Who am I? You are qualified to know my name. My name is Ming Chen, a name that probably no one in this area ever known. I appreciate your power so much as you able to draw power from this weak Netherworld Emperor. I will make a deal with you. As long as you vowed to serve under me, I will train you and invite you to join my divine nation. Ming Chen said proudly. Ming Chen, what is your faction? Why would I join your faction without knowing whether your faction is worth joining or not? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Does divine nation sound like a joke to you? This is just a small fragment of my soul, and I want to build many more segments of it to increase the influence of the divine nation that I am currently in. Ming Chen said proudly. A divine nation, huh? Yi Tianyun said as he squinted his eyes to look at the Ming Chen. This whole time, he only believed that a divine nation was only a part of a legend. No one really knew any divine nation, as there was no one claiming that they were a part of a divine nation, nor did anyone know any area that belonged to any divine nation. Divine nation was strong. Yi Tianyun knew that much as the divine nation was a 5th-grade faction, it meant that the divine nation was far more powerful than an empire that was a 4th-grade faction. Why did you choose to separate your soul and take the initiative to occupy this side of the world? Yi Tianyun asked the question that he needed answer the most. You don't need to know my reason for doing things. Either you obey me or die. So, what is your choice? Ming Chen asked Yi Tianyun annoyedly. I choose not to obey you, but you are the one who's going to die. Yi Tianyun said confidently as he activated the Dragon God bloodline in the crazy damage mode. After he activated both of these abilities, his combat power reached 240 million, just a little bit short from Ming Chen. Yi Tianyun immediately burned his blood essence, and once again, his combat power rose significantly to 265 million points. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards Ming Chen and used his Heavenly Dragon Slash once more. Yi Tianyun's eyes were filled with determination as he used everything. He must defeat Ming Chen in one blow. Wow, you are the first ever to defy me, someone who belonged in a divine nation. This means that your only way is death. Ming Chen said as he defended against Yi Tianyun's attack with a long sword that was far different from the previous sword that the real Netherworld Emperor used. This sword was black with a hint of Netherworld's fire in it. That meant this sword was the Netherworld Divine Sword. Dark Dragon Possession, Ming Chen said annoyedly. He felt that Yi Tianyun's power was far more powerful than before, and he had to get serious now. Dark Dragon Phantom Shadow immediately appeared near Ming Chen while his body was immediately covered by a thick dragon scale. The most horrible thing that happened was Ming Chen's head has turned into that of a dragon. His combat power also spiked to 270 million points, a little bit higher than Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun began to wonder, was this the extent of a 3rd-layer Spirit King stage cultivator's power? Yi Tianyun became excited as he also thought how powerful he would become as soon as he attained that level. Ming Chen immediately rushed forward, and Yi Tianyun immediately held him down as he blocked Ming Chen's attack with his Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. The Dark Dragon Phantom Shadow also collided with the Heavenly Dragon Phantom Shadow that Yi Tianyun summoned as he swung the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. An earthquake suddenly broke out with them both as the center of it all. Ming Chen's attack was not over just yet. He kept slashing, while Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth and kept blocking Ming Chen's attack. You've already burned your essence. No. Let us see how long you will be able to keep that up. Ming Chen said as he sneered at Yi Tianyun. At least longer than you would be able to keep up. Yi Tianyun said as he pushed Ming Chen back. Yi Tianyun wasn't afraid of depleting his blood essence as he had the enhanced blood jade that he got earlier. After a while, Ming Chen's combat power suddenly dropped to around 200 million point, far behind Yi Tianyun's combat power. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that the old ancestor of spirit race has successfully destroyed the Netherworld Great Array upstairs. Yi Tianyun smirked as he remembered that he wasn't fighting alone all this time. People that he trusted and trusted him back was also fighting with him. Chapter 445. After the Netherworld Great Array was destroyed, the Netherworld's fire in the room that Yi Tianyun was currently in could no longer gather in one spot like before. Ming Chen's combat power was dropping to a level that was much weaker than Yi Tianyun. My Netherworld Great Array, what have you done? Ming Chen said with so much venom. Yi Tianyun didn't really care about what Ming Chen was about to say, and he rushed forward once again, ready to strike Ming Chen with his killing blow. Ming Chen quickly dodged and agilely leapt backward to make some distance between him and Yi Tianyun. After all, Ming Chen was still at 3rd layer Spirit King stage, but it didn't matter right now. Even though Ming Chen was fast, Yi Tianyun was much faster. Yi Tianyun chased after Ming Chen and quickly lopped off Ming Chen's left arm that he used to defend against Yi Tianyun's slash. Damn it, damn you, Ming Chen said as his face gradually paled as he was losing blood. Even though he was possessing the Netherworld Emperor's body, he still could feel the pain or the injuries that the body sustained. Ming Chen immediately used the Netherworld Treasure Pearl in his head to cure his wound. The blue light from earlier appeared once again, and his bleeding stopped, but the blue light couldn't regenerate his missing arm straight away. Don't relax just yet, Yi Tianyun said as he used his after-image technique, and 3 clones of himself appeared. These clones were weaker than him as it only had a third of his combat power, but Tianyun only used this technique to block Ming Chen's escape route, not to kill him. Don't you underestimate me more than this, kid, Ming Chen said as he roared, and the netherworld treasure pearl in his head flashed wildly. Then, a netherworld's fire flooded the place as it burst out from inside the netherworld treasure pearl. The 3 clones that Tianyun summoned earlier were immediately burned to ashes as it didn't have as high resistance as the real Tianyun. Tianyun himself was burned a little bit from the fire that spread so quickly. He immediately knew that this netherworld's fire was more powerful than the netherworld's fire that he came in contact with earlier. Tianyun immediately took out a bunch of medicinal pills and swallowed them to regenerate the burns he sustained from the netherworld's fire. Tianyun looked at the netherworld's fire with his appraisal eye to quickly assess the danger that he was in, and saw that this netherworld's fire was indeed stronger than the previous one. This one was a high-grade Earth-level netherworld's fire while the previous one was a low-grade Earth-level netherworld's fire. No wonder why the netherworld's fire this time could burn Tianyun while the previous one was only a tickle. Tianyun knew that the netherworld's fire this time was still not as good as his immortal fire, but the amount of netherworld's fire is too much for the immortal fire to burn. I didn't expect you would have this kind of power. Dared to push me to my limit. If my deity is here, he will crush you to pieces with one finger, but as of now, can you become stronger than my netherworld treasure pearl? Ming Chen said coldly. Netherworld treasure pearl floated in front of Ming Chen while constantly releasing netherworld's fire. Tianyun knew that if the netherworld's fire was still flooding the place, it would be difficult to kill Ming Chen. Tianyun quickly adjusted his spiritual power as he knows he had to prepare his best to beat Ming Chen. You don't have anything to say. Oh well, your life would end soon anyway. And so, does the life of all your companion. Ming Chen said coldly. As he finished talking, 3 dark dragons appeared behind Ming Chen. This dark dragon was much different from the other dark dragons that Tianyun has encountered. This dark dragon was full of the netherworld's fire that the netherworld treasure pearl released, making it far stronger. Tianyun immediately knew that even if he used the heaven-swallowing secret art, he wouldn't be able to absorb all the netherworld's fire that the dark dragon would throw at him. After all, the netherworld's fire this time was already out of his level. So, Tianyun stood on the spot, motionless, waiting for the dark dragon to make it move. For Ming Chen, it looked like Tianyun has given up already. Are you giving up? Did you finally understand that your struggle is futile? Ming Chen said while smirking victoriously. But, as Ming Chen ordered the dark dragon to attack Tianyun disappeared from the spot, making the dark dragon lost its target. What? Where did he go? Ming Chen said with a surprised look on his face, but immediately he felt danger from his back. Ming Chen immediately ran forward to escape whatever it was that appeared on his back, but he was already too late. A sword slashed his waist from the back, and the sword wave successfully split his body in 2. Chapter 446. Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword cut open Ming Chen's body. The extremely sharp sword cut through the netherworld's fire that shrouded Ming Chen's body like butter. Ming Chen's body wasn't spared either. His body was cut into 2, leaving his upper body spurting an extreme amount of blood. Ming Chen knew that this netherworld emperor's body was done for. There was nothing he could do to save it as it was already impossible to move. Let's die together, Ming Chen said as he smiled evilly while the dark dragon roared, and the netherworld treasure pearl spewed a lot more netherworld's fire. Tianyun immediately realized that Ming Chen was releasing everything he could to bombard the place with an ungodly amount of netherworld's fire. Tianyun didn't have anywhere to escape now as his teleport ability was still in cooldown. Tianyun has firstly thought to use teleport for escaping if something dangerous happened, but he used it to attack Ming Chen instead. Now Tianyun realized that his decision was a mistake. Situation where player Tianyun currently stands as dangerous, advised to escape immediately. The system suddenly notified to warn Tianyun from the danger he was currently in. Tianyun realized that if even the system warned him, then it meant that he could die here. Shit, I didn't want to use this, but it seems I have no other choice. Tianyun said as he revealed a divine rune that was carved on his arms. That was the world divine rune that xianxia gave him before. Using this divine rune has the same side effect as burning blood essence, if not greater. He knew it after looking at the side effect that xianxia felt after using this world divine rune herself. But the current situation was too urgent to think about the side effect. He could die here if he didn't try his best to escape. He still had the extra life on his inventory, but he didn't want to use it now. After all, even if he used the extra life, the amount of fire after the explosion would kill him once more. Tianyun quickly activated the World Divine Rune with his blood essence. The combination of blood essence and World Divine Rune exploded his combat power immensely, reaching 315 million. This was only from the effect of the World Divine Rune in his crazy mode, not counting the bonus that he may get from weapons, ability, and other stuff. Tianyun then activated his Dragon God Bloodline and Heavenly Dragon set, exploding his combat power further to 360 million points. But Tianyun wasn't finished just yet. He clasped his hands around the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword, and a new phantom shadow slowly emerged. Tianyun wanted to use his awakening power. Every cultivator who successfully broke through to Void Spirit stage could awaken their latent power, and that latent power was unique for each individual. The phantom shadow that appeared behind Tianyun was his own phantom shadow. It copied Tianyun's every move while also having Tianyun's combat power. One sword crushes heaven's door. Tianyun shouted as he slammed his sword forward to create a sword wave. The phantom shadow also copied Tianyun move and did the same thing, creating two sword waves that spiraled all around the room, cutting off the netherworld's fire that shrouded the room. Tianyun's combat power reached a new terrifying height at 400 million points. The sword waves destroyed the dark dragon and neutralized the netherworld's fire. Ming Chen looked at the scene with horror on his eyes. He finally realized that there was no chance for him ever winning against the teenager, whether he used everything from the beginning or not. How can this be? Who are you? Ming Chen asked with horror still clear on his eyes. Tianyun just stood there while waiting for the sword's wave to reach Ming Chen. He didn't want to talk to the dead. After the sword waves ravaged the Netherworld Emperor's body, it spun towards the wall and hit it harshly. The heavenly clouds people at the top felt the violent earthquake that happened below their legs. Shi Shuiyan and the others became worried about Tianyun's safety and thus hoped that nothing happened to Tianyun. Many people's eyes were full of worries while the other was still cleaning the imperial city from any trace of Netherworld Empire. Shi Shuiyan couldn't help it anymore and turned her attention towards the old ancestor of the spirit race. Old ancestor, Shi Shuiyan said as she didn't know how to ask old ancestors help to check on Tianyun since that may endanger the old ancestor's life too. It's okay, I get it if you couldn't ask me directly. I, too, want to check on the Mansion Lord's situation. But, if I don't come back soon, please evacuate the place. Old Ancestor said with a smile on his face. Chapter 447. Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race had a cultivation base at Void Spirit stage, and that was why he was the only one who could check on Tianyun's situation safely. But as the Old Ancestor was about to go down, Renlong immediately said that he would go as well. Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race wanted to decline at first, but after seeing the determination on Renlong's face, he knew that he didn't have any choice but to bring him along. Old Ancestor, we also want to check on the Mansion Lord with you. A disciple shouted as he saw that Renlong could also go down with the Old Ancestor. No, I can't guarantee your safety down there. Renlong is different. He could protect himself if danger still lurks down there. As for the others, you will only become a burden. Old Ancestor said solemnly. The others realized that what the Old Ancestor said was true. Tianyun's enemy right now was the Netherworld Emperor. Anything could happen down there, and if in any case, the Mansion Lord lost, it meant that the Netherworld Emperor could strike them down when he saw them entering the room that he was currently in. This also applied to Shi Shuiyan. She also wanted to follow Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race down there, but she knew that her cultivation was too low to enter the place. She felt that her status as the Sect Lord was for nothing, as she couldn't even check on Tianyun's status. But even so, she didn't say anything to the Old Ancestor as she was afraid of becoming a burden. As everyone has calmed down after hearing Spirit Race Old Ancestor's word, Old Ancestor and Renlong nodded at each other and descended into where Tianyun headed earlier. They noticed that the path was lit up by the Netherworld's fire, making it hard for them both. Although the Netherworld Great Array has been destroyed, there was still a lot of Netherworld's fire at the place. We've only descended for a few steps, but it's already hard to go on. Old Ancestor said with a sad tone. Yeah, these Netherworld's fire is surely amazing. I believe none below the core transformation stage can enter this place. Renlong said solemnly. They walked down, but as they were close to the bottom, another explosion happened at the bottom, where Tianyun was supposed to be. Both clenched their fist and steeled their determination, for they need to check and help Yi Tianyun if needed. After the explosion subsided, both continued down the path. While doing so, they noticed that the netherworld's fire has become much more violent and stronger. As they reached the bottom, they looked inside the room and saw Yi Tianyun's figure standing on the side, holding a long sword while looking intently at the front. Ren Long noticed that Yi Tianyun's body was burned and sustained a lot of small injuries. But overall, Ren Long couldn't see any life-threatening condition. Both couldn't find any more figure beside Yi Tianyun, but they saw that there was blood splattered everywhere, while many pieces of human body scattered on the ground, making the room look disgusting. Spirit King, Spirit Race Old Ancestor shouted. But as soon as they was about to walk towards Yi Tianyun stopped them both. Don't come any closer. The netherworld's fire around me would hurt you badly. I am okay, just let me finish it here first. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. At the same time, a system notification sound was heard by Yi Tianyun. Successfully killed the netherworld Great Emperor. Reward: 90.000.000 Express, 10.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Dark Dragon Secret Technique, Netherworld Soul Rare, Netherworld Divine Sword, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Armor, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Boots, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld's Fire, Middle-Grade Earth Level Fire. Congratulations on killing an elite enemy. Reward: 100.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 1 Super Enhanced Lottery Roulette. The reward was amazing, but Yi Tianyun felt a little bit disappointed that the effect of the Express card has already expired. Otherwise, he could have leveled up once more here for sure. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit curious as he didn't receive any reward from killing Ming Chen's soul. He tried to locate the Netherworld Treasure Pearl, but instead, he saw a flickering shadow crawling towards a Netherworld's fire that he suspected was holding the Netherworld Treasure Pearl. Yi Tianyun tried to look at it with his appraisal eye, and he smirked after knowing what it was. Ming Chen's soul, Cultivation Base 8th Layer Core Transformation Stage. Yi Tianyun has suspected that Ming Chen wasn't dead yet, and so he rushed towards the shadow and trapped him inside his palm. Where do you think you are going? Yi Tianyun said coldly while reaching towards the Netherworld Treasure Pearl with his other hand. Let me go. Let's make a deal. Let me go, and I would make sure that my deity doesn't attack your faction. Ming Chen said nervously. Let you go. Did you ever think I would believe your words? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You will only return and bring more people that's probably a lot stronger than you and started wreaking havoc in my place. A word from a criminal could never be trusted, Yi Tianyun said as he squeezed Ming Chen's soul. I swear in my soul that I will bring many people here to crush you. Ming Chen said as he was squeezed to death. I will wait for it, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Chapter 448. Successfully killed Ming Chen's soul. Reward: 120.000.000 Express, 12.000 CPs, 15.000 SPs, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Dark Dragon Secret Art, Ghost World Treasure Map Rare, Ghost World Secret Order Rare, Ghost World Star Plate Rare. A lot of new items appeared as Yi Tianyun's reward as soon as he killed Ming Chen's soul. From the name of the item, Yi Tianyun thought that it might be more important than any equipment would. But it was still a shame that Ming Chen didn't drop any divine treasure as he died. This is why you need to give up as soon as you saw me coming, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked at the Netherworld's fire in front of him. Yi Tianyun knew that he didn't have any means to prove Ming Chen's word that said he would bring a divine nation to attack Yi Tianyun, but he knew that he had to prepare anyway as he didn't want to underestimate his enemy. Yi Tianyun knew that he needed more power to oppose the divine nation in the future, or he would be destroyed. But for sure, he didn't regret his decision to kill Ming Chen, for he knew Ming Chen would attack him again anyway. After that, Yi Tianyun heard a clicking sound on the corner of the room and found that the Netherworld Treasure Pearl fell on the corner. He walked up to the Netherworld Treasure Pearl and took it from the ground. Because of Ming Chen's death, this Netherworld Treasure Pearl should have no master. Yi Tianyun immediately dripped a drop of his blood to the pearl. The Netherworld Treasure Pearl immediately absorbed Yi Tianyun's blood, and the blood rippled around the pearl's surface. Ren Long and the spirit race old ancestor just observed Yi Tianyun from the door, as they knew that the netherworld's fire at the room that Yi Tianyun was currently in could easily burn them to ashes. But both were shocked as they heard Yi Tianyun shouted, "Gather!" And suddenly the netherworld's fire in the room surrounded Yi Tianyun and covered his whole body. Yi Tianyun knew that this was the process for the divine treasure to recognize him as its master, so he stayed calm. After a while, the netherworld's fire immediately returned inside the netherworld treasure pearl, leaving the room with many scorch marks on the wall. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised, as it seemed the netherworld treasure pearl rejected Yi Tianyun as its new master. But Yi Tianyun realized that he must have netherworld's fire on his arsenal first before he could become the new master for the netherworld treasure pearl. He checked his inventory and immediately activated the netherworld's fire that he got from killing the netherworld emperor earlier, and he immediately shifted his focus back to the pearl. "Come," Yi Tianyun said as he reactivated the netherworld treasure pearl. The netherworld's fire inside the pearl immediately burst out and covered Yi Tianyun's body like before. This time was a success. Yi Tianyun could feel the divine treasure bonding with the netherworld's fire in his body, and that the netherworld treasure pearl itself was shining in light blue color. "Good, now I have my own divine treasure." Yi Tianyun as he smirked in accomplishment. Now he could control any netherworld's fire in this world. Yi Tianyun immediately turned his attention towards the remaining netherworld's fire on the entrance wall and tested the divine treasure's power right away. He reached his hands forward and shouted, "Come here." And the netherworld's fire on the wall immediately gathered on his hands. Yi Tianyun smirked and immediately put the netherworld's fire inside the netherworld treasure pearl. This pearl could produce its own netherworld's fire, but it was in a small amount. It was better to gather and acquire the netherworld's fire on the outside world to charge the netherworld's fire and thus increase the divine treasure's ability. But the thing was, netherworld's fire was rare, that was why not many people have their own heavenly flames. Yi Tianyun then successfully absorbed all the lingering netherworld's fire inside the netherworld treasure pearl, and then he walked towards Ren Long and the old ancestor. "This is great, I got one more fire to use in the future. This fight has a nice ending," Yi Tianyun said as he smirked happily. After all, netherworld's fire wasn't evil in nature. It was the same as any other heavenly flames, the only thing that was evil was the people that used it. "Spirit King, how could you absorb that many netherworld's fire?" Old ancestor asked curiously. "This is thanks to a divine tool that I just got from killing the netherworld emperor earlier. Now I can control the netherworld's fire that I can see," Yi Tianyun said to old ancestor honestly. He trusted the people around him. Thus he didn't need to lie about his achievement. "You really killed the netherworld emperor. You even procure his divine tools. You are amazing, Spirit King," old ancestor said excitedly. "Let's get out first. I believe the people upstairs were worried about your safety," old ancestor said as he smiled toward Yi Tianyun. "You are truly amazing, brother Yi. Heavenly Dragon Empire was very lucky to have a prince as powerful as you are. Now, as soon as we get out from here, I will immediately order the soldiers of Heavenly Dragon Empire to wipe the Netherworld Empire's influence on this continent. There would be no more Netherworld's empire after this day," Ren Long said solemnly. "Yes, I agree with you, brother. There is no more Netherworld's empire after this day," Yi Tianyun said as he smiled happily towards Ren Long. Chapter 449. Ren Long and the old ancestor walked up the stairs cheerfully as they thought that the battle was over, but Yi Tianyun immediately looked solemn and shook his head. "What's wrong, Spirit King?" old ancestor asked as he saw Yi Tianyun's solemn look. "Things ain't over yet. The Netherworld's empire sure is done for, but I am afraid we got ourselves a new enemy. The Netherworld Empire has allied themselves with a divine nation messenger, and I am afraid the divine nation would come after us soon," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. A divine nation? Ren Long and the old ancestor was shocked. They knew that the divine nation was the next step after an empire, but they've never heard of the divine nation faction, so they thought the divine nation only existed on fairy tales and myths. If it really existed, then it meant that the faction would be swarmed with so many void spirit cultivators, as it was said that Divine Nation Place was a paradise for cultivators on Earth. They had abundant resources and so many divine tools to help them grow. I know that this is a serious matter, so with that thought, we have to let the others know what we're going to deal with in the future. But to avoid causing chaos on our rank, we have to tell the elder rank and above first," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. "I agree with Spirit King's decision. We have to keep the disciple in the dark for the time being," old ancestor said while nodding his head. "But let's go up from now. Yi Tianyun said as he made his way upstairs. But as he walked upstairs, Yi Tianyun looked back for a while, and he knew that he would be back here soon to empower the Netherworld treasure pearl further. After all, the hole in the center of the room earlier was a natural Netherworld's fire reservoir. As soon as Yi Tianyun reached the throne room, everybody immediately shouted and cheered for Yi Tianyun as they felt relieved that Yi Tianyun was safe and sound. But that was not all. They also knew that Yi Tianyun must have won against the Netherworld Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be coming out this fast. I knew that you would return safely, Shi Shuiyan said as she hugged Yi Tianyun and smiled at him warmly. Yi Tianyun also smiled at her, and everyone who loyally waited for him to return. Things soon came to an end, and the Heavenly Cloud's Mansion disciple and Heaven Dragon Empire's soldier cooperated to clean up the mess in Netherworld's Imperial City by burning all the corpses. Yi Tianyun then tasked the Spirit Sect to seek and destroy the remnant of the Netherworld Empire that may still exist in the Netherworld continent to reduce Heavenly Dragon Empire's workload. Yi Tianyun also provided help for the Spirit Sect by sending the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon along to help them if, by any chance, they encountered a difficult opponent. But before all that, Yi Tianyun gathered the elder ranks and above to talk about the imminent problem. The result of that gathering was positive, as it was true that everyone felt a little afraid as they weren't prepared to fight against an opponent that they thought was just a myth. How can we fight against a divine nation? If it wasn't for Mansion Lord's power, we don't even stand a chance against Netherworld Empire. An elder said nervously. This isn't the case. We still didn't know when the divine nation would attack, they may not even come. But one thing is clear. We still must prepare for their attack, whether they truly come or not. And don't worry too much, from the looks of things, it is impossible for divine nation to attack on a large scale as it would hurt their pride. I believe we would see the incoming of a small-scale expert from them. Yi Tianyun said, trying to keep everyone calm. Yi Tianyun checked everyone's expression, and he noticed that everyone wasn't thoroughly convinced, and so he reassured everyone once again. I know that we have no chance against them now, but I also know that if we are given enough time, we would be stronger than any divine nation. We defeated the Netherworld Empire that everyone said was undefeatable. We could do anything we want if we got the time to prepare for it. Yi Tianyun said wholeheartedly. Yi Tianyun's word was reassuring. The people that Yi Tianyun gathered began to ponder, and they felt that Yi Tianyun's word was indeed correct. They have achieved many feats together that was almost impossible in ordinary cultivators' eyes. In fact, they realized that their progression through their cultivation was faster than normal. Mansion Lord is right, we must be confident in ourselves. We have our Mansion Lord that would help us get through the enemy. We have to try and brave ourselves, for the future is yet to come. An elder said confidently. Everyone began to nod their head as they also thought the same thing as the elder. Their feelings began to unite as their trust in Yi Tianyun was unwavering, so they will support Yi Tianyun's every decision from now on. Don't worry, no matter how powerful the enemy is, we will be able to overcome anything. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Everyone began to cheer and chant Yi Tianyun's name as they felt the powerful word from Yi Tianyun. After making it clear, Yi Tianyun let them continue with their task to eliminate the rest of the Netherworld Empire. Everyone quickly left to deal with their own task while Yi Tianyun was left behind with Shi Shuiyan. Aunt, I am sorry, it seems troubles never leave me alone. Yi Tianyun said shyly. That is okay, it only shows that you are not a person that could be dictated by anyone, making you more trustworthy and more capable of leading us to glory. But you must know that whatever path you take, I will be there to support you always. Shi Shuiyan said warmly with confidence on her face. Chapter 450. Shi Shuiyan's expression suddenly became sad as she remembered that she wasn't that much of a help. Yi Tianyun saw Shi Shuiyan's expression changed and thus immediately embraced her. What are you thinking now, Aunt? Why are you sad? Yi Tianyun said endearingly. Tianyun, I feel like I couldn't keep up with you anymore. When you go down there to fight against the Netherworld Emperor, I didn't even have any qualifications to check your safety. You know that all I want is to be close to you. Shi Shuiyan said, still with a sad expression. Yi Tianyun clasped her hands and looked at her in the eyes. Don't you remember that as every time I came back, you are the first one that I tried to find? Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. He knew that he could neither help Shi Shuiyan that much about her feeling, neither could he help her with her cultivation. But he knew that he could give her all medicinal pills that she needed, or the martial arts that she took an interest in, or any weapons that she could use to perfection. Shi Shuiyan's cultivation was already good enough, but she still had a hard time breaking through to the advanced level. Xuan was a little bit startled as she remembered that Tianyun always went straight to find her as soon as he returned to the sect. There are only a select few who could work side by side with me, but you are the only person that I would come back to, the person I could say I am home to. Tianyun said softly with a warm smile. Xuan then leaned on Tianyun's shoulder as she didn't want to talk about it anymore, and she just wanted to be with Tianyun for a while. Tianyun let Xuan lean on him. He even made himself float to support their weight. Tianyun didn't know how to appease Xuan, but he knew that Xuan wouldn't give up cultivating, and she would one day stand beside Tianyun equally. But for now, she didn't mind with this peaceful day either. That also applied to Yue and Zhu Lingyun. But as for now, they would help around the mansion by managing the Heavenly Clouds mansion. Tianyun didn't need to push them to cultivate as he knew that they would do it themselves. After that, Tianyun left to find a thing that he could do while Xuan was busy with various stuff that she had to take care of inside the Heavenly Jade Sect. Tianyun wanted to help with eliminating the rest of the Netherworld Empire, but he couldn't let anyone think that he didn't trust them, and so he only appeared when the enemy was a little bit tough to deal with. But he also made sure that anyone who has surrendered themselves would be spared. Those who surrendered wouldn't become a slave either, as Tianyun would simply let them leave the Netherworld continent. Tianyun didn't want to be cruel like Netherworld Empire once was. He knew that those people didn't have any choice as they lived under the Netherworld Empire's influences, so Tianyun only gave them the option to find another life somewhere else. Finally, after a few weeks, only one city was left that was still under the influences of the Netherworld Empire. This city also housed the elite general and minister of the Netherworld Empire, and they were not willing to surrender. "We will never surrender. If you want to occupy this city, you must get it over our dead body," the minister shouted from inside the city wall determinedly. The rest of the Netherworld Empire's people inside also shouted the same thing from inside, successfully annoying Tianyun to no end. "It seems you are determined to have this final fight, aren't you? Did you know that there's no expert left who would save you? The Netherworld Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor are all dead," Tianyun said indifferently. Tianyun's words silenced everyone inside. They've already known that the Netherworld Empire has fallen. But as they didn't saw the death of the Netherworld Emperor themselves, they didn't believe the news that has been spreading around the world. "Since you are still so stubborn about fighting my army, then I will give it to you now," Tianyun said as he reached his hands forward as a sign to push forward. The red dragon and the black dragon immediately rushed towards the city gate and busted it while also spewing hot fire to the cultivators inside the city. These two dragons have already broken through to Void Spirit stage. Thus, if the enemy didn't have anyone on the same level as Imperial Preceptor, these two dragons would be unstoppable. After a while, the city was in flames as the dragons burned every house that the enemy cultivators tried to run into. But the sound that Tianyun was waiting for finally came. "We are wrong. Please, we surrender," the cultivator from inside the city shouted nervously. The enemy's morale is already dropped to the ground. Tianyun knew that those people would never fight against him anymore, but he still must give some sort of punishment to these people. "Okay, I would give you one more chance, but if you make a wrong choice, you will die immediately," Tianyun said confidently. This was Tianyun's way of showing mercy and salvation. It could be said that he didn't want to go on a path like the atrocities that the Netherworld Empire has done this whole time. Chapter 451. After those who surrendered passed the test that Tianyun gave, they were immediately imprisoned for the moment, while those who didn't pass Tianyun's test were immediately killed by the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people. There was no merit in keeping these people alive as Tianyun's test was to see whether they would still kill the innocent after they were freed or what they'd change their ways in the future. The purge was finally over. Netherworld Empire's influence officially disappeared that day. Successfully completed the main quest: destroy the Netherworld Empire from the face of the earth. Reward: 500.000.000 Express, 5.000.000 CPs, 500.000 Mastery Point, could be distributed as the player likes. 500.000 SPs, title: The Punisher of the Wicked and the Destroyer of Evil. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 4th layer Void Spirit stage. Successfully took over a new main quest: build the Heavenly Clouds Empire. Reward on completion: 2.000.000.000 Express, 20.000.000 CPs, 2.000.000 mastery points, 2.000.000 SPs, title The Great Emperor. Completion condition: Void Spirit Expert, 2/10, Core Transformation Expert, 8/50, Spirit Core Expert, 37/500. Build 1 Imperial City. Note: only cultivators with 200 favorability points or above will be included in the tally, and pets aren't included. Finally, a new main quest. The difficulty was far too hard for Tianyun now. He would have a hard time to find or cultivate another 8 Void Spirit Expert, not to mention his sect must at least have 50 Core Transformation Experts. If he waited for the people from his mansion to reach that cultivation level, it will take much time and a lot of resources that he couldn't afford now. If he could merge with the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the difficulty of this main quest would be reduced by half, but it would still be a challenge even if he managed to do so. After all, raising the new people's favorability up to 200 was tough. He had no choice but to put this main quest aside for now, but he knew that he would have a harder time to level up after this. Tianyun then looked at the new title that he just got to see what bonus it would give. Punisher of the Wicked and the Destroyer of Evil. Title: Prestige point increased by 500. The effect was straightforward, but at least it was better than the Empire's God Protector title that he got after defending the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. The Empire's God Protector title only gave 5x defense power if he was inside the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. If he left, the effect was also gone. After everything was resolved, an assembly was once again held, and this time the disciple was also included. This assembly would be a report about the spoils of war they got in Netherworld Empire City. War Wolf team got 30 soul tool, 50 medicinal pills, 10 earth level martial arts, 20 human level, the War Wolf team leader said loudly. Sirius team got 27 soul tool, 58 medicinal pills, 8 earth level martial arts, 17 human level. Sirius team leader said loudly. One after another, the team leader reported their finding to be recorded by the mansion's treasurer for future use. This team was also formed to make things more convenient for them in the time that they roamed the Netherworld Empire to purge the Netherworld Empire's influence. Each team had a core transformation stage expert as their leader. Thus, they didn't have to be afraid to encounter any opponent at the core transformation stage. In the meantime, Tianyun kept listening to the resources that the teams got in their runs. These resources were quite helpful as it was impossible for him to fill the quota for everyone's cultivation resources alone. After all, teams were done with their report. They looked expectantly to Tianyun as they waited for Tianyun to speak. After all, Tianyun was the mansion lord of the Heavenly Clouds mansion. You have done well. Now, these loots that you have reported would be yours. I hope that you could use that to become stronger in the future. Tianyun said solemnly. Thank you very much, Mansion Lord. They all said simultaneously in an excited manner. Tianyun knew that they had worked hard in purging the Netherworld Empire's influence, and some of them even got seriously injured. This reward that Tianyun gave for them would hopefully raise their morale. Naturally, now that Tianyun was a Mansion Lord, he needed to know when to give the rewards and the punishment. But as soon as the excitement calmed down a little bit, an elder quickly voiced himself. Now that we have overthrown the Netherworld Empire, how about we build the Heavenly Clouds Empire? Our Mansion Lord's strength is even beyond Emperor Ren's power. I believe that we can build an empire based on this fact. The elder said confidently. Everyone became excited once again as they found the elder's word made sense. After all, Tianyun's power was strong enough to overthrow an empire by himself. This time, everyone's eyes looked over to Tianyun once more. It was all depending on Tianyun's approval. It wouldn't be easy. Many alliances will target us for announcing our step up into an empire stage. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. We know, but the Netherworld Empire was the second most powerful empire, and we have destroyed them. We still have to carefully plan everything, but we will succeed. One elder said passionately. I agree with the elder. With Spirit King's influences and power, we have enough power to become the next empire. Spirit Race Old Ancestor said as he stepped forward. Everyone's eyes showed the look of excitement, and Tianyun himself couldn't help but get excited as his main quest was to upgrade this faction into an empire. Chapter 452. Everyone waited for Tianyun's decision expectantly. If Tianyun said that they shouldn't think about it, for the time being, they would immediately put the thought behind and focused on their own job. Everyone would gladly follow all of Yi Tianyun's decision. But no one knew that Yi Tianyun has already thought about becoming an emperor himself. Making the Heavenly Clouds Mansion to Heavenly Clouds Empire was his main quest. Therefore, he has already thought about the pros of becoming one. He knew that 3 strong influences were enough to become an empire, and Ren Long from the Heavenly Dragon Empire would back him up. He knew that the Heavenly Dragon Empire wouldn't mind if Heavenly Clouds Mansion wanted to become an empire. The first thing he needed would be the establishment of the Imperial City, and then the establishment of other cities to provide support for the Imperial City and division around the continent, forming a large-scale network inside the continent that the empire was in. This required a huge amount of cultivators. Otherwise, it wouldn't be manageable. Yi Tianyun knew that if cities were built and became prosperous, the cultivator would come by themselves eventually. There would be no need to search for one, but still, for Yi Tianyun's main quest to be completed, he needed the cultivator to have 200 favorability points. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to expand the Heavenly Clouds Mansion so everyone would recognize him as the same powerful man that the Heavenly Clouds Mansion now recognized. He knew that cultivators' respect was all based on the amount of power that they had. Okay, we would try to create our own empire. We would take this Netherworld continent for ourselves, and from now on, this continent wouldn't be called Netherworld Continent, but instead, it would be called Heavenly Clouds Continent. Yi Tianyun said imposingly. He was excited deep down as with this, his progress through his main quest would be going smoothly. Many elders were surprised that Yi Tianyun accepted their words and announced even the name of the continent. They immediately stood up from their seat and started to chant, "Great Emperor Yi Tianyun." As they became more excited than ever. "We were truly blessed to crown you as our Spirit King," Spirit Race Old Ancestor said as he laughed excitedly on the side. At the same time, they've already occupied one continent, and that would do their job to organize the continent easier, as this continent was already purged from the influence of the Netherworld Empire. "Okay, now listen, you can't call me the Great Emperor just yet. We have to manage the change first and make sure that the continent was ready for the new empire, and I hope all of you can work together to manage this shift from the mansion status to empire since I never handled this kind of thing before," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, Mansion Lord. Let us take care of such things. We couldn't help you in a fight, but we can help you out in things like this properly," Yi Yue said at the side as she immediately stood up with Yi Qingshan beside her. "And we too aren't good at fighting, but we could do something for the protection of the empire," Yang Yu said as he stood up along with Xu Fei. "Thank you, everyone, you really make my position as a Mansion Lord that much easier," Yi Tianyun said as he felt delighted inside. "No, Mansion Lord, this is all because of you. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to come this far," everyone said as they began to show their gratitude for Yi Tianyun. They admired Yi Tianyun's fortitude, as they were saved at some point in their life by Yi Tianyun's action. Yi Tianyun smiled at them all without saying anything else. He knew that he trusted the right people. Soon they were immediately splitting up as the assembly was done, and now, they had to work to build the Netherworld Imperial City to become their Heavenly Clouds Imperial City. "Little brother Yi, you train outstanding people here. They were loyal to you," Ren Long said enviously. "That is because they all put their belief in me," Yi Tianyun said with a smile to Ren Long. "Don't worry, little brother. Heavenly Dragon Empire would always become your greatest ally. We will help you if you need anything," Ren Long said with a smile on his face. But he immediately looked around, and once he saw that there was no one else around, he whispered, "You could also take over our Heavenly Dragon Empire and merge it together with the Heavenly Clouds Mansion." Ren Long whispered casually, "Are you sure? If your father ever returns, you will be skinned alive, no?" Yi Tianyun asked worriedly. "Well, it turns out Prime Minister Long was a traitor, and if it weren't for you, Heavenly Dragon Empire would have already long gone. Their return wouldn't change anything," Ren Long said coldly as he remembered his parent left him without so much an explanation. "We should talk about it later," Yi Tianyun said as he knew that he must talk about this carefully. "Okay, we could also bring little sister to this conversation later. Don't worry too much, it should be easy for you to manage an empire with this loyal group of people you are having," Ren Long said with a smile on his face as he walked away from Yi Tianyun. "Thank you very much, big brother Ren. I will see you later," Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Ren Long and waved him goodbye. His thought immediately changed. He immediately left towards the Heavenly Cloud's palace to find an empty room and thought about his next move to obtain express. In the pressure of divine nation, he couldn't waste his time. Chapter 453. Yi Tianyun immediately headed towards the old Netherworld Palace, to be precise, the Netherworld's fire natural resource. When he arrived there, he was welcomed by some guards that were tasked to guard the palace. Although the city has been cleared out, the Netherworld Imperial City was still usable and fortunately only suffer minor damage to the buildings, and so Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Cloud's empire could still use this city. As he went down on the passage behind the throne, he noticed that the Netherworld's fire inside was still the same as he left it earlier. But something was different this time. As Yi Tianyun entered the room with the Netherworld's fire, the little phoenix that was entrusted to him earlier flew out from his pet bar without Yi Tianyun's consent. Then, without asking for Yi Tianyun's permission, it started to consume the Netherworld's fire with a satisfied expression. "I don't know that you like this kind of fire, little phoenix," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Although the little phoenix was inside his pet bar earlier, Yi Tianyun knew that this little phoenix wasn't his pet. He never used his taming ability to the little phoenix as he was only entrusted to take care of the little phoenix until he arrived at the phoenix nest. This is also the reason that the little phoenix couldn't level up as fast as Yi Tianyun's dragon. The little phoenix didn't pay any attention to Yi Tianyun as it knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't harm it, and it continued to indulge in eating the Netherworld's fire like it was starving, but this made sense as Yi Tianyun never gave it any food, to begin with. "Eat slowly, little one. I will also join you on gathering this Netherworld's fire," Yi Tianyun said as he immediately sat beside the little phoenix and pulled out his Netherworld treasure pearl. Yi Tianyun then absorbed the Netherworld's fire into the Netherworld treasure pearl with a speed that was faster than the little phoenix could eat the flame, but Yi Tianyun still left some Netherworld's fire for the little phoenix to consume. The little phoenix started squawking in annoyance as it realized that Yi Tianyun could absorb all the Netherworld's fire eventually and left it with nothing. And so, he rushed towards Yi Tianyun and squawked out of control, as if protesting for Yi Tianyun taking its food away. "Hey, stop that, I am not using the Netherworld's fire as I am only storing it to this Netherworld treasure pearl. I can take out the fire if you want to eat it later," Yi Tianyun said as he tried to calm the little phoenix down. After hearing Yi Tianyun's word, it calmed down and immediately started eating the Netherworld's fire, once again ignoring Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun let the phoenix eat for now and started to absorb the Netherworld's fire again. He noticed that this place was like a storage room for the Netherworld's fire so that the Netherworld Emperor could easily cultivate with the help of his Netherworld Great Array. But Yi Tianyun also noticed that the Netherworld Treasure Pearl was far more advanced than the Netherworld Great Array. He was thankful that Ming Chen didn't give control over the divine treasure to the Netherworld Emperor earlier. But Yi Tianyun's curious mind began to wonder as to why the Netherworld's fire could continue to erupt from the hole in the middle of the room. Yi Tianyun wondered and inspected the hole as it piqued his curiosity. But he quickly lost interest and instead back to absorbing the Netherworld's fire to the Netherworld Treasure Pearl. But the speed of the absorption annoyed Yi Tianyun as the Netherworld Treasure Pearl couldn't absorb the Netherworld's fire as fast as he wanted it to be. Yi Tianyun quickly activated his heaven-swallowing secret art so that he could also absorb the Netherworld's fire to upgrade it from the middle-grade Earth-level fire. The Netherworld's fire was the same as his immortal fire. If he could get a bunch of it, he could use it to further increase its mastery. After all, he still had a lot of time in his hands, and there was no enemy. As time passed, Yi Tianyun was shocked as he heard a little girl's voice behind him. "I am hungry," the little girl said as she was sprawling on the floor behind Yi Tianyun without any coverage hiding her body. "What? Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Yi Tianyun asked with a surprised tone on his voice. "I am hungry, give me food," the little girl said as she stood up and scratched Yi Tianyun's hand. "This claw marks, you are that little phoenix," Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised to see the claw mark. "Why didn't you recognize me? That aside, I am hungry. I want that fire immediately," the little girl said as she pointed her finger towards the Netherworld's fire. Yi Tianyun looked closely at the little girl's arm, and he finally noticed phoenix feathers covered the back of her arms, confirming that the little girl was indeed the little phoenix. Besides, how could a little girl enter the Netherworld's palace without Yi Tianyun noticing? Yi Tianyun pulled out a nice casual suit for the little girl to wear as she was bare naked right now. "I don't want to wear this suit. It's uncomfortable," the little girl said annoyedly. "Wear it, otherwise, I will not give you the netherworld's fire. Yi Tianyun said threateningly. Okay, I will wear it, now give me food. The little girl said as she puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Here, eat it until you're full. Yi Tianyun said as he set aside a bunch of netherworld's fire for the little phoenix to eat. After seeing the little phoenix became a human, Yi Tianyun was worried as he kept thinking about how to return the little phoenix. Inside his pet bar, chapter 454. Not taking too long after Yi Tianyun gave the netherworld's fire for the little phoenix to eat, she began to pester Yi Tianyun once again as the fire earlier was already gone. Hey, I want more food, said the little girl. You're already finished. You are quite fast, Yi Tianyun said as he was startled to see that the little phoenix has finished her share of netherworld's fire. Eat it from there, but be careful. Don't eat too much, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his finger towards the middle of the room where the netherworld's fire was erupting. Yay, thank you, the little phoenix said as he immediately rushed towards the center of the room and feasted on the netherworld's fire from its source. Yi Tianyun knew that the Phoenix clan had a strong resistance toward the fire. But he never knew that they also grew by consuming the fire. He noticed this fact as he realized that the little phoenix's cultivation was already at core condensation stage now while she was still spirit refinement stage a while ago. Yi Tianyun knows that if he himself was under-leveled, this netherworld's fire could obviously boost his level quickly, and that was what happened to the little phoenix. Yi Tianyun stopped looking at the little phoenix and quickly absorbed the netherworld's fire himself. Eventually, the netherworld's fire from that hole depleted as it couldn't keep up with these two. Yi Tianyun was the first one to notice that the fire has dwindled and so he slowed down his absorption speed to let the source discharge more fire. Hey, the fire is gone, the little phoenix said as she was sad to see her food source dwindled. Well, let's see what is happening below. Maybe the fire was far more powerful down there, Yi Tianyun said to the little girl as he reached to grab the little girl's hands. He then hugged the little girl closely and flew down the hole that provided the netherworld's fire. Yi Tianyun continued to absorb the excess fire that appeared around him to his netherworld treasure pearl while still hugging the little girl. But they immediately arrived at the bottom of the hole, and there was a big open space underneath. Don't move your head, whatever happens, don't look over, Yi Tianyun said to the little girl as he was shocked upon what he saw on the open space on the bottom of the hole. There was a mountain of bones. Human bones. Yi Tianyun was still holding the netherworld treasure pearl with one hand to continue absorbing the netherworld's fire, but he wasn't as excited as he was before. He finally knew that the netherworld's fire was formed by piling corpses, like a ghost leaving its body behind. This was undoubtedly Netherworld Emperor's doing. He constantly captured people, and those rebelling against him would be thrown here, while the rest worked for him inside the mines on the netherworld prison. Yi Tianyun was embarrassed that this kind of empire even existed. An empire built on top of a pile of corpses. There was nothing more disgusting and pitiful as this. Yi Tianyun also noticed that the netherworld fire production speed also slowed down, meaning that this place hasn't received any fresh corpses recently. It was understandable that the resources wouldn't be permanent. Rest in peace, everyone. I will make sure this place will no longer be usable from now on, Yi Tianyun said as he summoned his own phantom shadow and ordered it to start smashing the wall on the cave to collapse it, burying every bone in the place. Yi Tianyun immediately took a deep breath as he knew that burying this place down wouldn't be easy as the place was big. He didn't even care about what treasure that may await him below the pile of bones. He wasn't interested in any of it after seeing this heinous place. He didn't even know whether he would use the netherworld's fire ever again or not. He only absorbed the netherworld's fire once he realized where it came from, as he didn't want the netherworld's fire from these people was used again somehow in the future, and so he depleted all of them. Yi Tianyun and his phantom shadow kept hitting the wall in order to destroy the place and buried all these bones. It was a hard task to do. However, with Yi Tianyun's tremendous power, it still collapsed like he originally intended it to be. Once it started to cave in, Yi Tianyun immediately flew up towards the room earlier, and he also slammed the wall on the hole to make it collapse and block the way towards the burial place that he made earlier. Now Yi Tianyun was satisfied as he thought that the place was clearly covered, and no one else would be able to use this heinous place to cultivate as the Netherworld Emperor did. When he left the room towards the Netherworld throne room, the guards were waiting for him. They were worried as they felt the earthquake from beneath their feet as the result of Yi Tianyun collapsing the room below earlier. They asked Yi Tianyun about what happened below and also the identity of the girl in Yi Tianyun's arm. They remembered that Yi Tianyun didn't bring anyone earlier. So they were curious about the girl, but Yi Tianyun didn't answer them, but he let go of the little girl and pulled out a stone tablet instead. Tomb of the Innocent. Rest in peace. Netherworld Empire has been destroyed. Yi Tianyun wrote on the stone tablet and showed his respect for the last time. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully unlock the achievement Super Soul. Reward. Title Transcendent. The system notices immediately appeared as Yi Tianyun finished showing his respect. Chapter 455. The system appeared before Yi Tianyun. The tombstone that Yi Tianyun placed on the top of the staircase was also shining because of Yi Tianyun's achievement. The light from the tombstone shot out to the sky with a radiating light. The guards on the scene were surprised by the event. It looked like a heavenly light. After a while, the light disappeared, and everything was back to normal. Truth be told, Yi Tianyun was the most surprised of the situation earlier. He never expected to get a title for something simple like giving a tombstone to a massacre spot. Transcendent. A title obtained by appeasing the resentment in a big area. The user now could dispel evil, as the evil of the world would be easily overtaken, and the user could also saw the spirit of people around him. Successfully obtained skill, Soul Guide. Soul Guide can guide the player to a place shown on quest or treasure map, but can only be used once. This is amazing. This skill would enable me to find anything that I want. Yi Tianyun said as he checked his item list, and sure enough, he saw the Ghost World treasure maps that Ming Chen left behind. But he noticed that the Soul Guide can only be used once for now. He wondered what the first thing he needed. For now, he was particularly torn on the option of clearing the Phoenix's side quest or completing the Ghost World treasure map. But Yi Tianyun decided to clear the Phoenix's side quest first, as he thought that if he successfully got the support from the Phoenix clan, his empire would become more stable. The only reason that Yi Tianyun didn't try to complete that side quest yet was that he didn't know where to go. Hey, what was the light just now all about? It looks so beautiful, little Phoenix said with glimmering eyes. That was the light from all the souls that were trapped down there. Yi Tianyun said relaxedly. He knew that he made the right decision to destroy the cave down so that no one would ever get to use it again. But the guards were more interested in the little girl beside Yi Tianyun as they saw that she spoke casually with Yi Tianyun. They began to wonder if the girl was Yi Tianyun's daughter. If so, then Yi Tianyun must have got her at an early age. Yi Tianyun ignored all the stare that the guards threw at him as he didn't want to explain anything, and so he took the little Phoenix and flew toward the Heavenly Cloud's palace. Mansion Lord, Spirit Race Old Ancestor, entrusted me with a message. He wants to see you immediately if you returned. The guard of the palace said politely as Yi Tianyun and the little Phoenix arrived at the gate. Okay, thank you, Yi Tianyun said as he walked inside with the little Phoenix. Yi Tianyun took the little Phoenix's hand as he walked, raising many more questions among the surrounding guards and the disciple that walked in and out of the palace. They knew that Yi Tianyun always brought people back with him, but this time it was only a little girl. Where is this? This place looks beautiful, little Phoenix said as she looked around curiously. She has stayed in Yi Tianyun's pet bar for so long. So, she didn't know what happened in the outside world. This is my place, I live here, and you can too if you want. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled on the little Phoenix. Mansion, Lord, who is this little girl? She is so cute, can I hug her? Yi Yue said as she saw Yi Tianyun coming. No, I only want to be hugged by him. The little Phoenix said as she hid behind Yi Tianyun's leg. What, are you Mansion Lord's daughter? Yi Yue asked curiously. Yes, I am, the little Phoenix said graciously. Wow, Mansion Lord, I always thought that you were single up until now. I never expected that you've already had a daughter outside. Yi Yue said in shock. Don't mind her, that wasn't the case. I don't want to talk about it for now. Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. At the same time, Shi Shuiyan walked out and saw Yi Tianyun with a little girl, which piqued her curiosity. Yi Tianyun, where did you find this cute girl? Usually, you'd bring some scary or beautiful cultivator with you. Shi Shuiyan said curiously. But when the little Phoenix saw Shi Shuiyan, she suddenly became excited and immediately jumped towards her while shouting, Mother. Shi Shuiyan was surprised, and so was everyone else. They thought that the little girl was Yi Tianyun's, but after thinking for it a little bit, they knew that Yi Tianyun was too young to have one on his own. Besides, the little girl looked a lot like Shi Shuiyan more. What are you talking about, child? Shi Shuiyan said as she blushed from embarrassment. This is definitely my mother's smell. I am sure of it. I can smell you in my father's clothes too. The little phoenix said confidently while pointing her finger at Tianyun. Tianyun was embarrassed by the entire situation. He never expected the little phoenix would make these kinds of claims. Is it possible that her memories were confused between Xuan and the mother phoenix? But the damage has been done. Many people were surprised and shocked at the same time. They knew that Tianyun and Xuan were close, but they never expected for them to have this kind of relationship. Stop imagining things. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Tianyun shouted while still feeling embarrassed about the situation. Chapter 456. All of them were too shocked to even listen to Tianyun, as they began to wonder when did Xuan have the time to conceive the child. They knew that the Heavenly Jade Sect originally had a term that said the palace lord must take a vow of chastity, and so maybe Xuan and Tianyun hid their true relationship from everyone. They didn't know what to say. They knew that the Heavenly Jade was now a part of Heavenly Cloud's mansion, meaning the rules that burdened the people inside the Heavenly Jade and 2 other sects was abolished, but still, this news was too much. Stop with the stares. This is all a misunderstanding, Tianyun said bitterly as he looked over to everyone on the scene. Tianyun, what is going on? I have to explain it to them too, Xuan said as she was more confused than shocked. It's a long story. I will talk about it after the situation here has resolved, Tianyun said as he gathered everyone who saw the misunderstanding in the nearest conference room. Inside, he immediately revealed that the little girl was a phoenix from the Phoenix clan. After knowing the fact that the little girl was a phoenix, the people inside were still shocked. Phoenix was rarer than dragons in this part of the world after all. But it was obvious that the misunderstanding about Tianyun and Xuan was already resolved. Tianyun then showed the beautiful feathers behind the little girl's arm. This was proof that all that he said was true. I found her when she was still a little bird, but after I let her eat the netherworld's fire under the netherworld palace, she becomes like this. After I got out of that place, she began to call me father, Tianyun said solemnly. The people nodded their heads as they began to see where the misunderstanding started. Yuner, you can call me father, but don't call Xuan mother, okay? Tianyun said with a reprimanding tone. He called the little girl Little Phoenix until now, but he knew that the phoenix's name was Yuner. No, she was too cute. I don't mind if she wants to call me mother. I don't see any problem with that, Xuan said as she held Yuner dearly. Tianyun was surprised by Xuan's answer. He didn't know what to say to that, and so he showed an awkward smile. If this continued, people will talk, and it would become a problem, but if this was what Xuan wanted, Tianyun could only show support. So, I'd like to keep Yuner's identity as a phoenix hidden for now. I want everyone in this room to keep this information to themselves. If anybody asks, just say that she is my adopted daughter, Tianyun said solemnly. Xuan's expression suddenly lightened, and she smiled brightly as she was happy for Yuner. Everyone else also nodded their head knowingly. They knew that if a phoenix was found here, many greedy people would try to steal her. After everyone left the conference room, Xuan was left behind with Tianyun and Yuner. If you want a child, we could have one later, okay? Tianyun whispered to Xuan's ear. What are you saying? I will take Yuner to play now, Xuan said as she blushed and walked away from Tianyun with a beaming Yuner in her hands. Tianyun smirked as he observed Xuan walks away with Yuner. He already knew that both belonged to him. After all, Xuan was the first woman in his life that could make his heart beat irregularly. After he was done with this divine nation problem, he promised himself that he would make Xuan his Tao companion. After all, they didn't share the same blood, so there would be no problem with that decision. After all that, he immediately walked deeper into the palace to meet with the old ancestor. Come, Spirit King, I've already chosen several suitable places to become our new imperial city. I need to hear what you think about them, old ancestor said as Tianyun walked inside the strategy room. Tianyun looked over to the point that old ancestor has made on the newly acquired Heavenly Clouds continent, and after thinking for a while, he pointed to the middle of the map. I think this place would be good. We will make the imperial city in the center of the continent, Tianyun said confidently. I agree, Spirit King. That place has the spiritual vein flows under it, we can make use of it to make our own great array. Spirit Race old ancestor said excitedly. Then, it's settled. The new Heavenly Clouds imperial city would be built on that location, and I will leave the process to you as I didn't really understand what needs to be built there. Tianyun said confidently. He immediately observed the map one more time, and something else caught his attention. Is this the Netherworld Passage? Tianyun asked the spirit race old ancestor. Yes, that is the Netherworld Passage, the Netherworld continent's dangerous area, but now it was already part of Heavenly Cloud's continent. Would you like to change this place's name, Spirit King? This place has the same status as the Coiling Dragon Cave from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Spirit race old ancestor said casually. No, I just thought of something else. Tianyun said as he began to wonder about the two items that he got from Prime Minister Long and Ming Chen. Netherworld Passage Chart. Details about the Netherworld Passage. Ghost World Treasure Map. A map containing info about the Ghost World's treasure. These two items were recommended for Void Spirit Stage Cultivator. So, this place must have a valuable treasure in it. Does this Netherworld Passage lead to the Ghost World? Tianyun asked the old ancestor again. As far as the rumor says, yes, but I have never heard anyone coming back after entering the Netherworld Passage. I think this place was more dangerous than the Coiling Dragon Cave. Spirit race old ancestor said honestly. Why did you ask about this matter, Spirit King? Did you plan on entering the site? Spirit race old ancestor asked curiously. Yeah, I have that plan on my mind. Tianyun said as he kept wondering when he should go to the Netherworld Passage. Spirit King, I know that your current cultivation was very strong, but please be careful. This dangerous zone is full of the unexpected. If you encountered some trouble in there and failed to get out, our empire would be paralyzed. Spirit race old ancestor said nervously. Yeah, that is true, but I have to become stronger fast. I still wouldn't be able to handle the divine nation if they attack now. Tianyun said solemnly. Chapter 457. Tianyun has already decided his next step, and spirit race old ancestor knew that anything he said to deter Tianyun would be pointless anyway, so he just sighed and let Tianyun have his way. No matter what you do, Spirit King, I will support you. I will make sure everything is done while you are gone. Spirit race old ancestor said politely. Tianyun smiled in response to old ancestor's word. He has gotten something that Ren Long has yet to obtain, a complete trust from his people. Tianyun then left spirit race old ancestor alone and went to an empty cultivation room to draw from the super enhanced lucky draw that he got earlier. He was curious about what he would get from this one. Once he was alone inside the cultivation room, he immediately opened the super enhanced lucky draw and immediately activated his lucky aura and activated the lucky draw. With this much luck on his side, Tianyun believed that he would get a divine ability out of this draw for sure. Even though he had so many divine ability now, there was no harm in acquiring more divine ability as it was necessary to fight against stronger enemies. Tianyun prayed for the gods above that his draw would land on a divine ability on this one. His prestige point was high enough to enhance his luck further, but Tianyun had to be disappointed for this one, as it landed on special item. How can I still fail? To get a divine ability with this much luck? Tianyun said as he grumbled annoyedly. But he knew that a special item was the second best thing that he could get from the lucky draw, and so he immediately took the box that was dropped in front of him. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully obtaining a rare item, Phantom Cloak. Phantom Cloak. Resist any attack by Spirit King Stage Cultivator or lower. Cooldown. 1 hour. This item is good, Tianyun shouted as he read the description of the item that he got. This Phantom Cloak was an upgrade of his Shadow Cloak, as the Shadow Cloak only allowed him to resist an attack from the core transformation cultivators and below. He was thankful that he got this special item instead of consumables. He knew that consumables were good too, but this Phantom Cloak was a lifesaver. Tianyun believed that with this item, he would be a lot safer as he walked into the Netherworld Passage. As Tianyun didn't have anything else to do inside the cultivation room, he immediately walked out, and he immediately heard Shi Shuiyan's voice and Yun'er not too far from there. Tianyun looked around and noticed that Shi Shuiyan has bought Yun'er a sweet and were currently dancing around the room happily like a mother and her daughter would be. Tianyun suddenly felt reluctant to return Yun'er to the phoenix nest as he saw the scene in front of him right now. He didn't want to take Shi Shuiyan's happiness away, but he knew that completing his quest was better in the long run, and so he was determined to take Yun'er back to Phoenix Nest first before he went to Netherworld Passage to complete the Ghost World treasure map. Tianyun immediately walked towards Shi Shuiyan and Yun'er to inform Shi Shuiyan of Yun'er's status. Aunt, I am sorry to say this but, I've already promised Yunur's mother that I would return her safely to the phoenix nest when once I have the time to do that. Yi Tianyun said sadly. What, did you have to do that? Shi Shuiyan said as she was saddened by the thought of Yunur leaving. I am afraid so, Aunt. Yunur's mother has entrusted me with that task, so I have to fulfill it. Yi Tianyun said determinedly. He knew that a promise is sacred, so even if it was not a quest, he still must return Yunur to Phoenix Nest safely. After all, the Phoenix Nest would have the best environment for Yunur to grow. Well then, I see that you have already made up your mind. But did you know where this Phoenix Nest is? Shi Shuiyan asked curiously. I don't know just yet, but I would find out about it soon. Yi Tianyun said confidently. He has the soul guide, and with it, he believed that he would be able to get to the Phoenix Nest eventually. If he didn't have the soul guide, he might be having a hard time finding this well-hidden Phoenix Nest. Yi Tianyun then called Yunur over and told her that they would be leaving soon. Where are we going? Yunur asked innocently as she kept stuffing her mouth with more sweets. I would return you back home. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Yunur. Home, Yunur said as she tried to remember what it looked like, but failed to think of anything. Every divine beast would usually be infused with certain memories by their parents. And it would gradually integrate with their own memories at a certain age, so Yi Tianyun knew that the word home must have triggered some memories on Yunur's mind, but it may come a little late. After checking on everything else on the Heavenly Clouds Empire's agenda, Yi Tianyun immediately left with Yunur. He didn't have any information about the divine nation that Ming Chen belonged to, so he must hurry up and become even stronger. But, as a precaution, Yi Tianyun has left every pet that he had on the Heavenly Clouds Palace while giving them the order to protect everyone there. After flying quite far from the Heavenly Clouds Palace, Yi Tianyun immediately activated the Soul Guide. Help me find a way to Phoenix Nest. Yi Tianyun shouted as he activated the Soul Guide. A blinding light immediately appeared, and Yi Tianyun immediately felt traction that was constantly pulling him towards a certain direction. He immediately followed the lights, and after a while, he arrived at a gloomy path that was surrounded by a dark forest. Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused about why would the Phoenix clan chose this kind of place as their nest, but as he went even further, a realization hits him. No way, this is the Ghost World Passage, Yi Tianyun said, entirely surprised. Chapter 458. Yi Tianyun was just thinking about going to this place after taking Yunur back to the Phoenix Nest. He didn't expect that the Phoenix Nest would be inside the Ghost World Passage. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the Netherworld Passage chart that he got from Prime Minister Long to see what was recorded on it. Yi Tianyun noticed that the Netherworld Passage layout was fairly simple. It only had one main road with no intersection. But Yi Tianyun also noticed that along the way, there was some indication that the place was dangerous. From traps to a deadly demon beast. There was no other explanation about anything that could help Yi Tianyun to travel this path safely, but at least he knew where the danger was. Well, two birds with one stone, I guess, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head and kept advancing forward. Yi Tianyun quickly noticed that the place has become darker than before. Furthermore, he could see black energy coming from the ground, further dyed the place in black. The black energy slowly came towards Yi Tianyun, but as it reached Yi Tianyun, it didn't do anything to him. Yi Tianyun didn't know whether it was because he was too strong or it really didn't do anything. But soon, the black energy was closing in on Yunur, and this time, it seeped into her clothes. She quickly waved her hands to shake off the black energy. She even used her phoenix fire to do that. Hey, this black mist makes me uncomfortable, Yunur said as she pouted on Yi Tianyun's embrace. Relax, I will take you back to a safe place, okay? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at Yunur's eyes. Okay, Yunur said right away. Yi Tianyun then tried to sense Yunur's existence and quickly put her on his pet bar once more. He thought that once Yunur has become a human, she would no longer be able to get back to Yi Tianyun's pet bar, but he was just proved wrong. Really, it was that easy, Yi Tianyun said as he was quite surprised by the power of his system. But now, the situation has changed. He would no longer need to worry about Yunur as she was safe inside his pet bar. But Yi Tianyun knew that Yunur would be bored eventually, alone on the empty space. Yunur, please stay in there, don't get out until I say so, okay? Yi Tianyun said warmly. Okay, I know that, Yunur said from inside his pet bar. She felt uncomfortable inside the Netherworld Passage, and she much preferred to be in here. Yi Tianyun also let out the netherworld's fire from the netherworld treasure pearl for Yunur so that she could eat it slowly over time. After solving Yunur's problem, Yi Tianyun then kept advancing with the intention to find the phoenix nest and clear the ghost world. I don't know what the situation would be inside the ghost world if the netherworld passage was already this cold. Yi Tianyun said as he advanced further. Yi Tianyun noticed that this dangerous area was quite different than the coiling dragon cave in Heavenly Dragon Continent. The first thing that he noticed in this place was that there was no cultivator anywhere. The place was eerily silent. Yi Tianyun knew that maybe the cultivator just wouldn't risk themselves on a quest that they wouldn't know what to expect. But maybe, there were already cultivators inside the ghost world, freely cultivating their cultivation without any disturbance. Yi Tianyun already heard the rumor about this dangerous area before. He knew that the area was divided into 3 realms, Heaven World, Ghost World, and Mortal World. The divine nation's influence was said to be on the Heaven World and Ghost World. As it should be, Ming Chen seemed to relate to this ghost world too, where the bad thing on the mortal world was thrown out to. But the phoenix nest should be in the Heaven World, so Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused on why would the soul guide bring him to Ghost World. In any case, Yi Tianyun must continue onwards and finish his quest. As he trudged onward, Yi Tianyun noticed that the black energy from before getting thicker than ever. There was no way a normal cultivator would be able to come here without having their own source of fire to ward off this black energy. After looking at the black energy with his appraisal eye, Yi Tianyun noticed that this black energy had a corrosion base effect, meaning that if anyone let this black energy invade their body, they would eventually turn into ashes. Suddenly, the silence in that place was disturbed by the sound of thrown spikes. Yi Tianyun has already sensed this attack coming, so he quickly moved to the side, easily evading the attack. He looked over to the source of the attack and saw that no cultivator was attacking him, but a giant tree. Without any warning, Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the immortal fire and instantly lit the giant tree that attacked him just now. The giant tree quickly twisted in pain while being engulfed in the immortal fire. It eventually turned into ashes as it didn't have a way to shake off the fire. Successfully killed a demon tree. Reward: 36.000 Express, 3.600 CPs, 100 SPs, Demon Tree Sap, Demon Tree Leaves. The reward notification came as the tree turned into ashes, and Yi Tianyun noticed that the reward was almost the same as killing a spirit core cultivator, which was not much on his current level. Chapter 459. Fortunately for Yi Tianyun, even though it was startling to find a tree attacking him like that, he was still so much faster than it. If it was someone else with the same or maybe lower cultivation than he was currently at, that person might have already been stabbed by the demon tree spike. Now, Yi Tianyun expected things would be much worse as he kept advancing forward. Yi Tianyun kept burning the demon tree that attacked him from left and right as he advanced further. Yi Tianyun didn't activate his crazy express mode for this mob as he knew that the amount of express he got would still be too little for it to be cost-effective. This was also the first dangerous point that the Netherworld passage chart marked. As he passed the demon tree territory, Yi Tianyun could see so many bones lying around on the ground. The bones have corroded and seemed like the ground was starting to swallow it. Yi Tianyun ignored this eerie scene and kept going onward. He eventually left the gloomy forest and arrived at the riverbank, where the water was as black as ink. Yi Tianyun also noticed that several cultivators were also there, building something that looked like a boat. They were cutting trees and assembled them like a raft. Yi Tianyun instantly knew that it was for crossing this black river. Most of the cultivators that he saw were in the core transformation stage. Some of them were even at spirit core stage. It may be weird to see a group of core transformation experts to build a raft to cross the river while they should have been able to fly. But Yi Tianyun knew that this place wouldn't allow flying, just like the coiling dragon cave. Yi Tianyun also noticed that the cultivator also picked up the spirit flower and spirit grass along their way. Eventually, a group of cultivators noticed Yi Tianyun standing not too far from the gloomy forest's exit. "Hello, brother. Sorry to bother you, but are you going to Ghost World too, or are you here just to pick up the spirit medicine ingredient?" One of the cultivators in a group of 3 asked. "I am planning on going to Ghost World," Yi Tianyun said casually to the middle-aged man that asked him just now. This middle-aged man's cultivation was at 3rd layer core transformation stage, but Yi Tianyun didn't see that this man belonged to any faction, at least he didn't know yet. "I see, my name is Ren Liangshan. My group and I were planning the same thing. May I ask how high is brother's cultivation right now? The middle-aged man asked curiously as he saw that Tianyun was too young. I am at core transformation rank. Tianyun answered, hiding his true cultivation base from these people as he didn't know them yet. Big brother Ren, do you think we can trust him? Another voice came from behind Ren Liangshan. Tianyun looked too young to be reliable. They know that age sometimes didn't determine individual cultivation level, but trust did. A teenager will easily betray them once they were blinded by greed. Tianyun noticed that every cultivator in this area was mostly in their 30s, there was one or two in their late 20s, but they seemed to be the weakest around here. I would like to invite you to join my group as we travel toward the ghost world. But if you don't want to join us, that would be fine too. Totally your choice, a man from another group said as he stepped forward. Lu Long, what are you doing? I was the first one to spot him. Ren Liangshan said as he frowned that Lu Long beat him to invite Tianyun. Well, you take too long, brother. We have things to do. Lu Long said to Ren Liangshan. Now come on, little brother. We welcome you to our group. Lu Long said as he smiled warmly to Tianyun. I am just asking brother Ren on his input, why couldn't I ask him that? The man asked coldly as he kept staring at Tianyun. Leng Hu, you are too rude to our recruit. Calm down a little bit. Lu Long said coldly to the man that kept questioning Tianyun. Tianyun was confused. He didn't know that recruiting people was a must here, but it made sense, as this place was dangerous, so the more cultivator they had on their group, the safer the trip would be. I am sorry, brother, but I have to turn you down for now. Tianyun said to Lu Long. Well, I wish you all the best. Lu Long said as he lost interest and walked away from Tianyun. Welcome brother, what should I call you, brother? Ren Liangshan asked as he smiled excitedly at Tianyun. My name is Yun. Tianyun said, shortening his name to hide his identity. Okay, welcome to my group brother Yi, we were still building a boat, but we will be done and ready to set off soon. Ren Liangshan said excitedly as he led Tianyun towards his team. Tianyun glanced at Lu Long and Leng Hu again. He felt something was off from them both. Maybe it was the fake smile that Lu Long kept showing, but Tianyun couldn't trust them. Chapter 460. Tianyun's appearance didn't particularly strike most people's interest in that place. They just looked at Tianyun briefly and returned to their own activities. The only group that invited Tianyun was Ren Liangshan and Lu Long's. So, what do I need to do to help? Tianyun said casually. He didn't like to stand around doing anything while others were working. Just stay here, you will eventually have something to do. Take a rest for a while, the place we're heading to is very troubling, so if you aren't prepared, that place could be your grave. Ren Liangshan said in a stern voice. Tianyun then looked over to Leng Hu, who was still gathering some woods for the boat. That guy is not so talkative, I see. Tianyun said to Ren Liangshan. Leng Hu knows that this place is dangerous, and he had to do what he needed to survive. He was the one who usually voiced his opinion if he saw an untrustworthy companion. Sometimes it leads to resentment, but he actually meant well for the safety of the party. Ren Liangshan said as he smiled. That's true, I don't like backstabbers, so, I hope you aren't one and that you would be actually useful later. Leng Hu said as he walked over to Tianyun. Now, take this detoxification pill. This netherworld river is highly toxic. This pill should help you counter the toxic water. Leng Hu said as he threw one detoxification pill toward Tianyun. Tianyun took the pill and stared at Leng Hu disbelievingly. He never expected someone with a sharp tongue like Leng Hu would care about someone else. Thank you very much, brother Leng. I will use it efficiently. Tianyun said as he showed his gratitude. You are lucky that you didn't accept Lu Long's invitation earlier, brother Yi. He was known to sacrifice his party members if the situation went south. The party that he was with earlier were people who were tempted on his words and new to this place. Ren Liangshan said as he sounded cold as he remembered what Lu Long has done. Thank you for inviting me to your party too, brother Ren. But I still have some questions that I need to ask. Tianyun said to Ren Liangshan solemnly. And what is it? Ren Liangshan said curiously. Is this ghost world a restrictive place? Did it have its own faction inside? If it does, what grade is the faction inside? Tianyun asked solemnly. Oh, I thought you have something more serious to ask about. I don't really know about the faction that governed the ghost world, but I know that there is one in there. People who come to this netherworld passage were usually trying to find a rare medicinal pill and treasures, but there are some who went to Ghost World to hide from whatever problem that they had caused on the world outside. Ren Liangchen said as he explained what he knew to Yi Tianyun. Big brother Ren is right. For example, the three of us were rogue cultivators who didn't like to be tied with any faction, as we know that there is so much darkness in each faction. We were here to see what luck could bring us. We hoped to find some sort of treasure so that we could live like nobles, but yeah, there are also criminals who wanted to hide from the real world. I believe some of the previous cultivators from Netherworld Empire ran into the Ghost World to save themselves. Yang Juan said as he walked towards Ren Liangchen and Yi Tianyun. Yang Juan was the last member of their party. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood what Ren Liangchen and Yang Juan said. This was also why the cultivators in this place would rather stick with the people they knew to form a party of their own. There was so much thing that could go wrong if you trusted a wrong person. Brother Yi, aren't you also a rogue cultivator? Yang Juan asked curiously. Ren Liangchen and Leng Hu also looked over to Yi Tianyun as they were curious about Yi Tianyun's answer. I am not a rogue cultivator. I still have a faction outside. I am here to gather information about this place. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled towards the three of them. They looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders and immediately talked about some other topic. They knew that the last question was a little bit private, so they didn't bother to go any further. Finally, after quite a while, Ren Liangchen's party completed several boats. While they would only use one, they still had to build a spare one if something bad happened to the one they were using. They store the spare boats with other utensils that they used to create the boats on their storage ring. Brother Yi, we are good to go. Are you ready? Ren Liangchen said solemnly. Yeah, I am ready. Let's go, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded and walked towards the boat that was already on the water. Good, set sail, Ren Liangchen said as he jumped towards the boat and sailed across the Netherworld River. Chapter 461. Yi Tianyun, Leng Hu, and Yang Juan started to row the boat while Ren Liangchen guided the boat in the right direction. They tried to take things slow as they didn't know what awaited them ahead, and the worst-case scenario, the boat could hit something and break if they went too fast. Yi Tianyun himself felt that the dark water of Netherworld River was different as he weaved the water with the oars. The water was thick, making resistance as he tried to row. While they were rowing the boat through the Netherworld River, Yi Tianyun also noticed that the other three were vigilant as they kept an eye on their surroundings. Yi Tianyun was a little bit impressed. These people clearly knew what they were doing. If the demon trees earlier were dangerous enough, this place must be more dangerous than that. It's eerily silent today. We must speed up and reach the destination quickly. I sensed something is off here. If we arrive at Ghost World, we would be rich. Lu Long's voice was heard from the side. Yi Tianyun noticed that the people on his boat became excited and immediately rowed the boat as quickly as they could. Yi Tianyun just shook his head as he saw the people that followed Lu Long's command was like a sheep being herded to the slaughterhouse, but still, Yi Tianyun hoped that he was wrong. It's normal to see him like that, Brother Yi. He has the Ghost World map, so it's easy for him to persuade people like that. Ren Liangchen said as he looked over to Lu Long's boat. Well, I don't even believe that he has the map on him. Yang Juan said coldly. Sure, there are many people who questioned the map. Many people were curious about how he got his hands on such a thing. But I guess only God knows the truth. Ren Liangchen said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he realized the situation now. He didn't really care what happened to Lu Long and his party if it didn't cause trouble to himself, but it wouldn't hurt to have information about it. Yi Tianyun looked at the nearby shore, and he saw that there were two boats that already harbored on the shore, and he immediately saw several people collecting the spirit flowers that grew on the riverbanks. He knew that not everyone who came there was trying to go to the Ghost World. They knew the danger that the Ghost World had and chose a safer option to gain resources. But the scene immediately turned dark as Yi Tianyun noticed one cultivator on the riverbanks were attacked by the stone wall. The cultivator tried his best to escape the attack, but he was eventually swallowed by it. The other cultivators who saw the scene were shocked, and Yi Tianyun could see a horrified expression on their faces. After a while, the stone wall exploded. It seemed the cultivator who was swallowed earlier still struggled, but the explosion threw him toward the river. The cultivator tried to fly to save his life, but the spiritual pressure on this place made it impossible to fly. Slowly, the cultivator's face darkened from the toxin inside the river's water. Pull me up, quickly, the cultivator shouted as he was calling for help. His companions quickly rowed their boat to his direction and quickly pulled the cultivator with their oars. The cultivator's companions didn't dare to help him directly as the water would poison everyone who came into contact with it. Sure enough, as soon as the cultivator was pulled into their boat, Tianyun could see that the cultivator's body was all black from heavy poisoning. Antidote. Give me an antidote. The cultivator panted. His companion immediately administered the antidote for the river's poison, but it still worked slowly. That meant this guy was done for. He wouldn't be able to continue gathering the resources and must get out safely from this netherworld passage. He is lucky to have a companion who could effectively help him in need like that. I believe the people with him right now are at least third-grade faction members. Ren Liangchen said as he was impressed by their response speed to help the cultivator. Tianyun nodded his head in understanding. He finally knew that no matter what happened, he absolutely couldn't touch the water. But at the same time, a nervous voice was heard from Lu Long's boat. This is too dangerous. Can I still go back now? One of the cultivators on Lu Long's boat said nervously. How can you say that? We've already come this far. Relax, we will reach the ghost world soon. Lu Long said a little bit annoyedly. The nervous cultivator immediately shut his mouth and followed Lu Long's direction obediently. Lang Hu scoffed as he saw Lu Long manipulating the people on his boat like that. He would never agree to Lu Long's way. Hey, if you want to get back, it's okay, you know. Life is the most important thing here, it's no shame in retreating when you feel you aren't quite ready yet. Lang Hu said to Tianyun as he knew that this was Tianyun's first run inside this place. Don't worry, Brother Lang, that scene wasn't enough to scare me. Tianyun said assuringly. Fine, but keep in mind to follow our instruction. That way, we have a greater chance of success. Lang Hu said as he smiled a little bit to Tianyun. Lang Hu saw that Tianyun was already determined, so he showed some respect. Chapter 462. Tianyun knew that Lang Hu's words were sharp, but he didn't see any ill intent behind it. So, Tianyun took every advice that Lang Hu threw at him seriously. Even though Tianyun knew that he was probably much stronger than Lang Hu, the advice came from experience, and this was his first time inside the Netherworld passage. Did we have any information about this ghost world? Tianyun asked the party as he was curious about how to get to the ghost world. I knew a little bit about how to get there, but it's still dodgy information, the path difficulties could change at any time. Ren Liangchen said solemnly. Tianyun smiled a little bit after hearing Ren Liangchen had a form of a way to get to the ghost world. Now Tianyun knew that with the said information, the party wouldn't be reckless. As they sailed further, the water current intensified. There were so many boats that gave up and chose to go back as they couldn't row their boat to advance anymore. In the end, the only ship that stayed were only 3, including Tianyun's. It will get even harder than this. Are you okay, Brother Yi? If not, we could slow down a little. Lang Hu said as he looked to Tianyun. Lang Hu thought that Tianyun was the weakest here as Tianyun's aura was weak. He didn't know that Tianyun naturally let out a little aura from the start, regardless of his cultivation level. From this party, Ren Liangchen was the strongest beside Tianyun, at 6th layer core transformation stage. Tianyun was impressed that they were able to cultivate effectively despite not having any faction to back them up. But Tianyun knew that not every cultivator wanted to join a faction. Yeah, we could slow down if you want to. It doesn't matter whether we come there first or last. Yang Juan said, confirming Lang Hu's word. No, I am fine. I will continue rowing the boat at the same speed as before. I hope that we get out of this river soon. Tianyun said with a smile. It's okay if you couldn't, you know. Well, I guess we slowed down a little bit. Everyone is tired too. Ren Liangchen said casually. This was the truth. Yang Juan and Lang Hu were tired too. But as soon as they slowed down, Lu Long saw the opportunity to harass Ren Liangchen as they couldn't seem to get along. Hey, Liangchen, why are you slowing down? If you didn't have the strength to push through, you might as well go home and drink your mama's milk again. Lu Long said tauntingly. Yang Juan was angered as he heard Lu Long's word, but Ren Liangchen immediately held him from saying anything. Don't bother. It's useless and a waste of stamina. Ren Liangchen said to Yang Juan solemnly. Tianyun looked over to Lu Long's boat and saw that Lu Long looking satisfied. But the looks of everyone else on his boat was different. They looked exhausted, but as they continued forward, Tianyun suddenly felt something on the water. Brother Ren, I feel something's wrong ahead of us. We should look out for something unusual. Yi Tianyun said, warning everyone in his party. Even though he was the newcomer, people on this boat knew that ignoring a warning could lead to death, and so they slowed down a little bit more, letting Lu Long's party go ahead. Sure enough, after some time, a white shadow came out of the water and rushed towards Lu Long's boat and shook the boat as it slammed the deck of Lu Long's boat. One of Lu Long's party member was thrown to the water from the impact and never floated back up again. It's nether water shark, Ren Liangchen said nervously. He was worried now as a powerful demon beast came into the equation. Nether water shark, 1th layer core transformation demon beast. Have a high resistance against the toxin inside the netherworld river. Its bite could discharge poison throughout the victim's body and would paralyze them. 3rd grade pet potential. Weakness. Extremely hot fire. Reward on drop. Antidote, nether water shark, water poison. The detailed information of the shark immediately appeared as Yi Tianyun looked at it with his appraisal eye. He was amazed by the shark's fierce nature. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit disappointed to see that this shark was only a 1st layer core transformation stage. It was too weak for him. At the same time, another nether water shark appeared and rushed towards Yi Tianyun's party's boat. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised as he noticed that the shark was targeting him out of other people on his boat. But as soon as he was about to deal with the shark, bright light hit the shark on its side, and instantly killed the shark. The one that killed the shark was none other than Leng Hu, who sat next to Yi Tianyun. He saw the shark coming, and while he thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to defend himself, Leng Hu pulled out a high-grade soul tool and quickly killed the shark before it could reach Yi Tianyun. We have to row the boat quickly. We won't be safe until we get away from their territory, Ren Liangchen said nervously. Yi Tianyun quickly looked over his netherworld passage chart and saw that he was indeed in a red zone right now. At the same time, Lu Long was panicked more than everyone else. He began to shout and persuade his entire party to row faster while ordering the core transformation expert on his party to fend off the shark. But Ren Liangchen's party was confused after seeing that Yi Tianyun wasn't helping them row the boat. Yi Tianyun himself was still debating the idea that came into his mind just now. If this shark was too weak to be turned to express, why wouldn't he just make them his pet? Chapter 463. Yi Tianyun's idea never to the rest of them as beast tamer was a rare skill to have. Kid, start rowing. What are you doing? This nether water shark would kill us, Leng Hu said desperately as he was worried about their safety. Leng Hu's word was quickly proven right as the nether water sharks were gathering around their raft. But even though Leng Hu was yelling his lungs out, telling Yi Tianyun to row, he was still motionless. Yang Juwen quickly rowed the raft as fast as he could while Leng Hu and Ren Liangchen were attacking the shark as they got too close to the raft. Fortunately, that boy rejected my offer earlier. I don't think that he would be scared shitless like that, Lu Long said from the front as his party rowed the rafts quicker than Yi Tianyun's party. Lu Long laughed as he saw Ren Liangchen desperately fended off the incoming shark. Kid, don't show your fear now. Come on. Help Yang Juwen row the raft. Leng Hu shouted for Yi Tianyun to wake up. He wasn't angry since he knew that it must have been scary for a kid like Yi Tianyun to see this kind of situation, so he used a comforting word for Yi Tianyun instead. Don't worry, brother Leng, I am not afraid of these sharks. I am waiting for the shark to get close to me, for I couldn't do anything from this distance. Yi Tianyun said confidently. What are you talking about? Leng Hu said as he was confused by Yi Tianyun's word. Just watch me, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked and pulled out a makeshift raft from his ring and immediately jumped into the raft. Look at that stupid brat, rushing alone to save his comrades. How stupid, he would be dead in a mere second, Lu Long said as he laughed at Yi Tianyun. He immediately stabbed one nether water shark and threw it towards Yi Tianyun. The blood from the shark that Lu Long threw toward Yi Tianyun immediately attracted so many other sharks. What the hell are you doing, Lu Long? Ren Liangchen said in anger. Well, if he's going to die, either way, he might as well serve as the bait, Lu Long said as he laughed hysterically. Lu Long, I will kill you if I get my hands on you later, Ren Liangchen said as he was furious by Lu Long's action. Kid, you don't need to act like a hero. Come back here, we can deal with these sharks just fine, Leng Hu said as he persuaded Yi Tianyun to come back to the raft. Relax, brother Leng, trust me, I know what I am doing, Yi Tianyun said casually. He then proceeded with his plan and pulled out a sword from his ring. This sword wasn't the powerful heavenly dragon sword that he used before. This was just a standard soul tool so that he didn't accidentally kill the sharks or reveal his identity in front of everyone. Tianyun swung the sword down to the water, successfully caught one shark, and immediately pulled it out of the water into the raft. Tianyun then slapped the shark. Tianyun obviously didn't deal any damage to the shark as he wanted to capture it, but from Lulong's perspective, this was quite hilarious. What is that? He couldn't even kill one shark. Your companion is great, Ren Liangchen. I am entertained, Lulong said as he laughed out loud. The people on Lulong's raft were also laughing at Tianyun as they thought that they were lucky since Tianyun didn't join their party. Capture, Tianyun said as he slapped the shark once more. A bright light immediately shrouded the shark, and the system notification immediately appeared. Successfully captured the nether water. Shark, reward. 300.000 express, 300 monster taming proficiency. Capturing the shark was fairly easy. This was all because Tianyun's cultivation was already high enough for the shark to be of any challenge. Go down and get me another shark, Tianyun said to the shark that he captured earlier. The shark made a weird noise and immediately jumped to the water. Everyone was surprised after seeing that the shark went back into the water without attacking Tianyun, followed by another shark thrown to the raft from the water without any explanation, and Tianyun slapped it once more. Tianyun kept taming the shark that was thrown out of the water by the shark that he tamed earlier, and he finally tamed numerous sharks in a short time. After there was no more wild nether water shark around, Tianyun returned to the raft with the other were still stunned by the scene earlier. Now, we can leave, there is nothing to worry about anymore, Tianyun said as he smiled at Ren Liangchen. You are pretty good, now let's row the raft, Langhu said as he handed an oar to Tianyun. No, we don't need to row, Tianyun said as he pointed towards the nether water shark that appeared in front of the raft peacefully. Let them pull our raft. We could reserve our energy for something else later, Tianyun said casually while smiling at the rest of his party. Ren Liangchen was shocked once again as this was the first time that he encountered a tamed nether water shark. Chapter 464. Tianyun's boat was pulled by the nether water shark that he has tamed earlier. The other three members of his party were surprised as this was the first time that this kind of thing ever happened. They listened to your orders, Ren Liangchen asked surprisedly. Tianyun just shrugged his shoulder as he tied a rope that the shark pulled to the boat. Their boat was now faster than before, and much faster than Lulong's speed. Yeah, row your boat like an actual idiot, Tianyun said sarcastically to Lulong as his boat passed Lulong's. Tianyun didn't capture all the sharks, but as the shark realized that they couldn't get to Tianyun, they immediately shifted their target to Lulong's boat once again. Quick, the shark is catching up, Lulong said nervously, ignoring Tianyun's taunt for now. While he was ridiculing Tianyun just a moment ago, what was happening now seemed more like a slap to the face. I never thought that the brat was a beast tamer. Damn it, Lulong said as he got furious. Now, Ren Liangchen got the upper hand, and Lulong didn't like it one bit. The same surprise feeling was also found on everyone else's face. They never thought to see a beast tamer in action in this place. What's wrong? Why are you guys looking at me like that? Tianyun said innocently to his party member. Little brother Yi, are you a beast tamer? Ren Liangchen asked curiously. Well, you can put it that way. I mean, I just tamed a beast, right? Tianyun said, trying to act dumb. He didn't want to tell them his real identity as he didn't see the need to do that, but Tianyun knew that no beast tamer could tame a beast that fasts. So, you spared the nether water shark earlier just to capture them? Langhu asked curiously. He knew that the situation back then was very chaotic. He never saw somebody froze while their life was in danger, so he thought that Tianyun must have some form of a plan to save himself, but he never thought that Tianyun would tame the shark. Yeah, if you hurt them or kill them, we wouldn't have any shark to pull our boat right now, Tianyun said casually with a slight hint of a smile on his face. Brother Yi, don't surprise us like this. You could have told us beforehand that you are a beast tamer, Yang Jiwen said as he began finally returned to his senses. Well, from my experience, not that many people believed that I am a beast tamer until they saw it for themselves, Tianyun said honestly. The three of them looked at each other as they knew that Tianyun's words were true. A beast tamer was a rarity among the rare, so people wouldn't believe that you were that special before seeing the proof for themselves. But they also knew that Tianyun's way to tame a beast was a little bit peculiar. It was supposed to be hard for a beast tamer to tame a creature like nether water shark in their environment while having a buckload of things that the tamer had to consider for their own safety. Let's just say that this is my contribution to help us get to Ghost World faster, and as thanks for inviting me to join your party. Tianyun said confidently with a warm smile on his face. Sure, but now we felt guilty of thinking that you might be frozen scared from seeing the shark for the first time. I hope that you forgive us for that. Yang Juan said sincerely. I don't really mind. It's normal that you'd arrive at that conclusion considering the situation back then. Tianyun said casually. But we are grateful that you are willing to join our little party. Look at Lu Long on the back, we successfully pass him, and now he is in trouble himself. Yang Juan said as he looked at Lu Long's boat satisfied. As they kept advancing through the river, they finally reached the shore. Although the Netherworld River was still stretching far ahead, Ren Liangchen decided to ground the boat at this little shore. We have to stop here, Ren Liangchen said as the boat touched the ground. Tianyun noticed that the shore was covered with a mist that made it hard to see what laid beyond the shore. Tianyun tried to sense anything with his spiritual energy, but he still couldn't see anything. It seemed the mist also blocked a sensing ability. Tianyun realized that the closer they got to the ghost world, the harder the path became. This place should be the fog of death. This is the place that makes it harder to advance as it was easy to get lost in it. Ren Liangchen said worriedly. Tianyun nodded his head in understanding. The Netherworld passage chart has the map, but it wasn't marked in detail, so Tianyun knew that the item wouldn't help him here. It would be dangerous if he walked into a trap or a demon beast that specialized in this type of place. If I knew Ming Chen has been in this place, I'm sure that I would be able to get through this place safely, but did he really come through here? Tianyun said to himself as he began to wonder how to pass this mist. Chapter 465. Ren Liangchen and the rest of the party stayed on the shore to regain their spiritual power. The previous battle with the nether water shark has consumed a lot of their spiritual power, plus the constant resistance against the black energy that kept trying to seep in. They've been resisting this black energy as soon as they entered the Netherworld passage. Fortunately, there was one person on this Netherworld passage that wasn't affected by this black energy, and that person is Tianyun. Thanks to the title Transcendence that he got earlier, the black energy did absolutely nothing to him. Little brother Yi, did you have enough medicinal recovery pill for yourself? I have some more if you need it, Ren Liangchen said as he offered to give Tianyun some more medicinal pills. He thought that Tianyun must have used a lot of his spiritual power to capture the shark earlier and resisted the black energy at the same time. He didn't know that Tianyun spent no spiritual energy at all. Thank you very much, Brother Ren, but I am good for now. I have prepared many things before entering this place, thankfully, Tianyun said as he politely refused Ren Liangchen's offer. Unless he encountered a powerful enemy around Spirit King stage, Tianyun didn't think that he would need any medicinal pills. Okay, if you have something that you need, just let us know. We might have it, Ren Liangchen said as he immediately returned to focus on regaining his spiritual energy back. Yeah, we will help each other until we reach our goal. Yang Juan said as he smiled at Tianyun. I have to say thank you for dealing with the shark earlier too. Lang Hu said indifferently. Although it sounded like Lang Hu didn't mean what he said, Tianyun knew that it was just Lang Hu's character. Yeah, that too. If it were not for you, we wouldn't be able to reach this shore, this fast. Yang Juan said excitedly. They all were grateful for Tianyun as on their team. If it were not because of Tianyun's help, they might have to return to the entrance. You guys can save it until we reach the ghost world, no? We are still quite far away from it, Tianyun said as he smiled towards the others. Of course, in the river, little brother Yi has done so well for our cause. This time, it's our turn to lead the way and ensure that we reach the ghost world safely. We have prepared ourselves for this thick fog, Ren Liangchen said confidently. Yeah, we specifically prepared ourselves to take this fog of death route. If there is no other weird occurrence, we should be able to reach the ghost world safely in a short amount of time. Yang Juan said excitedly with confidence. Tianyun nodded his head innocently. He realized that the place in front of them was going to be a lot harder than the river earlier as the Netherworld passage chart put this fog of death path as a darker red color than the river. He knew that this place would be a nightmare for a normal cultivator like the three of them. Tianyun didn't have to help them if, by any chance, they encountered some difficulties, but after being with them for a while, Yi Tianyun became interested in helping them get to Ghost World safely. Ren Liangchen then explained that they must wait for the fog to disperse a little bit more. They had to have their sense back in there, and if the mist was this thick, they would be easily confused and get lost in there. They waited for quite some time, enough time for Lu Long to catch up. Yi Tianyun noticed that the number of people on Lu Long's boat had diminished significantly. As he looked over with his appraisal eye, he noticed that Core Transformation Cultivator was the only cultivator left on Lu Long's boat. It seemed the Spirit Core cultivators were all dead by the Nether Water Shark's attack. You are too slow. You better go back drinking your mother's milk if you haven't prepared for the difficulty of this place. Ren Liangchen said tauntingly as his payback from Lu Long's taunt earlier. Ren Liangchen was also pulling his swords out as he wanted to avenge Lu Long's rude behavior that nearly killed Ren Liangchen earlier. However, Lu Long was speechless. He knew that he couldn't fight Ren Liangchen right now as he was exhausted after having to deal with the Nether Water Shark. Big brother Ren, please let it go this time. I don't mean anything on the river. It's just a prank, Lu Long said as he tried to calm Ren Liangchen down. Shut your whore mouth. You made us a bait for you to escape. If Brother Yi doesn't have the ability to tame the beast, my party might suffer a terrible fate. Ren Liangchen said furiously. At the same time, Yi Tianyun looked over to Lu Long coldly. He wasn't pleased with Lu Long's action earlier, even though Yi Tianyun wouldn't be in any danger regardless of what he did. But it was still rude and disrespectful. If he did it to a normal cultivator, it was no different than committing a murder. Chapter 466. Ren Liangchen's word made Lu Long's face pale. Lu Long thought that by degrading himself and apologized, he could avoid fighting against Ren Liangchen while he was still in a tight situation. No, I didn't intentionally throw the shark's dead body toward you. It was just a coincidence. Lu Long said as he tried to save his life. Do you think we are that stupid to fall for your stupid reasoning? Now, I may forgive you if you jump into the river and swim around for a little bit. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Lu Long's face became paler than before as he knew that Yi Tianyun's term was no different than death itself. This river water was poisonous, and swimming in it could lead to death if the antidote didn't work. I agree with Brother Yi. We will let you go if you swim in the river for a while. Ren Liangchen said coldly. It seems that you are eager to kill me. Lu Long said as he looked at Ren Liangchen coldly. Now, I would like your help in this matter. If I die here, you would be stranded in the fog later. Lu Long said to another team close by as he looked at them in hope. A map, it's too low of a reward to save your ass. At least throw in a couple of weapons for us three. We are Laihu brothers, we wouldn't do something for free. A man said as he answered Lu Long's plead. You are the infamous Laihu brothers. Ren Liangchen said as he was surprised by the group's identity. Yi Tianyun immediately knew that this new group wasn't an easy opponent for Ren Liangchen and the others. He immediately checked at their cultivation with his appraisal eye and saw that the three of them have the same cultivation level, which was the 7th layer core transformation stage. These three men were the scum of the earth. They killed, burned many houses, robbing people, and even raped many girls. They originally intended to hide themselves inside the Netherworld Empire, but now that the Empire has fallen, the only place that they could hide now was the Ghost World. Ren Liangchen said to Yi Tianyun and his party solemnly. Yi Tianyun looked at the new group coldly as he realized that these men were all scum. Wow, I don't know we are that famous. Lai Cheng said as he smiled sinisterly. Three of the legendary criminals, how can we never have heard of your name as you constantly terrify so many villages and small sects? Lu Long said as he smirked evilly. Now, as long as you can help me, I will give you the map and a few peak-grade soul tools later. Lu Long said as he agreed for the Lu He brothers' term. So, what the two of you would give me? Lai Hu said to two men by Lu Long's side. They were Lu Long's party members. We only want to get out of this place. The two men said as he was confused as to why would Lai Hu would ask them something in return. Well, that is good. Go swim on the river, and I would let you go alive. Lai Hu said while smiling sinisterly. What? Okay, I will give you a high-grade soul tool, but just let us go. Lu Long's party member said frightenedly. Sure, I will hold your word for it. Lu He said as he smirked evilly. The Lu He brothers immediately released their aura, filling the air with the 7th layer core transformation aura. Now, what about you guys? They've already stated their price. Don't you guys also want to bid? Lu He said to Yi Tianyun casually. Lu Long's face became paler once again as he heard Lu He's word. Lu Long has struck a deal with them, but they still wanted to make a deal with his enemy too. If Yi Tianyun made a better deal, then that meant Lu Long would die here. Our price? For what? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Ren Liangchen looked at the three brothers coldly as he didn't want to compromise with them. Even if Ren Liangchen had a weaker cultivation base, he would still fight these men. For what? Don't you see that we are much more powerful than your party? Isn't it obvious? Lu He said annoyedly. He wanted to go to the ghost world badly, so he had to get his hands on so many resources to ensure their path to go smoothly. Well, I could give you something that will make you satisfied for life. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. And what is that? Lai Cheng said as he finally got interested. I could ensure that you will keep your life for now. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, but he also unveiled his killing intent. Chapter 467. Let us live. How dare you disrespect us? Lai Cheng said as he became furious after hearing what Yi Tianyun said. Lai Feng, who was standing beside Lai Hu and Lai Cheng, immediately pulled out his sword as he wanted to kill Yi Tianyun for what he has said. It seems that you believe that you are strong enough to fight us. Don't you know we can kill all of you even if you work together? Lai Cheng said coldly to Yi Tianyun. This word was also meant for Lu Long as the Lu He brothers believed that their party was much stronger than everyone else there. Well, I've already made my bid. Now, if you want to live, you have to swim in the river too. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I didn't get your way of thinking. Sure, you are a beast tamer, but what can you do if your beast is underwater? Lai Cheng said furiously. He wouldn't need the nether water shark. We are enough to deal with you. Lang Hu said as he held his big axe. You are crazy if you think you can stand toe to toe with us. I will kill you even if you beg for mercy later. Lai Cheng said furiously, but suddenly, a figure flashed in front of Lai Cheng and immediately slapped his face. Lai Cheng felt horrible pain, and as he slid across the sand, his face swelled. His teeth were also broken in several places while blood dripping from his mouth. Mercy. Now, who would ask for mercy from a piece of shit like you? Yi Tianyun said as he flashed towards Lai Cheng once again and repeatedly stepped on Lai Cheng's body, crushing his organs. Everyone was shocked to see a little kid like Yi Tianyun could easily overpower Lai Cheng, whom they thought was among the strongest on the scene. Successfully killed Lai Cheng. Reward: 1.200.000 Express, 4.800 CPs, 1.000 SPs, Lai Hu Step, Wild Impact, Detoxification Pill, Lai Hu Claw, 5x Express Pill. The amount of sin point that Yi Tianyun got from killing Lai Cheng was high. That indicated that Lai Cheng was a criminal who has been piling crime after crimes in his life. Big brother, Lai Feng said as he screamed for Lai Cheng. But now, everyone knew that Yi Tianyun was stronger than Lai Cheng. Little brother Yi's power was far too strong. Lai Hu's eldest didn't even stand a chance. Ren Liangchen said as he was surprised to see Yi Tianyun easily killed Lai Cheng. On the other hand, Lu Long trembled as he never expected a boy like Yi Tianyun would be able to kill one of the Lai Hu brother. He began to wonder what Yi Tianyun's cultivation level was. He thought that Yi Tianyun was at least at core transformation peak to be able to kill Lai Cheng easily like that. They never thought that a boy like Yi Tianyun would be at Void Spirit stage rank as it was very difficult to achieve. The only reference they had was the Netherworld Empire. They knew that a Void Spirit expert in there were only the higher-ups, like the Army General, the Preceptor, and the Emperor himself. Now, the rest of you go take a swim, or I will be happy to help you with that myself. Yi Tianyun said coldly to Lu Long and the other Lai Hu brother. Lai Feng from Lai Hu brother trembled as he faced the pressure from Yi Tianyun's aura. He began to think about jumping into the water to save his life. But he ultimately chose to fight as he wanted to avenge his dead brother. I will kill you, bastard. How dare you kill my brother? Lai Feng said as rushed toward Yi Tianyun with his sword while releasing all the power that he got. Surely, his power was amazing for the people of his level, but for Yi Tianyun this was just another walk in a park. Yi Tianyun kicked Lai Feng directly on his chest effortlessly, and the force of his kick sent Lai Feng directly to the Netherworld River. Lai Feng sank into the bottom of the river without any struggle. It seemed Yi Tianyun's kick was enough to render him unable to move, and so the water became his grave. Second brother, I will avenge you too. Lai Yan, the last of Lai Hu brother, screamed and rushed toward Yi Tianyun. Wow, I am impressed by your tenacity. Although you saw me finished off your brothers, you still charged straight at me. But no matter, you can see them sooner. Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he kicked Lai Yan as he got close and flung him to the river, sharing the same fate as Lai Feng. In a matter of seconds, all Lai Hu brother was killed. Chapter 468. The amazing Lai Hu brother was destroyed in a mere second. Everyone was shocked to see the power of Yi Tianyun as they thought that Yi Tianyun was just a teenage boy. Yi Tianyun turned his attention towards Lu Long as he was the next one on his list. Now, what would you do? Would you swim on your own, or you want me to help you swim instead? Yi Tianyun said coldly. No, please just let me go. I will give you the map. Lu Long said as he begged for Yi Tianyun to let him go. He knew that there was no way he could escape or fight Yi Tianyun now as the Lai Hu brother, who was much stronger than Lu Long's party, was annihilated. Didn't you hear what I said? You want me to make you swim, or you swim on your own? Yi Tianyun said coldly as he has already made up his mind. He already had the Netherworld passage chart, so there was no need to have another map that could possibly be the same. That word also applies to both of you. Don't think I would make an exception. Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his finger to the core transformation experts on Lu Long's party. The both of us, why would we do it? The two core transformation experts said confusedly. You are there, aren't you? Laughing like an idiot who doesn't know who you're messing with. Now, deal with your punishment, or I will make you swim myself. Yi Tianyun said coldly to both experts. Both experts on Lu Long's party looked troubled, but they chose to obey Yi Tianyun's word as they knew that if Yi Tianyun did it himself, they would die immediately. So, they started to swallow several detoxification pills and immediately walked inside the river. As soon as they touched the water, they started to scream as the toxic inside the water began to penetrate their body. But they knew that they must push on, or they would suffer more on Yi Tianyun's hand. Lu Long's face became even paler. He knew that the poison inside the water was dangerous for their body, and now he must do it too. Please, I will give you more than the map itself. I will tell you a secret about the ghost world too. Lu Long said to Yi Tianyun as he pleaded for his life once more. Ren Liangshan looked at Yi Tianyun for confirmation as he began to get swayed by Lu Long's word. Swim, or I will throw you in. Yi Tianyun said determinedly. He didn't care about anything that Lu Long possibly had. Lu Long bit his lips and let his killing intent leaked out. He immediately walked slowly towards the river, but as soon as he was close enough, he immediately released all the power that he had and rushed toward the fog of death instead. Jumping inside the Netherworld river surely wouldn't be fatal if he still had the detoxification pills, but he refused to do it to save his own ego. But he knew that the fog of death was different. If he could go inside, he wouldn't be killed immediately, and he thought that Yi Tianyun would have a hard time catching up to him too. But he couldn't even get close to the fog of death's entrance as Yi Tianyun has already flashed in front of him and blocked his path to the fog of death. Yi Tianyun knew from the beginning that Lu Long wouldn't go into the water willingly. People like Lu Long was too prideful to choose the option that would embarrass him. Going somewhere, Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. I just want to go run before I swim. Lu Long said as he tried to save his own skin once more. Sure, you have run enough, haven't you? Here, let me help you. Yi Tianyun said as he kicked Lu Long's chest, flinging him inside the river. Lu Long never floated to the top again after that. Successfully killed Lai Feng. Reward: 1.100.000 Express, 4.600 CPs, 900 SPs, Lai Feng Claws, Lai Feng Steps, Detoxification Pill, Healing Pill. Successfully killed Lai Yan. Reward: 1.100.000 Express, 4.600 CPs, 900 SPs. At the same time, the rest of the Lai Hu brothers met their end. They were not killed by Yi Tianyun's kick before, but now they were dead on the bottom of the river from the poison. The two cultivators that were part of Lu Long's party immediately swam back to the ground, but their bodies were already covered with black spots from the poison. Both immediately swallowed some more detoxification pills in an attempt to combat the raging poison inside their system. As soon as they did so, they lied on the ground, panting as they've already used all their strength to do just that. Yi Tianyun didn't show any interest in these two men as he believed that both of them deserved it. Little brother Yi, I didn't expect you'd be this strong. Ren Liangshan said as he looked at Yi Tianyun in awe. He thought that Yi Tianyun was an average beast tamer before, a rare ability that got stronger as the beast that they tamed got stronger, but as he saw how Yi Tianyun dealt with the Lai Hu brother and Lu Long, he knew that wasn't the case. Of course, I wouldn't want to drag you down for being a weakling after all. Yi Tianyun said as he smirked to his party teasingly. I didn't mean it like that. I know that you are stronger than us, but what is your real cultivation base? Are you really on the core transformation stage? Ren Liangchen asked curiously. Yeah, I am at core transformation stage right now. Yi Tianyun said as he still hid his real identity. With that much power, there is no way you would hinder us. In fact, it may be us who has been hindering you. Ren Liangchen said honestly, although he wasn't willing to admit it. Well, we better get going now, the ghost world awaits. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled towards the rest of his party. Chapter 469. Successfully killed Lu Long. Reward: 44.000 Express, 4.400 CPs, 500 SPs. Yi Tianyun finally got the reward for killing Lu Long, meaning that Lu Long was finally dead at the bottom of the river. However, Yi Tianyun didn't feel accomplished at all. The amount of Express that he got was low, as none of them had a high cultivation base. So, all he had to do right now was to complete his side quest so that he could earn a huge amount of Express at one go. He must go to the Phoenix Nest as soon as possible as there could be soul accumulating grass there too. After a long wait, the fog of death finally dissipated. Look, we finally can go inside the fog of death. Ren Liangchen said as he pointed towards the dissipating fog. The rest of his party looked over and instantly became excited as they were beginning to get bored. Plus, the amount of black energy in this place was high, too, keeping them busy to regenerate their spiritual energy. Yi Tianyun knew that this would be where it got difficult, as the netherworld passage chart showed that the closer they got into the ghost world, the harder the path would be. Soon enough, the fog dispersed, but the path was still misty, as the fog didn't completely disappear. Let's go. We must go before the fog thickens again. Ren Liangchen said as he pulled out a map from his storage ring to see how they should traverse the fog of death. Yi Tianyun looked at the map, and he noticed that the map was very similar to his own netherworld passage chart. Now that Yi Tianyun knew that, he was confident that they could pass the fog of death safely. Ren Liangchen immediately took the leading position and walked towards the fog of death confidently. Now it is our turn to show that we are credible too. Little brother Yi has done so much for us earlier. Ren Liangchen said as he smiled towards Yi Tianyun. Relax, little brother Yi, I am confident that we would get out of the fog of death safely. Ren Liangchen said confidently to Yi Tianyun. How can you be so sure? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I got this map from an expert that came from the ghost world itself. There is no way that this map was a fake. Ren Liangchen said confidently. An expert from ghost world? Did anyone really come back from the ghost world? Yi Tianyun asked surprisedly as this was new information for him. Yes, he was from the ghost world, but sadly there is no one that came back from the ghost world resides on the netherworld continent or the heavenly border continent. Ren Liangchen said solemnly. Did you know where he is now, or where did he come from? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Sadly, no, I have tried asking him where he wanted to go, but he didn't want to say anything to me. It seems he had a bad experience with people knowing where he was from, not that I'm sure, though. Ren Liangchen said as he sighed disappointedly. Well, there is nothing you can do about it. Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head to Ren Liangchen. Although he was a little bit disappointed that he couldn't find the person that successfully returned from the ghost world, at least he got a little information that he needed. Yi Tianyun's party quickly moved forward to the fog of death, leaving the two cultivators that previously took a dip in the netherworld river at Yi Tianyun's order. Under Ren Liangchen's leadership, they traversed the fog of death exactly as the map told him to go to. This fog of death was a stone maze. If the fog was still as thick as before, they would easily get lost and trapped inside this maze. We have to take this path. But be careful, the path is not safe. Ren Liangchen said as he quickly moved to the left. As they traversed the path that Ren Liangchen had signaled them to go, a black shadow suddenly appeared and rushed towards Yi Tianyun from behind, but Yi Tianyun was already prepared. With his long sword, he immediately cleaved the black shadow in two. Black blood spurted from the black shadow towards Yi Tianyun's arm. It immediately sizzled but caused no effect to Yi Tianyun as his cultivation was already too high. What happened, little brother Yi? Why are you stopping? Lang Hu said as he noticed Yi Tianyun standing on the back. But soon, everyone noticed the black bug was cleaved in two in front of Yi Tianyun. This is a nether water bug. One bite from this creature, and you would be poisoned severely. It's also quite fast. Thank God little brother Yi could kill it before it poses a threat. Ren Liangchen said gratefully to Yi Tianyun. Save it for later. We have to get out of here soon. Yi Tianyun said as he signaled for Ren Liangchen to continue forward. But it was a little bit weird. Why did they only attack little brother Yi? Lang Hu said as he walked near Yi Tianyun. It may be because my aura was the faintest that they detected. They may think that I was the easiest target. Yi Tianyun smiled at Lang Hu as he answered. Chapter 470. The real reason why Yi Tianyun was constantly being targeted by the demon beast was that his sin points were too high. He would always draw the demon beast's attention as they could sense the hatred from the sin point. The only solution was to spend the sin point on the sin shop, but for now, he was still accumulating the sin point for something that he wanted. Don't worry, little brother Yi. You don't have to shoulder all the fighting alone. We can still be of use, you know. Ren Liangchen said as he patted Yi Tianyun's shoulder. We know that you are strong, but we are also already prepared to fight our way toward the ghost world, you know. Yang Jiwen said as he observed the dead nether water bug that Yi Tianyun killed earlier. Yeah, I am also not happy about this. I am not crippled, you know. I can at least defend myself in the time of need. Lang Hu said unpleasantly. Yi Tianyun felt awkward as he was just making excuses at random. He couldn't say that the real reason was his high sin point. I know that you guys can defend yourself with no problem, but you guys know this place better. So, the least I can do is kill the demon beast that would block our path toward the ghost world. Yi Tianyun said honestly. Finally, everyone accepted Yi Tianyun's word and immediately advanced forward. They know that nothing could be done if the demon beast was really targeting Yi Tianyun. They felt a little bit guilty that they must let Yi Tianyun do all the hard work, but at the same time, they felt a little bit grateful that Yi Tianyun was there with them. Yi Tianyun could feel that their favorability was raising. It seemed that their favorability would reach 200 soon. Yi Tianyun was a little bit excited as if he could convince these three men to join his Heavenly Clouds mansion, they would help him meet the requirement of his main quest faster. However, Yi Tianyun didn't want to mention such things for now. He should wait for the right opportunity to recruit these men as he knew that these men had a terrible experience with a faction. But as they continued to traverse the fog of death, the fog began to thicken. This is bad, the fog of death has begun to thicken. We have to stay here for a while, set up camp so that we didn't get separated. Ren Liangchen said as he immediately started to collect the dead branch and stick to make fire. The fog thickened fast. Soon enough, the road in front of them was covered with fog and could no longer be seen anymore. This time is the most dangerous time inside this fog of death. We have to make sure that we cover all directions as we don't know where and when the enemy would attack. Ren Liangchen said commandingly. The rest of the party nodded their head as they started to prepare themselves for a fight. Their expression was grim as they knew that this situation could be dangerous. They know that the demon beast inside this maze tended to attack people from their blind spot, so they covered each other's back. Do you believe me? Yi Tianyun said out of nowhere. Why would you think that we wouldn't believe you? We've already seen your power before. Ren Liangchen said as he was confused by Yi Tianyun's question. Then let me see the map for a bit. I will take you all out of here. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Take us out of this fog of death. Lang Hu asked confusedly. Yeah, as long as you believe in me, we can. Get out of here safely. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Ren Liangchen nodded his head to Lang Hu and Yang Jiwen and immediately gave the map to Yi Tianyun. Here you go, we believe everything you said. Ren Liangchen said casually. Thank you for trusting me. I will make sure that we get to go out of this place safely. Yi Tianyun said confidently. As he said these words, a couple of nether water bug appeared and started to walk in front of them. Because of the thick black color of the nether water bug, it was easy to see them, even if the fog was really thick. They immediately knew that those nether water bugs were Yi Tianyun's tamed beast. No wonder little brother Yi is confident that he can get us out of here. He has already tamed several nether water bug to be our guide. Ren Liangchen said as he was surprised once again. He forgot for a moment that Yi Tianyun was a beast tamer. Yeah, let's go. Let's get out of this place. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Chapter 471. Because of the nether water bug that Yi Tianyun has captured, they could traverse through the fog of death easier. The only thing that they had to worry about was some demon beast that kept attacking Yi Tianyun. But all the demon beasts were low-leveled compared to Yi Tianyun, so he didn't have a hard time against them. Originally, Yi Tianyun wanted to rely on his soul guide to lead the way, but he noticed that the soul guide wasn't very accurate to traverse the maze area like this fog of death. He also thought of using his lucky aura, as he knew that with it, he could easily find a shortcut or an easy path for them to reach to Ghost World immediately, but he also knew that with the current level of the lucky aura, he would consume a lot of crazy points. After a long walk, Tianyun finally led his party out of the fog of death. And the first thing that he noticed was a group of cultivators camping nearby. Tianyun immediately scanned all of them with his appraisal eye and noticed that they were quite strong. And there were at least a dozen cultivators in their group. Those cultivators immediately noticed that the 4 of them were coming out from the fog of death, but they immediately realized that the 4 of them were in the same group, surprising everyone on the site, as it was very rare to see a lot of cultivator on the same party got out of the fog of death. At the same time, Tianyun also noticed that the path to the ghost world led to a towering mountain, and he couldn't see any other route. This meant that they must climb the mountain to reach the ghost world. Tianyun also noticed that the top of the mountain was covered by a thick cloud, making it impossible to see the top of the mountain. This mountain was the Netherworld Gate. After passing this mountain, they would successfully reach the ghost world, but as its name suggested, the mountain would have a big challenge later. We finally passed the fog of death. This is all thanks to little brother Yi for guiding us without any trouble. Ren Liangchen said happily. Lang Hu and Yang Jiwen just nodded their head as they felt sheepish, for they didn't do anything to help Tianyun. You don't have to say that now, I only do what I can do. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Now, all we need to do is to pass this Netherworld Gate. We will be at the ghost world after that, Ren Liangchen said confidently. But the thing is, this mountain is the hardest part. So many cultivators were trapped in here. But we only have this path to go on, Ren Liangchen said solemnly. Everyone looked determined as they really wanted to pass this Netherworld Gate to reach the ghost world. Tianyun and the other walked past the resting cultivators nearby the fog of death. Tianyun knew that these people were resting there because they were unable to go through the Netherworld Gate. In fact, Tianyun knew that once one got close to the mountain, the amount of black energy that immediately covered their body was staggering. But for Tianyun, that wasn't a problem. The resting cultivator looked at Tianyun's party with ridicule on their eyes. They thought that the new party wouldn't be able to pass the Netherworld Gate and will end up there anyway. The cultivators that were resting there have already experienced the harsh situation firsthand. They were climbing the mountain until their body was corroded by the black energy, and soon had no choice but to retreat to that place. Nobody could fly in this place. Otherwise, this mountain wouldn't matter at all. The climb itself wasn't easy. The mountain was steep, and with all the black energy blocking the cultivator to properly use their technique, it became a hard challenge just to climb a 90 degrees path. Many cultivators fell to their death too as they tried to climb a horizontal wall without preparing themselves beforehand. Some of them kept trying. They rushed back to the safe point to detoxify the black energy from their body and then tried once again. They would repeat that process until some accident took their lives. That was how these resting cultivators' life was, as they refused to give up on getting into the ghost world. Chapter 472. They are awesome. There are not many teams that could survive the fog of death with 3 members, let alone 4. One of the resting cultivators said casually. Yes, but they have not tasted true despair yet. Let them try to pass that Netherworld Gate. I bet they would end up like us here. Another cultivator said confidently. Well, let's just see how far they got for their first time trying to climb the Netherworld Gate. Another said as they resumed their meditation. The cultivators in this part of Netherworld Passage knew that no matter how powerful your weapons and armor are, it would be useless before the Netherworld Gate. The black energy was the only dominant factor there that constantly threw everyone off. You need to have a huge amount of detoxification pill in case you got poisoned by the black energy, plus the pressure on the mountain was no joke, making it even harder, if not impossible, to climb. Hey, newcomers, did you have enough medicinal pills to get through? A core transformation expert said to Tianyun's party as they passed through. This man was not that old cultivation-wise, reaching 40 years old with cultivation level core transformation peak stage. I am sorry, but we couldn't reveal that information, Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he knew that Ren Liangchen was worried about the man's intention. But hey, I can trade you a couple of medicinal pills for some information, did you want it? Tianyun said casually. That's a great idea, I'm in, the man said as Tianyun pulled out 2 medicinal pills and threw it to the man. Well, All I could say to you is that the mountain would become harder to climb as soon as you get higher. The black energy would become stronger as you climb. Everyone here was already a loser that failed to climb the mountain. We are stuck in here for a while, until we finally gave up. The man said casually. The man's information was, in fact, good enough for Yi Tianyun to draw some conclusions about the place. The difficulty must come from the pressure that the black energy created as they got higher. From the looks of things, these people here have all already reached a certain altitude before they realized they could no longer push forward. But make sure that you really have what it takes to traverse this place, or you would end up like them. The cultivator said as he pointed his finger towards the piles of bones scattering around the ground. That's all I can give you, for now. Thank you for your medicinal pills, I will use it well. The man said as he walked towards the big group earlier. Hey, you seem to have quite a lot of medicinal pills. Could you share it with me? Another man walked toward Yi Tianyun. It depends. Did you have any information that I need? In fact, if you can give me a good enough information, I am willing to give you this bottle of medicinal pills. Yi Tianyun said casually. No, I don't have any information for you. But I still want that medicinal pills. The man said threateningly. I can't do that. If you want a medicinal pill from me, you need to trade it with some useful information. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Stop being a courageous little shit. You are just one person while I have 3 more people with me. The man said as 3 other men came to his side. They saw that Yi Tianyun was just a frail-looking teenager, so they decided to intimidate him. Enough. This boy is in my protection. The previous cultivator that made a little trade with Yi Tianyun said confidently while showing off his core transformation peak stage aura. Lu Feng, did you really think that you can have a go with us? The cultivator that threatened Yi Tianyun earlier said with a frown on his face. This boy is good. I don't know about the other 3, but this boy shouldn't be touched. Lu Feng said commandingly. Okay, we will not touch that boy, but the 3 others are fair game. The cultivator said as he nodded at Lu Feng. Brat, don't blame yourself for this. If you gave us your medicinal pills, it wouldn't end up like this. Now, I wonder if they have any medicinal pills for us. The cultivator said as he turned his attention towards Ren Liangshan and the others. But he couldn't do anything else after that as a shadowy figure immediately rushed towards him and punched his solar plexus. Successfully killed Cheng Yang. Reward: 1.200.000 Express, 48.000 CPs, 600 SPs, Devil's Claw Martial Art, Magic Cloud Walk, Recovery Medicinal Pills, Detoxification Pills. Now, who wants medicinal pills again? Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he tapped his knuckles to clean it from non-existence dust. Chapter 473. Yi Tianyun looked coldly at the rest of the cultivators who were trying to mug him and the rest of the cultivators that meditated earlier. Yi Tianyun realized these cultivators were all sly and will make things difficult for him. While his one-hit kill power surely surprised everyone, Ren Liangshan and the rest of Yi Tianyun's party weren't surprised. They knew that Yi Tianyun's power was already far above them, so killing the cultivator earlier in one hit wasn't surprising. Anyone else wants my medicinal pills? Yi Tianyun asked tauntingly. Lu Feng, don't blame me for this. Guys, kill him. One of the core transformation experts who mugged Yi Tianyun earlier said while ordering the rest of his men to attack Yi Tianyun. Lu Feng became more interested in Yi Tianyun as he saw that Yi Tianyun was no ordinary cultivator, and so he looked at the rest of Yi Tianyun's companion and saw them shaking their heads as they watched Yi Tianyun punch the cultivators who came at him one by one. Successfully killed Peng Yun. Reward: 1.100.000 Express, 4.700 CPs, 800 SPs, Heaven Expelling Palm, Anti-Water Cloud, Earthquake Stamp, Recovery Medicinal Pills, Detoxification Pills. Ding! The 3 of them were killed in an instant. They didn't have any chance to raise their weapon at Yi Tianyun at all. That was the result of the difference in power between Yi Tianyun and the rest of the cultivators there. No one there was even beyond the core transformation stage. Anyone else? Yi Tianyun asked the rest of the cultivators who were still meditating on the side. Yi Tianyun wouldn't mind killing everyone else here as he found them unnecessary for his growth. Some guy from the cultivator group got up and checked on the cultivators that Yi Tianyun punched earlier. He was shocked to see that the 3 of them were dead. Everyone began to think that the boy in front of them right now may be a void spirit cultivator after he shouted that the 3 of them were dead. They all resumed their meditation as to back down from challenging Yi Tianyun. How funny, I hope this would become a reminder that you shouldn't challenge anyone without knowing anything about them. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He immediately turned his attention toward Lu Feng again. Many thanks to Brother Lu. You've already helped me too much. Yi Tianyun said casually. I was thinking of helping you after, as you're already kind enough to share some medicinal pills for me, but it seems you don't even need my help. Lu Feng said as he smiled at Yi Tianyun. It's okay. My name is Yi Yun. Yi Tianyun said as he offered his hands for a handshake with Lu Feng. Lu Feng, said Lu Feng, introducing his name. Now, little brother Yi is obviously someone that shouldn't be crossed around here. I hope you could bear that in mind, Lu Feng said to the other cultivators with a smile on his face. The cultivators were clearly not happy to hear Lu Feng's word, but they couldn't do anything now, so they decided to continue with their meditation. Brother Lu, has anyone successfully climbed the mountain? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Sure did, 2 people have climbed the mountain not too long ago. It seems that some skill was needed to pass the mountain. Having the same attribute as this place will help too. Attribute? Did you mean dark attribute? Yi Tianyun said as he tried to confirm his guesses. Yeah, well, having a resistance against the black energy helped too. Lu Feng said as he said what he knew. But, no matter what you have, you still need to be careful. This place is atrocious, Lu Feng said as a reminder to Yi Tianyun. Thank you, Brother Lu, for giving me this much information already. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lu Feng. Are you guys ready to climb the mountains? Yi Tianyun asked as he turned his attention towards Ren Liangchen and the others. Sure, we are just waiting for you, Ren Liangchen said confidently. The rest of the cultivators began to mock Yi Tianyun, and his party, as the rest of them found Yi Tianyun's party was naive. They immediately bet among themselves that Yi Tianyun's party would soon crumble and returned here eventually. Soon, Yi Tianyun's party walked towards the foot of the mountain, climbed immediately after covering their body with their aura, but the black energy immediately gnawed at their bodies. They just clenched their teeth and held the pain in, as they knew that there was no use whining about the current situation. As for Yi Tianyun, he just walked in without any aura covering his body, but instead, he immediately activated his heaven-swallowing divine secret art. The black energy around him was immediately drawn towards his body and devoured at an incredible pace. He was climbing the mountain while constantly absorbing express. Chapter 474. For other people, this concentrated black energy was a nightmare, but for Yi Tianyun, it was just another means to get a bunch of express. Unfortunately for Yi Tianyun, he must move forward and complete his quest. If it was not because of that, he would rather stay here and absorb as much black energy as he could. Get 7.800 express, 8.200 express, 9.400 express. As he climbed the mountain, the amount of express kept increasing. Meaning that the more intense the black energy was, the higher the altitude was. Nevertheless, that was enjoyable for Yi Tianyun, as he just walked to the top of the mountain without any challenge whatsoever. Yi Tianyun walked behind Ren Liangchen as he didn't want to leave them behind. In the beginning, Ren Liangchen and the others rushed up the mountain at a quick pace, but now their pace was considerably slower. They have climbed around 50 meters of the rock mountain. Yi Tianyun could say that they were almost halfway there, but the summit was still covered by a dark cloud, so there was no telling where the summit would be. Ren Liangchen and the others were covered in the black energy, almost their whole body turned black. But they still chose to hold on and keep climbing. Yi Tianyun frowned as he noticed that the amount of express that he got was around 30.000 express per second. This meant that the amount of black energy at this altitude was difficult to resist. Yi Tianyun wondered whether Ren Liangchen and the other would give up. Hey, look, they are almost at the 50 meters point. One of the cultivators on the bottom shouted to let others know about Yi Tianyun's team. They are lucky, not that many cultivators can reach that point on their first try. Another cultivator said indifferently, brothers, we must hurry up, we can't let those guys decide our fate. Ren Liangchen said to his party. Of course, brother, we're nowhere near done yet, Yang Jiwen said as he clenched his teeth to climb higher. Lang Hu, on the other hand, didn't say anything. But the cold expression on his face says it all. With this newfound determination, their speed has become slightly faster than before, and soon, they passed the 50 meters point, surprising everyone who was observing their movement on the bottom. Yi Tianyun nodded his head with a satisfied look on his face. The willpower that the party has shown was admirable. Yi Tianyun was more eager to invite them to join his Heavenly Clouds mansion now. A cultivation path wasn't easy. For Yi Tianyun, the best thing for a cultivator to have wasn't an innate ability, but an attitude to reach a higher level. The cultivators on the bottom were still talking about Ren Liangchen's party as they were surprised that the newcomers passed the 50 meters point on their first try. Everyone started to look at Ren Liangchen's party in the new light, as they knew that they were not a second-rate party. But, at the same time, Yang Jiwen, who had the lowest cultivation base among the others, began to tremble as the black energy has invaded his body more than he could take. His grip became weak, and he started to fall as he no longer had the strength to hold on. "Brother Yang," Ren Liangchen shouted as he noticed Yang Jiwen has fallen. But fortunately, a rope was immediately thrown toward Yang Jiwen, and that saved his life. The person who threw the rope was none other than Yi Tianyun himself. He then pulled Yang Jiwen up as he wanted to reach Ghost World together. But at the same time, the amount of express that he got from absorbing black energy has doubled. Yi Tianyun immediately noticed that this was because of the sudden increase of black energy around him after he tied himself with Yang Jiwen. "Little brother Yi, put him down. You will increase your own burden by doing that. The black energy will be doubled on you," Ren Liangchen said hurriedly. The other cultivator below was also mocking Yi Tianyun for trying to be heroic in this kind of place, but for Yi Tianyun this was perfect. He could earn more express while helping Yang Jiwen reach the Ghost World. "Please continue. I know what I am doing," Yi Tianyun said casually. Ren Liangchen looked at Yi Tianyun weirdly. He knew that no matter what he had to say, Yi Tianyun wouldn't change his mind. So, they nodded to Yi Tianyun and immediately rushed towards the top. At the same time, Yi Tianyun casually climbed at his own pace to look after the others if they also met the same fate as Yang Jiwen. If so, he could save them like he saved Yang Jiwen. Chapter 475. Ren Liangchen and Leng Hu were struggling to keep advancing forward, but they knew that they must reach the top no matter what. At the same time, Yang Jiwen finally woke up, and he immediately saw that he was being carried by Yi Tianyun. "Little brother Yi, let me down. I will drag you down with me if you continue to carry me like this," Yang Jiwen said as he was surprised that he was being carried instead of already at the bottom of the mountain. "It's okay, brother Yang. We couldn't afford to climb the mountain for the second time, so I must carry you like this, don't worry. Black energy has no effect on me," Yi Tianyun said casually. Yang Jiwen was surprised to hear Yi Tianyun's word. The same could be said to the rest of the cultivators below. They heard Yi Tianyun's words, and they were surprised to hear that a cultivator who could resist the black energy actually existed. They never saw anything like this before. Not even a cultivator with high cultivation could completely resist the black energy. The cultivator on the bottom began to mock Yi Tianyun once more as they thought that Yi Tianyun was just bullshitting around. Ren Liangchen, Leng Hu, and Yang Jiwen just frowned as they heard Yi Tianyun being mocked by the cultivators on the bottom, but they knew that Yi Tianyun's words were true. They became much more confident than before and continued to climb the mountain determinedly. The next moment, it was Leng Hu's turn to fall from the mountain as he was out of strength, and his grip slipped. But once more, Yi Tianyun's rope caught him before he could fall to the bottom. The same as Yang Jiwen, Yi Tianyun pulled Leng Hu up once more and carried him along. The express that he got from absorbing the black energy increased once more. It has already reached 100.000 express per second without the help of the crazy express mode. But at the same time, Yi Tianyun noticed that this was the best that heaven-swallowing divine secret art could do now as the amount of express that he got didn't go any higher. Yi Tianyun immediately activated his heavens-devouring divine secret art in an attempt to stack the effect together. Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't stack the effect of dark north divine art with the heavenly swallowing divine secret art. And it worked. The amount of express that he got was the same, but the speed of absorption was at least doubled from before. Everyone at the bottom was shocked. This was the first time ever they saw a cultivator who could carry two people at the same time towards the top of the Netherworld Gate. The same could be said for Ren Liangchen, Leng Hu, and Yang Jiwen. They were surprised that Yi Tianyun was able to carry others with him towards the top. "Little brother Yi, I am sorry," Leng Hu said to Yi Tianyun as he felt bad to have Yi Tianyun do all this. "Relax, brother Leng, just focus on recovering your stamina back. If you've already recovered enough, you can continue to climb back up by yourself again," Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Leng Hu. Yang Juan and Leng Hu immediately did so and pulled out recovery pills so that they could quickly recover. Ren Liangchen looked over to Yi Tianyun and clenched his teeth as he continued to climb up. He hoped that his strength didn't fail him this time. He wanted to reach the summit on his own. Yi Tianyun slowly caught up to Ren Liangchen as Ren Liangchen slowed down to the point that Yi Tianyun was a little bit concerned, but he knew that it was rude to help people while they were trying hard to reach their goal on their own. Not long after, Yang Juan has recovered a little bit. Little brother Yi, let me climb on my own. I think I have recovered enough for now, Yang Juan said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded and let Yang Juan climb on his own, but as Yang Juan touched the wall, the amount of black energy surprised him to the point that he almost fell again. But he persevered and climbed up the mountain on his own again. Not too long after that, Leng Hu pulled the rope as the signal for Yi Tianyun that he was also ready to climb back up again. He didn't want to talk as he wanted to preserve his energy as much as he could. But at the same time, Ren Liangchen finally reached his limit and fell off the cliff. But fortunately, just like Leng Hu and Yang Juan before him, Yi Tianyun quickly caught him with a rope and pulled him up once more. As they continued to go up, the amount of black energy that tried to invade their body was increasing. Yang Juan finally couldn't hold on any longer and has to be carried up by Yi Tianyun once more. The same thing happened to Leng Hu not too long after Yang Juan fell. This time, Yi Tianyun finally carried 3 people up the netherworld gate. Everyone at the bottom was shocked, as this scene never happened before. The amount of black energy that tried to invade Yi Tianyun's body must have been insane right now. Lu Feng was the most shocked of them all as he thought that Yi Tianyun was reckless because he was still too young, but it was clear now that Yi Tianyun did have the strength to back up his own words. Chapter 476. Yi Tianyun was doing something impossible. He carried 3 of his companions to the top without any difficulties at all. From Yi Tianyun's perspective, he got a ton of express from doing this. He immediately activated the crazy express mode to amplify the amount of express he got. Get 3.200.000 express, 3.450.000 express, 3.600.000 express. The amount of express he got after activating his crazy mode was insane. This was the right opportunity to level up as there was no better place else to do so for now. At the same time, Yi Tianyun noticed that the black energy was starting to leak but immediately nullified by the immortal fire. The nullification immediately increased Yi Tianyun's Netherworld's Fire Mastery. Get 500 Netherworld's Fire Mastery Point, 600 Netherworld's Fire Mastery Point. Yi Tianyun was surprised because, on top of getting a ton of express, he got to upgrade his Netherworld's Fire too. It didn't take long before Yi Tianyun's Netherworld's Fire leveled up. Yi Tianyun was surprised as it was too convenient. But now, Yi Tianyun had to focus on reaching the top as he knew that the rest of his party was already weakened. Yi Tianyun knew that the other wouldn't be able to hold out the black energy for too long. Everyone on the bottom began to think that the other 3 members of Yi Tianyun's party were a burden that made things more difficult for Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun never thought like that. Instead, he was determined to help the other 3 reach the ghost world since he needed all of them later to join his Heavenly Clouds mansion. But the cultivators on the bottom didn't have it. They didn't like Yi Tianyun's attitude, and so they began to scheme a way to make Yi Tianyun fall. They will reach the black cloud soon, they wouldn't be able to see very clearly in there. I suppose that is the perfect time to strike them. A cultivator said confidently. Yeah, they will rush through the black cloud without knowing what would happen. Another cultivator said while snickering among themselves. Lu Feng, I advise you not to interfere with my plan. The cultivator said to Lu Feng coldly, as Lu Feng has already helped Yi Tianyun earlier. But of course, Yi Tianyun had already heard about all of this. He smirked to himself, and as soon as he entered the black cloud, he immediately used his clone technique. 3 clones immediately appeared and started following Yi Tianyun from behind. He knew that the cultivator would shoot him down and then later told him that it was because of the black cloud. Unfortunately for them, none of their attacks hit Yi Tianyun. It either struck one of the clones or missed entirely, but as soon as the clones were attacked, the clones immediately jumped and rushed towards the one that attacked Yi Tianyun. The cultivator from below was shocked once again as they saw 3 identical clones of Yi Tianyun. They were scared as they didn't know how to win against this ultimate technique, it was simply too powerful. There was no doubt on everyone's mind that Yi Tianyun was a void spirit expert. There was nothing else that Yi Tianyun had to worry about, and he immediately rushed up without observing the situation. The black clouds was starting to erode his spiritual energy, but the effect of the Transcendence title was too strong. The black clouds was easily blocked as it was a kind of poison. From the perspective of the cultivator on the bottom, it was like the black clouds was avoiding Yi Tianyun. They were shocked once again. This scene has never happened before. They began to think that maybe the black clouds was sentient, and it was afraid of Yi Tianyun. The cultivator on the bottom of the mountains began to think that Yi Tianyun's power was too overpowered for this place, that having Yi Tianyun inside your party meant a free ticket to go to Ghost World. As for Ren Liangchen, he was impressed that Yi Tianyun could block the black energy's effect, like what he had told everyone before, while dragging 3 useless men with him on top of it, increasing the burden that he must bore. However, everyone on the bottom couldn't believe their eyes, and there was only one thing that they could think of. Why they aren't one of Yi Tianyun's companion. Chapter 477. Yi Tianyun continued to climb up, beyond any cultivator on the bottom could see. Lu Feng, at the bottom, looked at Yi Tianyun's disappearing figure with excitement. It seems that we are a frog in a well this whole time. There are too many things in this world that don't make any sense. I still have a lot to learn, Lu Feng said while laughing excitedly. He then began to climb the netherworld gate with a newfound determination. He wants to catch up with Yi Tianyun as it was too exciting. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun's vision was blocked by thick black clouds, making it hard to advance further. This place was too difficult. No wonder most cultivators would rather avoid this place, and even most who decided to come here were stuck at the bottom of the netherworld gate. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 5th layer void spirit stage. The absorption has borne fruits. He successfully broke through to the 5th layer void spirit stage in a relatively short amount of time. This notification made him really fond of this place. He really wanted to stay so he could level up quickly and hope to be able to break through to the Spirit King stage. Yi Tianyun sure was satisfied with this place. He hadn't found any place that could enhance his express gain this much before. Ren Liangchen, who finally recovered a little bit, saw Yi Tianyun was climbing all alone and that the rest of the party were being carried by him alone. Little brother Yi, let me down. I think I can climb up from here on out, Ren Liangchen said confidently, but the truth is, he hasn't recovered that much yet, and he didn't know whether he could hold out the black energy long enough to reach the summit or not. No, just stay there and focus on expelling the black energy from your body. If you all died when I reach our goal, my effort so far would be wasted, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He didn't say that to discourage Ren Liangchen or something, but that was the truth. Yi Tianyun knew that the amount of black energy that Ren Liangchen had to endure as soon as he tried to climb on his own would be too much. The rest of the party were forced to remain silent as they knew that Yi Tianyun's words were true. They wouldn't be able to hold out the black energy on their current state. So, they quietly meditated to recover back their stamina and spiritual energy so that they wouldn't burden Yi Tianyun later. Yi Tianyun climbed up the mountain at a constant pace, and soon enough, he reached the end of the black clouds. After that, he finally could see the summit. He has already climbed about 150 meters before he could finally reach the top. We have arrived, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He immediately led Ren Liangchen and the other down as he knew that they had to recover quickly. He could see that there was a huge teleportation array on the summit. He guessed that was the only way to reach the ghost world. Just stay here for a while and recover your strength back. I will check out things on the bottom a little bit, Yi Tianyun said to the rest of his party as he walked towards the edge of the mountain. Ren Liangchen and the other were a little bit surprised by Yi Tianyun's words. Usually, no one would want to go back down after reaching the summit, but apparently, Yi Tianyun was an exception. Since they still had to recover their energy back, they nodded and let Yi Tianyun do what he wanted to do. Yi Tianyun immediately went down, but he wasn't aiming to go to the bottom. He stopped at the black clouds and immediately absorbed it with his heavens devouring divine secret art. Yi Tianyun knew that he must unequip the Transcendence title first so that the black clouds could surround him like it was supposed to do. Sure enough, the black clouds immediately gathered towards Yi Tianyun, trying to invade his body. But the netherworld's fire inside Yi Tianyun's body began to react and swallow the black clouds quickly. Instead of getting express as his reward, Yi Tianyun got the netherworld's fire mastery in bulk. Gets 2.200 netherworld's fire mastery point, 3.100 Netherworld's Fire Mastery Point. After absorbing the black clouds for Netherworld's Fire Mastery for a while, finally, Tianyun heard the notification sound that he wanted to hear for quite some time. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully upgraded the Netherworld's Fire to high-grade Earth level Fire. Next level up requires 10.000.000 Mastery Point. Netherworld's Fire finally leveled up. The amount of black clouds that gathered around Tianyun kept increasing as the Netherworld's Fire absorbed the clouds at a much faster pace than before. Gets 11.200 Netherworld's Fire Mastery Point, 12.300 Netherworld's Fire Mastery Point. The black cloud that was originally very thick became thinner by each second Tianyun absorbed it. Other cultivators couldn't stand this black clouds as it had the same property with the black energy from the wall, but for Tianyun, this was all a wasted mastery point. After all, Tianyun strived to strengthen himself for the fight that would come against a divine nation army. Even if he could cultivate up to the Spirit King stage, it may not be enough. However, people on the bottom were surprised that the black clouds were becoming thinner by the second. They looked at it, expecting that it would disappear, as that was the hardest part on the Netherworld's gate to pass. But no one knew that it was all Tianyun's doing. Chapter 478. As the black clouds became as thin as air, the cultivators below could finally see that there was a figure on the black clouds supposed to be. They were shocked immensely as they saw that the figure was the one who absorbed the black cloud, and that figure was none other than Tianyun. They all looked dumbfounded as they were bravely challenging Tianyun earlier. But now they saw that Tianyun was more powerful than they thought, for Tianyun could even absorb the black cloud easily that has become a bane for them all this time. Tianyun ignored everyone's curious glare and kept absorbing the black cloud like he did a moment ago. He didn't care about any of these cultivators, so there was no need to acknowledge their existence too. Lu Feng, who has climbed the mountain quite high, was the one that was shocked the most. But he didn't slow down to admire Tianyun. He picked his pace to catch up with Tianyun. After all, his path has become so much easier after Tianyun has absorbed the black cloud. At the same time, the cultivator on the bottom immediately encouraged all of them to follow Lu Feng and reach the ghost world. They then immediately started climbing up the mountain. This was probably the first time that the Netherworld Gate had this many challenges at the same time. After all, they didn't know whether the black clouds would regenerate again after this. At the same time, Tianyun frowned after he sensed that the amount of black clouds on the mountain itself has depleted. In fact, he noticed that the surrounding black energy on the mountain was depleted. But fortunately, his Netherworld's Fire Mastery has increased by hundreds of thousands. What is this? Is the black energy inside the Netherworld Gate related to these black clouds? Why is the black energy depleting? Tianyun said to himself rather annoyedly. Meanwhile, the cultivators who rushed upward after seeing the black clouds disappeared was ecstatic. They no longer felt the black energy that was supposed to be enveloping the mountain anymore. They didn't feel any black energy trying to their body. All of them were surprised by this strange occurrence, but they didn't mind. Besides the constant pressure from the dangerous area itself, there was nothing else that would hinder their path toward the ghost world. Tianyun sighed as he thought that he could gain several levels here, but it turned out he only gained 1.5. Tianyun felt sudden helplessness as there was nothing else he could do there now. So, he returned to the top where Ren Liangchen and the other were supposed to meditate to recover their lost spiritual energy without even glancing at the rest of the cultivators who were trying hard to climb the mountain. Tianyun knew that Ren Liangchen and the other were supposed to be done meditating at this time. But as he arrived at the top again, Ren Liangchen was surprised and immediately asked him a question. Little brother Yi, what is happening down there? Did you absorb the black energy just now? Ren Liangchen asked curiously. Apparently, they noticed the amount of black energy was disappearing from the place and curiously looked at the bottom and saw Tianyun was absorbing all the black clouds earlier. Yeah, well, I don't have anything to do except wait for you guys to recuperate, so I thought I might as well do what I can. Tianyun said casually, although Tianyun felt somewhat disappointed that the amount of black energy on this place diminished too fast. The amount of express in Netherworld's Fire Mastery Point that he got wasn't a small amount at all. Not long after that, Lu Feng also arrived at the top, looking pale after trying his best to climb the Netherworld Gate. Little brother Yi, what have you done just now? What cultivation technique is that? Lu Feng asked in between his heavy breathing. What did you think? You basically saw it yourself, didn't you? Yi Tianyun said as he shrugged his shoulder. Well, whatever it is, I personally thank you for clearing the black clouds. This way, many cultivators would be able to reach the top quickly. Lu Feng said as he smiled towards Yi Tianyun. Well, good for them. But there is no need to thank me, really. I did it out of my own volition. Yi Tianyun said casually. But soon, the rest of the cultivators reached the top and started to thank Yi Tianyun with a guilty look all over their faces. They have been badmouthing Yi Tianyun all day, and now, they were benefiting of Yi Tianyun's action. Some of them was even apologizing to Yi Tianyun for their bad behavior earlier. Yi Tianyun felt awkward as he didn't know what to do. You don't need to thank me. I am just doing my own thing here. You may go now or stay here to meditate some more. Which is fine, I don't really need this kind of attention. Yi Tianyun said lazily. He didn't care about them either way. These cultivators immediately walked towards the teleportation device, and after they expressed their final gratitude to Yi Tianyun, they left towards the ghost world. Chapter 479. After the cultivators left towards the ghost world, Yi Tianyun was left with his party and Lu Feng on the summit. Little brother Yi, this is my first time here on the ghost world. Do you have any advice for me in there? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Well, this is my first time too. I don't know anything inside just yet. Yi Tianyun said casually. If that's the case, can I join your party? The more, the merrier, right? Lu Feng asked as he wanted to join Yi Tianyun's party. I don't think that's a good idea right now. I will split up once we reach the ghost world as I have my own goal there. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. All that he just said was true. He planned to search for the phoenix nest inside, and he knew that Ren Liangshan and the others would have their own agenda. After all, people wouldn't believe him if he said that the phoenix nest was inside the ghost world. So, does that mean you are familiar with the ghost world? Lu Feng asked confusedly. Not really, no, but I know some way to achieve my goal. Yi Tianyun said casually. Well, if that's the case, I wouldn't pester you anymore. See you later, Lu Feng said as he stepped inside the teleportation device and went to the ghost world himself. After Lu Feng left, Ren Liangshan stood up and immediately talked to Yi Tianyun. Little brother Yi, we are going with you. We will follow you wherever you go. If it's too inconvenient for you, we don't mind waiting for you at a place you designated. Ren Liangshan said determinedly. Yi Tianyun could also see the same determination from Yang Jiwen and Lang Hu too. Why would you want to go this far? I didn't even expect to team up with anyone before. Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. We were touched by your kindness. You could have just let us fall or let go of us any time, but you drag us to the top instead. We've always been a rogue cultivator this whole time because we couldn't trust any faction before. But if it's you, we will do anything in our power to follow you. You will be an incredible leader for us, Ren Liangshan said, followed by the other two nodding simultaneously. They were smiling wholeheartedly as they were serious about following Yi Tianyun. If that's the case, I am a faction leader myself. So, do you want to join my faction? Yi Tianyun asked with a warm smile on his face. The three of them looked at each other to confirm everyone's decision. They nodded to each other after. Absolutely, little brother Yi. We will join your faction, Ren Liangshan said confidently. Are you sure? You will not be able to adventure freely later. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. It's okay, as long as you are the one that commanded us to do something, we will do it no matter what. But, can we know the name of your faction, Boss Yi? Ren Liangshan said determinedly. Sure, there are several things that you guys need to know before that. First, my real name is Yi Tianyun, and I am the Mansion Lord of Heavenly Cloud's Mansion. Right now, we are preparing to set off and become the new Heavenly Cloud's Empire. Yi Tianyun said confidently. They were surprised once again as there was no way that they didn't know about the name. After all, they resided in the Netherworld continent. You are the Mansion Lord of the Great Heavenly Cloud's Mansion. That means you are the super expert who crushed the Netherworld Empire alone. Yang Jiwen said with a shock on his face. Yeah, that's me, Yi Tianyun said casually. I can't believe this. All this time, I was in the presence of such a legendary expert. Our choice was correct. Thank you very much for inviting us to your faction, Boss Yi. Ren Liangshan said excitedly. They were happy to hear that they were invited to join the Heavenly Cloud's Mansion that destroyed the Netherworld Empire that they hated so much in the past. Welcome to Heavenly Cloud's Mansion. Yi Tianyun smiled warmly towards the three and pulled out 3 pieces of lower-grade sacred tool from his storage ring. Consider this your welcoming gift, Yi Tianyun said as he gifted the sacred tool to each one of the new recruits. Sacred tool, did you really? Thank you very much, Boss Yi. We will treasure it for as long as we live, Ren Liangchen said excitedly. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully gained an absolute royalty of General Ren Liangchen, General Leng Hu, and General Yang Jiwen. Reward: 300 command points, shared cultivations. As long as the general keeps cultivating, the amount of express, CPs, and SPs would also be duplicated to the player. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully recruiting more than 3 loyal generals. Reward: 100.000.000 express, 1.000.000 CPs, Divine General Command Summoning. Divine General Command Summoning. No matter where you are, you can choose to summon any number of Divine General to your side. Limited to 3 times use. The rewards baffled Yi Tianyun as he never expected to obtain this much reward. Especially the Divine General Command Summoning. One day, he would have many Divine Generals and he would make sure to only use this command summoning to surprise the enemy and win the battle. Chapter 480. Yi Tianyun was surprised upon successfully obtaining 3 generals at the same time like this. He planned to invite them later, but it seemed that they were the ones that asked to join themselves. Thank you for trusting me. I will not let you down, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at the 3 new members of his mansion. Yi Tianyun didn't have any issues of giving them the lower-grade sacred tools as it wasn't as valuable to him. It was better to give it away to someone that would make use of it rather than selling it for a low price in the crazy shop. It seems we would be able to conquer many things in the future. Our life wouldn't be boring anymore, Yang Jiwen said as he stroked the sacred tool that he got from Yi Tianyun. He was so excited about getting something this valuable. Great that you found it pleasing. Now, I have to go to Ghost World, Yi Tianyun said casually. He immediately walked towards the teleportation array. Now, I am sorry to say this, but I can't take you to the place that I have to go to, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. We know, we heard you earlier. We will find a place inside the Ghost World to wait for your return. After all, our goal to reach the Ghost World is just to cultivate efficiently, but now that we are under your leadership, it seems much more promising, Ren Liangchen said confidently. Okay, after I come back, we will return to Heavenly Cloud's mansion, Yi Tianyun said commandingly. The 3 nodded their head in approval and also walked into the teleportation array together with Yi Tianyun. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the top of the mountain. Yi Tianyun only left a little speck of black energy on the Netherworld gate, for he didn't know what would happen if he absorbed them all. But he knew that the black energy would surely regenerate over time. Yi Tianyun felt a floating sensation as he teleported, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived at a green grassland. But as far as he could see, there was nothing but a green grassland. Yi Tianyun also noticed that he was all alone. That meant the teleportation array sent them to a different area. In other words, he must find them somehow later. He had the option to use the Divine General Command Summoning, but as he knew that he could only use it 3 times, it would be a waste to use one here. Yi Tianyun then investigated his surroundings and saw nothing dangerous in this vicinity, but Yi Tianyun couldn't get relaxed now. He knew that this ghost world was supposed to be more dangerous than the Netherworld passage that he passed earlier. The reason that this place was called the Ghost World was that it was cold here, even though the sun shone brightly, and the most important thing was that the Netherworld attribute was prominent in here. Netherworld attribute was an extensive genre of the attribute that also covered the ice attribute. Netherworld attribute could be seen from its cold nature. In fact, almost all attribute that was related to cold could be considered from the Netherworld attribute. So, with that said, this place was the best place for people with that attribute to cultivate. Apart from the ghost that constantly roamed the place, it almost looked the same with the heavenly border continent. But as Yi Tianyun roamed around for a while, he immediately realized that he was going nowhere. He immediately concluded that he indeed needed the 3 of his new general here right now. He immediately used the Divine General Command Summoning to teleport the 3 general to his side instantly. A command prompt immediately popped up, and he noticed that he could even summon Shu Fei if he wanted to, but it would be too much for Shu Fei to come here right now as he was still at the Spirit Core stage. So, he only chose the other 3 names and immediately activated the command. The area immediately flashed in bright light, and suddenly the three of them appeared in front of Yi Tianyun, but this time, Yi Tianyun frowned as he saw that Ren Liangchen has fallen to the ground with his face blackened by poison. Brother Ren, what happened to you? Yang Juan asked as he immediately helped Ren Liangchen to take a sitting position. He quickly noticed that there were several bite marks around Ren Liangchen's body, and so he quickly understood that Ren Liangchen was poisoned by some demon beast. What is it that poisoned you? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. It was a viper. It bit me after moving so fast beneath the grass, Ren Liangchen said as his face became pale, and his veins turned black. Say no more. You need to rest. I will make an antidote for you, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately pulled out the furnace from his storage ring and started making a detoxification pill. Boss, are you an alchemist? Yang Juan asked with a surprised look on his face. But Yi Tianyun didn't answer the question as he focused on making the detoxification pills, but now he knew that the ghost world was truly dangerous for a core transformation stage cultivator. To roam freely. Chapter 481. Yi Tianyun made a high-level detoxification pill to cure the Ren Liangchen. Did you guys also encounter any danger before I teleported you guys here? Yi Tianyun asked Yang Juan and Lang Hu. Well, I didn't encounter anything. I was teleported to a forest, and there is nothing dangerous in there as far as I can sense it. But while I was looking around, I was teleported here. Yang Juan said descriptively. I was teleported to the edge of a swamp. It looks dangerous, but I don't see anything that could harm me at that moment, but as I look around to find the way out to look for you, I was sent here. Lang Hu said casually. What about you, boss? What is the situation over here looks like? Lang Hu asked casually. I also didn't sense any danger around here, but as I move around, I thought of you guys. If we are teleported to a different place, that means you guys might be in trouble. And so, I quickly teleported all of you here. It was fortunate that I got to Brother Ren quickly. Otherwise, he was sure to die from this poison, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun then administered the pill to Ren Liangchen, who fell unconscious, and as soon as the detoxification pill entered his body, Ren Liangchen's complexion was slightly improved. They were not in a hurry, so there was no reason for Yi Tianyun to leave them here to fend for themselves. So, the party rested on the grassland while waiting for Ren Liangchen to recover. After Ren Liangchen was back to normal, he quickly expressed his gratitude toward Yi Tianyun for saving his life once more. He knew that he was fortunate that Yi Tianyun was with him now. Otherwise, he would have already become a snake meal. Okay, now that we are set, we have to find a place to settle down for a while. After we find this place, I have to head towards my destination, Yi Tianyun said casually as he immediately flew towards the direction that the soul guide led him to. Ren Liangchen and the others followed Yi Tianyun by flying too. Fortunately for them, they could fly here. Otherwise, it would be bothersome. Yi Tianyun's goal was to find some city in the way towards the phoenix nest. And sure enough, Yi Tianyun soon saw a big city that was surrounded by a towering wall. Broad Cloud City, Yi Tianyun said as he read the plaque that was placed on the gate. They quickly descended to the ground and walked toward the gate casually. The guards didn't even care about the new presence and quietly stood on the side of the gate like nothing happened. They didn't even charge them for entering the city. Yi Tianyun immediately saw that the city was buzzing with cultivators and peddlers along the road. There was so much stuff that they could have if they had the money for it. The cultivators' cultivation level varied from each other, but the lowest was at core condensation stage, while there were so many cultivators at core transformation stage. Yi Tianyun even saw several void spirit expert came and went here, while the highest that Yi Tianyun saw was at 4th layer void spirit stage. As soon as Yi Tianyun walked to the market street, the shop owner immediately called them over one by one while offering them the best item in their shop. They were clearly passionate about their profession. If Yi Tianyun didn't have anything specific in mind, he would probably buy a couple of items from these merchants. But there was one thing that he needed the most that he couldn't find freely on the mortal world. Did you guys have any soul accumulating grass? Yi Tianyun asked casually. The merchant disappointedly shook their head as they didn't have the soul accumulating grass that Yi Tianyun needed. But suddenly, a cultivator appeared beside Yi Tianyun and said that he knew someone who would sell Yi Tianyun some soul accumulating grass. I know someone who has soul accumulating grass to sell. Do you guys want me to take you there? My name is Mo Shu, by the way, the cultivator said casually. Okay, lead the way, Yi Tianyun said as he led Mo Shu led them to the place that he said was selling some soul accumulating grass. Yi Tianyun didn't trust the guy completely, but he was curious since if he could buy the soul-accumulating grass in bulk here, his level could increase exponentially. Furthermore, Tianyun also noticed that there were so many cultivators here that guided another cultivator to the shop that they wanted. Tianyun also saw that Mo Shu greeted everyone he passed by. Clearly, Mo Shu had a good relationship with the people here. Under Mo Shu's guidance, they came into a shabby-looking shop that was still closed. Tianyun frowned as he realized that the shop was still closed in the middle of the day. But this fact didn't seem to deter Mo Shu's resolve at all. He quickly knocked on the door and said that someone was coming to buy spirit medicine from the shop. After he knocked, Mo Shu stepped back a little bit, and as the door was opened, Tianyun was a little bit surprised to see a second-layer Spirit King cultivator here. Not only that, but he was an old man with a scary look on his face. Chapter 482. After the shopkeeper looked at the customer, he opened the door enough for one person to enter the shop. His attitude was a bit rude as he was supposed to serve his customer. "I am sorry, this is just how shopkeeper Yi is, but I assure you that this place is the best medicine shop here in Broad Cloud City. Everything you want should be here, medicine-wise," Mo Shu said apologetically. "Hey, come on in. I don't have all day," the shopkeeper shouted from inside. He clearly doesn't sound happy to have a customer right now. Mo Shu immediately entered while Tianyun and the others followed one by one. Ren Liangchen, however, was confused about why Tianyun needed the soul-accumulating grass. He knew that the grass was used to enhance the spiritual power, but the effect was not that strong. After they entered the shop, Ren Liangchen was shocked upon seeing so many high-grade medicinal pills were stocked up on the shelf neatly. Some of the medicinal pills were even considered foreign since it was probably nowhere to be found in the mortal world. But the shopkeeper immediately sat down on his rocking chair and drank a cup of tea, uninterested in serving his customer. Tianyun took a look once again at shopkeeper Yi's status and saw that the old man had 180 million combat power and no weakness. Tianyun wondered why such a strong cultivator was sitting as a merchant here in the Broad Cloud City, while a cultivator at this caliber could easily become a respected figure in the world. That tea leaf is a high-grade heavenly spirit leaf. Making a tea out of it is such a waste, Ren Liangchen said whisperingly to Tianyun as he recognized the leaf that the shopkeeper Yi used to make a tea. Tianyun nodded his head. He understood that for a Spirit King cultivator, that might be normal. "Shopkeeper Yi, as you ordered, I brought a customer who wants to buy soul-accumulating grass," Mo Shu said as he showed his respect to shopkeeper Yi. "Oh, you want to buy soul-accumulating grass? Who are you buying it for?" Shopkeeper Yi asked curiously. "It's for personal use," Tianyun said casually. "Soul-accumulating grass is used for spirit refinement stage, but you aren't one. So, are you a divine rune master?" Shopkeeper Yi asked curiously. "Yes, I am a divine rune master. Is there something wrong with it?" Tianyun said confusedly. Ren Liangchen and the other was surprised to hear that Tianyun was a divine rune master. They only knew that Tianyun was an alchemist as he already showed them his prowess before. "What grade are you?" Shopkeeper Yi asked curiously. Tianyun knew from the look of this old man's eye that he seemed interested now. "Don't ask me about my grade. You should just tell me what kind of divine rune that you need me to engrave or what level of array that you need me to break," Tianyun said casually. "You are quite confident, brat," Shopkeeper Yi said with a smirk on his face. "Yes, I am pretty confident with my own skill," Tianyun said as he smirked himself. "Did you still remember when I told you to bring me someone who wants to buy a soul-accumulating grass?" Shopkeeper Yi asked Mo Shu. "Yeah, it was about 6 months ago, I think," Mo Shu said casually. "Now, I need you to come with me. I need you to open a box for me. It's been half a year that no one could open it," Shopkeeper Yi said annoyedly. "You mean I should bring someone who wants to buy soul-accumulating grass just so that you could find a divine rune master?" Mo Shu said as he finally realized Shopkeeper Yi's intention. "Well, you can say that, but that's not all there's to it," Shopkeeper Yi said casually as he brought everyone outside and closed his shop lazily. Ren Liangchen was stunned to see that the old man just closed the shop without properly locking it. But everyone in this town, except for Ren Liangchen and the rest of Tianyun's party, knew that the old man was Spirit King expert. No one would dare to steal from the old man. Shopkeeper Yi then brought them to a buzzing street, where Tianyun saw that there was a long queue over a box that was covered by so many divine runes. It seemed that this queue was a line of people who wanted to test out their divine rune proficiency to open this box. I have 3 soul-accumulating grass and 2 sacred tool for you if you could open that box. Shopkeeper Yi said to Yi Tianyun expectantly. He then took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his pocket and gave it to Mo Shu. Here is your reward for doing as I told. Shopkeeper Yi said casually to Mo Shu. So, what's the use of this soul-accumulating grass for you? I want to know, as it was rare to see someone searching for this grass. Shopkeeper Yi said curiously to Yi Tianyun. Well, I want to make it into soul-accumulating pill. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Okay, that was a tough one. But as long as you open that box, the soul-accumulating grass is yours. Shopkeeper Yi said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and immediately focused his attention on the box. Chapter 483. Yi Tianyun noticed that the box was engraved by at best a 5th grade divine rune. He never expected a whole city inside the ghost world would struggle to open this box. Successfully accepted that help Shopkeeper Yi to open the treasure box. Side quest. Reward. 30.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 100 Shopkeeper Yi's favorability. Yi Tianyun didn't expect to get a side quest for helping this old man, but he was satisfied with it nonetheless. At the same time, the current divine rune master who was trying to open the box has failed and began cursing at the box. He was still going at it once again, but obviously, the people behind him were annoyed that the man was still trying while it was obvious that he couldn't do it. Hey, let the others have a shot too. Don't hog it by yourself. A young man said to that man annoyedly. Brat, this is a 5th grade divine rune. What can you do when you are not even a 5th grade divine rune master? The man said coldly. You see, you are clearly not a divine rune grandmaster yourself. It was clear that you couldn't open this box, so why even try? Stop wasting everyone's time, the young man said coldly. The man in the front was clearly annoyed by the young man's comment, but he chose to step aside as he saw that everyone was indeed annoyed by his constant pointless attempts. Yi Tianyun was surprised to see the young man's bravery. He quickly looked at the young man's status and saw that he was at 7th layer core transformation stage at the age of 21. How many people have come today? Shopkeeper Yi asked the young man. Master, you're finally here. I was thinking about closing the box for a moment there. There are too many people today. I don't know how many divine rune master has failed today. The young man said hopelessly. It may seem tedious, but we have to open this box. I hope that you understand this. Shopkeeper Yi said to the young man. The young man nodded his head and looked down in shame after thinking of giving up. This is Shopkeeper Yi's disciple, Fu Ren. Now, I have done my part, and I still have something else to do. So good luck with the box. Mo Shu said as he left Yi Tianyun and the rest of the party with Shopkeeper Yi. But even if Yi Tianyun came with Shopkeeper Yi, he still couldn't just cut the line as it was rude, and so Yi Tianyun queued along with the other divine rune masters. Yi Tianyun saw divine rune masters failed one after another, and one of them even tried to attack the box. Even though the man was at core transformation stage peak, his attack was still bounced off from the box. The divine rune master admitted their defeat, and none really wanted to see others succeed as they immediately left the vicinity to save their pride. After seeing the man that attacked the box before, none of the divine rune master ever tried to do the same. They knew that they wouldn't be able to overpower the box. Otherwise, a Spirit King stage expert like Shopkeeper Yi wouldn't search for help. Let me try. A Void Spirit stage expert came forward while holding a huge hammer in his hand. This hammer was a lower grade sacred tool. It seems the Void Spirit expert was thinking of overpowering the box with a huge amount of power. I am not a divine rune master, but is it okay for me to try to break this box? The Void Spirit stage expert asked Shopkeeper Yi. Suit yourself, as long as you can open the box. The sacred tool would be yours. Shopkeeper Yi said indifferently. Shopkeeper Yi has already known that opening the box with brute force wouldn't work. The Void Spirit expert laughed out loud, and his body immediately turned into steel. The expert immediately swung the huge hammer down to the box, and suddenly the box shone bright, and the expert was immediately thrown into the sky, badly injured. The expert has failed as the Shopkeeper Yi has predicted. The box had a strong shockwave divine rune that would activate as soon as someone tried to break it. Yi Tianyun smirked to himself as he saw the expert's stupidity. If a Spirit King cultivator couldn't open the box, what made him think that a Void Spirit expert could? Chapter 484. Shopkeeper Yi immediately ordered the next Divine Rune Master to continue as the queue had stopped for a second because the expert before was spectacularly thrown away by the box. Divine Rune Grand Master was rare, even though Yi Tianyun could say that he has met with 2 Divine Rune Grand Masters, it was not entirely true. Imperial Preceptor of Netherworld Empire was acknowledged as a Divine Rune Grand Master, but actually, he was not a true Divine Rune Grand Master, although he was close to obtaining that title. Spirit Race Old Ancestor was a true Divine Rune Grand Master, but his knowledge only consisted of a basic Divine Rune Grand Master. So, properly obtaining a title as a Divine Rune Grand Master was difficult to achieve. That could be seen here right now, where so many Divine Rune Master gathered, but not a single Divine Rune Grand Master in sight. Where is the box from? Why is it so hard to open? Yi Tianyun said with a frown as he kept seeing one Divine Rune Master after another failed to open it. Are you sure you can open this box, boss? You can have 2 sacred tools if you succeed. Yang Jiwen said excitedly. No, I don't think I could say that I can before I try it myself. I need to check it first. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Yi Tianyun didn't care about the sacred tools. His thought was full of what could be inside the box to have such a complicated seal on it. His best guess so far was a divine tools, as it was the most priceless item. Shopkeeper Yi sat on the side while observing the Divine Rune Master that tried to open the box. Meanwhile, Fu Ren was lying on the grass on the side, looking bored. Master, we have done this for months, but there is no one capable of unlocking this box. What if there is no one alive could open this box? Fu Ren said with a bored expression. Patience, young one, there must be someone capable of unlocking this box. The world is big, we are nothing but a speck of dust. Shopkeeper Yi said solemnly. Divine Rune Masters kept failing one after another, and finally, it was Yi Tianyun's turn. Many people raised their brows after seeing that a young man was next in the line. They all thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun could open the box while someone much older than him couldn't do it. When Yi Tianyun was just about to check the box, a shrill voice interrupted his focus. Make way, Grandmaster Tianqing is here, a man said as he opened up the path for the old man behind him. The old man was followed by numerous amounts of disciple. It was clear to Yi Tianyun that this man was some sort of an elder in divine rune proficiency. The crowd was immediately buzzing with excitement. Apparently this Grandmaster Tianqing was well known in the ghost world. Everyone immediately sighed as they thought that Grandmaster Tianqing would surely open the box. Kid, stand aside, let Grandmaster Tianqing open the box. The man who tried to make way for Grandmaster Tianqing earlier said as he tried to sweep Yi Tianyun aside. Hey, queue up, don't you guys have any manner? Yang Jiwen said annoyedly. You know who this great man is. He is Grandmaster Tianqing, a divine rune Grandmaster. Stop wasting our time and let the Grandmaster deal with this. Hey, just give them something and send them aside. Grandmaster Tianqing said as he was getting impatient. He wasn't used to waiting like this. Right away, Master. The man earlier said as he immediately took a bottle of medicinal pills from his pouch and gave it to Yi Tianyun. Here, takes this bottle with you. That's a good medicinal pill, consider yourself compensated. The man said to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun frowned as he saw the status of Grandmaster Tianqing and saw that he was only at the 4th Void Spirit stage. Yi Tianyun could have killed him with a slap if he really wanted to. You have to queue like everybody else. Shopkeeper Yi said as he unleashed his Spirit King aura to stop the commotion. The man and Grandmaster Tianqing were startled after sensing Shopkeeper Yi's powerful aura, and so they backed away to queue up like everyone else. No, if you really want to do it quickly, I will let you go first. Yi Tianyun said to Grandmaster Tianqing casually. Boss, why would you do that? Yang Jiwen said annoyedly. Just let them be, I want to see a Grandmaster's prowess. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. At least you know Master Tianqing's fame. The man said as he immediately led Grandmaster Yi to open the box. Grandmaster Tianqing looked at Yi Tianyun for a moment, but he didn't say anything to him. Shopkeeper Yi also looked at Yi Tianyun, but, since Yi Tianyun was the one who gave his spot away, Shopkeeper Yi wouldn't interfere. Grandmaster Tianqing immediately reached out and started to look for the weak point of the divine rune that covered the box. But no matter how hard he looked and tried to break the divine rune with his spiritual power, it turned out a failure. Yi Tianyun shook his head in disappointment. Turns out, Grandmaster Tianqing was also a half-assed Grandmaster. Yi Tianyun smirked as he knew that Grandmaster Tianqing would have lost his pride and status after failing even with all that boasting a moment ago. Chapter 485. Grandmaster Tianqing failed to open the box even after several tries. He was embarrassed beyond belief. After the grandiose entrance earlier, it turned out he was all talk. He immediately looked around, and surely, there were so many people observing his action, and they began to think poorly of him. You couldn't open it. If you can't, please give someone else a chance, stop wasting time. Shopkeeper Yi said indifferently. Who said I couldn't open it? I need more time. I will open it eventually. Grandmaster Tianqing said frustratedly. Okay, take some more time then. The more you fail, the more embarrassing it would be. Shopkeeper Yi said as he sat back down and sipped his tea. Grandmaster Tianqing persisted in trying to open the box, but no matter how hard he struggled to open it, he still failed. He was so confident and arrogant before, but it turns out, he couldn't even open it. What a pathetic cultivator, Yang Juan said as he laughed at the disciple's face. No, the master will succeed. He just needs some more time. Grandmaster Tianqing's disciple said frustratedly. He didn't like it when strangers looked down on their master. Well, then hurry up. It would get dark soon. We don't have all day. Yang Juan said to the disciple and then turned his attention to Yi Tianyun again. Boss, it seems that we have to stay here for the night. Yang Juan said apologetically. It's okay, we are not in a rush, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. After all, they have successfully reached the ghost world, and now he even got a quest to complete. Time passed, and after a few hours, Grandmaster Tianqing said to everyone that the box was not an ordinary 5th grade divine rune box. He even said that if someone at his caliber couldn't even open the box, then no Grandmaster would be able to open it. Shopkeeper Yi shook his head in annoyance as Grandmaster Tianqing was saying an unnecessary thing. Next, Shopkeeper Yi said as he waved his hands to order Grandmaster Tianqing to go away. This box is not something that you can open with your skill. This is almost at the creator rank. You should just go home now. Grandmaster Tianqing said persuasively. Yi Tianyun didn't care about what Grandmaster Tianqing had to say, and he immediately walked towards the box and inspected the box for any opening that he could exploit. He immediately activated the heavenly eyes to look at every detail that the divine rune on the box had. He immediately noticed that the divine rune was integrated to almost no flaw at all. The divine rune was truly only at 5th grade divine rune, but it was interwoven together, creating a chain-like structure on the box that made it almost impossible to break. However, since it was carved for safekeeping, it meant there was definitely a way to open it. Huh, what a boy like you is trying to do. Did you honestly think that you can open this box? Stop trying to do the impossible, kid. Grandmaster Tianqing said while underestimating Yi Tianyun's effort. Stop saying unnecessary stuff. You're clearly incapable of opening this box. So, shut up and let others try. If you couldn't do that, you'd better leave as you are just a nuisance here. Shopkeeper Yi said annoyedly. I don't want them to waste their time to open this box. Let's just say that if anyone here could open this box, I will walk away with my hands. Grandmaster Tianqing said confidently. I said, shut up. Shopkeeper Yi said as he released his Spirit King aura, intimidating everyone in the vicinity. The raw power of Spirit King stage overwhelmed Grandmaster Tianqing and his followers. As a result, they couldn't find any word to return to Shopkeeper Yi. Shopkeeper Yi then observed Yi Tianyun as he felt that this boy was different than anyone that he ever met. Sure enough, instead of trying to break the divine rune one by one, Yi Tianyun was starting to engrave another divine rune on the box. Everyone was surprised to see Yi Tianyun did something so unusual like this, and some of them, including Grandmaster Tianqing, mocked him for doing something unnecessary. But complete to everyone's surprise, Yi Tianyun was finally done engraving his divine rune on the box, and a bright light shone from the box as the divine rune that covered the box was cracked open one by one. Successfully broke a 5th grade chain divine rune. Reward: 2.000.000 Express, 2.000 Mastery Points. Chapter 486. While everyone was badmouthing Yi Tianyun, the divine rune on the box suddenly broke. Everyone was stunned. Surely, no one expected Yi Tianyun to be able to open the box. The most shocking thing was that Yi Tianyun made it look so easy as he was only tinkering with the box for a short amount of time. How can this be? How did you break those divine runes? Grandmaster Tianqing said as he voiced his surprise. But he was surely losing some more credit to his name, as it was obvious that everything he said earlier was all bullshit. Furthermore, he had to keep his own words and walk away with his hands now. Look at that, our boss opened the box easily. Now, what would you say again? Yang Jiwen said as he laughed at the stunned expression on Grandmaster Tianqing's disciples. The disciples gritted their teeth as they couldn't say anything back. Yi Tianyun actually opened the box alone. Shopkeeper Yi himself was surprised. He did sense that Yi Tianyun was different, but opening the box was another story. You actually broke it, Shopkeeper Yi said as he excitedly walked towards Yi Tianyun and took the box from Yi Tianyun's hands to observe it himself. You can open it anytime, Shopkeeper Yi. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Shopkeeper Yi. The box now was no more than a normal box that could be opened anytime. Shopkeeper Yi immediately tried to open the box and some flaming aura seeping through its crevice, but Shopkeeper Yi immediately closed it again so that no one could know what the box contained. But sadly, from the little flaming aura, Yi Tianyun could already know what it was with his appraisal eye. Phoenix fire. Peak grade earth level flame, a little bit of this fire could burn anything that it touches and could revive a phoenix. You open it, I knew my eyes didn't play tricks on me when I saw you. Shopkeeper Yi said excitedly. It seems Shopkeeper Yi has too much expectation of me. This was just a small effort on my part. Yi Tianyun said politely. Well, I thought that you could open the box from the first time that you said that you are a divine rune master yourself. You are the first cultivator that I couldn't see through. Nonetheless, as we agreed upon, these two sacred tools is yours to take. As for the soul accumulating grass, let's take it from my shop. Shopkeeper Yi said excitedly as he gave Yi Tianyun two sacred tools. Thank you very much, Shopkeeper Yi. Yi Tianyun said politely. But as Shopkeeper Yi, Yi Tianyun, and his party were about to leave the scene, Grandmaster Tianqing appeared in front of Yi Tianyun. Wait, young one, how did you open the box? Grandmaster Tianqing asked curiously. What did you need it for? Didn't you see me earlier? If you didn't, then it's your own loss. Now that you are here, fulfill your promise and walk away with your hands. Yi Tianyun said coldly. You brat, you know who I am. Grandmaster Tianqing said angrily as Yi Tianyun didn't show him any respect. Go away, Shopkeeper Yi said coldly as he was annoyed by Grandmaster Tianqing's presence. Grandmaster Tianqing was conflicted as he wanted to give Yi Tianyun a little lesson about respecting their elder, but he couldn't as Shopkeeper Yi was there backing Yi Tianyun up since he opened the box for him. So, with a furious face, Grandmaster Tianqing walked away from the scene. Pu Ren was observing Yi Tianyun from head to toe. Yi Tianyun was at the same age with Pu Ren, at least from his appearance, but he knew that cultivator could mask their appearance well if they wanted to, and so he couldn't help but think that Yi Tianyun was another legendary cultivation expert who was hiding his true appearance. As they arrived at Shopkeeper Yi's store, Yi Tianyun gave the two sacred tools to Ren Liangchen for safekeeping, while saying that they should keep it with them. Ren Liangchen was surprised as Yi Tianyun already gave him a sacred tool before, and now he even gave two other sacred tools for him to hold. Shopkeeper Yi was also surprised by Yi Tianyun's casual attitude toward the sacred tool that he gave earlier. This meant either Yi Tianyun didn't have any interest in the sacred tools, or Yi Tianyun really put his trust on his companion. Can I hear your name, friend? Shopkeeper Yi said curiously to Yi Tianyun. Of course, my name is Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun said casually. Great, I will make sure that I remember your name. You helped me a lot this time. And for that, let me give you another reward besides the soul accumulating grass. Shopkeeper Yi said as he pulled out something else from the inside of his drawer. Yi Tianyun was excited inside as he knew that a spirit king like Shopkeeper Yi wouldn't give him a useless item. Chapter 487. Shopkeeper Yi found himself in a very good mood today. He was so excited that Yi Tianyun has successfully opened the box that he has been trying to open for months. Although so many divine rune masters have tried to open it, they all failed. That was because they tried to open it with the wrong method. Shopkeeper Yi quickly wrote something in a piece of paper and gave it to Yi Tianyun. Take this. This is the recipe for divine accumulating pill, an advanced version of the soul accumulating pill. The effect would at least double the amount of soul accumulating pill would have. I got it from a divine rune grandmaster early in my life. Of course, he is far stronger compared to the man that said he was a divine rune grandmaster earlier. Shopkeeper Yi said casually. Thank you very much, Shopkeeper Yi. Yeah, It was very unfortunate that a divine rune grandmaster embarrassed himself like that. Tianyun said gratefully, the divine accumulating pill would help you in your cultivation to become the strongest divine rune grandmaster for this generation for sure. I wish you good luck. Shopkeeper Yi said with a smile on his face. Shopkeeper Yi didn't think that Tianyun has reached the high realm of divine rune grandmaster, as Tianyun seemed too young. Thus he concluded that opening the box didn't require one to be at least a divine rune grandmaster. No one there knew that Tianyun has already become a divine rune grandmaster for quite some time now, but Tianyun himself didn't want to correct Shopkeeper Yi as he found it unnecessary to do so. Successfully completed side quest helped Shopkeeper Yi to open the treasure chest. Reward 30.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 100 Shopkeeper Yi's favorability points. This side quest was easy to complete. In other words, it was easy express in CPs for Tianyun. This type of side quest was Tianyun's favorite. Thank you very much, Shopkeeper Yi. But can I buy more of this soul accumulating grass from you? I need more than this. Tianyun asked politely. It seems that you valued this soul accumulating grass quite highly, but I am afraid I don't have any more than this. This grass was rare, but the market's demand is low, and barely anyone needs it. Even though it's at the same rarity as a 6th grade spirit medicine, but the effect is lacking, making it not that worth it. I am sorry about this, but you may come back again later if I get my hands on another batch of soul accumulating grass. Shopkeeper Yi said apologetically. Okay, I understand. Thank you again, Shopkeeper Yi. Tianyun said disappointedly. He wanted a lot of soul accumulating grass to make sure that he could level up quickly. Shopkeeper Yi immediately handed over the 3 soul accumulating grass with some spirit medicine to Tianyun. Now, here you go. With this, you can make divine accumulating grass. All that you need now is to find yourself an alchemist to refine the pill. If you want, I don't mind helping you with that, but I can't do that now. Maybe in a couple more months, I can help you refine it for free. Shopkeeper Yi said casually. It's okay, I understand. We will take our leave. Tianyun said casually. He didn't really need Shopkeeper Yi to refine him the pills, as he could do it himself now that Shopkeeper Yi has already given him the recipe. Alright, then see you again later. Shopkeeper Yi said with a smile. If you need to buy something from the store, feel free to talk with my disciple, he will help you find whatever it is that you need. Shopkeeper Yi said casually. Alright, see you again next time, Shopkeeper Yi. Tianyun said as he left the shop. After Tianyun left, Fu Ren came over to Shopkeeper Yi and looked at the box. Master, what is inside the box? Fu Ren asked curiously. The content is what we need to get back. After so many years, we finally have a way to go back home. Now, clean up the place. We are going out for a while. Shopkeeper Yi said excitedly. Get back? I never thought we could get back this soon. I thought it would take some more decades. Fu Ren said surprisedly. At the same time, Tianyun left Ren Liangchen and the others at the Broad Cloud City Inn. Now, I will go out by myself. I will come back for you once I am done. Tianyun said commandingly. Okay, we will wait for your return in this city. Ren Liangchen said, followed by the nods of the other two. After all, they were already inside the ghost world. They could cultivate in this inn better in the mortal world. After that, Tianyun quickly left and flew toward where the soul guide was guiding him. But he soon found a shallow cave and decided to stay inside for a while to refine the divine accumulating pill. He was curious about how good the effect would be. He immediately found out that while soul accumulating pills had 100% success rate for 4 refinement rank, the divine accumulating pill only had 80% success rate for the same rank. Chapter 488. Tianyun never expected the divine accumulating pills would be this difficult to refine, but obviously, the difficulty said it all. This was the more effective way to use the soul accumulating grass. Although the grade might be the same, if the pills were much more complicated to make, its chance of success would drop. Forget it, I'll just make the 4th refinement level for now, Tianyun said as he immediately refined the divine accumulating pills at the 4th refinement level. After a while, he finally successfully refined 1 divine accumulating pills. Successfully created divine accumulating pill. Reward 500.000 Express, 1.000 Mastery Points. The pill was oddly enough easy to refine. Tianyun immediately checked the effect of the pill, as he was wondering whether this new pill had the same effect as the soul-accumulating pills. Activate crazy medicinal pill mode, Tianyun said commandingly. This crazy medicinal pill mode was one of the crazy mode's effect and thus doubled the effect of any medicinal pills that the user took. Tianyun quickly swallowed the pills to see the effect in person. Successfully gained 100.000.000 express. Tianyun was shocked by the amount of express that he got. It was more than triple the amount of express the soul-accumulating pill provided on the same grade. This was great news for Tianyun, as all he needed to do now was to refine many more of this divine accumulating pill. At the same time, Yun'er suddenly left Tianyun's pet bar out of her own accord and stuffed a random medicinal pill that Tianyun has put on the floor into her mouth. She couldn't sit still knowing that Tianyun was eating something while she was inside the pet bar. Tianyun was startled, and so he immediately ate another divine accumulating pills to save it from Yun'er's grasp. The random medicinal pills were free for her to take, but the divine accumulating pills were too precious for Tianyun's development. Hey, give me some more food. I am hungry, Yun'er said as she frowns after seeing Tianyun took another pill behind her back. If I give you food, would you be a good girl and stop eating everything? Tianyun asked casually. Okay, so, give me another medicinal pill. You keep me inside that room for far too long, Yun'er said annoyedly. Here, now, take your time, Tianyun said as he gave a bottle of medicinal pills that was better for Yun'er to consume. Yun'er took the bottle and sat while eating the medicinal pills that she got from Tianyun immediately. Tianyun could finally relax after seeing that Yun'er has calmed down and then refined another batch of divine accumulating pills. In the end, Tianyun successfully refined 6 divine accumulating pills, a total of 600.000.000 express. Oh, what is that nice smell? Yun'er said as she smelled the good fragrance wafting off the divine accumulating pills. These are not food, be a good girl, and eat those medicinal pills for a while, yeah. I will give you better food next time, Tianyun said casually to Yun'er. Okay, but that's a promise, Yun'er said as she immediately shifted back her attention to the medicinal pills that Tianyun gave her earlier. Tianyun quickly consumed the rest of the remaining divine accumulating pills, which quickly turned into a total of 600.000.000 express. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 6th layer Void Spirit stage. Tianyun finally leveled up. It was such an easy task with this divine accumulating pills on his hands, but unfortunately, he didn't have any soul accumulating grass left to make this pill. I need 800 million express to level up again. This is going to be tough, Tianyun said to himself while wondering where he would get the soul accumulating grass next. But for now, he needs to finish up the side quest to earn more express. He almost arrived at the phoenix nest that he expected will complete Yun'er's quest. We almost arrived at your home, aren't you excited? Tianyun said to Yun'er casually. Home? Yun'er wondered as she was confused. Yes, you will know once we got there, Tianyun said as he continued tracking the soul guide. Not too long after, Tianyun saw a burned forest in front of him, but he noticed that the soul guide was leading him directly towards the flaming forest. He was confused at first, but he quickly realized that this place was surely the phoenix nest that he was searching for. After all, the forest did not exactly catch fire, it was just the effect and protection of the giant flaming parasol tree. Chapter 489. After seeing the parasol tree from afar, Tianyun immediately flew in with Yun'er in tow. Once they arrived near the parasol tree, Yun'er suddenly felt familiar with the place. She was wondering whether she has been there before. This was your home once, Tianyun said casually. As Yun'er kept wondering, Tianyun immediately scanned the area with his heavenly eyes, as he noticed that the place was covered with great array to cover the place up. Tianyun then saw a small divine rune near the parasol tree that was used to detect intruders. He didn't find anything that resembled a divine rune that would endanger him. So, without hesitation, Tianyun walked through the veil and entered the phoenix nest. There was no need to disable the great array as it was not meant to attack the intruder. It just served as a warning for the people inside if some stranger trespassed. After entering the veil, Tianyun waited until someone approached him so he wouldn't be considered an enemy later by the Phoenix clan. But as he waited, he noticed that no one was coming for him. Tianyun felt it was odd. So, he put Yun'er back to his pet bar and continued to delve inside. As he walked deeper inside, he immediately felt someone coming, so he immediately hid and blended with the shadow and waited for the people that he sensed coming walk by to assess the situation. Weird, I certainly felt that someone was here, but now I don't feel anything. The man said, confusedly to his companion. This man was at the 7th layer core transformation stage, wearing black clothing from his head to his shoes. It might be just your imagination, his companion said while rolling his eyes. Is it? I have never been wrong before, the first man said confusedly. Well, it's probably best that we ignore it for now. We come here just as a helping hand, but it seems the elder negotiation with the Phoenix clan doesn't work so well. The Phoenix clan still refused our help. Their foolish pride seems to hold them back from receiving help from our heavenly netherworld divine nation. The second man said annoyedly. They immediately left the area to go somewhere else while kept talking about the situation to themselves. They didn't know that Tianyun was eavesdropping the entire time. Tianyun frowned after he heard everything that the two core transformation experts said. He never thought to find an expert from the divine nation this fast, so he had to proceed carefully to refrain from alerting the nearby divine nation influence. Plus, from the name of the divine nation, Tianyun thought of Ming Chen immediately. He knew that Ming Chen was an avid user of the netherworld technique, and from the name of this divine nation, he might have just found his enemy. Tianyun then walked around while hiding in shadow to see what was happening to the Phoenix clan, but he saw so many people in black walking around the place. Tianyun wondered whether the netherworld divine nation was trying to invade this Phoenix clan or just here to act cordially with the Phoenix clan to receive their support or something. After Tianyun walked closer towards the settlement gate, he noticed that the gate was guarded by a void spirit expert, with so many core transformation experts around him. Tianyun counted that there were as many as 30 people guarding the gate now. Tianyun realized that the reason that the Phoenix clan didn't approach him as he entered the Veil earlier was because of their own situation here. They were busy negotiating something with the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Tianyun didn't go through the gate and observed the situation instead. Sure enough, not long after that, a few people were coming out of the gate. Elder Luo, I hope that you can reconsider my offer. I believe that there is no one out there who can solve your problem except for us, the heavenly netherworld divine nation. A familiar voice said to a man in the gate. Tianyun frowned as he tried to remember where he heard the voice. He was sure that the voice was very familiar. Soon enough, the familiar man came into view, and as Tianyun saw the handsome face of the man, he immediately noticed that the familiar man was none other than Ming Chen. Ming Chen, 6th layer Spirit King stage. Equipment: Netherworld Divine Battle Armor, Netherworld's Fire. Martial Arts: Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Dark Dragon Possession. Combat Power: 320,000,000 points. Reward on kill. Tianyun immediately felt cold as he looked at Ming Chen from afar. He never expected to meet this man, this soon. Tianyun's killing intent slipped out subconsciously, but Ming Chen immediately noticed and fired a beam of concentrated netherworld's fire towards the killing intent that he felt. But Tianyun was quick. He immediately dodged the attack by sidestepping to the side and immediately concealed his killing intent once more. Tianyun was surprised by Ming Chen's true power. He never thought that the man would be this sensitive. Chapter 490. What did you mean by this attack, Sir Ming? Elder Luo said as he was angered to see Ming Chen attacked inside the nest area. No, it was nothing. For a second, I felt some killing intent directed at me from that direction. Ming Chen said casually to Elder Luo. But, in any case, I hope that Elder Luo really considers my offer. Ming Chen smiled and immediately left towards a dragon carriage near the gate. He then immediately left with all his followers following behind the dragon carriage. Inside the dragon carriage, Ming Chen wondered whose killing intent was that earlier. The killing intent disappeared too fast for a person to be dead. Was it someone from the Phoenix clan? Ming Chen wondered, but he couldn't tell for sure as he knew that he had made so many enemies before. But just as he thought of the possible enemy, he remembered the young brat that destroyed a piece of his soul on the puppet netherworld empire that he controlled before. The surrounding guards immediately gathered around Elder Luo and asked about the result of the negotiation with the heavenly netherworld divine nation. There is no deal as of now. Heavenly netherworld divine nation asked too much from us. They asked for 5 phoenix eggs and 20 drops of phoenix blood essence. There is no way I could agree to that. It basically asked for 5 phoenixes and 20 divine treasures. Elder Luo said frustratedly. It seemed that the Phoenix clan was facing was no ordinary problem. But the conversation between Elder Luo and the guards came to a halt as they sensed someone coming, which was none other than Tianyun himself. He decided to show himself as he noticed that Ming Chen has already left. Besides Elder Luo, who was at the 7th layer Spirit King stage, the guards were not an opponent that would stand a chance against Tianyun. Who are you? You are very brave to direct your killing intent towards Ming Chen earlier. Elder Luo said with a frown on his face. But because the stranger in front of him showed hostility to Ming Chen, Elder Luo knew that they weren't enemies with each other. Now, it would be great if we talk about things in a more comfortable place. Tianyun said, casually. Now, why would I do that? What reason did you have to come to our land? Didn't you know that the Phoenix clan had no place for any human cultivator? Elder Luo said with a frown still prominent in his face. I know that, but I am here because I am entrusted with returning one of your clan members back here. Tianyun said casually. Return our people. Who is it? Elder Luo asked curiously. Tianyun then waved his hands, and Yun'er suddenly appeared. Yun'er was surprised that there were so many people in front of her, so she immediately hid behind Tianyun's legs. This girl is one of your own. I am tasked to return her here as her mother's soul dissipated. Tianyun said sadly. This is Luo Huang's child. The resemblance is uncanny, Elder Luo said with watery red eyes. He then tried to reach Yun'er to hug her, but Yun'er dodged the old man and hid once again behind Tianyun. Who are you? I don't want to get close to anyone except for my father. Yun'er said while frowning to Elder Luo. What? You are not her father? Elder Luo said confusedly to Tianyun. Yeah, well, I have taken her under my care while she did not know anyone, so she thought that I was her father. Tianyun said as he explained the awkward situation a little bit. Is that so? Well, please come inside. We have to talk about this inside while having a cup of tea. Elder Luo said as he had a change of heart towards Tianyun. Little girl, I am not a bad guy. I am your grandfather, Elder Luo said as he spoke endearingly to Yun'er. I don't know that I still have a grandfather, Yun'er said confusedly. Well, you are too young to awaken your memory. You will know more as you got older, Elder Luo said endearingly to Yun'er. Elder Luo was talking about the inherited memories that every phoenix had from their parents. Well, I have done my part. I have brought her back to Phoenix's nest, Tianyun said to himself. As soon as he said those words, a ray of light shoot from his body to the sky. This was the sign that Tianyun has fulfilled his promise to Yun'er's mother. Successfully completed side quest. Return the small phoenix back to the phoenix nest. Complete the phoenix's wish. Reward: 200.000.000 Express, 1.000.000 CPs, 300 Prestige Point, 100 Phoenix Clan Favorability Points. Successfully started a side quest. Help Phoenix Clan solve their problem. Reward on completion: 100.000.000 Express, 500.000 CPs, 100 Phoenix Clan Favorability Points. As soon as the first mission was completed, the next quest popped up. This was another chain side quest. Chapter 491. The light of vow that shot to the sky surprised everyone on the scene. You made an oath, Elder Luo said surprisedly. Yes, I have made an oath with Yun'er's mother to make sure Yun'er arrives here safely. Tianyun said casually. That's interesting. Do you call her Yun'er? How come? Elder Luo said curiously. Yes, that's the name that I heard from her mother. I don't know if she had another name. Tianyun said sincerely. Can you tell me the details when you came across Yun'er? Elder Luo asked curiously. Tianyun nodded and told Elder Luo everything that happened when he came across Yun'er until he finally got here. No wonder I can't find them anywhere. It turns out, they are on the mortal world. Elder Luo said angrily. How could this happen? Is there some problem with Yun'er's parent? Tianyun asked curiously. Yun'er's mother was mortally wounded. Phoenix had great healing power, but Yun'er's mother couldn't heal her wounds. This is the sign of an attack from a powerful cultivator. I don't really know, but Wanzher went out to search for spirit medicine, but after that, she disappeared and couldn't be found. If by that time I could stop her from going on her own, maybe this kind of situation wouldn't happen. Elder Luo said sadly. He obviously blamed himself for what had happened to Yun'er and her mother. But suddenly, he staggered, and the guards who stood next to him immediately caught him before he fell to the ground. Elder Luo, are you alright? The guard asked worriedly. I am alright, just a little bit dizzy. Elder Luo said with a sigh. Grandfather, are you okay? Yun'er asked curiously. Although she still couldn't remember the memory that her mother had implanted on her, she could still feel the familiar bond that she had with the old man. I am fine, little girl. Elder Luo said with a warm smile to Yun'er. Now, Yun'er seems to stick to you for the moment. I will arrange a room for you to stay while you are here. You will become our noble guest for as long as you stay here. Elder Luo said to Yi Tianyun. Take them to rest at the clear elegant residence, make sure they are comfortable there. Elder Luo said to the guards next to him. The guards nodded and waited for Elder Luo to finish talking before bringing Yi Tianyun to the residence that Elder Luo had accommodated for them. Now, little girl, I still have some other matters to attend. I hope you can rest well for tonight. I will come and see you as soon as I am done, okay? Elder Luo said endearingly to Yun'er. She nodded and ran back to hide behind Yi Tianyun with a smile on her face. Please, follow me, I will show you the way, the guard said politely to Yi Tianyun. After the guard showed them the guest house that Yi Tianyun would use while he stayed there, they were greeted by so many Phoenix clan people that looked at them both with amazement in their eyes. This was the first time for them to have a human on their properties. Yi Tianyun noticed that there weren't that many clan members there. At least there were around 100,000 of them. Yi Tianyun knew that this was because their cultivation level was a cut above. Just like spirit race people, a strong clan like this would have a hard time bearing a child. Yi Tianyun also noticed that every house so far had one or more parasol tree and that the land itself was rich in fire-attributed spiritual energy. Any ice or water-attributed cultivator would have a hard time living in this place. Yun'er herself showed her curiosity as she could sense that everyone inside this place shared some similarities with her. But Yi Tianyun decided to enter the house for now as he could feel the fatigue seeping in. Please use the house freely. Everything inside can be used for your comfort, the guard said as he waited outside the house. Yi Tianyun knew that he would not be permitted to look around the Phoenix nest as the Phoenix clan was very wary of human, but then again, Yi Tianyun has brought back Yun'er safely, so they had to show their gratitude to Yi Tianyun. I feel like I have lived in this house before, Yun'er said confusedly. Well, take a look around the house, you may be able to remember more. Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun sat on the corner while keeping his eyes peeled at Yun'er. Yi Tianyun knew that this was just a short break. He knew that he would face off against Ming Chen again in the future as it was clear that the Phoenix clan had some problems that they need to solve. Chapter 492. Yi Tianyun looked for Yun'er as he couldn't hear Yun'er walking around anymore on the second floor. He soon found that Yun'er was fast asleep on a comfortable bed. So, Yi Tianyun immediately covered her body so that she would be more comfortable and immediately returned downstairs. Elder Luo, you are here, Yi Tianyun said as he faked his surprise. He knew that Elder Luo would come as he could sense his aura. Yes, the problem has been dealt with for the time being. It was extremely rude of me to leave you alone for quite some time. Elder Luo said apologetically. It's fine. But, is this the house that Yun'er's parents used to live? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, this was Wanzher's residence. I asked my men to clean this house regularly as I thought that she would return back safely. I never expected her to hear that she already passed away, Elder Luo said sadly. If I know who has harmed her, I will make sure to pay them back. Elder Luo said furiously. Elder Luo was at 8th layer Spirit King stage, so the aura that he unleashed was intense. Yi Tianyun wasn't sure he could win against him at this point if they fought. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about the one that attacked Yun'er's mother. The timing was too short. She died before we could talk further. Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. I will send people to investigate the place you found them both. I will make sure that there is no stone unturned before I found the culprit. Elder Luo said determinedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and let Elder Luo had his moment. Yi Tianyun knew that he must help the Phoenix clan with their problem because that was the quest told him to do. Well, now all that's left is for me to give a reward for your deed. You clearly have done so much for the little Yun'er and for me. So, is there anything that you want? Elder Luo asked sincerely. I only did this out of my own compassion, but can I have soul accumulating grass if you have any? In fact, I could trade you for it, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He knew that soul accumulating grass was rather useless for those with high cultivation, so he knew that it wouldn't worth much for these people. Yi Tianyun didn't need all the sacred treasure and anything else, as he only wanted to level up fast. I am afraid we don't have soul accumulating grass currently. We did have it before, but it was already taken to another place, so would you like another treasure? You could choose from some of my collection if you like, Elder Luo said to Yi Tianyun. Elder Luo then stood up and led Yi Tianyun towards the place where the Phoenix clan kept their properties while Yunur was still sleeping upstairs. Elder Luo gave the guard a look, they nodded in response and left their post. Elder Luo and Yi Tianyun then proceeded to a huge building in the middle of the Phoenix nest, and Elder Luo brought Yi Tianyun in. Elder Luo brought him inside. Although the guards were all surprised that Elder Luo brought a human inside the sacred building, Elder Luo didn't care at all. They arrived at the temple in the middle of the huge building, and Elder Luo kept going. Inside the temple, Yi Tianyun saw many phoenixes flying around. Some of them were small, but some were big. This was the Phoenix clan's true form. After all, they were technically a divine beast. The same could be said to a dragon clan. Yi Tianyun was surprised beyond belief as he realized where he was right now. This was the Phoenix Temple, the sacred ground of the Phoenix. As Yi Tianyun entered the place, a huge phoenix flew over and turned back into its human form. Elder Luo, who is this human? An old man said as he was rather annoyed to see a human inside the sacred ground. Elder Lei, this is the human that saved my granddaughter. I took him here to reward him, Elder Luo said casually. The daughter of Luo Huang. But why did you have to bring him here? You know that the rule forbade any human from entering this place, don't you? Elder Lei said confusedly. He looked at Yi Tianyun with disgust. Clearly, Elder Lei didn't like humans very much. What do you mean, Elder Lei? He brought my granddaughter from the mortal world. Clearly, he has earned his right to visit the Phoenix Temple. Yes, there is a rule for this place, but the rule clearly said that we have to show our utmost gratitude to those who have helped us big time. Elder Luo said as he got annoyed by Elder Lei's dismissive behavior. He is a human. They have the tendencies to destroy. Don't you learn from the past's mistake? Elder Lei said annoyedly. Elder Lei, you might have a bad experience of humans, but I assure you not all of us is as bad as you think. I hope that we can understand each other in the future. Yi Tianyun said to Elder Lei politely. He knew that Elder Lei might have some of his family killed by humans before, and that was why Yi Tianyun didn't snap when he was treated rudely by Elder Lei. Whatever, just give him some random treasure quickly, just don't give him too much. Elder Lei said as he immediately walked towards the exit. I am sorry about Elder Lei's rude behavior. Elder Luo said as he sighed. It's okay. I can understand that Elder Lei might have a bad experience against humans. Yi Tianyun said casually. He knew that phoenix blood was very valuable, and that was why so many people chased after a phoenix. Chapter 493. Elder Luo nodded his head as he agreed with Yi Tianyun's thought. There will always be good and evil in every race. Elder Luo didn't say anything else. He proceeded inside with Yi Tianyun right behind him. They finally arrived in the front of the treasure room, and there was a Spirit King expert guarding the entrance. Elder Luo, is that a human? The expert asked confusedly as he looked toward Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun noticed that this expert was at the 6th layer Spirit King stage. Elder Feng, this man has bought back my granddaughter from the mortal world. He also told me about Wanzher fate. I took him here to repay him his kindness. Elder Luo said as he explained briefly. Thank you so much for your kindness. Very few humans would do something like this for our race. Elder Feng's attitude toward Yi Tianyun changed as he finally knew about Yi Tianyun's kindness. It seemed almost all the Phoenix clan was disgusted by humans, but not all of them blindly hated every human. Although you already did your best, according to the rule, you can only take one item. So, I hope you choose an item that suits you the best. Elder Feng said casually as he opened the door to the treasure room. Elder Luo nodded to Elder Feng and walked inside, accompanying Yi Tianyun to choose his reward. After he entered the room, Yi Tianyun saw that there were so many treasures neatly placed on a shelf that was also classified into several categories like weapons, defensive equipment, medicinal pills, and so on. This was natural for a faction that was on par with a divine nation. Yi Tianyun looked at every treasure inside this room and saw so many sacred tools, medicinal pills of 6th grade and above, and even a heaven-grade martial art. But Yi Tianyun knew that this was only part of Phoenix Clan's treasure. They must have much better treasure stored somewhere else. You can choose one of the treasures in here. This is the room where we keep all the items that we specifically allocated for rewards. Elder Luo said as he let Yi Tianyun pick anything from this room collection. He had no intention to let Yi Tianyun leave empty-handed. He knew from Yun'er's attitude that Yi Tianyun has been treating her well. Otherwise, she wouldn't be that close to Yi Tianyun. Elder Luo, did you also resent the human race? Yi Tianyun asked curiously as he was curious about Elder Luo's thoughts. To tell you the truth, yes. I hate humans very much. If you weren't here to bring back my granddaughter, I probably will treat you the same as the other elder would. So, I am sorry to say this, but after you choose your reward, you must leave. Your presence has made some people very uncomfortable, Elder Luo said with a sad look on his face. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood where he was right now. The Phoenix clan has been tortured and used by humans for so long. It was mainly because of the Phoenix blood essence humans were willing to kill the Phoenixes, or even captured them for their blood essence, which could accelerate humans' cultivation. I understand, I will do as you said and leave, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately looked around the shelf to find anything that might suit him. He doesn't need a weapon, so he skipped them entirely. The same went for defensive equipment and martial arts as well. He could easily get them by killing cultivators later. He finally wandered to the alchemy section. Phoenix clan was gifted by their natural flames, so they have some of the most amazing alchemy furnace anywhere. But he wanted to have some high-quality divine rune stroke, for it was the best for him right now. Elder Luo, is there any high-quality divine rune stroke around? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, we don't have that here. Phoenix clan isn't gifted in the divine rune area, so we don't normally have that here. Elder Luo said truthfully. Well, if that's the case, I will take this Raging Flames divine furnace. Yi Tianyun said as he pointed towards the small stove on the side with several phoenix carving on its side. Are you an alchemist? Elder Luo asked curiously. Yes, but I am not that good yet. Yi Tianyun said honestly. This is the truth, Yi Tianyun's pill refinement mastery has not yet reached a master grade. But he still could boost it up as now he had a lot of mastery point that he hasn't used just yet. Chapter 494. If you want an alchemist furnace, it's better to choose the Heavenly Burn divine furnace next to that Raging Flames divine furnace. It doesn't have any negative effect if you fail, and it is easier to control. This Raging Flames divine furnace is too wild. If you don't have the ability of a master-level alchemist, you will receive a backlash just from using it. Elder Luo said solemnly. He thought that Yi Tianyun was still inexperienced, as he was young. Thank you very much, Elder Luo, but I think I will stick to this one. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Well, this is your choice, but heed my word. If you are not a master-level alchemist, it's best not to use this furnace until you are a master-level alchemist. Elder Luo said solemnly. I understand, thank you for worrying about me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Elder Luo then took the Raging Flames divine furnace and immediately gave it to Yi Tianyun. Alright, so here is your reward for bringing Yun'er back to Phoenix Nest. I hope that it could help you in the future. Elder Luo said solemnly. Thank you very much, Elder Luo, I will try my best to use it to the fullest. Yi Tianyun said as he showed his respect to Elder Luo. For Yi Tianyun, getting his hands on a sacred tool rank weapon and armor was easy, as he could always get some by defeating cultivators that tried to block his path, but he couldn't get any divine furnace as it wasn't something that a cultivator commonly had on them. You don't have to thank me for it. It's in my responsibility to reward you accordingly, Elder Luo said solemnly as he led Yi Tianyun outside of the treasure room. After they got out of the treasure room, Elder Feng was looking at Yi Tianyun in curiosity. What did you choose? Elder Feng asked as he took out a record book. It seemed that Elder Feng was also in charge of treasure room's records. He took the Raging Flames divine furnace. Elder Luo said honestly to Elder Feng. Raging Flames divine furnace. It's not an easy furnace to master. Even a master-level alchemy couldn't master it properly. Are you going to use it or sell it? Elder Feng asked once again. I will use it for myself, Yi Tianyun said honestly. Can you use it? Elder Feng asked curiously as he was surprised by Yi Tianyun's answer. There should be no problem for me, Yi Tianyun said in the most polite way. He didn't want Elder Feng to think he was cocky. What is your alchemy grade, kid? Elder Feng asked curiously. Hey, stop it, leave him alone. He has already chosen his reward, you don't need to know anything else. Elder Luo said to refrain Elder Feng from asking further questions. Elder Feng shrugged and let Yi Tianyun leave with Elder Luo. Is there anything else you need? Elder Luo asked as they walked back to the house, as it was closer to the exit. No, I think this alchemy furnace is enough. Yi Tianyun said sincerely. No need to hold back, ask away. If it, not because of you, I would be alone in this world. She was the last of my family, you know. Elder Luo said with a smile on his face. Well, if that's the case, can I meet with Yun'er before I leave? Yi Tianyun said sincerely as he was reluctant to leave Yun'er just like that. You are a kind-hearted man. Of course, you can. In fact, I will always welcome you to the Phoenix Nest. Here, take my token. That way, you can visit Yun'er every time you want to. Elder Luo said as he gave Yi Tianyun one of his token that was used as an identifying token. After all, Elder Luo knew that Yun'er was very close to Yi Tianyun, and therefore, he didn't want to make Yun'er sad by denying Yi Tianyun's access to visit. Thank you very much, Elder Luo, I will cherish this token all my life, but if you give me more than this, I am afraid I'll have to pay for it. Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Well, since you put it that way, I will not force you to take anything else. You are a weird one, aren't you? Elder Luo said as he was amused to see someone this virtuous. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he didn't have any more comment on that. When they were getting close to the house, a guard approached Elder Luo nervously. Elder, this is not good, there is something wrong with the Phoenix Cave. The guard said nervously. Damn, if that's the case, can you wait for me in the house with Yun'er? I will get back as soon as I am done. Elder Luo said as he asked Yi Tianyun to wait for him inside the clear elegant residence. Elder Luo, can I go with you to check the problem? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. If you want to come, I won't stop you, but you can't go anywhere you aren't supposed to, okay? Elder Luo said as he was in a hurry. Thank you very much, Elder Luo. Yi Tianyun said as he followed Elder Luo. They flew as it was the fastest way to reach the destination. They arrived at the Phoenix Cave not long after, and Yi Tianyun saw that the cave was beneath a giant phoenix statue that looked very magnificent. But he also noticed that the cave entrance was flooded with a fiery magma. Some Phoenix clan people tried hard to halt the flow of the magma by absorbing it to their bodies. But, instead of getting stronger, Yi Tianyun noticed that the Phoenix clan that absorbed the magma became weaker for each passing second. Yi Tianyun was confused as the Phoenix clan was supposed to be resistant against the fire element, but apparently, it was not entirely true. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at the magma that flowed from the cave with his appraisal eye, and he was shocked to see what he found. Immortal fire. High-grade earth-level fire, extremely hot, need an extremely cold fire to extinguish. This was like a gold mine to Yi Tianyun. He wanted to absorb all of it to level up his immortal fire. Chapter 495. Immortal fire wasn't something that could be absorbed without having a proper technique to do so. At the very least, having a strong fire that could nullify the effect of immortal fire was a must. Yi Tianyun and Elder Luo then descended towards the Phoenix clan, who was standing near the magma. The people were confused as they saw a human came with Elder Luo. Who is that human, Elder Luo? One of them asked Elder Luo in confusion. He is my guest, I will handle things from here. Elder Luo said solemnly. Elder Luo, what is the meaning of this? You brought him to the temple, and now you even bring him to Phoenix Cave. Elder Lei said as he walked towards Elder Luo. Elder Lei, I don't mind that you judge the entire human race to be evil, but for once, trust me. He is different than the others. He proved it by bringing back my granddaughter. Elder Luo said solemnly. Judge, I am just telling the truth. All human is the same. I think he was just trying to use your granddaughter as a ticket to infiltrate the Phoenix clan. Elder Lei said spitefully. Elder Lei, as Elder Luo said, you can judge me or the entire human race all you want, but I don't like the idea of using Yun'er as a ticket to infiltrate this clan. Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. What, am I wrong? Human is never a credible race. They are all sinister. Elder Lei said challengingly. Elder Lei's word was supported by the majority of the Phoenix clan, who stood around the Phoenix Cave as they nodded their head after Elder Lei has finished his word. Enough, I said that he is an exception. I personally guarantee that, Elder Luo said confidently. Elder Luo, how can you be so sure? Elder Lei asked sarcastically. My granddaughter likes him a lot, and that alone is enough reason for me to trust this man. Elder Luo said solemnly. Well, I hope that you are right. I will hate it when you prove yourself wrong later. Elder Lei said sarcastically. Both of you stop arguing. A commanding voice suddenly interrupted. Yi Tianyun immediately looked over, and he saw an old man coming towards them. Great Elder, the two elders said at the same time while showing their respect. If you have the time to argue with each other, then you should have dealt with this fire first. Great Elder said in annoyance. Yes, sir, the two elders instantly said as they began to deal with the spreading fire. Elder Luo then left Yi Tianyun alone as he couldn't let agitate the Great Elder. Yi Tianyun really wanted to join Elder Luo and absorb the immortal fire in this place. He was tempted by the amount of immortal fire that he could absorb in this place. But for now, he couldn't let the other Phoenix clan people judge him any further. Little brother, I heard that you had brought back Elder Luo's granddaughter, is this true? The Great Elder asked as he looked over to the two elders while standing beside Yi Tianyun. He didn't join them with quenching the fire because his age was already making it hard for him to walk. Contrary to everyone's belief, Phoenix wasn't an immortal creature, but they do have an extremely long lifespan. Yes, I have brought back Elder Luo's granddaughter to fulfill my vow to her mother. Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Yi Tianyun looked at the Great Elder's status with his appraisal eye and saw that the Great Elder had achieved Spirit King peak stage. To tell you the truth, our Phoenix clan will always have a negative view regarding humans. Your action could be interpreted as both an act of kindness or a deceitful act. But I believe that you are a good person. If you aren't a good person, the little girl won't be close to you. Great Elder said solemnly. Yi Tianyun understood where the Great Elder was coming from as the spirit race had the same kind of problem before, although Phoenix clan had a long history of abuse from humans. Thank you very much for trusting me, Great Elder. Yi Tianyun said as he showed his respect. Now, we have a problem with the evil spirit inside this Phoenix cave. The seal that locked it inside has weakened, and because of it, the evil spirit keeps struggling to get out, and the immortal fire spilled out as the result of its struggle. We don't have a good way to keep this immortal fire at bay. If we have our king now, it could be different, but never mind that. Great Elder said as he stopped saying anything further. This was the exact information that Yi Tianyun needed. He couldn't ask any of the Phoenix clan directly for the problem that their clan had, but thankfully the Great Elder told him in person. Great Elder, I am sorry if I am brazen, but can I help the Phoenix clan quenching this immortal fire? I am quite good at it. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Are you sure? This immortal fire is extremely hot. It would burn anything that it touches. Great Elder said as he was surprised that Yi Tianyun wanted to help. It's not a problem, Great Elder. It is my main fire, after all. Yi Tianyun said as he showed Great Elder that he had immortal fire under his controls. Immortal fire cultivator, Great Elder said in awe. Yes, so, can I help? Yi Tianyun asked hopefully. Yes, of course you can. Great Elder said as he was thrilled to watch what Yi Tianyun would do. After getting his permission, Yi Tianyun's eye flashed in excitement. It was his time to absorb this immortal fire. Chapter 496. After getting his permission to absorb the immortal fire at the entrance of the Phoenix Cave, Yi Tianyun immediately walked toward the immortal fire excitedly. Everyone noticed that a human was coming over. Elder Lei and Elder Luo, in particular, were surprised by this scene. They were also confused as the Great Elder only smiled and said nothing at all. Elder Luo, what is your guest doing? Is he crazy? He will be burned alive in an instant. Elder Lei said annoyedly. What are you doing? Get back immediately. Elder Luo shouted to Yi Tianyun. It is okay, Elder Luo. Great Elder has given me his permission to help the Phoenix clan this time. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Great Elder gave you his permission? Both elders said at the same time as they became even more confused than before. They immediately looked at the Great Elder and saw that he was still smiling at Yi Tianyun. Without further ado, Yi Tianyun immediately reached over to the immortal fire and activated his heaven-swallowing divine secret art. A large amount of immortal fire immediately rushed towards him as the absorption speed was high. Elder Luo was running towards Yi Tianyun to save him before the immortal fire burned him alive, but he was too late. But the next scene that he saw surprised him and the rest of the Phoenix clan tremendously. The amount of immortal fire that Yi Tianyun absorbed was not normal. In fact, none of the Phoenix clan people ever saw someone who could absorb this much immortal fire. Get 1.000 Immortal Fire Mastery Point, 2.100 Immortal Fire Mastery Point. Yi Tianyun's Immortal Fire Mastery increased rapidly. Yi Tianyun was grinning happily as he knew that it wouldn't be difficult to level up the immortal fire to high-grade Earth-level fire at this rate. Seeing the scene that developed in front of their eyes, the Phoenix clan people were still in shock as they saw that Tianyun easily absorbed the flame to his body. They began to wonder about the fire that seemed to have no effect whatsoever on Tianyun's body. At the same time, the Great Elder walked toward Elder Lei and Elder Luo. Don't worry, he is an immortal fire cultivator. The immortal fire wouldn't have any effect on him. This little brother is surely a blessing for our Phoenix clan. It is almost impossible to find any immortal fire cultivator on this world. Great Elder said, in awe, he can control the immortal fire. Isn't it only our king who was able to control the immortal fire? Elder Lei said confusedly. He surely was confused about how to see Tianyun in the eye after badmouthing him so badly, and now, Tianyun was helping them solve their own problem. He is a blessing. I just knew it when I first saw him, Elder Luo said with a smile. Stop lying, Elder Luo. If he didn't bring back your grandchild, you'd probably drive him out immediately. Elder Lei said knowingly. Well, it is better than you who keep trying to drive him out of the clan's territory as soon as possible. Elder Luo said as he smirked to Elder Lei. Soon, the immortal fire on the entrance has gone down tremendously. Tianyun's mastery itself was still halfway before it leveled up. If he wanted to absorb more immortal fire, he had to go inside the cave. Great Elder, can I also absorb the immortal fire inside the cave? Tianyun asked for the Great Elder's permission. Sure, just stop at the deep passage inside the cave. Great Elder said casually. Tianyun nodded his head, and while still absorbing the immortal fire, he started to walk inside the Phoenix cave. This was a great opportunity to level up his immortal fire. Now, both of you don't have to argue anymore. I officially welcome the little brother as our official guest. It is thanks to him that we don't have to resort to heavenly netherworld divine nation's help. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. Now, did all of you understand everything that I just said? Great Elder said excitedly. We understand, Great Elder. The Phoenix clan people on the scene said simultaneously. Elder Lei surely felt guilty to Tianyun now. He was so rude to him before without ever knowing that Tianyun could help them solve their problem. At the same time, Tianyun heard everything that was being discussed on the outside, and he smirked excitedly as he was recognized as an official guest. Chapter 497. Tianyun doesn't care about what Elder Lei had in mind because he knew that Elder Lei was also hostile toward human race. Tianyun continued to absorb the immortal fire from the Phoenix cave as he went deeper inside the cave. Congratulations for player Tianyun for successfully level up immortal fire to high-grade earth level. Next level requires 5.000.000 mastery. The sound that Tianyun has been waiting for all this time was finally here. He knew that if he didn't absorb the immortal fire greedily like this, it would take a long time for him to achieve this level for the immortal fire. But 5 million mastery points for the next level seems so far away. You can stop right here, young man. The immortal fire is finished. From here onward, the place would be covered with heavenly yin fire. Even if you have the immortal fire inside your body, it will still prove a challenge to absorb that fire. Great Elder said as he suddenly appeared beside Tianyun. Tianyun the path in front of him with the appraisal eye, and sure enough, there was no more immortal fire in there, but the heavenly yin fire was a more advanced version of the netherworld's fire. He immediately realized why the heavenly netherworld divine nation offered help to Phoenix clan, as they might have someone that could control and absorb this heavenly yin fire. And so, Tianyun and the Great Elder walked back to the mouth of the cave. Great, I never expected you would be able to absorb all of that immortal fire. We would have a hard time dealing with it, Elder Luo said as he expressed his gratitude to Tianyun. Yeah, thank you so much for your help. I am sorry for my rude behavior earlier. Elder Lei said awkwardly. It's fine. I knew that Elder Lei must have his own reason to hate humans that much. And I can't blame you either. I, myself, know that humans were indeed troublemaker. Tianyun said as he smiled at Elder Lei. Great, I didn't expect you to have a heart and apologize either. This is a first, Elder Luo said to Elder Lei teasingly. Shut up, I am in the wrong, and it is normal to apologize. Elder Lei said annoyedly to Elder Luo. Although the immortal fire is taken care of, we still have the heavenly yin fire spewing from the evil spirit inside. Do we have a divine rune Grand Master to help us seal the evil spirit inside? Great Elder asked towards the two elders. We have found some divine rune Grand Master, Great Elder, but unfortunately, it would take a long time for them to finish making the seal. We couldn't find any divine rune Grand Master at the speck of soul level. Elder Lei said solemnly. Divine Rune Grand Master rank was divided into 3 categories: Speck of Eye, the basic level of Divine Rune Grand Master; Speck of Soul, medium level of the Divine Rune Grand Master; and lastly, Speck of Life, the highest level on Divine Rune Grand Master rank. Someone like Spirit Race Great Elder and Imperial Preceptor was on Divine Rune Grand Master Speck of Eye level. The same could be said for Yi Tianyun now. He knew that he only needed a few more mastery points to level up to Speck of Soul. After all, he was blessed with having the heavenly eyes. So, Yi Tianyun used the free mastery point that he got earlier and spent it on Divine Rune Mastery without hesitation. Congratulations for player Yi Tianyun for successfully leveled up Divine Rune Mastery to Grandmaster Speck of Soul level. Next rank requires 10.000.000 mastery points. Yi Tianyun was surprised to see that he needed 10 million mastery points to level up his Divine Rune Mastery to the next level. He couldn't help but wonder just how many years would it take to get that much mastery point. Great Elder, if you are looking for Divine Rune Grand Master at the Speck of Soul level, I will be able to help. In fact, I am a Divine Rune Grand Master at the Speck of Soul. Yi Tianyun said confidently to the Great Elder, but everyone else also happened to hear this. Everyone was instantly shocked to hear that Yi Tianyun was a Divine Rune Grand Master, Speck of Soul level at his age. They couldn't help but wonder whether Yi Tianyun's words were the truth or not, but they know that they were looking at a cultivation monster, not a harmless boy. Chapter 498. I am a Divine Rune Grand Master at Speck of Soul level. Yi Tianyun repeated once again as he saw that everyone was silent. The people from the Phoenix clan looked at each other in disbelief. They still doubted if Yi Tianyun was telling the truth or not. Yi Tianyun's appearance as a boy really made it hard for them to believe what he just said. You can test me if you don't believe me, you know. Yi Tianyun said annoyedly as he still didn't see anyone believing him. Yes, of course, we can test you. After all, it would be life-threatening to go down there if you are not qualified. Great Elder said knowingly. So, where and when did the test start? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. We can start here right away. All you need to do is engrave some Divine Rune paper with a Grandmaster grade Divine Rune. We will know whether you are telling the truth or not by the speed and quality of your Divine Rune. Great Elder said as he immediately signaled for the rest of the Phoenix clan to set the place. Great Elder was secretly excited as a man who could control the immortal fire was also a Divine Rune Grandmaster offered them help without asking for anything. Soon enough, 2 Phoenix clan people came forward and were surprised as they saw Yi Tianyun was the Divine Rune Grandmaster who was about to be tested. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Shopkeeper Yi said as he walked toward the Great Elder and Yi Tianyun with Pu Ren. Shopkeeper Yi, I didn't expect it either. Yi Tianyun said as he saw that Shopkeeper Yi was still holding the box that he previously opened. Do you know each other? Great Elder asked curiously. Yeah, he was the one that opened Great Elder's box. Otherwise, we probably couldn't find anyone to open it. Shopkeeper Yi said with a smile on his face. You are the one that opened the box. Great Elder said in disbelief. He knew that opening the box itself was a statement on its own. No matter how hard he tried to find a Divine Rune Grandmaster, none of them was able to open the box. Yes, he is the one that opened the box. But, may I ask you what are you doing here in the Phoenix Cave? Shopkeeper Yi asked curiously to Yi Tianyun. Great Elder then told Shopkeeper Yi about what happened before his arrival, surprising Shopkeeper Yi and Pu Ren incredibly. Damn, if I knew that you are this strong, I would bring you here immediately. But as I don't know your Divine Rune grade, I refrain from doing so. But since you've already proven yourself when you opened the box, you don't need to take the test anymore. Shopkeeper Yi said excitedly. No, I still want to take the test. It was more of a reassurance for the people here. After all, Shopkeeper Yi and Pu Ren was the only one who saw what I did earlier. Yi Tianyun said politely. Yi Tianyun then pulled out his Divine Rune stroke and began to engrave a Grandmaster grade Divine Rune on a piece of Divine Rune paper. Yi Tianyun was really fast, and the complexity of his Divine Rune was also exceptional, but as flowing water, Yi Tianyun finished engraving the complex Divine Rune without any hitch. Everyone was surprised once again as this was the first time they saw a Divine Rune engraving technique as fluid as Yi Tianyun's did just now. But they noticed that the Divine Rune stroke that Yi Tianyun used just now was only a Divine Rune stroke at Soul Tool rank, garbage in their eyes. As a faction that was on the same level as Divine Nation, the item in this rank was nothing. I just brought back some divine rune stroke that my customer trades with some of my spirit medicine. Come, pick one that you like. Shopkeeper Yi said to Yi Tianyun as he put the divine rune stroke on the table. Yi Tianyun looked at them and saw that the highest level was at middle grade sacred tool rank, while the other two was at lower grade sacred tool rank, but one of them was a dragon blood divine rune stroke, which had the same attribute as his dragon god bloodline. Well, if that's the case, I will take this one. Yi Tianyun said as he took the dragon blood divine rune stroke. Shopkeeper Yi was a little bit surprised that Yi Tianyun only picked the lower grade divine rune stroke instead of the middle grade divine rune stroke. Shopkeeper Yi knew that the difference between the lower grade divine rune stroke and the middle grade divine rune stroke was huge. Are you sure? Shopkeeper Yi asked curiously. Yeah, never been surer before. Yi Tianyun answered casually. So, after taking his divine rune stroke, everyone's attention is shifted back to the box on the table. So, is there any treasure inside this box? Elder Luo asked curiously. Yes, after seeing what it was, I immediately rushed back here without stopping. Shopkeeper Yi said as he opened the box. A bright light immediately shone through the place, blinding everyone who had their eyes on it. But as the light dimmed, everyone could see that inside the box was a phoenix blood essence at the highest level. Phoenix Royal Blood Essence, the highest grade of the Phoenix Clan Blood Essence. Effect: enhance the absorption rate of the user while having a chance to obtain the power of the Phoenix. Can also suppress the power of evil. Yi Tianyun, who was observing on the side, was surprised to see that it was a blood essence that was comparable with a divine tool. This was the blood essence of a Phoenix's imperial family. Chapter 499. As you can see, it's a royal Phoenix blood essence. It was impossible to open this box before, but thanks to you, we will be able to suppress the evil spirit lurking inside the Phoenix cave. Shopkeeper Yi said excitedly. How can this royal Phoenix blood essence be placed inside a box? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. The ancestor put it inside the box in case something bad happened. And we thought that right now was the right time to open it to help us fight against the evil spirit. Great Elder said as he explained the circumstance to Yi Tianyun. I heard that you keep saying there are evil spirits inside the cave. What is this evil spirit exactly? Yi Tianyun asked as he didn't know what evil spirit that the Phoenix clan was talking about. A long time ago, an evil spirit race came to this nest to capture all of the Phoenix clan. We are overpowered by the evil spirit race, but fortunately, the king at the time sacrificed himself to seal all the evil spirit race inside the Phoenix cave. No matter what we did, we couldn't destroy them. In turn, the seal must be renewed after a while. Great Elder said with a sad expression on his face. This sad expression was also apparent on other Phoenix race people, but some showed anger and desperation. It seemed that this evil spirit problem was starting to take a toll on the Phoenix clan. So, where is the king of the Phoenix clan now? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. The king disembarked on a journey at least a year ago to find a way to eliminate the evil spirit once and for all. Unfortunately, he hasn't returned yet. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to renew the seal of the evil spirit. Great Elder said as he shook his head. So, did you really have to use this royal Phoenix blood essence to strengthen the seal? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, we need your immortal fire to suppress the heavenly yin fire, and then we will use this royal Phoenix blood essence outside their prison to reseal them with a strong immortal fire. Great Elder explained. Yi Tianyun began to wonder. If what the Great Elder explained so far was true, then it meant the evil spirit race that was imprisoned under the Phoenix cave has gotten stronger. It meant that even if they renewed the seal, it would be destroyed again faster than what has happened now. Yi Tianyun started to think that maybe one of the prisoners inside has become a saint king and thus became stronger than the seal itself. The next thing that he wondered about was how wasteful it was to use royal Phoenix blood essence just to renew a seal like this. So, he asked a question that really bugged him for a while ago. So, if I can renew the seal with my own power, can I have this royal Phoenix blood essence? Yi Tianyun said curiously. Everyone was startled once again, but they already knew that Yi Tianyun could do many things. If you are able to make a strong seal, I will give you this royal Phoenix blood essence to you. But are you sure? You never heard of the evil spirit race before. You're obviously too young to deal with them. Great Elder said worriedly. Don't worry, Great Elder. I am only going to test my theory out. If it fails, we will go with the old way. Yi Tianyun said casually. As long as it's not a problem for you, then you can do what you want. Great Elder said as he shook his head to Yi Tianyun while sighing. Okay, so when are we going down there? Yi Tianyun asked as he wanted to finish this quest as soon as possible. Well, we can go anytime you want, so, if you feel like it, we can go now. Great Elder said casually. That's great, I don't have anything else to do right now, so we can go down now. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Immediately, the Great Elder guided Yi Tianyun while releasing his full aura to expel the heavenly yin fire that was surrounding the cave system. The fire seemed to be trying to get away from the Great Elder's aura. Now, here is where your first help would be. You have to clear this heavenly yin fire as the immortal fire is stronger than our phoenix fire. But, no matter what happened to you after this, we the Phoenix clan will always help you in the future. Great Elder said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and immediately stepped forward to deal with the heavenly yin fire on his own. But instead of pulling out his immortal fire, Yi Tianyun activated his heaven-swallowing divine secret art to absorb the heavenly yin fire. The Great Elder was surprised as he saw that Yi Tianyun was absorbing the heavenly yin fire directly to his body. All he knew was that a cultivator wouldn't be able to handle two kinds of fire inside their body like this. The Great Elder knew that Yi Tianyun has the immortal fire, which was an extremely fierce fire, but the heavenly yin fire was an ominous fire that was colder and fluid. Immortal fire and this heavenly yin fire was a contradiction to each other. Are you going to be okay by absorbing the fire like that? The Great Elder asked as he looked at Yi Tianyun in worry. I am okay, Great Elder. Relax, I will be fine. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at the Great Elder. But the reward notification kept ringing inside Yi Tianyun's head. Get 1.700 mastery point, 2.140 mastery point, 3.411 mastery point. The amount of mastery point that Yi Tianyun got was great. At this rate, he'll be able to level up the Netherworld's fire soon. That was because this heavenly yin fire was more in tune with Netherworld's fire than anything else. Chapter 500. With Yi Tianyun clearing the path as he absorbed all the heavenly yin fire he saw, they were able to advance inside the Phoenix cave smoothly. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun, Great Elder, and some of the Phoenix clan elder that followed them not too far behind arrived at the gate that kept the evil spirit race sealed inside. Is everyone ready to renew the seal once again? Great Elder asked the rest of the Phoenix clan that followed behind. They all nodded their head and kept their hands close to their weapons in case something bad happened. Yi Tianyun himself was getting hyped. He was curious about this evil spirit race that could drive the Phoenix clan into a corner like this. Yi Tianyun kept absorbing the heavenly yin fire that surrounded the place, and he noticed that the place was covered with great arrays. Yi Tianyun finally noticed that some of the divine runes that constituted the great array was eroded by the heavenly yin fire. Yi Tianyun was impressed. Even though this divine rune was burned by a strong fire like this all day long, it still persevered. In the inner section, Yi Tianyun noticed two enormous phoenix statues that dominated two divine beasts, which was a little ironic, as now the Phoenix clan couldn't even dominate this evil spirit race. Is the evil spirit race confined under the Phoenix's statue? Yi Tianyun asked as he noticed a flow of dangerous aura seeping through from under the Phoenix statue. They are confined there, but it is not a statue. Those two phoenixes were our ancestor that sacrificed themselves to prevent the evil spirit from bringing further harm to us. Great Elder said with a sad look on his face. Yi Tianyun looked at the two phoenixes again in awe. This kind of selflessness had to be rewarded greatly. But suddenly, a gloomy voice was heard echoing in the nearly empty cave room. Finally, you came to our prison. Just so you know, we will break this great array that imprisons us soon. Just you wait, we will obliterate you entirely. The voice said as Yi Tianyun noticed that it was coming from under the phoenix. Shut up, we will soon find a way to destroy you. Great Elder said as he sent a shockwave toward the bottom of the phoenix statue. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised that the evil spirit could talk through their imprisonment. Yi Tianyun realized how severe the damage the divine rune that imprisoned this evil spirit race has suffered. Yi Tianyun constantly observed all the great array inside this place and noticed that the evil spirit wasn't supposed to talk at all. With that kind of attack, you are dreaming of hurting me. Go back to drinking your mother's milk. You are clearly 100 years too early to fight me. The voice said tauntingly. Can you take a look at the divine rune that constituted the great array inside this place? If you can, could you please fix it one by one? His power is supposed to be nullified if the great array was fixed back to normal. Great Elder said calmly. No problem, I will take a look right away, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately activated his heavenly eyes and inspected the damaged part. Yi Tianyun saw that the divine rune that constituted the Great Array was indeed a Grandmaster grade divine rune. If it weren't for the heavenly eyes, this divine rune would still prove difficult to repair. But now that Yi Tianyun has activated his heavenly eyes, he easily engraved the divine rune to fix the Great Array. Oh, I see, you have found a divine rune Grandmaster to fix the Great Array. But I will not let you fix it this time, the voice said as a great wave of heavenly yin fire came through. Even if the evil spirit was sealed, it was still able to attack with a terrifying 560 million combat power. Yi Tianyun was startled for a second and immediately took a defensive stance, but Great Elder quickly jumped forward and blocked the attack with his own. Yi Tianyun saw that the Great Elder summoned a phoenix fire that reached 700 million combat power. The Great Elder's attack met with the evil spirit's attack and vaporized in the middle of the room. Oh, you are not bad. But let's see whether you can protect your divine rune Grandmaster for the time that he fixes the divine rune. Let's see who will go down first. The evil spirit said with a challenging tone. Yi Tianyun raised his eyebrows as he felt like being challenged. The evil spirit certainly didn't know Yi Tianyun's engraving speed. Chapter 501. The heavenly yin fire kept gushing from beneath the phoenix statue powerfully. The Great Elder was having a hard time defending Yi Tianyun from this fire. The other elders on the side also had a hard time blocking the fire and clearly looked desperate. Great Elder, what do we do now? There is no way we could keep this up, Elder Luo said nervously, but at the same time, Elder Lei shouted to Great Elder to draw his attention. Great Elder, look, Elder Lei said as he pointed toward Yi Tianyun. Great Elder finally noticed that Yi Tianyun's engraving speed was no joke. He fixed the divine rune one after another with a speed that no one on the scene has ever seen before. The attack from the evil spirit itself was not fast enough to destroy the divine rune as Yi Tianyun easily fixed it. It was like, Yi Tianyun has fixed 4 to 6 divine runes while the evil spirit only destroyed 1. What is that speed? How could this be possible? Great Elder said as he was the most surprised of Yi Tianyun's speed. Despite his age, he never saw any divine rune Grandmaster engraving a Grandmaster grade divine rune this fast. Congratulations for player Yi Tianyun for successfully repaired a Grandmaster grade divine rune. Reward 2.000.000 Express 3.000 Mastery Points. Ding. Reward 3.200.000 Express 3.500 Mastery Points. Yi Tianyun was getting a bunch of express from repairing all the divine rune that constituted the prison for those evil spirits. He was excited upon getting so many mastery points and express, so Yi Tianyun kept on getting faster. How can you fix the divine rune so fast? The evil spirit screamed as he noticed that his power was starting to dwindle. The evil spirit no longer sounded as arrogant as he was earlier. He knew that he couldn't keep up with the human's engraving speed. Now, how do you plan to escape this great array? You will not be able to do anything once I am done. Yi Tianyun said coldly to the evil spirit. He might not be able to fight against the evil spirit now, but once he cultivated higher, he would be able to kill those evil spirits once and for all and free the Phoenix clan from the shackle of guarding them. This is impossible. You are not a normal cultivator, are you? Evil spirit said as he was getting frustrated as his power became weaker with the more divine rune that Yi Tianyun successfully repaired. This was Yi Tianyun's way to get the royal phoenix blood essence without using it. The evil spirit immediately roared and desperately threw their attack toward Yi Tianyun's direction, but this time its power has weakened far enough to the point that Elder Luo and Elder Lei could block it for Yi Tianyun. Focus on fixing those divine runes. Leave this to us. We will protect you until you are done, Elder Luo said confidently. Yi Tianyun immediately nodded his head and repaired another divine rune. As the divine rune was repaired, the evil spirit's voice had become so much weaker than when they first arrived. Yi Tianyun and the elders soon walked towards the phoenix statue as the last damaged divine rune was located near the phoenix statue itself. We can suppress him this time, the great elder said confidently. Not so fast, don't think that you could best me that easy. Evil spirit says menacingly, and suddenly a phantom shadow appeared and immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun. I will use your body for now, the phantom shadow said menacingly. The evil spirit used its body-snatching technique that Yi Tianyun had seen once when he fought against Ming Chen. Yi Tianyun immediately activated his heaven-swallowing divine secret art, but suddenly his body started to glow in a bright golden color. This was the extra effect of his transcendence title. There would be no curse or poison that could affect Yi Tianyun's body, and apparently, this body-snatching technique was considered as one of those. The phantom shadow hit the golden light that protected Yi Tianyun, and it screamed in pain as it bounced off from the golden light. Chapter 502. The phantom shadow began to fade, and the evil spirit kept on screaming as he received cultivation damage from his failed attempt to possess Yi Tianyun's body. Now, instead of being a Saint King stage, its cultivation regressed to Spirit King Peak stage. My power, you bastard! The evil spirit screamed as he was injured badly. What is going on? Great Elder asked Yi Tianyun as he was surprised and confused at the same time. He thought that the evil spirit would successfully take over Yi Tianyun's body as none of the Phoenix clan people could save Yi Tianyun in time, but instead, a bright golden light appeared out of nowhere, and the phantom shadow was suddenly thrown to the wall. But Yi Tianyun immediately shifted back his focus to repair the divine rune near the phoenix statue instead of answering the Great Elder's question, as he knew that the sooner he sealed back the evil spirit, the better. The rest of the Phoenix clan member watched Yi Tianyun in awe, as it was fascinating to watch the speed of Yi Tianyun engraving the divine rune on the wall. They began to wonder whether Yi Tianyun was really a divine rune grandmaster level, as this speed clearly at divine rune creator level. Stop! Don't you dare repair that great array! The evil spirit screamed menacingly. It clearly didn't want to be sealed in that place anymore. But Yi Tianyun clearly didn't care and continued fixing the divine rune in front of him, and soon, the great array was fixed. Mark my word, I will get you one day. I will break through this seal and kill you all. The evil spirit said as its voices became less and less audible over time. Yi Tianyun knew that the evil spirit's word wasn't just an empty threat. If the evil spirit wasn't exterminated, it would always be a threat for the Phoenix clan. And so, Yi Tianyun was determined to kill this evil spirit when he got the power to do so. At least he had to reach the Spirit King stage first. After all, Yi Tianyun knew that killing the evil spirit would give him a lot of treasure and a lot of express. As it was in Saint King stage, Yi Tianyun knew that the evil spirit must have some sort of ancient treasure that may or may not be as powerful as a divine tool. Successfully repaired a Grandmaster grade divine rune great array. Reward: 10.000.000 express, 10.000 mastery points. This was by far the most difficult divine rune great array for Yi Tianyun to repair, but because of the divine rune mode from his crazy mode, Yi Tianyun leisurely finished all of it easily. However, Yi Tianyun was still grateful for the rewards that he got. Finally, I am done, Yi Tianyun said with a pale face. He has already fixed so many divine rune that it was taking a toll on his spiritual energy. After all, the faster he repaired, the more spiritual energy that he consumed. Yi Tianyun then decided to meditate near the phoenix statue to recover his spiritual energy back. If he didn't, he might be up for a rough ride later. Great Elder and the other elders looked at each other and decided not to bother Yi Tianyun for now. They know that Yi Tianyun was tired after repairing all those divine runes. So, they cleaned up the place a little bit. They began to clean the rest of the lingering heavenly yin fire from the place so that this place could be used for something else after this. A moment later, Yi Tianyun recovered a little bit and slowly stood up again. Congratulations for player Yi Tianyun for successfully completed a side quest, help Phoenix clan solve their problems. Reward: 100.000.000 express, 500.000 CPs, 100 Phoenix clan favorability. Finally, the Phoenix side quest was completed, but Yi Tianyun was a little bit disappointed as he saw that there was no more follow-up quest for the Phoenix clan. Chapter 503. Little brother, are you awake? Here's some recovery pill for you, drink it down. Great Elder said as he handed over some medicinal pills for Yi Tianyun. Thank you very much, Great Elder. Yi Tianyun said politely. Although he didn't need the medicinal pill, he had to be polite and accept the gift. He consumed the medicinal pill and noticed that it was a 4th grade recovery medicinal pills, which was not bad, quality-wise. You are welcome. I didn't expect you to be this helpful, if I have to be honest. If it weren't because of you, I would have died here, Great Elder said honestly. He was grateful for Yi Tianyun being here to solve the Phoenix clan's problem. Hey, I am still the one that brought him over, Elder Luo said with a frown on his face. It seemed that the Phoenix clan wants some recognition from the Great Elder. Okay, you are one amazing fellow. Elder Lei said sarcastically as he found it was hilarious that Elder Luo still brought that up. Great Elder just shook his head in amusement as he saw that the two elders exchanging banter once again. Here, take this with you. This is the reward for helping us, the Phoenix clan. Great Elder said to Yi Tianyun as he handed over a box. Thank you very much once again, Great Elder. Yi Tianyun said as he took the box and saw that it was none other than the royal phoenix blood essence inside. Yi Tianyun was excited as he knew that this blood essence was at the same grade as a divine tool. You are welcome, little brother. But I can't really say that this is a reward for you as I've already planned to let you use it to fix the divine rune earlier, but as you don't need it back then, I hope you can find some use for it in the future. Now, I would like for you to join our banquet later, to celebrate the successful sealing of the evil spirit. Great Elder said excitedly. Great Elder was glad that he didn't agree to Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's offer as they were asking too much from the Phoenix clan. 20 drops of blood essence were already too much, and they still asked for 5 Phoenix eggs to go along with the blood essences. Great Elder, I am sorry to ask, but are you going to use this royal Phoenix blood essence every time the evil spirit is about to break free from his seal? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, that is my original intention. If we don't use it, there would be no way for us to ever seal him away. That would be different if we have our Lord here, he could handle the evil spirit alone. Great Elder said with a sad expression on his face. Well, you are not half wrong there, but I think that your approach to this problem is wrong from the start. I am sorry to say this, Great Elder, but every Phoenix clan member that shed their blood in that cave would become the energy that the evil spirit could absorb. After all, the Phoenix clan's blood is so precious. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. What? The Great Elder said in surprise. He never thought of it that way before. He then looked the elders who also heard what Yi Tianyun just said now, and he immediately nodded to them. Elder Luo, make sure no Phoenix clan member use the cave for whatever reason for a while. We must stay clear of this place so that the evil spirit couldn't break free from the seal again. Be sure to tell everything to the Lord once he returned. Great Elder said solemnly to Elder Luo. Elder Luo nodded his head with a serious expression on his face. They now knew that the only solution for dealing with this evil spirit is to have it killed. This seal that they constantly repaired was not a good solution as the evil spirit would eventually have enough power to escape. Little brother, I hope that you can come whenever the evil spirit tries to break loose again. I hope that we can find a way to kill it soon. Great Elder said solemnly to Yi Tianyun. Of course, Great Elder. After all, I want a safe environment for Yun'er to grow up too. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Although I have one request to ask from the Phoenix clan if I may. Yi Tianyun said hopefully. What is it? If we could make it happen, we would try our best to do so. Great Elder said confidently. I have a lingering hatred with Ming Chen of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. If it may, I would like to have the Phoenix clan backing me up to deal with the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation when the time comes. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. The Great Elder was startled for a second as Yi Tianyun was set on battling a divine nation, but he could say that he wasn't excited of the possibility, but as of now, he had to think realistically and know that the Phoenix clan will suffer major damage later if they did help Yi Tianyun. I am sorry, little brother. But the Phoenix clan couldn't do that. Although we are being hailed to be on par in terms of sect grade as Divine Nation faction, we are not. We lack in numbers as our Phoenix clan was having trouble conceiving a child. As the Divine Nation itself, they have too many cultivators that would surround us in every single corner. Great Elder said solemnly. I don't mean to ask the Phoenix clan to join the battle, but I would like for the Phoenix clan to interfere with the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation so that they would have a hard time coming over to the mortal world. You see, my faction is in the mortal world, so I don't want them to be attacked by the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation when we aren't ready yet. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Well, if that's the case, you can relax for now. The stronger the cultivator was, the harder for them to cross to the mortal world. If they didn't suppress their cultivation to the level that they could cross barely, they would not be able to attack your faction in the mortal world. Great Elder said confidently. What cultivation level is the bare minimum for them to be able to cross? If I may know, Yi Tianyun asked politely. Around 1st to 3rd layer of Spirit King stage, or better yet at Void Spirit Peak stage. Higher than that would have a little to no chance to reach the mortal world. After all, the worlds seek harmony, so if the cultivator from other worlds could come and go as they please, that would be far from harmony. But if they make preparation to go to the mortal world, we will immediately inform you. Great Elder said wisely. Thank you very much for this information, Great Elder. Yi Tianyun said gratefully. He finally knew that Ming Chen was just giving an empty threat to him earlier. But suddenly, a voice was heard from a man that flew toward their location. We have to crush the heavenly netherworld divine nation. The man said solemnly. My lord, Great Elder said as he immediately showed his respect. Chapter 504. A beautiful woman flew down and immediately made a huge statement. But Yi Tianyun was surprised. He thought that the Phoenix clan's lord was a male. He never thought that they would have a female as their lord. Yi Tianyun immediately used his appraisal eye to check the lord's status. Bai Shuiwang. 7th layer Spirit King stage. Age. 29. Martial arts. Phoenix divine body, Phoenix sky drive, Phoenix fire, Phoenix storm. Weakness. Extremely cold fire. Combat power. 450.000.000 points. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised as he saw that the Lord was only at 29 years old but already at 7th layer Spirit King stage. No wonder that she could become the Lord of the Phoenix clan with that achievement. What did you say, my lord? I am sorry, I thought I heard that wrong. Great Elder asked confusedly. I said that we have to destroy the heavenly netherworld divine nation to the ground. Lord Bai said confidently. What? Why? Great Elder said in shock. The rest of the elders were also stunned after hearing that the Lord wanted to destroy a divine nation. I went out for so long to check the origin of the evil spirit race so that we could kill this one that was being sealed inside the Phoenix cave, but I found something that makes my blood boils. The evil spirit race was an ancient race that created their own faction to cultivate, and did you know what faction did this evil spirit race comes from? Lord Bai said furiously. Heavenly netherworld divine nation, Yi Tianyun said eagerly. Correct. The heavenly netherworld divine nation was their descendant. I returned right away after hearing that heavenly netherworld divine nation offered their help to reseal the evil spirit on the Phoenix cave. But now that I see that you are not that stupid to take their offer. Lord Bai said annoyedly. The Great Elder started to sweat as he knew how close he was to accept the heavenly netherworld divine nation's offer. It was certainly fortunate. If they demanded less for their help, we would have most certainly agreed to their help. Great Elder said worriedly. If you accept their terms, there is no mistaking that they would plan something to get the evil spirit out of our seal. They must have a way to break through our seal. Lord Bai said wonderingly. It has to be a body possession technique that they have. Shopkeeper Yi said solemnly. He was also one of the people that saw the evil spirit was trying to possess Yi Tianyun's body earlier. That might be it. If they break the evil spirit free from the seal, it would immediately destroy our Phoenix clan. Lord Bai said solemnly. I guess I have to thank this human, aren't I? Lord Bai said amusedly. I am just doing everything I can, Phoenix Lord. Yi Tianyun said politely with a smile on his face. Lord Bai started to ogle Yi Tianyun from top to bottom. Yi Tianyun noticed the intense stare and suddenly felt embarrassed as he wasn't used to be stared closely like this. The Great Elder and a couple of elders who saw this scene were also embarrassed for their lord's behavior. How old are you? Lord Bai said after her intense stare. I am 19 this year. Yi Tianyun said honestly. 19. All the Phoenix clan people said in surprise. They thought that maybe Yi Tianyun was already at 30 years old but make himself look younger for some reason. It seems that we have the same problem, but you are already at a divine rune grandmaster level at this age. Where are you from? Lord Bai asked curiously. I am from mortal world. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The mortal world, are you serious? Lord Bai said as she was surprised. She never thought that a genius would come from the mortal world. Yes, is there any problem, Phoenix Lord? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile. No, not at all. But come on. Let's have a nice chat at a more comfortable place. Lord Bai said as she invited Yi Tianyun to come with her. Okay, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled and started to walk with Lord Bai. They acted just like an old friend who finally reunited. The elders were looking at Yi Tianyun and Lord Bai with an awkward look on their face. Chapter 505. With Lord Bai Shuiwang leading the way, they returned to the Phoenix nest right away. At the entrance, the Phoenix clan people have waited for their return as they wanted to know if their life was in any danger or not. But as they saw that Lord Bai was with the elders, they could breathe more easily. At the same time, Yunur ran from the side and threw himself into Yi Tianyun's arm while crying excessively. Where have you been? People here said that you don't want me anymore. Yunur said as she cried. A guard came forward and immediately reported, interrupting Yi Tianyun and Yun'er's moment. Elder Luo, she has been crying inside the house for a long time. The only thing I can do is bring her along to see you when you returned. I didn't expect that the human was still here, the guard said apologetically, but this time, Lord Bai interrupted the guard as she found interest in Yun'er. Lord Bai found that Yun'er's appearance was too similar to her best friend. Is this your grandchild, Elder Luo? Lord Bai asked, silencing everyone. Yes, she is Wanzher's daughter, Elder Luo said as he smiled endearingly while looking at Yun'er. So, did you do something to Luo Huang? Lord Bai asked Yi Tianyun as she thought that Yi Tianyun was the father of Yun'er. No, it's not like that. I only took Yun'er under my wings as I found her with her mother, who was already dying. Yi Tianyun said as he felt awkward that he had to explain it again. Well, that surely makes more sense. You are not sharing any similarity with the child, Lord Bai said as she looked Yi Tianyun from top to bottom once again. Then why would you jump into your previous conclusion if you could see that we are not similar? Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Lord Bai Shuiwang just shrugged Yi Tianyun annoyance off and shifted her attention back to Yun'er. Hey, come here, sister will play with you, Lord Bai said as she reached out to hug Yun'er, but Yun'er immediately hid behind Yi Tianyun as she looked at Lord Bai with a strange look. No, I don't want to play with you, Yun'er said confidently. What did you teach her? Why didn't she want to play with me? Lord Bai asked Yi Tianyun with a sad look on her face. Well, I only teach her to not talk with a stranger, and right now, you are a stranger to her, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked at Lord Bai. Lord Bai pouted and then pulled out the 4th-grade medicinal pill while reaching out to Yun'er once again. Yun'er, look, I have this medicinal pill for you, Lord Bai said playfully. Yeah, I want that, Yun'er said as she took the medicinal pill from Lord Bai's hand, but Lord Bai saw that moment as her opportunities to hug Yun'er. You will not get away from me this time, Lord Bai said as she smirked while holding Yun'er on her arms. No, let me go, Yun'er said as she struggled on Lord Bai's arm. My lord, Elder Luo said as he was confused by the scene in front of him. They originally wanted to talk about the possibility of waging war with Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, and now, Lord Bai's attention suddenly shifted to Yun'er. I can't help it, she was too cute. Now, I missed Wanzher even more, Lord Bai said as she looked sad for a moment. She was very close to Yun'er's mother, and in fact, she was also Lord Bai's childhood friend. Now, let's gather all of the elders in the meeting hall. I will tell you everything I discovered regarding the evil spirit and the possibility that Wanzher was murdered by the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, Lord Bai said coldly. Her eyes flashed red as she was furious of what she had found. The other elders' eyes were also lit up in anger as they all shared a bad experience with Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. Well, I will take my leave now. I will take Yun'er back to her home, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the house that Elder Luo has prepared for him. No, you are not. You have to participate in this meeting as you are our hero this time, Lord Bai said commandingly, showing Yi Tianyun her worth as the one in command over the Phoenix clan. How about Yun'er? Yi Tianyun asked. Just take her with you, it's not a problem, Lord Bai said as she smiled and gave Yun'er another medicinal pill. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he saw that Yun'er immediately acquainted herself with Lord Bai. It seemed Yun'er would get close to anyone that gave her food. After some time, the meeting hall was full of elders and deacon of the Phoenix clan. Yi Tianyun saw that at least a dozen elders at the Spirit King Cultivation stage were present while at least 30 deacons at Void Spirit stage were also present. This was the power that rivaled the Divine Nation's power. The one that was left was the Saint King stage cultivator. Lord Bai, do we need to call the Supreme Elder too? Elder Luo said quietly to Lord Bai. No, there is no need for that. They were still meditating, and the situation has not come to need their attention just yet, Lord Bai said as she whispered to Elder Luo. He then nodded his head and went back to his seat as he knows that all the preparation was complete. Bai Shuiwang immediately stood up and calmed everyone in the meeting hall as she wanted to speak. Elders, I have brought with me some news from outside as I left to investigate the method to kill the evil spirit. The first thing that I found is that the evil spirit was somehow related to Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. It was a fact now that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's people were indeed the direct descendant of evil spirit race, Lord Bai said with an angry look on her face. Now, the second thing that I found is the way to kill the evil spirit. The only way to kill it was to use the immortal fire, as the immortal fire was the evil spirit's weakness. Sadly, the Supreme Elder didn't have the power to kill the evil spirit, but fortunately, I can do it, but I need to push my immortal fire's cultivation one more step to do just that. Now, the third and the final thing that I have to say to you all today is the presence of this human who has already become a friend for us and successfully resealed the evil spirit earlier. For this achievement, I hereby declare that he would become the Phoenix Clan's divine envoy. Lord Bai said excitedly. The rest of the Phoenix Clan were shocked as they knew that a divine envoy was equal to elder rank, and plus, the Phoenix Clan has never appointed a human as their divine envoy in history. Tianyun was also shocked by this development, as Bai Shuiwang never said anything to him beforehand. Chapter 506. The Phoenix Clan were shocked as they heard that Bai Shuiwang named Tianyun as their divine envoy, but more importantly, they were eager for revenge towards the heavenly netherworld divine nation as the news that Lord Bai has brought home was heard. Phoenix Clan has kept the status quo balanced with the heavenly netherworld divine nation, as they didn't have that large of a gap with them, but clearly, if they went into an all-out war, the Phoenix Clan would be destroyed. Ghost World had so many experts from the Void Spirit stage and Spirit King stage. Saint King's stage was the only stage that could be said to stand above all these cultivators. Most of these Saint King cultivators no longer managed the problem on their faction, as most of them were focused on their meditation and cultivation. Assumingly, these Saint King experts were almost the same as the old ancestor on the mortal world's factions. They didn't join the war that their faction waged until they were forced to join them. I know that many of you would have many questions for me, and I will gladly answer any of it the best of my knowledge. Lord Bai said honestly. But one more thing that I forgot to say earlier is that not only Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation wants to take us down, but apparently, Heavenly Tiger Divine Nation also wants to join forces with them to obliterate us. Lord Bai said coldly. We surely have to prepare for the worst, as the time has come near. Lord Bai said commandingly. The people of the Phoenix Clan were once again shocked to hear that they have another enemy to deal with. They realized that they had some problems with the Heavenly Tiger Divine Nation a couple of times before, but they never expected it would come this far. Why would Heavenly Tiger Divine Nation attack us? Shopkeeper Yi asked confusedly. Elder Yi, how do you think this world works? Did you never thought of what their goal would be? Lord Bai asked Shopkeeper Yi indifferently. Is it our blood essence? Shopkeeper Yi said worriedly. Correct. Our Phoenix blood essence was highly in demand among those who were hungry for power. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation invited the Heavenly Tiger Divine Nation to join the battle against us. With that thought in mind, the only conclusion is that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation promised them that they would have a share of our blood essence. Lord Bai said coldly. This time, everyone was silent as they contemplated what Lord Bai has just told them about. They certainly felt the crisis that would ensue to their clan. It seems we couldn't go out carelessly like before. We need to call everyone from our clan back to the nest. Elder Luo said solemnly. That's right, we don't know when the enemy will attack, and so we couldn't risk our people being attacked outside right now. Lord Bai said solemnly. Dealing with the evil spirit will be difficult, but as soon as I reach the Spirit King peak stage, I would have some way to kill it. And Tianyun, our hero here, would help me control the immortal fire to suppress the evil spirit. Lord Bai said as he pointed his finger to Tianyun. The Phoenix Clan people were surprised once more as they heard that Tianyun would be helping Bai Shuiwang to control the immortal fire. There were not many elders who were present to help handle the situation at the Phoenix Cave, and so the rest of the elders who didn't come were extremely surprised as immortal fire cultivation was very tough. Yes, he could do it, Lord Bai said as she noticed that everyone's face was contorted in confusion and disbelief. May we see your immortal fire, little brother? I am afraid this is the fastest way to make them believe. Lord Bai said to Tianyun casually. Tianyun nodded his head and immediately summoned the immortal fire. The warm radiance could be immediately felt across the room, so no Phoenix Clan people thought that Tianyun was a fraud. So, with that out of the way, the only thing we needed the most right now is to quickly cultivate both my and Tianyun's immortal fire, so that we could fight against the evil spirit with a good chance of winning. Lord Bai said solemnly. Tianyun was okay with this agreement as he originally wanted to end the evil spirit. He surely didn't mind if Lord Bai came with him too. After that, Tianyun could hear that someone from the elder rank doubted Tianyun's position as the divine envoy. They didn't seem to like it when the human held a certain status among their clan. But some elders argued that Tianyun has already shown his power, and the fact that he was also a divine rune grandmaster and capable of controlling the immortal fire was enough to get him that position. I strongly disagree that he becomes our divine envoy here. This would be the first time on the history of the Phoenix clan that a human was appointed as a divine envoy. But if it really is inevitable, I would like to suggest that he must pass the test of the Phoenix Mountain, and if he passes, I will give him my utmost support. An elder said his thought out loud. I could agree with that. The test of the Phoenix Mountain is a must for our Phoenix clan, whether he would become an elder or something else. And so, little brother, would you like to take the test to become our divine envoy? Lord Bai said as he smirked in amusement. Of course, it was my honor to take the same test as the rest of the Phoenix clan. Tianyun said with a smile and no hesitation. If he successfully passed the test, then he would have more powerful allies. Tianyun nearly completed his objective now, destroying the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Chapter 507. There was barely any discussion as Lord Bai announced that Tianyun would become the Phoenix clan's divine envoy. Even if some elders seemed displeased, they couldn't downright refuse Lord Bai's word. After all, this time, the Phoenix clan was under threat from two divine nation faction. Yunur was left outside since she wasn't part of the discussion. She didn't need to know what was about to be discussed there. After all, Tianyun wouldn't devote himself for the sake of the Phoenix clan. And he, in fact, didn't officially become the divine envoy just yet. He still had to pass the Phoenix's clan test first. Hey, are we going to play somewhere today? Yunur said as Tianyun left the conference hall. Let's see, just follow me for now. Tianyun said as he took Yunur's little hand by his hand. Looking at Yunur's cheerful attitude, Tianyun began to wonder whether his children would also be as cheerful as Yunur in the future. As they walked past a playground, there were several kids who were playing in there. They saw Yunur was strolling on the street and called out to her. Hey, come here and play with us. The kid on the playground shouted to Yunur. Yunur looked at Tianyun with hesitation as she didn't want to go if Tianyun told her otherwise, and Tianyun, who saw that Yunur wanted to play with the kids her age, gave her permission to do so. After Yunur ran towards the playground, Tianyun saw that Pu Ren was walking over towards him. Divine Envoy, I am sorry if I am disturbing you, but I'm really curious about how could you control the immortal fire? Only Phoenix Lord was supposed to be able to control it. Pu Ren asked curiously. It's just a constant refinement, I think. I don't really know it myself. Tianyun said awkwardly. He was confused about how to tell Pu Ren about his cheat power as it wouldn't make any sense in this world. I see, your cultivation may be the factor. Well, can you bring me with you if you want to return to mortal world again? Pu Ren asked expectantly. Take you back with me to the mortal world. What are you going to do in the mortal world? Tianyun asked curiously. You know, mortal world was a much worse cultivation environment compared to this ghost world. Are you sure that you want to delay your cultivation? Tianyun asked, still in a curious manner. I am sure, divine envoy. I am going to find my older sister. Pu Ren said confidently. Older sister? Did your older sister come into the mortal world? Tianyun wondered. I don't really know, but she has gone for so long. I have been looking for her for almost all of my teenage years. I don't know if she was really in ghost world anymore. The only explanation is she went to the mortal world. Pu Ren said with a sorrowful expression. How long has she been gone? Tianyun asked. She was gone around 2 years ago. Pu Ren said honestly. Tianyun knew that she might have been chased off by heavenly netherworld divine nation, like what had happened to Luo Huang, and so, Tianyun had a little confidence that Pu Ren's sister had a chance to escape safely. Even so, Tianyun couldn't just take Pu Ren back with him as it would upset so many elders in the Phoenix clan. I am sorry, I know that you have a solid reason to go to the mortal world, but I don't think I could take you back with me. You heard Lord Bai's word in there, and no phoenix may leave the phoenix nest as a safety precaution. Tianyun said sternly. But, I have to find my sister. Pu Ren said with a sad expression. I know, and that is why I will help you find your sister once I am back in the mortal world. Tianyun said as he smiled at Pu Ren. Really? Then please help me find her, divine envoy. I know I am not wealthy, nor did I have something worth your while, but I can only give you this as my token of appreciation. Pu Ren said as he handed over a bottle of Void Spirit pill to Tianyun. This pill would help a Void Spirit cultivator cultivate faster than normal. Considering how valuable it was, it should fetch a high price. No, Just keep your medicine and use it when you can. It was better for your future than it was for mine, Yi Tianyun said as he handed the bottle back to Pu Ren. No, Divine Envoy, please accept my token of appreciation. I will be ashamed if you reject this offering, Pu Ren said confidently. That Yi Tianyun had no other way than accepting the pill for now. Very well, I will accept these medicines, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled once more to Pu Ren. Successfully accepted a side quest helped Pu Ren finding information about his sister's whereabouts. Reward on completion, 30.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 300 Prestige Points, King of Investigation title. The reward of the quest was not bad. Yi Tianyun was certainly curious about the title's effect that he would get from the side quest. So, did you have any portrait of your sister? Yi Tianyun asked Pu Ren for his first lead to investigate the whereabouts of Pu Ren's sister. Pu Ren then handed a small portrait of his sister to Yi Tianyun. She was beautiful, but Yi Tianyun knew that he never met this woman before. He would have recognized such a beautiful girl at first glance, after all. I will try to look for her once I am back to the mortal world, for now, just keep your patience, Yi Tianyun said casually. Okay, thank you very much, Divine Envoy, Pu Ren said with a sigh of relief. Hey, I haven't become the Divine Envoy just yet, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Oh, I think you are as good as one already, Pu Ren said confidently. Chapter 508. Pu Ren was confident that Yi Tianyun would pass the test. After all, Yi Tianyun has proven himself to be capable of suppressing the evil spirit. You are overestimating me, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Pu Ren. No, you are strong. In fact, I believe that everyone here has already acknowledged your power. You are a master of the immortal fire and a divine rune grandmaster. If by any chance, you have phoenix blood running through your veins, I am sure that you would be chosen to become the next lord of the Phoenix clan. Pu Ren said honestly. Why would you say that? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. You see, the immortal fire was a sacred fire for us, Phoenix clan. Anyone who was capable of controlling the fire will become the candidates for the lord of the Phoenix clan. That is what happened to elder sister Bai. She could control the immortal fire, and after she was old enough, she immediately prepared to become the lord of the Phoenix. Pu Ren said honestly. Yi Tianyun saw that Pu Ren greatly respected Lord Bai, and so he nodded his head in agreement. He knew that Lord Bai was a great lord. She had a deep knowledge of the Phoenix clan. She was also charismatic, the perfect fit to lead the Phoenix clan towards a greater future. Speak of the devil, Bai Shuiwang walked towards them with a stride, followed by shopkeeper Yi. They seemed to be discussing something. Pu Ren's attention was immediately shifted towards them and showed respect for both of them. Little Ren, don't be too stiff. We are used to be a playmate when we are just a little child. You don't have to be all polite to me, you know. Lord Bai said as he smiled at Pu Ren. No, I can't do that. You are now the lord of the Phoenix clan. I must show you my deepest respect possible. Pu Ren said awkwardly. Well, I gave you an order to act casual towards me. Lord Bai said as she smirked victoriously. She knew that Pu Ren wouldn't be able to say no to an order. Yes, Lord Bai, Pu Ren said as he started to calm down a little. Well, you should rest for a few days. The smelting trials wouldn't be easy even if you can control the immortal fire. Lord Bai said as she shifted her attention towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in understanding as he knew that a divine envoy status was basically equal to an elder rank, so the trials wouldn't be easy. After a few days, Yi Tianyun had enough rest and fully prepared for the test. He immediately went out of his room only to find that Lord Bai was playing with Yun'er. She seemed to be cheerful as she laughed around while being chased by Yun'er. This scene reminded Yi Tianyun of Shi Shuiyan. She always acted carefree around him while acting uptight around anyone else. Have you recovered? Lord Bai asked as she noticed Yi Tianyun in the room. Yes, I can go to the smelting trial whenever, Yi Tianyun said casually. Is that so? Well, come on, follow me, Lord Bai said as she held Yun'er's arms and flew with her towards the Phoenix Mountain. Lord Bai, if I may ask, why did you trust me so much? You even supported me to become the divine envoy, Yi Tianyun asked curiously. It's simple. You've already helped the Phoenix clan, plus, you can control the immortal fire. There is no way you are a bad person, Lord Bai said as she smiled at Yi Tianyun. Isn't it too fast for me to be the Phoenix clan's representative? Yi Tianyun asked back. No, there is nothing too fast about it. In fact, it'd be such a waste if we don't invite you in. Lord Bai said honestly. The truth is, our Phoenix clan believes that those who could control the immortal fire was a person of great importance. I also believe this saying, so it's only natural for me to support you as much as I can. Lord Bai said solemnly. You clearly have an interesting approach to this matter. Yi Tianyun said, helpless as he knew that he wouldn't be able to change Bai Shuiwang's view on this matter. Soon enough, they arrived at Phoenix Mountain. Yi Tianyun noticed that the mountain looked like a resting phoenix with a burning crater in the middle and a hot aura all over the place. Yi Tianyun didn't seem to be affected by this burning aura thanks to his immortal fire and his high cultivation. Yi Tianyun suddenly felt excited as he saw that many phoenixes were hanging around a giant parasol tree that grew near the crater. Are they going to transform into a human too? Yi Tianyun asked Lord Bai excitedly. I am afraid not. They are the ancient phoenix, they couldn't transform into a human as they are the purest divine beast there is. But because of that, they also have the purest ancient phoenix blood essence within them. Your trial would be simple. You only need to earn the recognition from one of those phoenixes while enduring the burning flame of the Phoenix Mountain. Lord Bai said solemnly. That's it? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He was surprised to hear that to become a divine envoy, all he had to do was just earn the recognition from the ancient phoenix. He wondered whether he could capture one of them for his pet. Chapter 509. Yi Tianyun thought it would be simple. If he tamed one of the phoenixes, they would be obedient, and thus he would pass the test quickly. But he knew that he wouldn't be able to do that as he had to injure the phoenix to a certain extent to tame them, and he couldn't fight the phoenix just like that. This test wouldn't be simple. You need to adjust your own feeling to match one of the phoenixes. Be careful, we phoenixes were very sensitive of the emotion in the air. Lord Bai said as he gave Yi Tianyun his advice. You are a phoenix yourself, right? Why does it matter to take this test? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I am a phoenix, but our blood has been diluted by years of generation, and so, we aren't a pure divine beast anymore. On that thought, to respect our ancestors and to gain a stronger power that the ancient phoenix would bestow upon those they deemed worthy to receive their recognition. Lord Bai said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he understood what Lord Bai has just told him about. He knew that the divine beast also evolved with time too, and so, they could no longer maintain their pure divine beast status. I mean, look at us. No one on the clan wants to return to our phoenix form anymore, and that knowledge to transform back to our phoenix form is eventually lost in time, Lord Bai said awkwardly. At the same time, many elders and onlookers flew nearby. They wanted to see how Yi Tianyun would fare on this test themselves. Lord Bai, our witness has all arrived, we can start whenever the participant is ready. An elder said to Lord Bai solemnly. Okay, you can start now. I hope you can get Phoenix's recognition smoothly. Lord Bai said as he signaled for Yi Tianyun to start. Yi Tianyun nodded and flew toward the ancient phoenix that was hanging by the giant parasol tree. But when he got close to the mountain tops, the volcano shook slightly. Yi Tianyun knew that this was the defense mechanism of this test. The volcano would certainly spew fire towards him. Sure enough, Yi Tianyun's prediction was correct. The volcano immediately erupted and spewed flames towards Yi Tianyun. He immediately activated his heaven-swallowing divine secret art and absorbed all the fire into mastery point. Anyone wants to be my partner? Yi Tianyun shouted to the phoenixes that were still hanging by the parasol tree. He also pulled out his immortal fire and covered his body with it to draw the phoenixes' attention. Lord Bai was smiling as he watched Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun was wise enough to utilize his strong point for the ancient phoenix to see. That's a good approach, keep at it. The ancient phoenix will recognize not only power but intelligence too. You will get the recognition soon enough. Lord Bai shouted to Yi Tianyun in excitement. The next scene surprised everyone who was watching as they saw that the ancient phoenixes flew toward Yi Tianyun, one by one. This has never happened before. How is this possible? The phoenixes themselves are coming to him one by one. Elder Lei said in astonishment. Our phoenix clan is a proud and intelligent clan. I suppose the ancient phoenix has recognized Yi Tianyun's potential. Elder Luo said with a surprised look on his face. What would happen next? All the ancient phoenixes has flown over to his side. Elder Lei said nervously. The rest of the observers felt the same way. They were nervous about what will happen next as this problem never happened before. But look at that, the blue phoenix didn't come towards him. Elder Lei said as he pointed his finger on the biggest phoenix that was still hanging on the parasol tree. It has blue feathers instead of the normal red and orange feathers, which made it completely stood out compared to the rest. This blue phoenix was also the only phoenix that has reached a 5th layer void spirit stage cultivation base, which made it a lot stronger than the rest of the ancient phoenixes. This fact alone made Tianyun felt challenged. He couldn't help but think that it would be very exciting to have the blue phoenix as the one that would become his partner. Chapter 510. So many phoenixes recognized Tianyun as a worthy partner as they flew above Tianyun, but now, Tianyun's attention was directed to the blue phoenix that still showed no interest in Tianyun. The blue phoenix really was a prideful creature. Many people have tried to catch its attention, but none has been successful so far. Lord Bai said as she felt a little more excited upon seeing that Tianyun was eager to earn the blue phoenix's recognition. No matter what the participant of the test did, the blue phoenix wouldn't bat an eye. Hey, if you become my partner, I will make you a lot stronger. Tianyun said to the blue phoenix to draw its attention. But unfortunately, the blue phoenix looked at him for a moment and immediately closed its eyes again. This most probably meant that the blue phoenix didn't believe in Tianyun's word. Everyone was laughing on the side as they felt that the scene was hilarious. It was not that they hated Tianyun. In fact, they were starting to like him, but still, Tianyun was too confident to challenge the blue phoenix. What did you like? Don't you love this immortal fire? Tianyun said as he pulled out much bigger immortal fire. These big flames once again attracted many phoenix to Tianyun's side as they felt inclined to go towards the immortal fire. It was not a secret that this ancient phoenix cultivated using immortal fire. Immortal fire is useless for the blue phoenix. The fire doesn't mean anything to it. Elder Lei said as he laughed while watching Tianyun. Yeah, so far, there is nothing that could draw the blue phoenix's attention. It always ignores everyone, Elder Luo said with a smile on his face. The Phoenix clan people were kept on laughing as Tianyun kept failing to draw the blue phoenix's attention. If you failed to make the blue phoenix recognize you, you could always pick one of the phoenixes that was hovering around you. They would immediately agree to be your partner. Lord Bai shouted to Tianyun as she laughed too. No, keep trying, you wouldn't lose to that bird. Yun'er shouted beside Lord Bai as she was excited to see so many phoenixes around Tianyun. Of course, I will not disappoint you, Tianyun said as he smiled at Yun'er. The others shook their head as they realized that Tianyun would stubbornly chase after the blue phoenix's recognition. It seems the immortal fire doesn't capture your interest, so how about this one then? Tianyun said to the blue phoenix as he pulled out his netherworld's fire. The cold attribute of the fire immediately drove the rest of the phoenixes away from Tianyun. Even the place where he was standing and the fire that spewed out from the volcano was starting to freeze due to the cold attribute of the netherworld's fire. But in turn of losing the rest of the phoenixes, the blue phoenix suddenly stood up from the parasol tree and chirped excitedly. The blue phoenix even created some ice on the parasol tree as it moved. Tianyun smirked as he realized that this blue phoenix had an ice attribute, not a fire attribute, and therefore it wouldn't take any interest on any hot fire cultivation. But Tianyun successfully surprised everyone once again. They never thought Tianyun would also have this netherworld's fire, which was the very opposite attributed fire to immortal fire. They began to wonder how a person could have two very opposite fire at the same time. That is the netherworld's fire. How the hell could he controls that fire while he has the immortal fire? Elder Lei said as he was surprised by Tianyun's netherworld's fire. I am thinking about the same thing. It could be said that he has yin and yang fire in his body. This is incredible, Elder Luo said with awe. Tianyun never ceased to surprise the Phoenix clan to the point they were starting to believe that Tianyun wasn't human. But the most important thing out of the situation was that the blue phoenix took an interest in Tianyun and started to fly towards him. Would you like to become my partner? Tianyun asked expectantly. Tianyun had a hunch that the blue phoenix was an ice phoenix from the start. That was why it didn't show any interest on his immortal fire. The Phoenix clan had a variety of flames, but none of them had the cold flames on their arsenal, and that was why the blue phoenix never showed any interest in any of the previous participants of the Phoenix Mountain test. The blue phoenix chirped in delight as a sign that it agreed to become Tianyun's partner. Great, I promise from today onward, I will make you stronger in my care, Tianyun said as he stroked the blue phoenix's feathers. Chapter 511. Successfully earned ice. Phoenix's recognition. Reward. 5.000.000 Express, 10.000 Pet Taming Proficiency. Even though Tianyun didn't use the pet taming skill, he still got the proficiency for it. This revelation really ogles Tianyun's mind as he doesn't know why he still got it. But for now, he still had something else to do, and so he hopped onto the Ice Phoenix's back. The Ice Phoenix then shrieked and flew high into the sky. Tianyun guided the Ice Phoenix's flight path and landed beside Lord Bai. "I knew you are going to succeed," Yun'er said as he immediately jumped to Tianyun's embrace as Tianyun hopped off from the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix chirped in annoyance as it seemed to dislike everyone who was waiting for Tianyun there. Even though it was also a phoenix, it didn't necessarily have to get along with another phoenix. Tianyun knew that the Ice Phoenix had an attitude right now, so Tianyun gave him a reprimanding look, and the Ice Phoenix immediately lay down on the ground, a sign that it was completely under Tianyun's domination. "What is going on here? How can you control two completely different types of fire at the same time?" Elder Lei said as he rushed towards Tianyun. The other elders had a surprised look as they also wanted to know about that. "Long story short, when I was at the mortal world, I absorbed the netherworld's fire and found out immediately that I can also control it. As the immortal fire, it was by innate fire," Tianyun said casually. He was not completely lying here. He simply left out several details about the story behind each fire. "This is amazing. You have the immortal fire, which represents the yang, and the netherworld's fire, which represents the yin," Lord Bai said excitedly. The face of the entire Phoenix clan people who were present to observe Tianyun were filled with awe as they saw Tianyun in completely new lights. But the truth was, Tianyun didn't have any limitation regarding how many fires he could control. The system would allow him to cultivate as many as he wanted. "It seems that making you a divine envoy was the best decision that the Phoenix clan made in a long time," Lord Bai said excitedly. Several elders then approached and congratulated Tianyun on his success upon officially becoming the divine envoy, while Lord Bai gave a token that had divine envoy written on it. That was the proof that Tianyun has become Phoenix clan's divine envoy. "So, with that token in your hand, you are officially representing our Phoenix clan out there. Whatever you do out there, we, the Phoenix clan, will always have your back," Lord Bai said solemnly. "Isn't it too much power for a divine envoy rank?" Tianyun asked confusedly. "Not necessarily. We have your back, sure, but you must know that we aren't the most powerful faction out there, so you have to act based on the situation. For example, you must not incur the wrath of the divine nation, as it will only bring downfall to our Phoenix clan while we are underprepared like this." Lord Bai solemnly. "Sure, but I can assure you that I will not cause trouble either as long as they leave me alone. I am not one to make the first move," Tianyun said with a serious expression. But this is Tianyun's personality. All this time, he just retaliated on someone else's aggressive move. He never chose to attack first. "I also heard that you had a beef with the heavenly netherworld divine nation, and so with both of us having the same goal, let me tell you my plan," Lord Bai said solemnly. Tianyun has already heard of this plan as he also participated in the meeting that Lord Bai held earlier, but it seemed that Lord Bai told him this time only as a formality, as Tianyun has officially become the divine envoy for the Phoenix clan. As for Tianyun's specific task, Lord Bai didn't necessarily prepare anything in advance. The only thing that he could think of for Tianyun to do was just regularly check the seal inside the Phoenix cave when he had the time. "Understood. All in all, I just need to lay low and refrain from drawing any unnecessary attention for the Phoenix clan. I will also check on the seal once a while, but I am sure that for now, it was perfect. There is no way the evil spirit can make a move to escape," Tianyun said confidently. "Great, I am sorry for the trouble," Lord Bai said sincerely, but at the same time, a guard came and interrupted Tianyun and Lord Bai's little conversation. "My lord, Ming Chen of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation has come," the guard said nervously. "Well, I guess it is time to meet with the snake once again." "Don't worry, I will meet him immediately," Lord Bai said as he dismissed the guards. "Lord Bai, I will come along with you," Tianyun said confidently. "Didn't you already fight him once? Wouldn't he recognize you?" Lord Bai said confusedly. "Don't worry, Lord Bai, I have this item with me," Tianyun said as he pulled out the 100 transformation mask and put it on. His face immediately changed into someone else's, completely unrecognizable by the Phoenix clan. Chapter 512. Lord Bai was surprised as she looked at Yi Tianyun from top to bottom once again. Everyone else felt the same thing as they were shocked to see that Yi Tianyun has transformed into someone else. What is that mask? It's so amazing. I have never seen anything like this before. Did you have another one? I am willing to bid a high price for it. Lord Bai said excitedly. I am sorry, but I only have one. Yi Tianyun said apologetically. After all, the item that he had could only be worn by himself. He didn't know what would happen if someone else used it, but his first possibility that came to his mind was the item would be useless for someone else. That's unfortunate. If I have this mask, I can mingle with other factions easily. Lord Bai said with a slightly disappointed look on his face. Lord Bai, hasn't the Phoenix Clan Information Network already done a great job of obtaining all sorts of vital information? Why did you feel the need to spy the other so bad? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Well, it is true that our intelligence division was doing a great job, but if I have that mask, I can infiltrate the enemy faction deeper, and that way, I can find any plan that could endanger the Phoenix Clan. Lord Bai said determinedly. Yun'er, who was near Lord Bai, was a little bit startled as she could feel the powerful emotion that Lord Bai has exerted. Are you scared, Yun'er? Yi Tianyun said as he noticed Yun'er backing away from Lord Bai, and thus he held Yun'er on his arm. Lord Bai smiled apologetically to Yun'er and quickened his pace. Let's go now, let's see what the snake brought here this time. Lord Bai said coldly. Yi Tianyun nodded and handed Yun'er to Pu Ren so that she could play with other kids her age or do something else entirely while Yi Tianyun met with Ming Chen. Sure enough, as Yi Tianyun and Lord Bai arrived at the first hall, Ming Chen was already waiting with one other person. My pleasure to finally see you, Phoenix Lord, Ming Chen said as he slyly greeted Lord Bai. Yi Tianyun noticed that Ming Chen's companion was a second-layer Spirit King expert. Greetings to you too, but what have brought you here this time? Lord Bai asked indifferently. Well, I heard that you've already solved the problem inside the Phoenix Cave, and I was glad to hear that, and I wonder, did you kill the evil spirit or just seal it away? Ming Chen asked curiously, but with a smile on his face. The way Ming Chen presented himself made Yi Tianyun sick to his stomach. There was no use to fake himself anymore as the Phoenix Clan has already known that his ulterior motives to help the Phoenix Clan was to free the evil spirit. Does it matter whether it was killed or sealed? I heard your overrated price on helping is from the Elder, and we are sorry that we couldn't accept it. So, I will ask you again, what brings you here? Lord Bai said indifferently. Lord Bai, we are sorry that our price seemed unreasonable to you, but our reason to put a price that high was not completely unreasonable. If the request was only to quench the immortal fire and the heavenly yin fire inside the cave, it would come cheap, but killing the evil spirit was, on the whole, another league. Ming Chen said, still with his sickening smile. But I have come this time only to ask you whether or not you were able to kill the evil spirit within the cave. If you have, then we would like to celebrate the day that you are finally free of the evil spirit's shackle. Ming Chen said with a smile. Lord Bai and Yi Tianyun were very uncomfortable meeting with Ming Chen as they've already known what Ming Chen was planning, but they couldn't just recklessly let it out of the bag either. Is this the person who helped you with the incident? Ming Chen asked as he finally saw Yi Tianyun beside Lord Bai. Yi Tianyun knew that Ming Chen's words were bullshit. Ming Chen had already tried to look past Yi Tianyun's power, but thanks to the 100 transformation mask, Ming Chen wasn't able to do that. But one thing that Ming Chen knew was that Yi Tianyun wasn't a phoenix. Even if the 100 transformation mask could change his appearance, it couldn't change the specific unique energy that each race gave off. Yes, I am the who that helped Phoenix Clan solve the problem inside the Phoenix Cave before. Is there anything wrong with it? Yi Tianyun said calmly. Although Yi Tianyun hated Ming Chen so badly, he couldn't just throw Lord Bai's plan under the bus. Yi Tianyun also knew that he was in a bad spot now. He could kill Ming Chen at any point now, but he wouldn't be able to defend against the power of the divine nation behind him. If you only want to know what happened on the Phoenix Cave, I happily announce that the evil spirit was finally dead. Lord Bai said in fake excitement. Seriously, Ming Chen said as he was shocked to hear the fake news. From their expression, both Yi Tianyun and Lord Bai knew that the evil spirit held some meaning to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Chapter 513. Is the evil spirit's death really that shocking? Lord Bai asked as she looked into Ming Chen's eyes. Lord Bai didn't show any fear to Ming Chen. Her cultivation is way stronger than Ming Chen, but the heavenly netherworld divine nation still could become a problem if she weren't fully prepared, so she still had to be careful. Yeah, it just comes as a surprise as the Phoenix clan hasn't been able to deal with this problem for so long, yet it was solved all of a sudden, just like that. Ming Chen said with a smile. I am sorry that I came here unnoticed. Ming Chen said sincerely. We are grateful that you are showing sincerity in helping us with our problem. You can stay here for a few days. We will show you some Phoenix clan hospitality as you stay. Lord Bai said to Ming Chen. No, thank you for inviting us, but we will take our leave now. Now that the problem was solved, we don't have to bother you any further. Ming Chen said as he smiled at Lord Bai. Ming Chen and his people immediately left after that, leaving Yi Tianyun and the Phoenix clan alone for now. Yi Tianyun knew at that moment that he had to get stronger quickly. There were too many Spirit King cultivators here in the ghost world, and he was too far behind. He knew that he could easily overpower some Spirit King cultivators, but honestly, he didn't know where the limit would be. Is there something wrong, brother? Lord Bai said as she saw Yi Tianyun dozed off. No, but the situation earlier may be our best opportunity to kill Ming Chen. Yi Tianyun said wonderingly. Yeah, I know, but we would instantly lose as the enemy would then know of our plan. Lord Bai said solemnly. Yeah, that was also the case. It may be better to deal with him some other time. Yi Tianyun said wonderingly. But I assure you, I will be the one to kill that bastard. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Lord Bai was a little bit surprised as she didn't think that Yi Tianyun had reached the Spirit King stage just yet, but nodded nonetheless to encourage him. She didn't know that Yi Tianyun had the cheat ability to increase his power to the point that he was literally better than some Spirit King cultivators. Heavenly Cloud's mansion had successfully overthrown an evil faction. Reward: 100.000.000 Express, 1.000.000 Express, 500.000 SPs, 10x Express card. A notification message popped up suddenly, startling Yi Tianyun. He noticed that this notification was coming from Xu Fei. He was still on the pursuit of several Netherworld Empire soldiers running and hiding all over Heavenly Cloud's continent. Yi Tianyun was proud as he knew that the people he trusted were working hard on their own. Heavenly Cloud's mansion had successfully overthrown an evil faction. Reward: 80.000.000 Express, 800.000 CPs, 30.000 SPs. It didn't take too long from the first notification as the other one already popped up again. It seemed Xu Fei's soldiers were split in two, and as Xu Fei's team successfully wiped out a group of cultivators, another team has finished too. Why are you smiling to yourself like that? Lord Bai asked as she was concerned. No, nothing much, I just remembered something funny, that's all. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lord Bai. Well, we have to start to act now, are you joining me? Lord Bai asked curiously. What plan do you have in mind? Yi Tianyun asked back. He didn't want to follow people blindly, so he needed to know the plan first. The simplest way I could say this is to rob Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation of their resources. There is this place called a treasure trove that supplied resources for Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, but the thing is, the place is hard to break. We have to sneak in undetected in order to steal their resources. Lord Bai said confidently. Where is this place? Yi Tianyun asked once again. Inside the Heavenly Netherworld's territory, but the information is accurate. Lord Bai said confidently. Yi Tianyun smiled grow as he liked the sound of this plan. Furthermore, the Ghost World treasure map in his hands was pointing at this treasure trove too. There was no way he would pass by this opportunity. Well, I will go. I have heard of that place before. I, too, have something to do there. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lord Bai. Did you really? Well, I will leave this matter to you then. Lord Bai said as he smirked to Yi Tianyun. Successfully attack the Heavenly Netherworld, capture the treasure trove. Quest. Reward in completion. 300.000.000 Express, 1.000.000 CPs, 50.000 SPs, 100 Phoenix Clan Favorability. Chapter 514. Ming Chen's face was gloomy soon after he left Phoenix Nest. Ming Chen, what will he have to report when we get back? A man beside him asked worriedly. This man was Nangong Ming, who has served the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation for such a long time. I don't know. I doubt that the Phoenix clan can actually kill the evil spirit ancestor, but there is a possibility that they found a Saint King that was capable of doing that, Ming Chen said, as his face clearly showed discontent. Now he didn't know what to report back to Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, as he knew that it was a setback to their plan now that the evil spirit ancestor was dead. I think the Phoenix Lord lied earlier. There is no way the evil spirit ancestor could be killed that easily. Nangong Ming said solemnly, I want to say the same thing, but what if he really was dead? Ming Chen asked worriedly. Nangong Ming couldn't say anything else as he knew that he couldn't confirm it himself. None of them wanted to incur the Holy King's wrath, although it wasn't their fault, the king would punish them nonetheless. How could a human kill our ancestor? Nangong Ming asked in disbelief as he never met a human that strong. It doesn't matter right now. The problem is, how will we report the situation back to Heavenly Netherworld? Ming Chen asked worriedly. This is all because of you. If you at least ask less compensation in that negotiation, we would have already saved evil spirit ancestor by now. Nangong Ming said accusatively. You are there too, aren't you? Did you say anything to change my mind? This is as much as your fault as mine. Ming Chen said angrily. Nangong Ming was silent once more as he also knew that it was true. This was all because they were too greedy before, even though they had to get into Phoenix Cave no matter what. Damn it, there is no other way. We can only report back to Heavenly Netherworld now. Our fate was in Holy King's hands now. Nangong Ming said as he shook his head and tried to calm himself down. This was partly his fault, he had to be a man and own it. We are going to sneak into the Heavenly Netherworld. We will steal the resources inside the treasure trove, as it was where Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's main resource was stored. So, our priority is to get inside safely and unnoticed. Lord Bai said to the elders who have gathered once more. But before we continue, Divine Envoy has said that he knows of a way to get inside this place, so I'll leave it to him to lead this time. Lord Bai said confidently. Are you sure? That place is dangerous. You might die there, you know. It is better to leave it to us and draw us a map instead. Shopkeeper Yi said as he was worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. Don't worry, Elder Yi. I won't drag you down. In fact, you may find my presence more useful, if anything. That place was littered by divine runes, and to get inside smoothly, you need a divine rune master. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Divine Envoy's word was right. If the place could be infiltrated so easily, the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's resources should have been depleted already. So, I would like you three to be Divine Envoy's guards in some sort. We definitely need him to go there. Lord Bai said commandingly to Elder Yi, Elder Lei, and Elder Luo. Fair enough, but we have to see Divine Envoy's ability to hide his own aura first. That way, we can assess the probability of getting detected. Elder Luo said solemnly. Yi Tianyun then nodded, and suddenly he disappeared from everyone's sight. Not even a trace of his aura could be detected from where he once stood. This was thanks to stealth divine ability. Yi Tianyun could hide his presence completely to anyone who wasn't alert enough to find him. So, what do you think? Yi Tianyun said as he emerged back into his spot earlier. Divine Envoy's ability is far too good. The elders said as they seriously couldn't detect Yi Tianyun's presence at all. So, if there is no other problem, I would like to discuss my own plan now. Yi Tianyun said suddenly. Go on, we're all ears. Lord Bai said as she was curious about Yi Tianyun's plan. We won't just steal the Netherworld Divine Nation's resources once we get in. No, that's too boring. We might as well destroy the remaining resources that we don't need so they couldn't use it either. Yi Tianyun said as he smirked. I still don't want to trouble the Phoenix clan for this plan of mine, so right before I destroy the rest of the resources they have, I want the elders to get away first. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 515. Yi Tianyun's plan silenced everyone as they never expected that Yi Tianyun planned to destroy the treasure trove altogether. When you show your power, the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation would immediately notice that it was Phoenix clan that attacked them, but if it's me, they would never know. After all, they have so many human enemies out there. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun knew that he lacked power now, but he knew that he would get something to use once he got to the treasure trove, as the Ghost World treasure maps showed that something extraordinary was hidden there. Are you trying to say that we should escape while you stay behind to destroy the place? Elder Luo asked curiously. Yes, is there any problem? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. We're well aware that you are pretty strong, but you are still only at Void Spirit stage, aren't you? If you encounter someone at Spirit King stage, you will be in big trouble. Elder Luo said worriedly. Elder Luo knew that Yi Tianyun's plan was good as it would cripple Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's progress, but as a Phoenix clan, he knows that he couldn't support Yi Tianyun's plan as it would bring war sooner to the Phoenix Nest's door. No, proceed with his plan. He must have something that he can use to escape the clutches of the Heavenly Netherworld afterward. He wasn't the divine envoy for nothing, Lord Bai said confidently. The three elders were unsure of this decision, but they know that they couldn't back out of their lord's decision. I hope that you do know what you are doing. If you get caught, I hope you already know the consequence. Lord Bai said solemnly to Yi Tianyun. Of course, Lord Bai. This is my own plan, and I understand what's at stake here. Yi Tianyun said confidently. The three elders sighed as they knew that there was nothing that could change Yi Tianyun's mind now. But as Yi Tianyun looked at them, they knew that this was the right time to go. The three elders quickly disguised themselves and suppressed their auras so that people wouldn't notice that they were from the Phoenix clan. Yi Tianyun, on the other hand, just changed his face again using the Thousand Faces mask, and that was it. They immediately flew toward the Heavenly Netherworld. At first, the three elders were trying to fly slower as they thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to keep up with them if they flew at full throttle, but they were surprised as they saw that Yi Tianyun could follow them with ease. You are fast. Are you sure you are still at Void Spirit stage? Elder Lei asked, annoyedly. He could sense that Yi Tianyun was at Void Spirit stage, although he couldn't say at what layer he was for sure. The aura that Yi Tianyun gave off was indeed a Void Spirit stage aura. Yes, I am sure that I am still at Void Spirit stage, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Elder Lei. His flight speed increased thanks to the Phoenix wings that granted him flight speed bonus. Heavenly Cloud's mansion successfully eradicated an evil group. Reward: 80.000.000 Express, 60.000 CPs, 30.000 SPs. Congratulations to the player, Yi Tianyun, for successfully breakthrough to 7th layer Void Spirit stage. He leveled up without doing anything thanks to Xu Fei, who was working hard to eradicate evil on Heavenly Cloud's continent. There was no doubt that the Heavenly Cloud's empire would be established soon, thanks to the hard work of the people there. Thanks to their extremely high speed, they arrived at the Heavenly Netherworld in a matter of days. They immediately stopped not too far from the border as they knew that they had to be careful and hid well starting from this place. The place looked like a big city, while a huge temple could be seen from outside towering to the sky. This is the Heavenly Netherworld. This is too big, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the city in awe. Yes, but in fact, it was still a huge temple. We don't know when, but this place was occupied by the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, not made by them. Elder Luo said as he stated the fact about the place. This place is true, remarkable. But it was a shame that Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation got to it. Elder Yi said as he shook his head in disdain. I am afraid that I still lack the power to destroy this place. Yi Tianyun said as he tried to look at the Heavenly Netherworld closely. He knew that with such a grandiose place, a creator-ranked divine rune would surely be there to protect the place. Chapter 516. So, this place was occupied, huh? Yi Tianyun said as he found the information useful. Yes, Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation can control the divine rune of this place from the altar in the middle, so they took this place as their own. Only a divine king is capable of such a feat, Elder Luo said honestly. Yi Tianyun was interested in Elder Luo's story as Divine King was above the Saint King level. The Divine King was supposed to be the strongest existence in the entire world. But sadly, they no longer showed themselves anymore for unknown reasons. The Saint King was still around now, but there were only a few of them. Yes, the Divine King, a legendary man, old ancestor of the Phoenix clan has been aiming to reach this rank but, they never could. The Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation has Divine King as their old ancestor, but I think he was long gone by now. They were desperate to gather the resource to help their Holy King reach the Divine King rank, but fortunately, they haven't made that much progress. Elder Luo said as he told the information that he knew to Yi Tianyun. Is this Divine King level that difficult to achieve? Yi Tianyun asked curiously as it was clear that not even a divine nation could attain them. But as for Yi Tianyun, he was sure he could achieve it if he got the amount of express he needed. Yes, it's difficult to attain. In any divine nation, I am afraid you will never find one, but there would be several Saint King who was close but never attained them in the end. Elder Luo said honestly. Yi Tianyun nodded in understanding. With a Divine King that occupied this place the first time, Yi Tianyun finally understood why the Ghost World treasure map was much bigger than the Coiling Dragon treasure map. Are you ready? We will sneak in and steal any valuable resources, and then we will leave everything in your hands. Elder Luo said to Yi Tianyun solemnly. At this moment, Yi Tianyun knew that if he encountered one divine rune at creator rank, his plan would fail immediately. There was no way he could deal with that divine rune at this level, but he still had to try his best now. Yeah, I am ready. Let's go, Yi Tianyun said as he walked with the three elders. He could see that the three elders showed concern on Yi Tianyun's safety, but they knew that they couldn't stray from the plan now. Yi Tianyun looked over to the heavenly netherworld temple in the middle and noticed that it was heavily guarded by so many void spirit experts. He knew that he had to head there after they successfully stole the heavenly netherworld resources. Now listen up, the heavenly netherworld has 6 entrances. They were heavily guarded, but 3 of them were guarded by a Spirit King expert. One of these experts was the infamous General Ba Long of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. He's from a pure Dragon Clan bloodline and currently at 5th layer Spirit King rank. Elder Luo said as he informed the thing he knew about this place. So, we need to avoid this General Ba Long at all cost, right? Elder Lei said as he asked for confirmation. Elder Luo nodded solemnly and continued with the plan. Now, this is the map that the Lord gave. Divine Envoy, please confirm where we should strike first. Elder Luo said as he gave Yi Tianyun the map that he got from Lord Bai beforehand. This map is okay. It's a lot simpler than the one I remember, but it shows the point that we needed to know. Yi Tianyun said as he observed the map from Lord Bai. The map had several differences from his Ghost World treasure map, but the map covered the outer layer of the place, showing where they needed to go. Well, for now, we need to find an entrance with no Spirit King expert guarding it. We could deal with the Void Spirit expert easily, but the Spirit King expert could possess a problem. So, which do you think we should choose, Divine Envoy? Elder Yi asked Yi Tianyun, but as he looked over to Yi Tianyun, he saw that Yi Tianyun had closed his eyes and seemed to be meditating. Elder Yi didn't know that now Yi Tianyun was using his spiritual sense to map out the path that they should take, so the plan worked smoothly. After a while, he was done mapping out the path and opened his eyes. Follow me, I know where to go, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Where are we going? Elder Yi asked curiously. Now, just hold on to my shoulder, Yi Tianyun commanded with a sense of urgency. The 3 elders immediately did so, and suddenly the 4 of them flashed and vanished from the spot. Chapter 517. In the remote corner of the heavenly netherworld, 4 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Let's go, Yi Tianyun said as he looked around carefully. By his early scan, Yi Tianyun knew that this place was supposed to be empty, but it never hurt to be careful. The other 3, however, were shocked as they never knew something like this was possible. Are you teleporting us in just now? Elder Yi said with a surprised look on his face. You can say that, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Elder Yi. After he leveled up the teleportation divine ability, his teleport range has increased now. Good gracious, no wonder you said that you could do this on your own. You have a rare space manipulation cultivation, Elder Luo said with a shock on his face. Now is not the time to discuss this. We still have to move fast, Yi Tianyun said urgently. Elder Luo nodded, and Yi Tianyun immediately used his stealth ability to blend in with the surroundings, and the 3 elders immediately followed suit. The elders then followed Yi Tianyun as he was the one who had the map. Yi Tianyun himself decided to follow the map that Lord Bai gave for now, as he knew that the map should have the correct information for their mission. He could go to the place that Ghost World treasure map marked later as that wasn't the mission right now. But Yi Tianyun was also a little bit worried as he now knew that the heavenly netherworld was created with a hard stone that was on a Spirit King rank. The stone was impossible to break if the one who attacked it was someone of a lower rank. The divine rune that secured this place was also of a high rank one, even the lowest one was at a master level divine rune. Yi Tianyun was really impressed by the divine king that created this place. But he knew that he didn't need to worry about that as the cultivators who guarded this place right now weren't of a high rank. For a start, the first guard that he encountered was in the core transformation rank. Although the heavenly netherworld divine nation was one of the strongest factions, not every single one of them was a high-level cultivator. Yi Tianyun immediately flashed behind the guard and knocked him out, and dragged the body to the shadow. The elders were surprised once more as they saw Yi Tianyun moved so fast to knock out the guards. Divine Envoy, you are too fast, You are on equal ground with Elder Yi's assassination ability or even more. Elder Luo said as he was surprised once again. Elder Luo, you are exaggerating, I am just doing what I can. Yi Tianyun said politely. He then moved again toward the mark on Lord Bai's map, and as he knew that he had to get there fast. The elders immediately follow behind without asking anything as they knew that they could trust Yi Tianyun. But after a while, they reached a dead end. Wait, what happened? Elder Lei asked confusedly. However, Yi Tianyun didn't say anything as he tapped the wall in front of him, and suddenly a hole opened there. Elder Lei was surprised as they never thought something like this would happen. The stone wall immediately rose back up as soon as they entered, startling some guards nearby. Did you hear that sound just now? One of the guards said to his companion. I heard it. It sounded like a stone grinding with each other. His companion said curiously. They walked towards where the sound was coming from, but they were puzzled as they saw that there was nothing there. Is there a leak or something? The guard said as they looked around the wall, but they still didn't see anything, so they left to continue their patrol duty once again. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun led the way inside the secret tunnel. The place was dark, and the others were relaxed for a moment as they know that they are safe for now. I would never know something like this is here, Elder Lei said with a surprised tone. Well, you are indeed ignorant, so that wasn't surprising at all. Elder Luo said sarcastically. Hey, no need to be rude. Elder Lei retorted annoyedly. Okay, now we are close. I need everyone to be prepared. Yi Tianyun said as he stopped the bickering between the two elders. He knew this secret tunnel thanks to the Ghost World treasure map, so it should be easy for Yi Tianyun to spot every secret place. He had to finish this quest as soon as possible. Chapter 518. Under Yi Tianyun's leadership, their path was left unimpeded and easy. The guard patrol couldn't detect them at all. The one who could detect them was probably the army general of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, but Yi Tianyun has made sure that he stayed clear from the area that they guarded. If people knew about this path, the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation would be toasted a long time ago. Elder Yi said as he laughed quietly. Even though he was laughing, Yi Tianyun could see that he still put his guard up with the dagger in his hand. Wait, Yi Tianyun said suddenly as he sensed something from behind the wall. The elder stopped immediately and sensed what happened behind the wall too. They were furious in an instant as they know what happened outside. There was a Spirit King cultivator standing with a heap of corpses around him. The corpses were of the Phoenix clan, and the man was hanging them by the pond, draining their blood. What is the Phoenix clan doing? They didn't even notice that their women were missing one by one. The man said while smirking to himself. He still had another woman who was still alive in his hand while he hung the corpses. The man's eyes looked like that of a tiger, making him so much more intimidating. Menhu, third layer Spirit King stage with Heavenly Tiger bloodline. It can transform into a great tiger that comparable to lower grade sacred. Tool, martial art, Tiger Burst, Tiger Roar, Tiger Golden Body. Weakness, 1 inch below the neck. Combat power, 230.000.000 points. Yi Tianyun only looked at the minor detail as he was furious himself. That guy is Menhu. He is one of the experts who has been tasked to guard this place. He also has the power of Heavenly Tiger bloodline. We have to deal with him now. There is no way we would let him get away after killing so many of our clan like this. Elder Lei said furiously. Yes, I agree. After all, this place is relatively hidden. We can deal with him, and nobody would know. Elder Yi said furiously. All right, we three will deal with him while Divine Envoy guards our entrance. If things go south, the Divine Envoy could finish the mission himself. Elder Luo said confidently, but as they turned their attention to ask for Yi Tianyun's confirmation, they couldn't find him. Please spare me, the woman said with a shaky voice. I will. Your blood would spare you from your pathetic life. You will be part of me. Menhu said as he killed the woman and sighed with a satisfied look on his face as he sat down on the pool of blood. But suddenly, he felt incredible killing intent from behind him that made him immediately stood up, but he was too late. Yi Tianyun's attack landed right on Menhu's weak point, and the attack shattered the bone on Menhu's chest. Menhu screamed loudly, but thanks to the divine rune that covered this pond of blood, Menhu's voice didn't reach the guard outside. Yi Tianyun immediately absorbed Menhu's spiritual energy using his heaven-swallowing divine art. Who are you? Menhu asked as he felt himself getting weaker by the second. Menhu saw that the one that attacked him just now was a young man with a cold look on his face. The attack that shattered his bones earlier successfully crippled him, making him unable to move his body. A man that would be very happy to see you dried out. Tianyun said coldly. Menhu immediately fell silent as he knows that he couldn't escape the young man on his own, so he began to shout to call the guards outside. You of all people should know that your struggle is useless. This place was covered by noise-suppressing divine rune. Tianyun said indifferently. He didn't absorb Menhu's spirit power for express, but he did it so that he could torture Menhu more efficiently. When did you cover this place a noise-suppressing divine rune on this place? I never knew of that. Menhu said helplessly. He was too lazy to get to find out the details about his own workplace. Oh, I will let you know everything you need to know after this. Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 519. Menhu was scared. He now realized that no matter how hard he shouted, no help would come. He couldn't even move as Tianyun's sword was still stuck at his chest. At the same time, Elder Luo pushed the secret door open and walked in with the other elders. Incredible, you managed to capture Menhu. Elder Luo said to Tianyun as he looked at Tianyun with surprise in his eyes. This was the first time the elders ever saw a void spirit expert trounced a spirit king expert this easily. Elder Luo then looked at the sword that Tianyun used to stab Menhu, and he was impressed as he saw that the sword was a high-grade sacred tool rank. They didn't know that Tianyun activated his crazy damage mode when he stabbed Menhu, raising his combat power to 500 million points. Hurry, save those who are still alive. Tianyun said as he saw the elders still standing around observing Menhu. The elders immediately nodded and searched for any survivor. Save people, are you delusional? They are all dead, there is no saving here. Menhu said as he laughed with blood on his mouth. Tianyun sighed and pulled out a red knife from his storage ring and slashed Menhu's stomach several times, resulting in a chilling scream from him as he felt incredible pain. Don't worry, you will be buried with the dead soon enough. Tianyun said coldly. Kill me, you clearly couldn't kill me. Otherwise, you would have done it earlier. Menhu said as he taunted Tianyun. With the pain that he felt from Tianyun's slash earlier, he knew his possibility to survive was basically zero, so it was better to die quickly. Well, this is what you want. Tianyun said as he pulled out immortal fire and burned Menhu slowly from his leg. Divine Envoy, there are 3 women who are still alive. Elder Luo said as he brought the 3 women near Tianyun. The women looked at Tianyun, who was burning Menhu alive with glazed eyes as their body was littered with so much wound, and clearly, they've already lost a lot of blood. But as they saw that Menhu was burning, they smiled happily. Thank you very much, one of the women said as she died from blood loss. They could have survived if they were determined to live, but it seemed they were content with Menhu's punishment, and thus they gave up immediately. The elders then took off their mask and mourned them a bit as they knew that something like this wasn't supposed to happen. The elders looked at the women's corpses painfully as they now understood that the heavenly netherworld divine nation was a faction that must be destroyed no matter what. Tianyun also looked at the corpses painfully as he knew that he could save those women, but as the women have given up on life, there was nothing he could do. The pain that they suffered after being tortured for too long must have driven them to the limit. You are a monster, Elder Luo said as he punched Menhu's face. You are the Phoenix clan's elder. How did you get into heavenly netherworld? Menhu said as he was shocked to see Elder Luo was one of the men that infiltrated the heavenly netherworld. You don't need to know about that. We are here to destroy heavenly netherworld. You've already done so much unforgivable stuff. It is better if you're all dead anyway. Tianyun said coldly as he forced Menhu to look his way. You are all delusional. There is no way the Phoenix clan can win against us. You are all will be dead soon. I will wait for you down there later. Menhu said as he laughed out loud with a look of resentment on his eyes. Tianyun was annoyed that Menhu kept talking like he was winning, so Tianyun increased his fire's output and burned Menhu a little bit faster. Menhu felt an incredible pain that he never felt before. As his legs turned to ashes, he could no longer scream. Don't worry, we will give you a lot of company down there later. In fact, how about you create heavenly netherworld from scratch down there? Tianyun said as he smirked evilly. All this time, Tianyun kept absorbing Menhu's spiritual power, and the man was finally left with nothing. I am done, elders. Don't you guys want to switch? Tianyun said as he led Menhu fall to the ground weakly. The elders immediately showed their powerful killing intent as they got closer to Menhu. Chapter 520. Successfully killed men who. Reward. 130.000.000 Express, 13.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, Heavenly Tiger Armor, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Heavenly Tiger Boots, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Heavenly Tiger Claw, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Heavenly Tiger Bloodline, Cooling Divine Pill. Men who was dead, Tianyun didn't have any reason to keep him alive any longer. After all, they had to move fast. At the very least, they have avenged those who were wronged here. But Tianyun was a little bit disappointed that he didn't receive an extra reward for killing what he thought was an elite enemy. This meant that Menhu's was not an opponent Tianyun would have a hard time against even if he was alone. Let's go. Let's get out of here, Tianyun said as he put the bodies of the fallen Phoenix clan into a box that he put inside his storage ring. He intended to bury them later once they reached a safe place. Elder Luo and the other nodded their head, and Elder Luo threw Menhu's body inside the blood pond and positioned it in such a way that looked like he was sleeping. Divine Envoy, I didn't expect you'd be this powerful. You can even defeat a Spirit King expert that easily. Elder Yi asked in bewilderment. Yeah, are you sure you are not a Spirit King expert yourself? Elder Lei said curiously. Elder Lei thought that there was no way a Void Spirit expert could best a Spirit King expert in a fight even if the Void Spirit expert caught the Spirit King expert off guard. This is the truth, I am still at Void Spirit stage cultivation base. He was just too lazy to check his surroundings, Tianyun said as he smiled at both elders. The elders nodded their heads, but inside, they still had their doubts. But one thing that the elders knew was Tianyun had a stealth divine ability. Even Spirit King experts like the three elders couldn't detect Tianyun's whereabouts earlier. But only Tianyun knew that his stealth ability had a fatal weakness that the enemy could exploit if they knew about it. Tianyun couldn't fool a divine rune, so if a detection-type divine rune was engraved in many places, Tianyun couldn't use his stealth efficiently. There, the treasure house is right in front of us, but I am afraid there is no safe path to go inside. We have to enter from the front, Tianyun said to the three elders. The elders nodded as they knew that a fight was inevitable here. They moved again, and this time Tianyun opened the passage in a safe corner for them to move towards the treasure house. Tianyun quickly looked around as he sensed every guard's presence in his vicinity. Tianyun quickly realized that there were several guards in Void Spirit rank walking towards them slowly. Tianyun signed the elders to stop, and he saw that the guards were heading towards the treasure house themselves. They were bringing something together, and as they reached the treasure house, Tianyun noticed that the incoming guards handed over their package to the guards in front of the treasure house and then quickly left. In short, these guards were transporting some resources that must be stored inside the treasure house. Lord Bai didn't tell them this information, but Tianyun knew that there was no way an outsider like Lord Bai could have this kind of information. But Tianyun was determined, no matter what is inside that package, he would surely have it. Did you see that? I think that was the newly transported medicinal pills, Elder Luo said as he speculated what could possibly be inside the package just now. Tianyun nodded and tried to assess the situation inside the treasure house with his spiritual sense, but he couldn't see anything inside. The protection of this treasure house was better than he thought it would. Well, we will soon find out what it was all about. I can knock those 4 guards down, but we will be in trouble if someone walks by again, Tianyun said solemnly. We have to drag the bodies inside, Elder Lei said solemnly. The rest nodded their head and quickly moved towards the treasure house, knocked the guards out, and immediately dragged their body towards the door. They quickly opened the door and entered the treasure house, but they were shocked to see that inside the treasure house, a lot of demon beasts were waiting for them. Chapter 521. Fortunately, all the demon beasts inside the treasure house was locked in a cage. There were so many rare demon beasts inside that the 4 of them were shocked. There were some ancient phoenixes, dragons, feral tigers, giant bears, and many others. Tianyun also saw several cultivators throwing many medicinal pills inside the cage to feed the demon beast. From the look on the demon beast's face, it was clear that they were brought there against their own will, so it was clear to Tianyun that the cultivators there will stop at nothing to make sure that these demon beasts did their bidding. Hey, who are you? A cultivator shouted as he saw 4 strangers were standing at the door. Tianyun immediately released a little bit of his killing aura and immediately knocked out the cultivators on the site. It was easy for him as they were only at the core transformation stage. It seems we are mistaken. This place wasn't a treasure house. It's a demon beast cage house. It's clear that the heavenly netherworld divine nation was trying to make these demon beasts a part of their army. You are right, look at this. They have a ton of domesticating poison on top of a ton of medicinal pills. Elder Luo said as he checked the content of a container nearby. Domesticating poison was a poison that was given to a demon beast in order to weaken their resolve and eventually domesticated them. These poison was quite potent. Suppose was gradually fed to a demon beast along with medicinal pills. The demon beast would be domesticated eventually. Well, we couldn't find a treasure house, but we find these demon beasts instead. It's still a win, Yi Tianyun said casually. It should have been obvious to Yi Tianyun as this place wasn't Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's headquarters. It was normal to save every treasure inside your headquarter instead of someplace with minimum security like this. Yi Tianyun understood that the information that Lord Bai gave to them was wrong, as it was easy to misunderstand, as the informant only knew that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation supplied a buckload of medicinal pills to this place. The information is wrong. What do we do now? Should we escape now? Elder Lei asked worriedly. No, we can't just go back empty-handed. I have an idea. So clearly, they have allocated a lot of resources to domesticate these demon beasts. All we need to do is free these demon beasts out of their cage, and Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation will lose all the resources they had used here. Everything they did will be in vain, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked to the elders. This was the best way to disrupt Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's plan that Yi Tianyun could think of for now. These demon beasts surely wasn't cheap and time-consuming. If they were freed, there was no way the demon beast would let themselves be captured so easily again, and if they chose to capture a new one, they would have to spend a lot of resources and a lot of time again. So, what do you have in mind? Kill them or free them? Elder Yi asked as he was a little confused at Yi Tianyun's idea. Well, I intend to tame them as many as I can. After that, maybe we can kill several that wouldn't obey me, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun felt excited as he knew that he could get a bunch of rare demon beasts here. They would become his own army of demon beasts. After all, these demon beasts had a high cultivation, where the lowest was at core transformation stage, and the highest one was at void spirit stage. Yi Tianyun was also confident that he would be able to tame them all. But are you sure? We couldn't just walk out of here, bringing so many demon beasts, you know. There are too many of them here. There is no way we won't be noticed, Elder Lei said as he confessed his point of view. Yi Tianyun knew that Elder Lei was right. Normally, there was no way that the enemy wouldn't notice if they brought out so many demon beasts without any reason, but Elder Lei didn't know that Yi Tianyun could store the creature that he has tamed inside his inventory. Elder Lei was confused as he knew that a living being shouldn't be able to be stored inside a storage ring. Relax, Elder Lei, I have a way to bring these demon beasts out. But I need you guys to ensure that we are safe for the time being. I will take these demon beasts out soon, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Okay, we will cover you, Elder Luo said as the other two elders nodded and quickly rushed out of the building to eliminate any possible threat. Chapter 522. Yi Tianyun quickly rushed towards the demon beasts and tamed them one by one. He instantly stored them inside his pet bar to shorten the time is of the essence here. The elders who were standing in front of the door to ensure Yi Tianyun wouldn't be bothered peeked inside the building and saw that Yi Tianyun really was taming the demon beast one by one. They nodded to each other and resumed their duty to guard Yi Tianyun. Successfully tamed giant bear. Reward: 2.000.000 Express, 600 pet taming proficiency. Successfully tamed feral tiger. Reward: 170.000 Express, 500 pet taming proficiency. Successfully tamed. Yi Tianyun did it quickly. He skipped those that he failed to tame as he could try again later. He made sure that every demon beast was successfully tamed without exception. The pet bar capacity was almost endless, so he could capture all the demon beasts there without worrying that he would have no space left. After a while, Elder Luo came inside again. Hey, someone is coming. We will change into these guard clothes quickly, Elder Luo said as he took several guard clothes and handed them over to Elder Yi and Elder Lei, and they immediately changed their clothes. Yi Tianyun nodded and let Elder Luo deal with the situation as he had to keep it down for a moment. Soon enough, Elder Luo brought in several storage rings that Yi Tianyun knew contained a lot of medicinal pills. That was fortunate. They didn't recognize us, Elder Luo said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded and continued to tame all the demon beasts at a quicker rate. Soon enough, more than half demon beasts have been successfully tamed. Congratulations on leveling up advanced level pet taming proficiency to master level pet taming proficiency. Yi Tianyun was excited as he saw that the success rate was also increased due to the level up. He quickly rushed towards the remaining demon beasts and quickly tamed them with his newfound taming speed. Suddenly, Yi Tianyun heard a fight from outside, but he ignored it as he only cared about taming all these demon beasts. He also put his faith in the elders as he knew that they would get the job done. Sure enough, the elders quickly came inside while dragging several bodies. Judging from their clothes, Yi Tianyun knew that they were the Heavenly Netherworld's patrol. These guys recognized us. Fortunately, none of them escapes this time, Elder Luo said as he sighed, but as they looked around, they were shocked as they saw that almost all demon beasts was gone. How did you? Isn't it too fast even for you? Where did you put them? Did your living storage ring have that much capacity? Elder Yi said in awe. It was fortunate that we brought Divine Envoy here. Otherwise, we could only kill all of these demon beasts instead of capturing it. But we have to move quickly as they have begun to notice something was off. Elder Lei said worriedly, I know, if you find the enemy is too much for you, quickly come inside. I will get us out of here in an instant. Yi Tianyun said confidently, you can teleport again, the elders said as they looked at Yi Tianyun surprisedly. Yi Tianyun only nodded and continued to tame the demon beast inside while the elders quickly resumed their post to stand in front of the door. But not too long after, Yi Tianyun heard a loud bang on the door, and suddenly the elders come inside rushing. What happened? What is the situation outside? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. This is bad, Divine Envoy. Ba Long and Ming Chen are here, Elder Luo said as he frowned in worry. Ming Chen, are you sure? Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised that Ming Chen was coming. Yes, he also brings 4 extra Spirit King experts with him. Elder Luo said worriedly. Suddenly, there was another banging on the door. It began to creak like it would give up holding out the attack from the outside. Relax, I will finish taming all the demon beast, and then we deal with them. Yi Tianyun said casually without an ounce of worry. Chapter 523. How could someone come in and nobody knows anything about it? A man looked angry outside of the treasure house. He kept trying to bust the door open, but the divine rune on the door made it hard for him to do that. We are very sorry, a guard said apologetically, but the angry man hit the guard roughly as he didn't want to hear any excuse. This is all because you didn't know anything. If you know, then this problem wouldn't happen, right? The angry man said furiously. This man was none other than Ba Long, the dragon race expert that aligned himself with Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. Ba Long, the enemy is quite formidable, I am sure. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to kill Menhu and got away with it. At the very least, one of them must have been a Spirit King expert. Ming Chen said solemnly as he stood beside Ba Long. How could they enter the site without anyone knowing? Niu Tengtian said from Ming Chen's other side. This man had a horn on his head like a demon. I don't know, but they didn't only kill Menhu, but also broke into the demon cage. If they killed all the demon beasts inside, we would be in trouble. Ba Long said worriedly. Niu Tengtian shuddered as he knew what Ba Long meant. If all the demon beasts inside were dead, the Holly King would punish them for their incompetence. I never thought that we would face this kind of problem as soon as we walk into the Heavenly Netherworld. What faction does this guy come from? How dare they attack Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation like this? Ming Chen said as he gritted his teeth in annoyance. It doesn't matter right now. Like I said earlier, if they kill all the beast inside, the Holy King will serve our head on a silver platter. Ba Long said furiously. He immediately hit the door again, and this time, his hands were covered with a thick dragon scale. Well, on the bright side, they wouldn't be able to escape this place now. Niu Tengtian said evilly as he thought about how he should kill the intruder and avenge Menhu. Menhu was his brother, and when he found Menhu's lifeless body, he was really frustrated. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun was still calmly taming the demon beast while all the elders looked worried as the banging on the door sounded louder. People inside, I advise you to surrender right now. Ba Long's voice was heard from outside as the banging on the door stopped for a little bit. What will you do to us if we surrender? Yi Tianyun shouted from inside as he tamed the last demon beast. If you surrender now, we will let your body stay intact for your faction to bury. Ba Long said confidently from the outside. That's a stupid reward, isn't it? Idiot, who would surrender just to be killed right after? Yi Tianyun said as he laughed at Ba Long. No, Big Brother's word was a joke. If you surrender now, I promise you I will make sure that you will be judged fairly in heavenly netherworld capital city from the Holy King himself. Ming Chen said as he persuaded the enemy inside to surrender. But of course, Yi Tianyun still found it funny. Why would he want to be judged by their king anyway? You are just another idiot, aren't you? How old did you think I am? 5-year-old, who in their right mind would obey your word? Yi Tianyun said coldly. How dare you call me an idiot? You trash, do you think you are safe inside that demon cage? As soon as I destroy this door, you all will die. Ming Chen said furiously. He immediately attacked the door again as he really wanted to kill the enemy inside. But the divine rune on the door proved resilient as it still stood strong. Well, isn't it the truth? I don't even know how your mother could stand to watch a retard like you as a son. Yi Tianyun said as he laughed again in a mocking tone. Ming Chen was already fuming as he heard Yi Tianyun's mocking words from inside. Just you wait, I will kill you, agonizingly. Ming Chen said furiously as he slammed his feet on the door. Yi Tianyun smirked as he finally tamed the last beast. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 8th layer Void Spirit stage. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for completing Taming Madness. Achievement. Reward. Catching Grandmaster title. Taming Grandmaster. Increased taming rate by 20%. Yi Tianyun was surprised by the series of rewards that he got just now. Chapter 524. He didn't just level up, but also obtained a title out of it. Yi Tianyun nodded in satisfaction as he knew that he was getting closer to Spirit King stage and got a lot of profit inside this place. As he quickly checked the required amount of express for the next level, he sighed as he needed 1 billion express for it. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to defeat opponents above the Void Spirit stage rank to obtain the amount necessary to level up now. I am done taming all the demon beast here, Yi Tianyun said to the elders as he took a deep breath in relief. The elders immediately glanced around, and sure enough, there is no more demon beast could be seen, only empty cages. Let's go now, we have to get out of here, Yi Tianyun said as he signaled for the elders to come close to him. The elders nodded and immediately came to Yi Tianyun's side. This is good, we have achieved our purpose here. Even though we didn't get any resources, at the very least, we held back the heavenly netherworld divine nation's plan. Elder Luo said excitedly. Yi Tianyun smiled and immediately teleported away with the elders out of heavenly netherworld. They re-emerged inside the forest near heavenly netherworld once again, and all of them knew that they were safe for now. But the elders were still looking at Yi Tianyun in awe as Yi Tianyun's teleportation ability was really overpowered. Your power still amazes me every time. We really escaped the walls of heavenly netherworld just like that, Elder Luo said in awe. But there was one thing the elders were certain of. That was, no matter how hard they tried, there was no way they could learn this ability. They believed it must be some unique ability that came with some innate ability. Yeah, I bet those guys were still banging on the door furiously. Once they entered that house, I believe they will shed blood instead of tears. Elder Lei said as he smirked with a satisfied look on his face. In fact, all the elders were satisfied with their accomplishments just now. They successfully impeded the evil spirit race's plan to attack the Phoenix clan sooner. They knew that once the demon beast earlier were successfully tamed by the heavenly netherworld divine nation, it would immediately be deployed to attack Phoenix clan. But the plan wasn't done yet. You all can go back and report back to Lord Bai and take these 2 phoenixes with you. It'd be better for them to return to the nest again, Yi Tianyun said as he summoned 2 phoenix that he got from the demon cage earlier. You still intend to destroy it? Elder Luo asked worriedly. Yes, as I said earlier, the plan wasn't done yet. I still need to go in once more. But I assure you, I will go back soon, Yi Tianyun said casually to Elder Luo. The 3 elders looked at each other with an unsure look on their face, but they knew that Yi Tianyun could handle himself inside that place as they saw what Yi Tianyun was capable of, plus his teleportation ability would save him from dangerous predicaments. Well, if you are that determined, I guess there is no stopping you. But be careful in there. You must escape that place, Elder Luo said worriedly. In fact, all the elders looked at Yi Tianyun with a worried look on their eyes, but they know that there was nothing they could do to stop Yi Tianyun from going back inside heavenly netherworld again. The elders nodded to Yi Tianyun and immediately left as they knew that they couldn't waste time there. They knew that Tianyun would use his teleportation again, and they also knew that there was no way Tianyun could use it repetitively, so they hoped it was still enough to get Tianyun to safety in the end. Tianyun waited for an hour inside the forest as he waited for his teleportation's cooldown, and once it was available again, he immediately teleported back inside the heavenly netherworld again. He noticed that there weren't that many guards around anymore, as he suspected that Ming Chen and the other executives had ordered a thorough search for the intruders. But thanks to his stealth, Tianyun could bypass many guards who came his way easily. There was no way these guards could detect him, as they all were under-leveled compared to Tianyun. Tianyun went back to the treasure house area as the mark on the Ghost World treasure map showed that he had to go that way. He wanted to see what treasure could that place have that wasn't claimed by the heavenly netherworld divine nation yet. Soon enough, Tianyun arrived at the marketplace, and all he saw was a hidden passageway. He knew that he would reach the treasure as soon as he walked past this passage. Chapter 525. Ba Long was still attacking the door furiously, and from the looks of it, the door was almost giving out under his tremendous power. "Hurry up, we will soon be able to kill those bastards," Ming Chen said with a raging look on his face. It took too long for Ba Long to destroy the door that Ming Chen was worried that the intruders have already harmed the demon beasts inside. Finally, after relentlessly attacking the door, it broke along with the pillar that held the door in place. Ba Long and the other executives immediately rushed inside in order to attack the intruder and check the demon beast's condition. But as they entered the room, they were shocked to see that none of the demon beast was in the cage, not even a dead body of them was seen. The intruder itself was also nowhere to be found. Ba Long was furious beyond anything that he ever felt. He pulled out his sword and destroyed the demon beast's cage one by one to vent his anger. He stopped as soon as there was almost none of the cage left intact. He roared for the last time, releasing a tremendous amount of killing intent and petrifying aura. Ming Chen himself was also furious, but he decided to do nothing about it as there was no benefit in rampaging like Ba Long. He quickly searched for any trace of spiritual energy inside the treasure house to see whether he could find the trace of the intruder or not. He was convinced that there was no way the intruder could escape this room without them knowing. Furthermore, that room only had one door, and no other exit was made. Damn, where did they go? I don't think there is a hidden path or secret passage to this room, Ming Chen said as he tried to scan the entire room with his spiritual sense and found nothing. He then tried to find the hidden path by trying to push the wall and stomped his feet on the ground to see if there was any hidden room, but still, he found none. They really disappeared, Niu Tengtian said as he tried to help Ming Chen find the hidden passage, but still, he found none as well. Ming Chen and the executives knew that there was no hidden path in this room as they've already known about every hidden path within the heavenly netherworld. However, they still tried to find a hidden path in that room as they didn't understand how the intruder could escape this room without them knowing. They definitely know the secret in this room. There is no other explanation. They also killed men who, on top of that, how much more humiliation can they do to our heavenly netherworld divine nation? Ba Long said furiously. They would never think about the possibility that the intruder had a teleportation ability, as it was the rarest among the rare. Their next thought was how could they report all this mess back to Holy King? They would surely be punished for their incompetence. If they caught the intruder, the Holy King would at least let them off the hook, but as of now, there was no way that Holy King would let them go without a harsh punishment. When they were about to continue looking for the hidden path, a sudden tremor hit them. They were startled, and the walls and floor began to glow in a golden color. Damn it, who activated the divine climbing ladder? Is it the intruder? Ba Long said as he looked around his surrounding in shock. Damn it all, hurry up, we need to go check and stop whoever it is that activates the divine climbing ladder. Ming Chen said furiously. Ming Chen and the others immediately left the demon beast's room and looked around worriedly. You check over there, if there is any movement, immediately deal with it. We have to stop them no matter what. Ba Long said as he ordered Ming Chen to go toward a certain direction as he planned to go toward another direction. Ming Chen nodded and immediately rushed to the direction that Ba Long has pointed earlier while Ba Long immediately rushed to another direction. Ming Chen rushed to a hidden passage that he knew was a shortcut to the divine climbing ladder, and indeed, he arrived at the ladder faster than anyone else from the heavenly netherworld divine nation. He looked up and saw that someone was already climbing the ladder and already reached 100 level up there. Intruder! Ming Chen shouted furiously to the intruder. This person that climbed the ladder was none other than Tianyun himself. But Tianyun surely never expected that he had to climb 1.900 level of the ladder. But that was not what he was concerned about. He only wondered what he could get as soon as he reached the top. Chapter 526. Ba Long arrived shortly after he heard Ming Chen shouted that he found the intruder. He immediately roared and slashed the air, materializing a powerful sword wave that headed straight towards Tianyun's direction. Tianyun was annoyed, and he pulled his own sword to block Ba Long's attack, but fortunately, he didn't need to do anything. As the sword wave came close, Tianyun's body suddenly glowed in golden color, and Ba Long's attack was absorbed and immediately returned with far stronger power than what Ba Long unleashed. Ba Long was startled, and he immediately released more of his spiritual energy to block the attack. Ba Long screamed as the attack was far heavier than what he expected. Ba Long, did you forgot that divine climbing ladder couldn't be attacked? Calm down. Although we don't know how that guy sneaks into this place, he won't get away. Men whose death wouldn't be in vain, Ming Chen said as he tried to calm Ba Long down. On the other hand, Tianyun was smirking at the fuming Ba Long as he now could climb the ladder without any external interference. Intruder, how did you get into this place? Ming Chen shouted furiously at Tianyun. His killing intent was so clear for anyone to see as he really wanted to kill the intruders cold-bloodedly. Why would I tell you that? Are you stupid? Tianyun said tauntingly. You bastard, don't think that you are safe up there. Once you fall or give up halfway, I will be here waiting to take your head off your shoulders. Ming Chen said furiously. He then ordered the guard to call every core transformation and void spirit expert to that place as soon as possible. Ming Chen, it has started. You have to climb the ladder too. If you delay this any further, you will have to wait for 5 more years to climb that divine ladder. Nangong Ming said as he suddenly appeared behind Ming Chen. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. That is why I called the entire core transformation stage experts and above to come here to climb the ladder too. Ming Chen said annoyedly. Ba Long then nodded his head to Ming Chen and started to climb the ladder on his own. He was focused on chasing after Tianyun no matter what. He quickly chased after Tianyun, and soon enough, he almost caught up to Tianyun. But even if he successfully caught up to Tianyun, there was nothing that he could do as this divine ladder prohibited anyone from interfering with anyone else's progress. Clearly, this place will give a divine treasure at the end. Otherwise, they wouldn't go this far to chase me. Tianyun said as he smirked as he looked down and saw that many heavenly netherworld divine nation experts also climbed the ladder. But it wasn't as simple as what Tianyun firstly thought. As more ladder he climbed, the heavier his body got. But Tianyun activated his heaven-swallowing divine secret art and found that the energy that made his body felt heavier was the spiritual energy of this ladder. And so, instead of making his body heavier, he used the energy to strengthen his body. The smelting trial of heaven ascending divine altar is officially opened. Cultivators above Saint King stage couldn't participate. A voice was suddenly heard from every direction of the ladder. Then, the divine rune on the ladder suddenly lit up, and the pressure that everyone felt doubled, making their body heavier than before. First step of the smelting trial, 1 foot at a time. The voice was heard once again. But Tianyun didn't understand the meaning of the word that the voice said just now, so he slowed down his pace, letting Ba Long, Ming Chen, and several others got past him. You suck. How come you are slower than a core transformation expert? You are no more than garbage. Ming Chen said as he taunted Tianyun as he climbed past Tianyun. But complete to Ming Chen's dismay, Tianyun didn't care and kept his pace while trying to check if there was anything out of the ordinary. Tianyun tried to sense every bit of spiritual power that the ladder discharged to Tianyun's body, and he soon realized that this smelting trial wasn't like the most smelting trial. He found that the spiritual energy on the ladder contained a small bit of martial art information. Tianyun immediately realized this smelting trial was a trial to inherit a martial art for those who were patient enough to collect this small bit of information until they could obtain the martial art for themselves. Chapter 527. Hurry up and come, you silly brat. Are you afraid of going up since you know our army general was up there? One of the guards who climbed the divine ladder said as he climbed past Tianyun. But Tianyun didn't even bother with the guard as he was too busy collecting the information about the martial arts within the spiritual energy the ladder emitted. That brat insists on delaying this as long as possible. I can't wait to butcher him as soon as I can. Ba Long said coldly as he looked at Yi Tianyun. He was already at 700 steps up in the ladder while Yi Tianyun was still at 200 steps. He probably thought that he would be safe if he let us climb the ladder first. He probably didn't know once 30 people have reached the top, the ladder's protection will be gone. Ming Chen said as he smirked evilly. You are probably right, we must reach the top faster. So, he could drop dead immediately. Ba Long said solemnly. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun was gradually putting together the martial arts information that he got from the ladder's spiritual energy. Yi Tianyun realized that he almost obtained all the information he needed, so all he had to do now was to reach the top. With that in mind, Yi Tianyun picked up his pace and caught up with the rest of the heavenly netherworld divine nation's people who have already passed him earlier. Upon seeing the intruder was climbing faster than before, Ba Long frowned slightly. Don't let him bother you. Even if he gets to the top, we still will be able to deal with him easily. Ming Chen said confidently. Yeah, besides, we have around 50 people here with us. There is no way that he can pass us, we're already too far apart from him. Niu Tengtian said while laughing confidently. In addition to the 3 executives, there were around 50 guards of the heavenly netherworld with them. That brat doesn't seem that strong after all. He looks even weaker than a core transformation expert. Ming Chen said confidently. But what about his companion? They don't seem to be around, so, where are they? There is no way this brat killed Menhu alone. Ba Long said curiously. It doesn't matter. We can capture that brat later and force him to reveal his companion's whereabouts. Ming Chen said coldly. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun slowed down once more as he noticed that each step contained some of the martial arts information. He now realized that the information was stored inside the steps, not the spiritual energy around it. Now Yi Tianyun could tell that the martial arts was a high-grade heavens-level martial art. And that was also the reason why Yi Tianyun wouldn't mind spending his time climbing these ladders. As time passed, Ming Chen was the first person to reach the top of the ladder, followed closely by Ba Long and Niu Tengtian. That brat is so slow. I don't know if I could be patient enough to wait for him. Ming Chen said annoyedly. Not too long after that, the guards followed suit and reached the top, filling up the number of people needed to dispel the ladder's protection. Great job. Now, all we need to do is to wait for that brat to reach the top. We will deal with him as soon as he gets here. Ming Chen said while smirking evilly. As soon as the 30th person reached the top, the ladder flashed in a golden glow. This was the sign that the ladder no longer protected the climber. Now, block the entrance to the next level. We can't let him escape to the next stage later. Ba Long said determinedly. He thought that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was not that high, and that was why he was climbing so slowly. That was also the main reason why none of them bothered to chase down Yi Tianyun. After the divine glow on the ladder faded, the rest of the cultivators who were still climbing the ladder chose to fly to the top instead of climbing it the normal way, but they were surprised to see that Yi Tianyun was still climbing manually at the same pace as before. Chapter 528. Yi Tianyun was all alone on the ladder as everyone else flew to the top. Ba Long was stunned to see that Yi Tianyun was still there as he thought that the intruder would immediately try to run. What happened? Why does nothing happen to that brat? Ming Chen asked curiously. The ladder should be pushing everyone out of it as soon as 30 people reached the top, but Yi Tianyun was still there, climbing at his own pace. Yi Tianyun himself was a little bit startled as soon as he saw everybody flew away from the ladder. Wait, so after 30 people reached the top, everyone else would be forced to leave the ladder? But why am I excluded? Was it because I comprehend the trial's goal? Yi Tianyun muttered to himself as he thought about the difference between him and the other participants. Damn, how can he nonchalantly continue climbing like that? You, try to climb the ladder yourself. Ba Long said to one of the guards that flew away earlier. The guard immediately obeyed, but as soon as he got close to the ladder, he was blocked by a wall of light. I am sorry, sir. It seems the ladder wouldn't let me get any closer to the ladder. The guard said apologetically. Shit, at this rate, we have no choice but to wait for him. The door to the second trial wouldn't open unless everyone finished climbing the ladder. Ming Chen said annoyedly. The look on Ba Long's face was terrible as he was utterly furious by the audacity of the intruder. He was itching to kill him to sat his urge. Hurry up, brat, how can you be this slow? Are you retarded? Ming Chen shouted, trying to rile Yi Tianyun up. The rest of the guards who were already at the top also shouted the same thing as they noticed what Ming Chen was trying to do. Why are you in such a hurry? I don't need you to wait for me. If you're in such a hurry, why don't you just continue the trial by yourself? Tianyun said annoyedly. Tianyun kept climbing at the same pace, ignoring everyone's complaint. Ming Chen was furious once again as he was offended by the intruder's word. Because Tianyun was still climbing the ladder normally, they couldn't attack him at all. All that they could do now was to wait for Tianyun to come up. Finally, after several hours passed, Tianyun reached the top. Unlike everyone else, Tianyun's body started to glow in a golden light as soon as he stepped into the peak of the ladder. But Tianyun didn't particularly feel anything different at all. He even barely noticing the light shrouding his body. But Tianyun put together the martial arts that from the divine ladder, although he was sure that it wasn't complete just yet. At the very least, he knew the name of the martial arts now. It was Heaven and Earth Divine Art, and his guess was right. It was a martial art of high-grade heavens level martial art. You wait long enough, didn't you? Tianyun said as he smirked to the rest of the heavenly netherworld divine nation people. I don't know how you could still climb that ladder, but you are lucky this time. Ming Chen said coldly. Well, I am always lucky. Tianyun said tauntingly. Where are you hiding all those demon beasts? Ba Long said as he suddenly walked towards Tianyun menacingly. Why would I tell you? It wouldn't be any fun if you can find it so easily. Oh yeah, I heard earlier that someone was saying that I couldn't climb the ladder since I lacked in power. I wonder who would say such a mean thing to me. Tianyun said sarcastically to Ba Long's direction. You may feel great about yourself now, but I assure you that your death would be a painful one. Ming Chen said coldly. Well, I will look forward to it. Tianyun said as he walked towards the door where the second stage of the trial would be held. The door immediately opened, and Tianyun peeked inside only to see that the second trial would be held in the middle of a meadow. Tianyun didn't know what to do inside that place, while the rest of the heavenly netherworld people was already familiar with all this. But Tianyun shrugged it off as he knew that he was protected by the divine protection that covered this place. As soon as everyone entered the stage, the door immediately closed behind them. It was clear that they wouldn't be able to leave this place without completing this stage. At the same time, several Spirit King and Void Spirit cultivators arrived at the divine climbing ladder. What happened? Why is the divine ladder closed off like this? Did they climb without us? The Spirit King cultivator asked curiously. That wasn't the case, sir. There was an intruder that kickstarted the climb on his own. A guard said as he recognized the man he was talking to. An intruder? How come there was an intruder here of all place? The Spirit King cultivator said as he was surprised to hear the news that the guards conveyed. Chapter 529. Ming Chen stepped up and started to walk away from Tianyun with the rest of the heavenly netherworld people following closely, but Tianyun didn't let them leave him alone as he began to follow them closely. This brat, he keeps following us, Ming Chen said annoyedly. No matter how fast he moved with all his underling, Tianyun could keep up. Soon, they passed the meadow and saw another ladder in front of them. But this ladder didn't have that many steps on it. Instead, the steps itself were huge. Climbing one would be like climbing a steep hill. Welcome to the second trial, one step ascend the heaven. The previous voice on the first ladder was suddenly heard once again. Everyone on the site was shaking their head in awe as they listened to the voice, but for Ming Chen, Ba Long, and Niu Tengtian, it was different. They clearly have been here before, so they already know what this trial was all about. We will deal with him as soon as we reach the top. Ming Chen said coldly to the rest of the executives and immediately started climbing the ladder. Like the previous trial, flying wasn't allowed. One step ascend the heaven. This trial should be interesting. Tianyun said curiously. He immediately climbed the steps to see whether he could find another martial art like before, but as soon as he put his hands on the steps to start climbing, he felt that the steps were trying to absorb his spiritual energy out of his body. Tianyun tried to observe the mechanic of these new steps, but he didn't see any information from the spiritual energy on these steps. It seems there is nothing here. Tianyun said to himself upon realizing that he didn't need to take his time in these steps like earlier. All he had to do now was to reach the top quickly. Brat, if you really have the ability to finish this trial, try to catch up, would you? There is no need to be a slowpoke, Ming Chen said tauntingly while smirking at Tianyun. Sure, a turtle like you wouldn't be able to keep up with me. Tianyun said as he immediately climbed the steps at a quicker pace, overtaking so many cultivators that passed him earlier. Now, Yi Tianyun wasn't too far behind Ming Chen. "Turtle, how dare you mock me?" Ming Chen said as he continued to climb with his amazing speed. But overall, Yi Tianyun was still faster than him. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun and Ming Chen arrived at the first flat surface of the step at the same time. Yi Tianyun immediately felt a strong wave of energy entering his body from the sole of his feet. Receive 5.000.000 Express. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised to see that he received Express from just standing there. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun also sensed the martial arts information along with the wave of energy that entered his body. "Wow, I think I need to climb the next ladder to find the next information about this martial art," Yi Tianyun said to himself. At first, Yi Tianyun was thinking about teleporting to the top as he didn't see any benefit of climbing this wall, but as he noticed that the martial arts information was on the flat side of the steps, he couldn't skip it. Yi Tianyun then immediately climbed the next steps, while Ming Chen was following close behind. "Keep up, will you? You are too slow now, boy," Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Ming Chen gritted his teeth as he realized that Yi Tianyun was much faster than him. Even Ba Long and Nui Tengtian couldn't keep up. How is he so fast? Isn't he affected by the pressure of this place? Ming Chen said frustratedly. It seems that Brat was hiding his true power. Ba Long said annoyedly. If it were true, they didn't know how strong the intruder really is. However, Yi Tianyun ignored the glare that the heavenly netherworld executives threw at him. The only thing in his mind right now was to get his reward from climbing the steps and immediately finish the trial. For other people, the higher they climbed, the stronger the pressure and absorption on the steps, but for Yi Tianyun, he simply absorbed the spiritual energy back until he reached a standstill, and thus, he was able to climb quickly. Chapter 530. Yi Tianyun was exceptionally fast. In a short amount of time, he arrived at the second flat. Received 10.000.000 Express. He also got the martial arts information about heaven and earth divine art. Now, all Yi Tianyun had to do was to climb toward the next flat. But, while he was waiting to fully absorb the martial arts information, Yi Tianyun couldn't help but thinking of the Express that he got. If each step doubled the amount of Express that he got in the previous flat, he would receive a huge amount of Express on the peak. After he finished absorbing the martial arts information, Yi Tianyun immediately climbed the steps, and with his amazing speed, he reached the third flat quite easily. Received 20.000.000 Express. His guess seemed to be right on the mark as he noticed that the amount of Express that he got doubled once again. The difficulty of reaching the flat also increased as Yi Tianyun had to adjust his absorption rate several times before he could reach the third flat. Yi Tianyun now understood why this place was named One Steps Ascend Heaven. Every step provided a huge progress boost. Average cultivators would surely have a hard time here because if they didn't hurry up and climb the steps, their spiritual energy would eventually run out. How could that brat climb that fast? The absorption seems to have no effect on him, Ming Chen said as he was shocked to see that the intruder had already reached the third flat. It is possible that the absorption really had no effect on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to climb that fast. Ba Long said as he frustratedly gritted his teeth. At this rate, it wouldn't be a surprise to see him become the first one to reach the top now. Nangong Ming said solemnly. Well, if that's the case, we need to hurry up as well. We have to deal with him on the top no matter what. Ba Long said determinedly. You are right, the summit would become his resting place. Ming Chen said coldly. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun completely tunneled vision. He didn't even acknowledge the people who also climbed the steps earlier. He was too focused on gathering all the martial arts information quickly, but he noticed that the amount of Express that he got on the next flat wasn't double the amount of the previous flat. Instead, it just added 10 million bonus Express on each floor. After the sixth flat, Yi Tianyun noticed that his absorption could no longer keep up with the absorption of the steps, so he let his spiritual energy float out of his body, but fortunately, it was just leaking like it was still the first flat for a while, so Yi Tianyun didn't see any problem with that. Finally, after a while, Yi Tianyun reached the ninth flat. Received 90.000.000 Express. Yi Tianyun sighed as all he had to do now was reach the last flat. For the first time since he climbed the trial, he looked below and saw that the rest of the heavenly netherworld executive were still at sixth flat. Hey, Turtle Grandpa, I will go to the peak first, okay? Yi Tianyun shouted tauntingly to Ming Chen and the other executive. Ming Chen couldn't say anything back as he knew that he couldn't keep up with the intruder's speed. Just you wait, brat. I will make your death as painful as possible, Ming Chen said coldly to himself. Ming Chen was desperate to increase his speed, but no matter what he did, he couldn't as he had to reserve his spiritual energy as he climbed higher. I am ready now. I wonder what trial awaits me after this, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately climbed towards the peak flat. The rest of the heavenly netherworld executives were frustrated as they were beaten to the top while this was not their first time getting to this place. They certainly felt the humiliation of getting beaten by an intruder. Yi Tianyun finally reached a peak in a short amount of time. Although the spiritual energy absorption was pretty disastrous at the last moment, it was still not something that could deter Yi Tianyun. Received 100.000.000 express. Yi Tianyun also completed another chapter of the martial art, but he could feel that the martial arts wasn't complete just yet. Finally, Yi Tianyun looked at his surroundings and saw that he was at the top of the heavenly netherworld itself. Suddenly, divine light was cast from the sky towards the altar at the center of the tower, and everyone who was still climbing earlier was immediately teleported to Yi Tianyun's side. Everyone was shocked as this was the first time that they saw a teleportation mechanism. After all this time, the trial would end as soon as you got to the top. They were obviously ashamed that they must be teleported like this. Yi Tianyun tried to analyze his surrounding, and neither appraisal eye nor heavenly eyes could see any information of the divine rune great array that obviously created this place. Yi Tianyun realized that the divine rune great array in this place was a divine rune creator rank. Otherwise, he would be able to see the information he needed. The divine light earlier shook the entire heavenly netherworld, and every stationed guard immediately rushed out to save their life. But they immediately noticed nothing bad happened to the place, just a bright light in the middle of the high tower. They quickly flew up to see what was that all about, but unable to since they were blocked by another light wall. Chapter 531. After flying a little bit further from the tower in the middle of the heavenly netherworld, the people from outside finally saw what was happening there. They saw that an unknown person was surrounded by 30 of their own people, which also included 3 big names like Ba Long, Ming Chen, and Nui Tengtian. The intruder was alone. Is that guy a fool? A Spirit King cultivator that was supposed to participate in the trial as well said annoyedly. They came prepared from the heavenly netherworld divine nation capital to enter the trial, but as they got here, the trial's gate was already closed. Knowing that the heavenly netherworld has been infiltrated, the Spirit King cultivator feared for the worst, but thankfully one of the intruders was still there. Otherwise, the Holy King would certainly be furious after hearing the report later. Meet the inheritor condition. Starting the 3rd smelting trial. Inheritor has to knock out all the opponents to complete the inheritance progress. The voice from earlier said once again, giving direction to Yi Tianyun. Everyone's eyes were wide as soon as they heard the voice. This was the first time ever in the history of heavenly netherworld that an inheritor showed up. Furthermore, the supposed inheritor was an outsider that infiltrated the heavenly netherworld by himself. They knew that it was the intruder as he was the only one who was still shrouded dimly by a golden light, while the rest of the people that were teleported there wasn't. Yi Tianyun himself was also surprised after knowing that he would become the inheritor that he himself still didn't know what he would inherit. What is happening here? How come an intruder like him become the inheritor? Ming Chen said with a surprised look on his face. They've already reached the summit once before, but they never saw a scene like this before. The opponent would be chosen by the inheritor himself. After the inheritor picked his opponent, a one-on-one duel will commence. Everyone outside the inheritor and the duelist will be unable to interfere with the duel. The voice from before said indifferently. Yi Tianyun frowned a little bit as he noticed that he had to fight against 30 people to complete this trial. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun could see that 4 of them have already reached the Spirit King stage with Ming Chen as the strongest out of them all. What are you waiting for? Let's finish this once and for all. Pick me as your first opponent. Ba Long said confidently. Yeah, you must pick one of us first. Let us see what you are capable of. Ming Chen said tauntingly. Calm down. Everyone will get their turn. But I will start with you. Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his finger towards the nearest core transformation expert. Suddenly, a bright light engulfed the core transformation expert, and suddenly the bright light widened and forced everyone to back away, giving Yi Tianyun and the core transformation expert a space to duel. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed forward at the core transformer expert, and it seemed the core transformation cultivator couldn't even react to Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun killed the core transformation expert in an instant. Successfully killed core transformation cultivator. Reward: 47.000 Express, 4.700 CPs, 200 SPs, Martial Art. Yi Tianyun showed no mercy. As long as they were affiliated with Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Successfully killed the first duelist. Please choose another one, the voice earlier said indifferently. Yi Tianyun pointed towards the core transformation, who seemed a little bit scared as soon as Yi Tianyun picked him. But before the lights came to engulf the next core transformation expert, Ming Chen shoved the core transformation expert aside and told him to forfeit. But it was all too late. The core transformation expert that Yi Tianyun has pointed to was immediately teleported back near Yi Tianyun, and the duel commenced. Master, help me, the core transformation expert said as he begged for Ming Chen to save him. Don't do it, brat. Don't kill him, Ming Chen said, but Yi Tianyun ignored him, killing the core transformation expert instantly. I told you to stop, Ming Chen said furiously. He immediately released his aura and attacked Yi Tianyun with the Netherworld Divine Palm. Yi Tianyun smirked as he just stood there, waiting for Ming Chen's attack. Fortunately, he was still in a trial, so the divine protection from the trial was still in effect. Ming Chen's attack was easily repelled like it was nothing. Chapter 532. Ming Chen shot a quick blast at Yi Tianyun, but due to the divine protection, Ming Chen's attack rebounded back to him, injuring his arm. Yi Tianyun obviously ignored Ming Chen as he knew that there was nothing Ming Chen could do here. The voice earlier clearly stated that this was a one-on-one duel, so there would be no external interference happening. Yi Tianyun smirked and kicked Ming Chen's disciple in the stomach, sending him flying where the rest of the disciple ran to check on him. They realized that with that one powerful kick, the disciple that Ming Chen has cultivated carefully died. Ming Chen quickly ran to his disciple's side and noticed that his disciple was dead. No, this is not happening. I will kill you for this, Ming Chen said coldly. Yi Tianyun ignored Ming Chen and selected one opponent after another to duel. Yi Tianyun killed the disciple one by one with ease. Yi Tianyun was so fast that no one was able to catch up to him at all. After all, they were still at the core transformation stage, and some of them were at Void Spirit rank, which was not a problem for Yi Tianyun at all. God damn it, choose me, I will gladly be your opponent, Ming Chen said frustratedly. Rest assured, I will get to you eventually, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Yi Tianyun then chose the disciple at the Void Spirit cultivation stage as he was finished with all core transformation cultivators. He the weakest disciple out of all the Void Spirit cultivators there and immediately killed him with one punch. Everyone was convinced that Yi Tianyun was at Void Spirit cultivation rank, so they were shocked when they saw Yi Tianyun could also kill a Void Spirit cultivator with only one punch. Now, who would be my opponent for your insignificant group? Yi Tianyun said to the rest of the Void Spirit cultivator with a smirk on his face. The rest of the Void Spirit expert were silent as they began to fear Yi Tianyun's power. What did you just do? The Void Spirit cultivator that he punched earlier said with all his teeth and nose broken. Oh, wow, you are still alive. Well, you should have kept your head down, Yi Tianyun said as he punched the cultivator once more, finishing him off for good. Yi Tianyun wouldn't show any mercy to these cultivators as he knows that all Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation people were scum who wouldn't even think twice to kill a child. Successfully killed Void Spirit Expert. Reward: 18.000.000 Express, 13.000 CPs, 600 SPs, Fire Thunder Palm Martial Art, Recovery Medicinal Pills, 5x Express Card, X2 Middle Grade Sacred Tool. Yi Tianyun got a lot of drop items from killing the Void Spirit Cultivator, so he smirked with a satisfied look on his face. Withdraw. Escape this place immediately, Ba Long said as he saw that Yi Tianyun could easily kill a Void Spirit Expert in one punch. The Void Spirit Cultivator immediately obeyed Ba Long's word and tried to run away. Wow, this is your smelting trial, isn't it? Why would you leave? It wouldn't be good if you leave, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately chased after the escaping cultivators. Yi Tianyun then pulled out the Netherworld Sacred Sword and slashed the Void Spirit Cultivators in two. Several of them tried to block Yi Tianyun's attack, but their effort was futile as Yi Tianyun easily pierced through their defenses. Seeing Yi Tianyun's brutality, the rest of the void spirit experts lost their will to fight as they saw that there was no hope of surviving. Several of them even fell down to their knees in hopelessness as they feared Yi Tianyun's power. But Yi Tianyun didn't care. He didn't show mercy for these people, and killed them one by one. Reward: 16.000.000 Express. Successfully killed Void Spirit Expert. Reward: 17.000.000 Express. Yi Tianyun immediately used his clone technique to kill the Void Spirit Expert faster. None of them could escape his grasp. Chapter 533. The enemy suddenly multiplied into 4, and they all looked the same. The Void Spirit Expert once again tried to escape by flying as they know that there was no way they could survive if they stayed there. But there was nothing that they could do as Yi Tianyun was far faster than them. Yi Tianyun finally killed all the escaping Void Spirit Experts as he knew that there was no use in prolonging this any longer. All the cultivators who watched from outside the tower were shocked to see Yi Tianyun's unexpected ability. Usually, someone could only conjure 1 or 2 clones at max, but the young man could conjure 4. They began to wonder which one was the real body out of all the clones. Ming Chen, however, was horrified. He watched all disciples that he had cultivated for a long time, dead. Wasting his resources, time, and effort. 4 left, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked to Ming Chen. He looked at their status and noticed that the weakest among them was Niu Tengtian, followed by Nangong Ming, Ba Long, and finally, the strongest was Ming Chen. Yi Tianyun smirked as the divine protection really tipped the scale in his direction. If these 4 Spirit King cultivators ganged him up, there was no way he could survive. Yes, if you can't beat us, you will never walk out of this smelting trial alive. Ming Chen said coldly as he glared at Yi Tianyun. The same could be said to the other 3 Spirit King cultivators as Yi Tianyun saw that their eyes reflected killing intent. Don't worry, I will take care of you one by one. Now, you will be the first one. Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his finger to Niu Tengtian. Niu Tengtian immediately released all his aura, and the skies instantly turned dark as a black cloud covered the sky. A black thunder constantly struck the ground around Niu Tengtian currently stood, but none of it really hurt him as it was a part of his power. Niu Tengtian himself began to change to a bull as his head transformed to that of a bull, complete with a set of horns. I will avenge men who. Prepare yourself, Niu Tengtian said coldly. Old Niu, don't kill him too fast. Ba Long said at the side as he wanted to torture Yi Tianyun first. Of course, you'll have your fun later. Niu Tengtian said coldly. He pulled out a giant axe from his storage ring and slammed it to the ground, showing off his strength. Thunder burst, Niu Tengtian said as a lightning whip immediately whipped the giant axe toward Yi Tianyun's position. Yi Tianyun squatted to dodge the attack, and the axe hit the ground not too far from his position. Yi Tianyun saw that Niu Tengtian's attack just now was at 500 million combat power. You are strong, but not strong enough, Yi Tianyun said as he activated his crazy mode and covered his Netherworld Sacred Sword with Netherworld's fire. Because of the synchronized power, the Netherworld Sacred Sword burst out with power. The excessive Netherworld's fire on the sword fell down to the ground. Yi Tianyun immediately swung the sword and cut through the thunder as if it was a paper. Niu Tengtian's complexion changed after he saw that the enemy easily cut through his aura like that. Furthermore, it was Netherworld's fire. The 4 Spirit King experts were shocked and surprised. How come the enemy could control the Netherworld's fire? As far as they knew, the Netherworld's fire was supposed to be the heavenly Netherworld's signature fire. But Niu Tengtian was forced out of his daydreams as he suddenly felt that his body was being pulled by an unknown force. Too bad, it can't absorb something that far, Yi Tianyun said casually, but Niu Tengtian knew it would be dangerous if he got too close to the enemy. Yi Tianyun quickly threw the Netherworld's fire to Niu Tengtian with combat power around 560 million. Niu Tengtian was startled and immediately tried to absorb it. Niu Tengtian had the Netherworld's fire cultivation technique, so he instinctively tried to absorb Yi Tianyun's Netherworld's fire as it would benefit him. How did you have that fire? Ming Chen shouted curiously. Even though the heavenly Netherworld divine nation dominated over the Netherworld's fire, this fire wasn't created solely for heavenly Netherworld's sake. It was originally a heavenly flame that existed on the earth. So, there was a chance someone who didn't have any connection to the heavenly Netherworld divine nation could also control the fire. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.